Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 10 Ed Chapter 336 Danzo Delivery. Tsunade then looked at the two ninja teams, and then a guy who showed white fang and gave a thumbs up. The other party said confidently, Master Tsunade, just leave it to me. Tsunade chuckled and said, then I'll leave it to you. Remember, you are not going to save Rock Shinobi, and there is no time now. Don't fight hard, just show your appreciation. Tsunade personally teaches the techniques of slacking off. But Guy, a straightforward person, didn't listen at all. He was planning to fight Liu Yun for hundreds of rounds to fulfill his youth. After Tsunade finished explaining what needed to be said, he gave the order. In that case, Team Shikamaru and Team Might Guy, follow my orders and go to Iwagakure, the land of Earth, to support Rock Shinobi. Yes, sir. Tsunade smiled, pointed at them and said, as for your captain. Guy jumped out and volunteered. Of course it's me. Tsunade shook her head and continued, Shikamaru. Guy's green turned gray, and the sound of plum blossoms seemed to be heard in the air. Shikamaru stepped forward. Hokage-sama, I will complete the mission. Guy asked, Master Tsunade, I am a Jonin, why don't you let me be the captain? Tenten scoffed, don't say that, Mr. Guy, Shikamaru is smart and is indeed a better captain than you. Indeed. Neji nodded. Guy looked at Xiao Li, hoping that this disciple could say something good for him. Xiao Li is an honest child and he won't lie, so he said it straight out. Mr. Guy, we are both brainless types, so don't join in the fun. Li, *va. After assigning the teams, Shikamaru set out with a few of his men to go to Liu Yun and take back his wife. After they left, Shizune suddenly said, Tsunade-sama, Ino and Tenten are also on the list of beautiful women. Aren't they just sheep walking into the tiger's mouth? Tsunade was stunned for a moment, then reacted, yes, quick, call them back. No, Master Tsunade, they've gone far away. Damn it, I'm helping the evil. It turns out that Tsunade's brain is sometimes sacrificed to her breasts. A dark corner of Konoha. Yamanaka Fung and Aburame went out on a mission before taking the route, and escaped the annihilation of the root organization and saved their lives. The two men, each carrying a sack, then appeared behind Danzo, put down the sack, and knelt on one knee. Danzo didn't look back, still with that arrogant boss temperament. Mission accomplished. Aburame is a solitary person and not good at speaking. Yamanaka said respectfully, Lord Danzo, we have captured both targets without alerting the Anbu of the village. Danzo released a wind blade, untying the two sacks. Suddenly, two girls with different colored hair showed their heads. A girl with light purple hair tied at the back, brown pupils, and a wild beauty. It's Anko. The other one has long purple hair and is wearing Anbu clothing, with a unique moonlit beauty. Yamanaka Fung added, Yuhi Kurenai was protected by the Sarutobi family and didn't succeed. Never mind, the two of them are enough. Anko's nose twitched, and he immediately woke up from his coma. Advertisement. She immediately saw Aburame Togen and Yamanaka Fung who attacked her for no reason, and immediately cursed. You two bastards, you have nothing to do but attack me when you are full. Shion was also woken up. As soon as she opened her eyes, she wanted to break free, but she felt so weak that she couldn't even refine her chakra. Yugao looked at the old man behind Yamanaka Fung and Aburame Togen with a vigilant look. Shimura Danzo. Danzo snorted, didn't Tsunade teach you manners? I'm an elder of Konoha. But it won't be that soon. Soon I will be the 6th Hokage of Konoha. Anko found the target and immediately started to criticize. You old man, why did you capture us? Are you planning to do something perverted? Yo, are you okay? Danzo was silent for a long time before he said, as expected of Orochimaru's disciple, he's just as annoying. Humph. I captured you for the sake of peace in the Fire Nation. You also know that you are on Liu Yun's list of beautiful women. Giving you to him will bring peace. Danzo then turned around, looked at Anko and Yugao, and continued. Every Konoha shinobi must have the awareness of sacrificing their lives for the village. Do you have this awareness? Shi Yan fell silent, as if she understood what Danzo said. Although this man always behaves like a mean person, what he says makes sense. Lord Hokage has been very worried about the situation in Konoha these days. As the defender of the will of fire, should he sacrifice himself in exchange for peace in Konoha? Anko didn't think too much, so he pointed at Danzo's nose and cursed, Old man, I think you have bad intentions, and you talk better than you sing. Do you have a wife? Can you give your wife to that tyrant? Danzo is also a thick-skinned person, and coldly said to Kaido, I don't have a spouse. If I did, I would not hesitate to send her into the tiger's mouth in exchange for peace. I believe she will understand me. Where's your mother? Same here. Danzo didn't care at all and told Yamanaka Fung and Aburame Kyugen, send them both to Liu Yun. Okay. Danzo reminded again. By the way, make sure to make my position clear. Konoha is willing to submit to Liu Yun, and I hope he can support me to become Hokage. Anko immediately understood Danzo's bad conscience. You be ****************** D. You really say one thing and mean another. You just want to collude with outsiders and go through so many circles. Danzo didn't care about Anko's ridicule. After all, he had already practiced his thick skin to perfection. He glanced at Anko and Shion's sacks and said, it won't work if we pack them this way. That kid will definitely think we're not providing good service. Change to a nicer packaging to avoid the other party returning the product. Yamanaka style. Backquote winking face, take it. Shadow Clone shouted for a long time, but Onoki didn't give any response, as if he really wanted to stay in the village like a turtle. Liu Yun exhaled a puff of smoke lightly, brewing a sense of martial arts. Haidu stood aside with his hands folded, thinking for a long time, and finally put aside his pride and asked Liu Yun for help. Could you please not fight the village's ninja? Liu Yun glanced at her and said, are you teaching me how to do things? Haidu clenched his fist. Give me some time, I will help you persuade the old man to surrender. Oh, Liu Yun was surprised that Haidu also succumbed to his tyranny. I just don't want to see so many villagers involved, Kuretsuchi explained. Kuretsuchi also gradually realized that Liu Yun was different from ordinary people, and rock shinobi had no ability to resist at all. The old man was a stubborn old man and he couldn't bring himself to surrender. So she wanted to be a middleman. Liu Yun smiled at Haidu and said, do you agree to live with me? Advertisement, I refuse. Do you agree? Liu Yun shook his head. There is no such option. Go and persuade the old man. We are all family, why do we have to fight to the death? As long as he surrenders, I will immediately appoint him as the Minister of War and put him in charge of all the troops in the world. Snort. Haidu snorted, and without paying attention to Liu Yun's nonsense, he walked straight towards the loudspeaker Shadow Clone and snatched his loudspeaker with one hand. Old man. Onoki was walking around in the office when he suddenly heard Kuretsuchi's voice and was immediately alerted. It's black soil. Haidu then persuaded, old man, you are no match for this gangster. Just accept your fate. Surrender quickly and don't drag everyone down with you. Onoki's face darkened immediately after hearing this. Why is this annoying granddaughter speaking for that boy? Is she infatuated with him? Haidu continued, Grandpa, did you hear me? There are so many women, children and kids in the village. You won't have the heart to drag them into the battlefield, will you? Onoki couldn't bear it anymore, his chakra gathered in his throat, and a thunderous sound came out from the village. Traitor, our ancestors established rock shinobi among the mountains, and generations have believed in the will of the earth. Strong, unyielding, as stubborn as a rock, I will never yield to the enemy even if I die. Haidu said helplessly, old man, the will of the earth can't be eaten. Besides, you are not young anymore, why are you still fighting so hard? Onoki said angrily, I am Tsuchikage, the Kage who bears the responsibility of protecting the land of earth. The country is in great trouble. How can I lay down my weapons and surrender to others? Haidu cursed. You stubborn old man, do you want to drag everyone to death with you? Onoki then said, this is the tenacity of the rock. Come, Hokage, tell me, should we resist to the end? Hokage. Well, actually, what are you talking about? Do you still need to think about the answer to this? Come on, Yantu, you tell me? Hey, in fact, in the face of reality, warriors are only a minority. It's not like everyone has a short life. If you can't win, then you can't win. Why bother to fight so hard? After asking around, Onoki immediately realized that they were all surrenderists, and he clenched his fists. This is not a good thing to continue. The pressure brought by that little devil is too great and not many people can endure it. Onoki looked at the light curtain and happened to see the news of Konoha's support, and immediately asked. Hokage, how many of you are here? Where are you? Tsunade lied. More than 20,000 ninjas, the whole village has come out, we are not far from rock shinobi. Onoki was overjoyed, reinforcements had arrived and the village was saved. But the screen immediately showed a portrait. It was Shikamaru's team, still wandering around in the forest of the Land of Fire. Most importantly, there were only 7 of them in total. Onogi said angrily, Konoha, you are just being perfunctory. Tsunade didn't reply either, it seemed a bit embarrassing to have her little trick exposed. Haidu laughed and said, old man, no one will save you, just surrender. Onoki had a gloomy face and remained silent. The people around him lowered their heads obediently, not daring to offend Onoki. Everyone was silent, waiting for Onoki's decision. After a long moment, Onoki's face turned stern, and his small body exuded an extremely powerful aura. Come on, follow me out and make an end to Liu Yun. The people around us looked at each other, waiting for the other party to answer. Onoki's eyes flashed, and white chakra appeared on the palm of his hand, and these people immediately acted obediently. Charge. Kill Liu Yun. Grab some weapons and teach him a lesson. Chapter 337. What are you barking at? Onoki rushed out of the village with a group of people in a menacing manner. The old man floated in the sky with a heroic look on his face. A huge army of people surrounded the entire rock shinobi, densely packed with extremely sophisticated mechanical equipment. One glance at him makes you feel that he is not someone you can mess with. Onoki swallowed his saliva. There were so many enemies that it would take him a week to chop them down even if they just stood there. The rock shinobi following behind Onoki felt their legs go limp, and many of them quietly left the team and fled back to the village. Of course, Onoki, who had a stubborn temper like an ox, would not retreat. He flew towards Liu Yun's army with undiminished momentum and headed straight for the broadcasting office of the vanguard camp. Onoki first pointed at Kuretsuchi and cursed, you loser, you dare to order your grandfather to surrender? I must have been unlucky for 8 lifetimes to give birth to your father. Haidu was furious. Stubborn old man, look at how many people are around you. You have been abandoned. Onoki was stunned for a moment, then looked down. There are very few of them, just a few confidants. Akatsuki smiled awkwardly. Excuse me, Master Tsuchikage. Everyone fled back to the village halfway. Onoki was so angry that his face turned green. These cowardly little brats, what is there for Liu Yun to be afraid of? They just have 2 legs and 2 balls. Haidu continued to persuade, old man, stop struggling and surrender. Snort. Onoki snorted and glared at Kuretsuchi. Surrender? I will never surrender in this life. Even if I starve to death, I will never surrender to them. You have a stubborn temper. Haidu cursed. Onoki continued to babble. Kuretsuchi, I taught you wrongly. You don't know what the tenacity of rock is. Seeing that the grandfather and grandson were about to quarrel until the sun went down, Liu Yun quickly stepped forward to ease the relationship. Stop talking, we are all family, there is no conflict that cannot be resolved. Onoki stopped making noise this time and looked at Liu Yun seriously. His voice was powerful. Boy, I, Onoki, have come all the way from Sengoku. I have seen all kinds of monsters, but what are you? I have never seen a ninja as extraordinary as you. Chakra that surpasses the tailed beasts, Susanoo of the Uchiha clan, wood style of Senju Hashirama, and the mysterious Tenseigan. Onoki's tone slowly became serious. You are very strong and indeed have the power to rewrite the entire ninja world, but don't think that everyone will succumb to your power. The rocks of the land of Earth will not agree to this. Millions of rock shinobi will not agree to this. In order to avoid the embarrassment of Onoki having no one to support him, Akatsuki shouted loudly. Yes, rock shinobi's tenacity will never yield to anyone. Liu Yun smiled and said, Old man, after all, I am your grandson-in-law. How about this? I'll let you do one thing, and I'll stand still. You can use your dust escape to your heart's content. Liu Yun hasn't died once recently, and he feels a little weird. When I was weak, I thought about being chopped by others every day, or looking for someone to chop me to improve my strength. It's no longer possible now. He has become powerful and has hundreds of people under him waiting for his food. There is no longer the same pleasure of dancing on the edge of a knife. When Onoki heard Liu Yun's suicidal remarks, his face lit up. Really? If you don't hide, young people should not try to deceive you. Liu Yun took out a cigarette box from his pocket, took out a cigarette and lit it lightly. One hand on the waist, one hand holding a cigarette, his face full of society. Come on, Liu Yun, will take a step back and acknowledge you as my grandfather today. Advertisement. Haidu snorted at the side. This gangster still couldn't forget to get involved with her. She didn't know why, but she suddenly felt a little concerned for Liu Yun, so she shouted, Hey, the old man's dust release is a bloodline elimination, there is nothing he can't decompose, you better be careful. Liu Yun smiled at Haidu. You care about me? Kuretsuchi turned her head away with the girl's signature tsundere expression on her face. Liu Yun guessed that he would be able to pull her hair and turn around tonight. Onoki's expression turned serious, his eyes becoming sharp and murderous. Boy, you are courting death. Don't blame me for being unethical. As Onoki spoke, he clasped his hands together and began to form hand seals to perform dust release. A white cube emerged from the palm of his hand, making a crackling sound of energy. Little ghost, turn into a ball of ash. Onoki's pupils suddenly shrank, and all the chakra in his body concentrated in them. Dust release. Limit separation technique. The limit stripping technique is an upgraded version of the original limit stripping technique. In the original work, Onoki also used this move to destroy the 20 or so wood clone Susanoos of Mr. Madara. This old man said that he was old, but when he started to move, he was as cool as when he rode his wife. The limit stripping technique was released in an instant, and it turned into a white square body with a diameter of about 10 meters, which carried a strong reaction energy. Normally, wind, earth, and fire would only diffuse and crystallize, but dust release was so unreasonable that it would directly decompose the enclosed objects. In a flash, the huge white energy body in Onoki's palm rushed towards Liu Yun like a flash of lightning. At this moment, all eyes in the ninja world were focused on Liu Yun. The power of dust release is well known to everyone. It can be regarded as the #1 destructive bloodline. At least no one has ever dared to confront it head-on. Even if there is, such a hero's grave has probably been dug by Yakushi Kabuto. Many people thought that Liu Yun would cheat or use space ninjutsu to escape. But what was surprising was that Liu Yun did not move a single step from beginning to end. Many people sneered in their hearts, thinking that those who insisted on resisting the dust escape were really ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. But there are still many people who believe that Yunzi is confident and can control it. Kuretsuchi is one of them. He knows very well that a pervert like Liu Yun is extremely afraid of his life. Before he has collected all the beauties in the ninja world into his pocket, he is more afraid of death than anyone else. However, the truth surprised her. Onoki's dust release came like a thunderous punishment. Liu Yun exhaled smoke slowly, with no ripples in his eyes, as if he had entered into sage mode. Dust escape instantly covered the flowing cloud and dissolved it at a speed visible to the naked eye. Before Liu Yun died, the hand holding the cigarette had never been bent, which perfectly illustrates what it means that elegance never goes out of style. Bite. You were killed by Onoki's dust release, experience points plus 1000. I haven't heard the familiar prompt sound of the system for a long time. Now, everything is back. Advertisement. The feeling of death was so intoxicating that Liu Yun couldn't help wanting to get drunk and hold Li Bai's head to ask him to write a poem. Haitu's eyes almost popped out of his head. You rascal, why don't you hide? Onoki laughed loudly in the sky. Ha 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 ha, little brat, the old ones are still the wisest. Have you paid the price for your arrogance? What are you barking at? A soft shout sounded from below. Onoki was startled and looked down instantly. Liu Yun was still standing there, a cigarette in his hand and one hand on his waist. Although he was standing at his feet, his eyes were looking down at him. You. Onoki pointed at Liu Yun in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. Liu Yun blew a puff of smoke lightly, and it condensed into the word, Fungsao, in the air. He continued indifferently. What on earth are you barking about? Haidu shook his head. It was true. How could this gangster be so confident if he didn't have any skills? Those who are interested in the ninja world are all trying to figure out the technique of using Liu Yun to avoid dust release. The Land of Thunder. Uchiha Sasuke drove Susanoo against the Cloud Shinobi army. He was arrogant and looked like he didn't care about any heroes in the world. Obito stood on the head of the two tails, looking down at the fourth Raikage who had an unpleasant look on his face. Then he looked at the sky. A pitcher plant nearby came out and whispered, Obito, did you see it? What jutsu did he use to dodge it? Obito's Rinnegan slowly glowed purple, and what he said surprised White Zetsu. He didn't dodge, there was no sign of chakra fluctuation, and he completely withstood the attack of dust release. White Zetsu was surprised, and Black Zetsu's pupils shrank as well. Obito continued, his body was indeed dissolved by the dust release. He did not use any space ninjutsu, nor did he use any illusions like Izanagi. Yet, he was resurrected out of thin air in the blink of an eye. This ability, Obito frowned. Masters can analyze each other's moves with just a glance. This is what is called a duel between masters, and every move is fatal. Obito has never fought with Liu Yun, but there is always a vague sense of fear in his heart. The more I get to know this person, the greater the fear becomes. There is really no solution to the flowing clouds. Maybe. I need more help. Obito recited softly, then glanced down at the Cloud Shinobi and chuckled. Tenseigan alone can conquer the entire land of Earth, but the Rinnegan, the Eye of the Brothers, must not be left behind. Sasuke, speed up. Obito pretended to be cool, thinking how nice it would be if the light screen could broadcast him live. There were not many spectators around, and it felt like nothing I did was fun. Sasuke's voice came back a little breathless. Obito, save me. Obito took a closer look and saw that Sasuke had been hit in the chest by the Raikage's punch, and half of his life was gone. Damn, he's a whim, but he still likes to act pretentiously. Chapter 338. All Attributes Fusion. Obito analyzed the characteristics of Liu Yun's resurrection ability, so he felt that Liu Yun was very difficult to deal with. But Onoki couldn't see the clues with his naked eyes. He immediately pointed at Liu Yun's nose and cursed. Young man, you don't have martial ethics and try to deceive me, an old comrade in his 70s. Is this okay? Liu Yun exhaled a puff of smoke and said calmly, Old man, I didn't move a step from beginning to end, so please don't spit blood at me. Onoki snorted coldly. HMPH, kid, everyone under dust release is immortal. You didn't hide. Can you prove it to me? Liu Yun curled his lips, raised his hand and said, all right. For the sake of our family, I'll let you do it again. Come on, continue, and show your dust escape to your heart's content. Liu Yun said that he was not satisfied with being destroyed by dust release only once. Onoki's face darkened. Liu Yun spoke so calmly and didn't take him seriously at all. Little brat, when I was roaming the ninja world, your father was still drinking milk. How dare you be so arrogant to me? Watch out. Earth-style awakening technique. Onoki shouted loudly, and a rock-like exoskeleton appeared on his right arm. He leapt from the sky and attacked Liu Yun with the greatest potential energy. The iron fist like a mountain came down, more powerful than the fist of a woman 20 years ago, and directly smashed Liu Yun into the ground. Bite. Onoki has dealt you 500 damage. The smoke from the dirt filled the air. Onoki put his hands on his hips and laughed. Little brat, don't be so arrogant anymore. A breeze blew by, and the flowing clouds floated in their original positions. Apart from some dust on the clothes and some scars on the face, there was nothing else. Although Onoki's old farmer's fist is powerful, it is not enough to break Ryun's Otsutsuki sage body with one punch. In just 2 breaths, Liu Yun recovered to his full state. Onoki's face was filled with horror and deep confusion. Liu Yun had just been hit by his rock fist, and he could even feel the touch, but why was the other party not hurt at all? Boy, you lied to me. You used an illusion. Liu Yun shook his head, pointed at the tiny scars on his face and said, your fists are hard, but my life is harder. I don't believe it. Earth-style super heavy rock technique. Onoki was so angry that he used a powerful ninjutsu, and this time his rock fist was even stronger than before. With such force that one punch even broke one of Liu Yun's bones. Bite. Onoki has dealt you 600 damage, still like before, Onoki's attack was very heavy. But Liu Yun was only slightly injured and recovered in a short time. Liu Yun put his hands on his hips and said with a smile, old man, ordinary physical attacks won't work, try dust escape. Onoki took a breath and immediately became angry when he heard Ryun's careless words. As you wish, little devil, advertisement, dust release, original world separation technique. Bite. Onoki has dealt you 800 damage, earth-style gangly technique. Bite. Onoki. This was repeated more than 10 times, and Onoki provided Liu Yun with a total of 5,000 experience points, which could provide him with half a chakra fruit. The old man was gasping for breath, leaning against a rotten rock. A hand handed over a glass of water, and at the same time brought attentive concern. "Old man, are you tired from fighting? Have some water?" Onoki took the cup, took a big gulp, and thanked him. "Thank you, young man. There are not many polite kids like you now." Onoki took a closer look and was shocked. It was Liu Yun's shadow clone. Onoki jumped up and quickly moved away from shadow clone. "What do you want to do, little brat?" Liu Yun's shadow clone smiled and said, "I just saw that you were tired, don't I? Get out of here, I don't need your pity," Onoki yelled. "Humph. You don't know how to appreciate my kindness." After shadow clone left, Liu Yun came up with his hands folded. Onoki's face turned dark, while Liu Yun had no scars on his body and was full of blood. He fought for a long time, but the opponent was fine, while he seemed to be dying. Liu Yun pointed to a place not far away and said, "Old man, what do you think that is?" Onoki looked in the direction that Ryun was pointing, and saw a group of rock shinobi tied up with ropes, with shadow clones holding heavy machine guns next to them. There were so many captured people that it was impossible to see the end of them. Almost all of Iwagakure were captured. Onoki's face darkened, and he glared at Liu Yun. "You be asterisk 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 D. While I was dealing with you, you attacked the village. You have no moral principles." Liu Yun smiled and said, "I just don't follow martial ethics, what can you do to me?" Snort. Onoki stood up. Although he was not as tall as Liu Yun's eggs, he still had that stubborn look on his face. "Boy, anyone can surrender to rock shinobi except Tsuchikage. I will die on the battlefield, and I will never die in disgrace on my bed." Even though Onoki's chakra was exhausted and he had so much strength that he couldn't even stand, he still rushed towards Liu Yun like a warrior. In a flash, Liu Yun grabbed Onoki's hand with one hand and blocked his attack. Liu Yun simply lifted Onoki up by his collar. "Old man, are you really not going to surrender?" Advertisement. Onoki snorted, "No surrender, absolutely no surrender. I don't think you'll cry until you see the coffin." Liu Yun raised the Onoki with one hand and held it with the other. "Old man, this is how dust escape works, right?" I saw a layer of white chakra reacting in Liu Yun's palm, slowly forming a cube. Onoki widened his eyes and looked at the energy in Liu Yun's hand in disbelief. You. Liu Yun chuckled. "With your old mind, how can you understand the height I am standing at? I have mastered more than just dust escape." The chakra in Liu Yun's palm flows rapidly, the energy becomes deeper and deeper, slowly changing to a chaotic black color. Liu Yun whispered, "Dust release is a mixture of 3 types of chakra, so what about 4, 5, or even 7 types of chakra?" Onoki's eyes widened. "Impossible, humans will never master the combination of 7 types of chakra. 3 is already the limit." Onoki knew very well the difficulty of a 1-to-1 chakra mixing, as he had been practicing dust release for most of his life. The mixing and reaction of chakra will cause different energy reactions. Water and fire are boil style, water and earth are wood style, feng shui is ice style. It is not difficult to obtain high-quality energy. The fusion of attributes of different chakras has a limit. Any proportion of fusion will bring different reactions, some of which can even cause death to the caster. Onoki was so cautious just to master wind, fire, and earth, and he couldn't believe that Liu Yun had to master the fusion of the attributes of the 7 chakras. Liu Yun smiled and said, "How can a mortal's eyes tell the height of a handsome guy? Stand back, I'm going to start showing off." The chakra in Liu Yun's palm became stronger and stronger, and the white dust release began to turn black. The terrifying energy reaction releases a strong sense of oppression, as if there is an atomic bomb sleeping next to you. Such chaotic energy is like good babies in Liu Yun's hands, listening to Liu Yun obediently. In just 2 breaths, a black ball appeared in Liu Yun's palm, surrounded by purple lines, just like the tailed beast bomb of the tailed beast. To be precise, tailed beast bomb is in this form. Onoki looked at it in disbelief. They really did it, incredible, really incredible. Humans can really master the power of the tailed beasts. Liu Yun put on a smile and slowly placed the tailed beast bomb on Onoki's head. "Old man, will you surrender? The tailed beast bomb feels cool to the touch, but it is incredibly hot inside. If it is not controlled, it will cause a large-scale explosion." Onoki was very panicked, but he still had that stubborn look on his face. "Boy, you're just dreaming. Okay, I'll blow you up into the air right now." Haidu quickly jumped up and begged, "No, don't kill the old man." Chapter 339. 4th Raikage dies in battle. Liu Yun took back the tailed beast bomb in his hand, put Onoki down, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He waited for Kuretsuchi to jump out and deliver him. Liu Yun has only known Haidu for a day, but he wants to keep this girl under his control at all times and let him do whatever he wants. Liu Yun asked first, "Why? Give me a reason not to kill him?" Haidu paused, his delicate face showing a hint of thought. Liu Yun pointed at Onoki and criticized him. "This old man is stubborn and won't change. He will only cause trouble if he is kept alive. It is better to bury him in a coffin and let him rest in peace. This way, he will be good, I will be good, and everyone will be good." Onoki pouted his nose and snorted coldly. "Did I eat your rice?" "No." Haidu grabbed Liu Yun's sleeve, and the previous coolness on his face was replaced by a sense of awkwardness. Haidu had never asked anyone for anything since she was a child, but this was the first time she asked a person of the opposite S*X, and the person's eyes always wanted to strip her naked. He is my grandfather. If you kill him, you will be my enemy for life. Liu Yun chuckled. So what? Just you? Haidu pulled Liu Yun's sleeves tightly and said through gritted teeth. Then what do you want to do? You become my concubine, and the entire land kingdom is your dowry. Isn't this good for you, me, and everyone else? Although Liu Yun looks elegant in his attire, he actually has the heart of a beast. Onoki's face turned green. Liu Yun, your mother, you will dream for the rest of your life. Even if I die, I will never become a tool for you to threaten Kuretsuchi. Onoki suddenly pulled out a kunai from his waist and prepared to commit suicide. Liu Yun was quick-witted and quick-handed. He reached out and quickly grabbed Onoki's hand holding the kunai to prevent him from committing suicide. Old man, please don't die. If you die, who will witness my wedding with Haidu? Hateful. Haidu was almost frightened to death. Grandpa, please don't scare me. If you die, I will be without a grandfather. Onoki tried hard to struggle out of Liu Yun's hand, but he was always held by him. After hearing what Kuretsuchi said, Onoki Shino said, Kuretsuchi, this guy is just a wolf in human skin. You must not agree to him, or you will spend your whole life in jealousy. Haidu sighed, with a look of determination on his face, and looked at Liu Yun with his delicate eyes. Liu Yun, you win. From now on you are my man. I will follow you for the rest of my life. Haidu has a stubborn temper and will not change his mind easily once he makes up his mind. For example, if he makes a hasty decision about his lifelong affairs at this moment, Haidu will not regret it once he makes a decision. Kuretsuchi, Onoki shouted, trying to stop the marriage. Ha ha ha, Liu Yun laughed loudly, and several pieces of wood flew out of his hand, tied up Onoki, sealed his mouth, and threw him aside as if he were in the air. Liu Yun took the black soil and smiled softly, that's it, we will be happily married. Advertisement, I found a good woman, you found a good man, and the Land Kingdom found a good son-in-law. Mia. Haidu turned his head away and didn't look at Liu Yun's hateful face. Onoki grunted in protest. Liu Yun was beautiful, but his village was lost, his country was destroyed, and his granddaughter followed a scumbag. To suffer such a disaster in old age is really a case of bad luck being eaten by dogs. Liu Yun looked at Iwagakure and was in high spirits. He waved his hand and said, you guys, stay here tonight. We will provide you with wine and mead to your heart's content. You can't leave until you are drunk. Ula, the land of thunder, Sanheshwan. The landform is towering, with numerous stone peaks and faint clouds and thunder. The fourth Raikage led the elite ninjas of the Cloud Shinobi village to surround the two-tailed Nekomata, but unexpectedly, several ninjas wearing red cloud cloaks with malicious expressions appeared in the middle of the way. The fourth Raikage instantly recognized that they were members of the Akatsuki organization, and immediately grabbed his weapons and rushed forward with the entire village. Sasuke had just awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, and was feeling extremely proud and confident. So one person asked for a fight, to let these black guys from Cloud Shinobi see the power of Uchiha. At the beginning, Sasuke performed many impressive moves and his movements were very graceful. None of the elite Cloud Shinobi could get close to him. He also had black fire in his eyes and took away 10 or so Cloud Shinobi Jonin. Susanoo was hanging on his body, Amaterasu was intimidating him, and at that moment, Sasuke was laughing wildly, as if he was standing in the sky. Until Killer Bee came out and almost beat Sasuke to the point of calling him daddy. Obito complained a few words, then quickly went on the field to rescue the ancestor he had picked up. The fourth Raikage jumped out, his body covered in lightning. He stared at Obito. Uchiha Obito, the two tails is our Cloud Shinobi's tailed beast, and you Akatsuki will never be allowed to get involved. Obito sneered, and with his purple Rinnegan, he looked at the fourth Raikage and said calmly, Raikage, Liu Yun destroyed the entire land of Earth by himself. May I ask? How far can I, who possesses the Rinnegan, trample upon the land of thunder? When the fourth Raikage heard this, his beard stood up in anger. Uchiha evil brat, what do you think of our Cloud Shinobi village? As soon as he finished speaking, the fourth Raikage's whole body was burning with blue light, like the arrival of Thunder God, cutting through the air and rushing towards Obito. The fourth Raikage's attack was so intense that ordinary people couldn't react at all, and they didn't even see a shadow. However, in the face of Obito's Rinnegan, the opponent was ultimately like an egg hitting a rock. Obito held out a hand, a hint of disdain still lingering on his lips. Cloud Shinobi, let me see how much energy you have left. 10 minutes later, Advertisement Sanheshwan was in a mess, with blood and corpses everywhere, like a plain trampled by wild beasts. Obito wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at the dim-eyed fourth Raikage at his feet, his whole body pierced by the 6 paths black rods. There was still an expression of disbelief on the other person's face, as if he had realized for the first time that there are always people better than you. Obito snorted, the shallow eyes of ordinary people will never see the world that the Sharingan is looking at. You, the fourth Raikage raised his finger with all his strength and pointed at Obito, but then lowered his head unwillingly. The life of a great hero came to an end, roar. A gigantic octopus Mino-headed monster roared towards the sky and rushed towards Obito. Obito formed a seal with one hand, and a demon-like figure emerged from the ground. It was the restored Gedo statue. Obito stood on it, staring coldly at the group of Cloud Shinobi. Cloud Shinobi expelled today. On a stone peak in the dark, a black crow looked on calmly, its red eyes slowly turning into darts. Obito is too strong. The only one who can stop him is Rukumo. Compared with the tragedy of this battlefield, the war between Liu Yun and the Kingdom of Earth was just a joke. Even the bandits' attack on Goose City was more intense than it. The moonlight comes quietly, making it impossible to guard against it. Iwagakure was beaming with joy. The whole village was decorated with red lanterns, red satin, and added a touch of human touch to this mud-colored hidden village. Liu Yun was wearing a bright red robe with a red flower on his chest. The speaker next to him was playing "Good Luck Comes," making it feel like a festival. The black soil next to her was wearing a red belt and a silver bridal gown, with a phoenix coronet and a bridal robe. After dressing up, the once heroic Haidu now has a kind of Jongmin gentleness, which makes people want to hold him in their arms and take good care of him. Haidu twisted his body and complained to Liu Yun. "What kind of clothes are you wearing? They are so tight." Liu Yun smiled and replied, "This is the new dress for the bridal chamber." Enter the bridal chamber? Well, it's a happy event for adults. Everyone was eating and drinking, when suddenly a shadow clone ran in hurriedly. "Something bad is happening, something bad is happening." Liu Yun was drinking from the cup of wine with Haidu, and when he heard this, he immediately turned his gaze to the little Zhuangfeng shadow clone. "What is it?" Xiao Zhuangfeng shouted, "Report to the king, the main force of Cloud. Cloud Shinobi was wiped out, the fourth Raikage was killed, and Killer B was captured." Upon hearing this, the shadow clones immediately turned their backs on him. "The fourth Raikage is just a commoner in the wilderness. What does his death have to do with us?" Liu Yun praised. "Yes, everyone, it's time to eat and drink." Chapter 340. I am a little bit, wait. Liu Yun suddenly realized a problem. "What's wrong?" Haidu asked. Liu Yun slapped his thigh and said, "Oh no, I still have 2 concubines in Cloud Shinobi. I wonder if they have been implicated." Haidu was furious. "Damn you, I'm going to kill you." Liu Yun used one hand to block the black dirt on Ma Sananeng's body, and with the other hand he directed Shadow Clone, "Go get the news quickly, don't let my little wife get into danger." Clear. Onoki and the Rock Shinobi executives were sulking in a corner. Liu Yun originally wanted to lock all these people up in the dungeon and let them pick up soap for the rest of their lives. But after much persuasion, Haidu finally persuaded Liu Yun to give them some freedom. Shadow Clone keeps track of the group's movements at all times and has also sent the Paw Patrol to monitor them, led by Akamaru. When the news of the Raikage's death came, all the Rock Shinobi were shocked. The expressions on Onoki's face changed 8 times in 1 second, which is a model of Beijing Film Academy. Alas. Raikage was also a hero. I didn't expect him to be gone like this. It's really fate, it's fate. Onoki wanted to recite a few lines of poetry to express his romantic feelings, but he didn't have much knowledge, so he could only sigh a few times. Huang too drank the fine wine brewed by Liu Yun, and became more and more drunk the more he drank. The land of Earth is located in the north of the continent. The land is barren and cannot grow good crops, so naturally there is no good wine. Naturally, he became addicted to this fine wine made from grains from the south. After Huang too drank a mouthful of wine, he said something true. Although that kid robbed Hei too, it was very dishonest. But the other side brought people to fight like it was a game, and we Rock Shinobi suffered almost no casualties. Onoki snorted but didn't argue. Of course he knew it in his heart, but Liu Yun was the enemy, so no matter how delicious the sugar-coated bullet was, he could not indulge in it. One of Rock Shinobi's higher-ups echoed, "Yeah, if that brat gets serious, we'll probably end up like Cloud Shinobi. No, even worse." Everyone started talking. "It's also thanks to that boy's lust. We should all thank Haidu." Onoki looked unhappy. Liu Yun hadn't sent anyone to persuade them to surrender yet. The comrade's position was no longer firm. "Tell me, what are we going to do next?" "Let's surrender. Liu Yun shouldn't have kept us here just for Kuretsuchi's sake, right? We are still ninjas after all. Will this be unworthy of your name? Humph. Let's talk about it while that guy is still alive." Onoki's eyes widened. What had become of the former Wolf Stone? The spirit of the Rock Shinobi was being disintegrated bit by bit. It won't be long before Rock Shinobi becomes a thing of the past. Well, Onoki sighed. As people get older, all kinds of misfortunes come one after another. He had wanted to hold on to the tail of his youth and shake it, but now he seemed to have aged 10 years, and it was time to consider where to be buried. Advertisement suddenly, the shouting voices of the shadow clones were heard. "Bow to heaven and earth, bow to your parents." The couple bows to each other and enters the bridal chamber. Liu Yun held Haidu in his arms and waved his hand. "Brothers, I am going to the bridal chamber." "Congratulations." Liu Yun walked quickly, and Haidu hugged Liu Yun's neck with a red face. She was still a little shy about such an important matter as marriage. What's more, when the real combat comes, Haidu will be even more nervous. Onoki flew in the air and stopped the flowing clouds. Woof woof woof. The Paw Patrol jumped out and kept barking at Onoki, telling him to be a good dog and stay out of the way. Kuretsuchi glanced at Onoki and said, "Grandpa." Onoki's expression slowly relaxed from tense and serious. He landed on the ground and looked at Liu Yun with a stern look. Liu Yun, I know you are lustful, but you must not bully Haidu. She is my only granddaughter. If you dare to be mean to her." I will. Onoki thought about ways to threaten Liu Yun. He had just used suicide, and it would seem small-minded to use it again. Onoki then thought of a sinister trick, and said to Liu Yun with a solemn oath, "I will turn into a ghost and eat your ancestors' tributes crazily." As soon as Onoki said these harsh words, even the dogs stopped barking, as if everyone was frightened by Onoki. As a filial son, Liu Yun certainly couldn't let his ancestors down, so he patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, Liu Yun, dare to do and take responsibility, and I will never mistreat anyone around me. Remember what you said." Onoki looked at Liu Yun seriously, then flew into the sky, out of sight and out of mind. Kuretsuchi's eyes were moist as he watched Onoki go away. He was still so stubborn and obstinate, like a piece of stone. This old man. Liu Yun waved the black soil in his arms and gently kissed the tear marks at the corners of her eyes. The moonlight is hazy, and the spring dream is like a trace. After several hours of rapid travel, Shikamaru and Guy's team finally approached Rock Shinobi late at night. Eye roll. Neji opened his Byakugan and carefully observed the situation at the entrance of Iwagakure village. After a circle, Neji's eyes looked a little strange. Shikamaru asked, "Did you find anything?" Neji said, "Rock Shinobi doesn't have a sentry post. There are only a few dogs guarding there, led by Akamaru." Akamaru? Shikamaru was puzzled, remembering the previous information. After Naruto and his men were completely wiped out by Liu Yun, the other side took away a dog. I thought he had become a dog meat hotpot, but unexpectedly he was not dead yet. It seemed that he had been promoted and was given the important task of keeping watch. Advertisement. Shikamaru then said, "Continue the investigation. I need Liu Yun's location." Good. Neji continued to open his Byakugan, looking for the location of Liu Yun one by one. Then he discovered a huge amount of chakra at the limit of his Byakugan's vision. That chakra is very obvious. It is vast and boundless, like a sun, emitting dazzling light. Neji seemed to be stunned. Two masters can know each other's kung fu styles just by looking at each other. It was rumored that a strong man weighing over 200 pounds was beaten to a pulp by 5 lightning whips just for looking at an old man. Neji knew at a glance that they were definitely no match for him and that they couldn't even withstand a single blow. Guy noticed the strange look on Neji's face and asked, "What's wrong?" Neji closed his eyes, calmed down the fear in his heart, and said to them in a very serious tone, "I emphasize again, all of us may die in this mission. The mortality rate may even be as high as 90%. As soon as Neji finished speaking, everyone was shocked, except for the two green watermelon-headed guys. Guy clenched his fists, and it seemed as if the sea was beating against the rocks behind him, igniting his youth. As Konoha's blue beast, I usually deal with trivial matters, but today I can finally practice my youth. Xiao Li also shouted with full of passion, "Teacher Guy, it's on fire." Li, this is what youth should be like. Shikamaru looked at the two masters and apprentices in silence, and sighed in his heart. I really envy people like this who don't have much in their brains. At least they don't have to worry about so many things. Shikamaru, the team leader, shook his head, then looked at his companions carefully and said, "Our mission this time is mainly to investigate the situation of Rock Shinobi, so there is no need for unnecessary fighting. We should focus on investigation and be as careful as possible. Do you understand?" Everyone nodded. "In that case, take action." As soon as he finished speaking, the Konoha shinobi disappeared like a shadow. Akamaru walked around full of ambition, wagging his tail, looking down at the 50 or so dogs under his charge with disdainful eyes. Liu Yun formed a paw patrol along the way and made Akamaru the dog admiral. Being able to take care of so many dogs at such a young age, Akamaru's mentality is somewhat exploded, and he looks down on those who used to be inferior to him. Woof. Inuzuka Kiba, I, Akamaru, am rising. From now on, all the dogs in the ninja world will look up to me. A few afterimages flashed by, and Akamaru's keen sense of smell immediately discovered these people. Woof. Just as it was about to bark and catch someone, it was grabbed by a shadow. When he opened his eyes again, Neji's face came into view, and Akamaru recognized his old friend. Neji put his finger to his mouth. Shush. He signaled Akamaru not to make too much noise as it would attract the attention of the other dogs. Chapter 341. Dog Admiral Akamaru nodded his head. He still had some conscience and would never betray his former companion. Tenten approached Akamaru and asked quietly, "Good dog, do you know what happened to the third Tsuchikage and the other Rock Shinobi high-ranking officials?" Akamaru certainly knows the situation of the Rock Shinobi ninjas, and more than a dozen dogs under his command are still monitoring them. It immediately answered. Woof, 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 circle.operator omega circle.operator. Ino looked at Tenten speechlessly. How can Akamaru answer us? It can't talk. Tianshin scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Sorry. Guy's muscles suddenly tensed up and he felt a huge amount of chakra coming from behind, bringing a strong sense of oppression. It's Four Tails. Neji's Byakugan immediately spotted Four Tails' son Goku. At night, Four Tails is like a night mandrill, like a demon. Neji cursed inwardly. Damn it, I was careless and didn't notice this guy. Liu Yun's chakra was so huge that it directly covered the chakra range of Four Tails, causing Neji to not pay much attention. Just when everyone was prepared for the worst, Akamaru barked at Four Tails. Suddenly Four Tails squatted down obediently like a puppy, with a flattering smile on his face. What is going on? Shikamaru, the think tank, was completely confused. Akamaru shouted and Four Tails became obedient. Looking at the others, they were equally confused. When did Akamaru become so proud? Even the tailed beasts have to give him face. Akamaru tilted his head, enjoying this slight air of pretentiousness very much. After staying with Liu Yun for a few days, he learned to behave like a real human. Akamaru glanced at Four Tails with his dog eyes. The other party had just joined the Liu Yun Empire, so how could he catch up with its seniority? In the Empire, abilities and skills are not important, the most important thing is to learn how to flatter. Akamaru licked Liu Yun for 2 days and got the position of Dog Admiral. What a glorious position that was. Although Four Tails is a tailed beast, the Ryukumo Empire will not pamper it, at best, it is just a mount. As a cadre, Akamaru has a higher rank than it. As the saying goes, a rank 1 level higher can crush a person to death, let alone a rank 3 or 4 levels higher. Shikamaru breathed a sigh of relief, having escaped anyway. He rubbed Akamaru's dog head. Thank you, Akamaru. Akamaru posed modestly. Advertisement guy was delighted when he saw it. Wow, after not seeing you for a few days, Akamaru actually looks more like a human. Akamaru glanced at Guy with his dog eyes and barked, telling him what it meant when one has not been away for 3 days, one should look at him with new eyes. Shikamaru rubbed Akamaru's head again. Can you lead us to the 3rd Tsuchikage? Akamaru nodded. Woof. Akamaru wagged his tail, then turned around and led Shikamaru and his gang into Iwagakure. Shikamaru and the others were being cautious in the moonlight, but Akamaru barked and told them not to do so. Liu Yun's army is just a bunch of dogs, with basically no sense of crisis. The lights were dim at night, and the sound of clinking glasses could be heard faintly. Come and drink. Drink. Hey, look at this Binbin, he got drunk after just a few drinks, so lame. This Binbin is a loser, from what you said, you are very brave. Shikamaru and the others followed Akamaru and slowly moved into the innermost part of the camp, just as Akamaru had barked. The whole village reeked of alcohol, and shadow clones were stumbling all along the way. Among them, you can also see quite a few rock shinobi ninjas, getting along well with Liu Yun's shadow clone. The only thing missing is a sworn brotherhood ceremony in Taoyuan. Seeing this, Shikamaru whispered, even the tough as rock shinobi couldn't resist Liu Yun's sugar-coated bullets, can Konoha do it? Shikamaru gave Neji one more look. The storm brought by the flowing clouds did have an impact on Konoha. At the very least, the Hyuga clan seemed to be ready to make a move. Neji's senses were sharp, and he picked up Shikamaru's probing gaze. He didn't reply. There was indeed something strange going on within the Hyuga clan recently, as if they were planning something. He naturally knew the introduction. The ancient Tenseigan has reappeared in the ninja world, and as a follower of these eyes, Hyuga naturally has to follow. The reason why he didn't get on Liu Yun's path was simply because Liu Yun looked down on the Hyuga family. As a member of the branch house, and still a Jonin who belongs to the Hokage, Neji is caught in the middle, and people on both sides have some opinions about him. Shikamaru shook his head and continued to follow Akamaru's steps. The water in the village is too deep for him to control, so let the big guys worry about it. Advertisement, stop. Suddenly, a shadow clone jumped out from the darkness and stopped Shikamaru and his group. Everyone thought it was bad. Four Tails had been able to escape with the help of Akamaru before, but now he might be in trouble. Shadow Clone is a small diamond wind, and it also has its own speaker, which plays, "The king calls me to patrol the mountains." Xiao Zuangfeng pointed at the person behind Akamaru and asked, "Inu Admiral, who is behind you?" Woof. Woof. Akamaru barked twice, indicating that it was its servant who came to clean up the shit. Suoga. Xiao Zuangfeng nodded and made way. Shikamaru and the others were speechless again, thinking that this camp was really useless and Liu Yun's shadow clones were indeed a bunch of dogs. After going around in circles, we finally entered the center of Rock Shinobi. Shikamaru rubbed Akamaru's dog head and said, "Thank you, Akamaru. We will take you away after we complete the mission." Woof. Akamaru barked again, implying that they should not waste their time. Following Liu Yun was like finding a fellow dog and it was willing to stay here. Action. At Shikamaru's command, all members of the team dispersed and began to gather intelligence. There is a house in Iwagakure that is decorated in bright red and purple, which contrasts with the sadness of the surrounding area and looks like the house of a landlord. Liu Yun, who entered the sage mode, looked at the ceiling and thought about the sustainable development path of the ninja world. Liu Yun turned his head, his blue eyes met Haitu's, and then a hint of teasing appeared in his eyes. He sensed several unfamiliar chakras approaching. No, he was not unfamiliar. He was familiar with those chakras. They were ninjas from Konoha. There were also 2 feminine chakras, which he was familiar with. Yamanaka Ino gives heaven. Liu Yun instantly transformed from saint mode to beast mode. After collecting some information, Shikamaru couldn't hold back his curiosity and brought all the people to investigate Liu Yun's situation. The team carefully hid on the outer wall. They just wanted to use the Baikayan to remotely observe Liu Yun's situation and did not want to wake him up. Besides, at this time, he should be fast asleep. In fact, mortals only use their own short-sightedness to measure gods and immortals, and have no idea how long the other party can last. Chapter 342. Grab the weapon. Shikamaru whispered in Neji's ear. Use your Byakugan to check the target's situation. Be careful not to attract their attention. Neji nodded, veins popping out at his temples, his white eyes suddenly froze, as if he had seen something horrific. Ino grumbled quietly, is it necessary to be so careful? It's so late, he must be fast asleep. Liu Yun, am a night owl. The unfamiliar voice echoed Ino, and what followed was a chill as cold as the depths of the abyss. In an instant, 7 pairs of eyes all looked upwards. A young man in off-white clothes was looking down at them, his arms folded across his chest, his eyes disdainful, with a hint of mockery and ambiguity. Shikamaru's every word. Morning. Liu Yun smiled and responded, everyone from Konoha, welcome to my humble abode. Do you need my hospitality? What should I do? What should I do? Shikamaru was extremely anxious. He seemed almost certain to succeed, but unexpectedly, Liu Yun discovered his whereabouts. Shikamaru cursed, damn it, this guy is still awake so late. Liu Yun turned his gaze to Ino and Tenten, revealing a beastly smile. Are you so impatient to throw yourself into my arms? Pooh, Ino pouted, then put her hands on her hips and cursed Liu Yun. You big pervert, no matter how handsome you are, it doesn't matter. A pervert is a pervert. Tianshan didn't open his mouth to fire, but pulled out the large scroll on his back and prepared for battle immediately. Ino stood up and questioned Liu Yun. Liu Yun, why did you invade Iwagakure for no reason? The cloud slowly descended from the sky, its feet touching the ground, no more than 5 steps away from Ino. Ino thought Liu Yun would keep arguing about the correctness of his launching a war. Unexpectedly, Liu Yun spoke directly to him. Why? You're just jealous of Tsuchikage's granddaughter's beauty. Ino pointed at Liu Yun. Liu Yun smiled and said, yes, I am lustful. I am a pervert. Ino scolded, you're saying that as if it's your strength. Liu Yun nodded. Of course lust is my advantage. My biggest shortcoming in this life is that I didn't wake up to my true nature quickly enough. Rogue, Ino cursed again. Hey, being a hooligan is also one of my strengths. While Ino and Ryun were fighting, Shikamaru frantically thought of a plan. Advertisement: he has a high IQ, but he doesn't know how to solve this game. This is a dead-end game. The funny thing is that they were stupid enough to jump in. At this time, Liu Yun asked, what do you Konoha shinobi want to do here? Just to send me women? Ino snorted, Pa. You wish? It was the Hokage who asked us to support rock shinobi. Liu Yun waved his hand, a little embarrassed, and said, oh, then you were late. I have already become a relative of Onoki and have drunk the wedding wine. Ino humphed, crossing her arms, if that's the case, then we'll go back. She turned around, ready to sneak away with Shikamaru and the others. Suddenly, the surroundings became as bright as day, torches were raised from the darkness, and countless troops surrounded Ino and others. A shadow clone leader quickly knelt on one knee in front of Liu Yun and said, Your Majesty, please forgive us for being late in coming to your rescue. Liu Yun took out a Zhonghua cigarette from his bag, and a shadow clone cleverly lit it on fire. Liu Yun swallowed a mouthful of mist, and Kaido kneeled on the ground, saying to the shadow clone leader, No need, go to the frying pan yourself. Thank you, Your Majesty. You're welcome. A shadow clone walked up, holding Akamaru's neck and said, Your Majesty, this B************* D brought the bad guys into the village. Liu Yun glanced at Chiwon, and Chiwon lowered his head guiltily. Well, considering that this is your first offense and I am a merciful emperor, I will punish you by sterilizing you. Woof. Although Akamaru and Liu Yun are of the same kind, there are always intrigues between dogs. After dealing with the internal conflicts, Liu Yun turned his attention to Shikamaru and others who were standing back to back. Ino held the shuriken in her backhand and glared at Liu Yun. What do you want to do? Liu Yun shook off the ashes from his cigarette and said, I, Liu Yun, have always been generous. Since you let the guests miss the wedding banquet, let's host another banquet. Ino retorted, Do as you please, we need to go back to the village now. Liu Yun smiled and said, I see you don't understand at all. If you and Tianshan leave, who will be my bride? It's over, Liu Yun is going to be a hooligan. Shikamaru was shocked, he really walked into a trap. Ino held up her kunai and glared at Liu Yun, You filthy rascal, I will never let you get me. Liu Yun exhaled a puff of smoke, condensed into a heart and slowly flew towards Ino. Ino slapped him and said bluntly again, Just give up on this idea. Shadow Clone was furious. How dare you? His Majesty is the supreme ruler of the world. It is your blessing that he has taken a liking to you. Don't be ungrateful. I would rather not have this blessing, Ino said firmly. Advertisement: Since soft tactics don't work, Liu Yun will resort to hard tactics. He stomped the cigarette butt hard under his foot and said sternly, You, Yamanaka Ino, and Tenten must stay here today. It's useless even if the Sage of Six Paths come, I say. Tianshan finally couldn't stand Liu Yun's roguery anymore and couldn't help but curse, You filthy rascal. Liu Yun waved his hand and said, Brothers, grab your weapons and grab my wife. Shadow Clone instantly howled like a wolf, Ola. Shikamaru and the others protected Ino and Tenten, and took up their weapons to alert the surroundings to the Shadow Clone of Liu Yun. A sturdy green-skinned Kappa clenched his hands and chanted, The time to implement youth has finally come. Guy took off the backpack on his back, and then used a whirlwind kick to roll all of Liu Yun's men into the sky, and white smoke exploded. A space was cleared around them, and Guy stood alone in front of Shikamaru and the others, facing Liu Yun's army alone. Liu Yun looked at the determination on Guy's face and realized that Guy was going to use him to practice his youth. Guy, What do you want? Guy clasped his hands together like a martial artist seeking advice. I want to challenge you. The voice is loud and the will is as strong as a mountain. Xiao Li looked at Guy's back and couldn't help raising his hand. Teacher Guy, are you going to? Guy turned around and gave a thumbs up to Xiao Li, Neji and others. It is my duty as a Jonin of Konoha to protect you, the younger generation of Konoha. Shikamaru asked, Guy-senpai, what do you want to do? Guy didn't say anything, turned around and looked at Liu Yun seriously. Liu Yun, I want to fight with you, Shikamaru asked Xiao Li beside him. What does Senior Guy want to do? Will he be a match for Liu Yun? Xiao Li clenched his fist and explained, it's the 8 inner gates. Teacher Guy wants to defeat that guy with the last death gate of the 8 inner gates. 8 inner gates, see men? Shikamaru was puzzled. He was not omniscient and omnipotent. He only knew that the 8 inner gates would have serious consequences and would be life-threatening. As Guy's student, Neji is very familiar with Guy's forbidden technique. He added, each of the 8 inner gates consumes lives in exchange for extremely powerful combat power, and each gate has a greater load than the last. When you reach the 8th gate, Guy-sensei will gain power 10 times greater than the 5 kage, but the price is death. Ino was shocked. Death? Shoji also fell silent, staring blankly at Guy's broad back. Advertisement Chapter 343, Youth Rings, Kishimoto calls mother. Liu Yun looked at Guy and smiled. Guy, if I'm not mistaken, you want to use the 8 inner gates 8th gate's death gate to deal with me. Guy was surprised. How do you know? Liu Yun smiled and said, not only do I know it, I can also use it. 8 inner gates open. Under Guy's horrified gaze, a light blue aura emanated from Liu Yun's body, like the jet of a fighter jet. At the same time, the opponent's physical characteristics are the same as those described in the 8 inner gates. Guy immediately asked, 8 inner gates? You can do it too? Liu Yun dispersed his arrogance and smiled faintly. Of course, I know all the forbidden techniques of Konoha, such as Flying Thunder God technique, Reanimation Jutsu, Harem technique. I can do all of these, Guy. Do you think you can compete with me? Guy clenched his fists. Even if what you said is true, I will not be discouraged. The stronger you are, the better. The stronger I am, the more I can carry out my youthful martial arts training for half my life. Liu Yun spread his hands. I really can't do anything to you. I know you want to use the death gate, so, come on. Good. Guy said this and immediately took off the weights on his body. Pa. The iron body smashed into the air, causing smoke and dust to billow, and a thunderous sound was heard. 8 inner gates. Grandma Lee knocks on the door. Open. A light blue aura rose thickly, and Team Shikamaru was shocked at the weight of the burden placed on Guy. Ino covered her mouth in surprise. That weird uncle actually wore such a heavy weight? Xiao Li clenched his fists and was also encouraged by Guy. Teacher Guy. Teacher Guy. Teacher Guy's youth is burning. At this moment, Guy's eyes were wild, his skin was red, and a blue aura was rippling all over his body. Liu Yun spread his hands and said, to respect you, I won't use any ninjutsu. I will fight you purely with taijutsu. Guy didn't reply, but suddenly turned into a light blue line. When he appeared, he punched Liu Yun in the chest, knocking Liu Yun backwards. Only the echo of Liu Yun remained. I haven't even called the start yet, you sneak attack me. Guy's punch seemed to have a force of 1,000,000 pounds, which was attached to Liu Yun's body, allowing him to break through dozens of rock shinobi's earthen houses and be beaten out of the village. The noisy sound naturally woke up the rock shinobi ninjas and villagers, who all cursed what the dogs outside were doing and whether they would let them sleep or not. Shikamaru and the others stared with wide eyes at the long mark created by Guy's punch, which went straight across the entire Iwagakure. Ino couldn't help but be surprised. Is this the power of 8 inner gates? Neji shook his head. No, this is only the 7th gate. The death gate will be dozens of times stronger. Neji's Byakugan closely followed the rolling range of Liu Yun. Liu Yun's vitality dropped to a low point for a moment, but recovered in an instant. Advertisement this amazing recovery ability. Neji was surprised. Liu Yun stopped by holding a rock as a buffer. Guy's heavy punch really made Liu Yun uncomfortable, even some of his joints and veins were dislocated. But Liu Yun's powerful recovery ability adjusted him in a blink of an eye. Guy instantly appeared in front of Liu Yun, and the two moved the battlefield outside the village. Liu Yun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, then looked at Guy with amusement. Guy, your fist is very hard, but the Jingmun alone cannot cause effective damage to me. Guy raised his right fist and pounced like a tiger. The battle of 8 inner gates was extremely short, and Guy had no time to brag with Liu Yun. He had to devote himself to the battle. Guy came like lightning, and Liu Yun didn't need any ninjutsu. It was really difficult for him to fight back with physical skills. After all, no matter how advanced the Otsutsuki sage body is, it is still not enough in front of the physical technique like 8 inner gates. So, 8 inner gates, close the gates, open. Liu Yun just wants to use 8 inner gates to defeat 8 inner gates. Dad once said that only magic can defeat magic, and the same is true. Different people's physiques will gain different levels of power by stacking 8 inner gates. Liu Yun used the 5th gate to fight against Guy's 8th gate. To be honest, he felt that it was a bit high, after all. He was the eldest brother of the gods. Guy struck with a heavy punch, which brought with it a tremendous wind pressure, like a sickle that could tear apart people's hearts. Bump, Liu Yun blocked it with a punch, and a tornado was created around the two men as they collided. Liu Yun's body was filled with the aura of 8 inner gates. That aura alone was enough to compete with Guy's 7th gate, and it even had a subtle side that suppressed the opponent. Guy was a little bit unbelievable. Duman alone has such powerful strength. Your physical fitness is the strongest among those I have ever seen. Is there more to it than that? Liu Yun smiled faintly, and the power of dragon and tiger burst out from his body. He gradually pressed Guy back and kicked him dozens of meters away. Guy landed on the ground, his body uncontrollably releasing the 8 inner gates, and was kicked by Liu Yun. He felt as if his overnight meal was about to be beaten out. Too strong, he's basically a monster. Even with Guy's optimistic attitude, he couldn't help but feel a little afraid. But in the blink of an eye, Guy's brain was replaced by an endless fighting spirit. The stronger the enemy, the more it could prove his youth. Back then, his father practiced the ninja way of youth in front of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Today, Guy also wants to practice his own ninja way. Guy's pupils shrank slightly, and all the muscles in his body were trembling, relaxing and contracting, and his bones were rubbing against each other. Gradually, red steam appeared on his body. Advertisement. This is the precursor to the 8 inner gates. Then a loud shout was heard. 8 inner gates, Death Gate, open. The entire earth was replaced by red color, and a man with red vapor emanating from his entire body. With feet on the ground, he is as strong as an iron will and never yields to the heavens. Liu Yun finally got serious and took off his shirt, revealing his strong upper body. Come on, Guy, let me see your youth. Ha, 1 foot. Guy swung his fist forward and directly fired an air cannon. The huge pressure swept through Liu Yun's whole body in an instant. The enormous impact force caused Liu Yun's face to rub against the ground, leaving a wound more than 10 meters long. Then Guy stepped forward quickly, 2 feet, 3 feet. All of them were thrown at the same time, and the last punch hit Liu Yun's back, tearing him into pieces. This is the evening sign of the 8 inner gates formation. 6 paths Madara, who has absorbed 10 tails, has a hard time dealing with it. Liu Yun is accepting it so openly, if it is nothing but courting death. Kia Liu Yun is just looking for death. Bite. You were killed by Might Guy who opened the death gate. Experience points plus 200. Success. Success. Xiao Li was a little bit unbelievable. Teacher Guy who opened the death gate killed Liu Yun in one wave. What kind of power? Neji screamed in horror. No, that guy is back to life. Everyone looked into the distance. The flowing clouds that were torn into pieces by the air cannon formed a ball of blood mist, which rose towards the sky, giving people a weird feeling. Slowly, a large mass of flesh appeared out of thin air, followed by hundreds of flowing clouds. Just like the scene where Pooh splits apart in Dragon Ball, these clouds are made of flesh, and each one carries extremely powerful strength. Neji was horrified. This guy won't die, he's an immortal monster. Everyone was shocked. They finally discovered Liu Yun's secret. The only way to deal with an immortal monster is to seal him, and Ino is the only one among them who knows how to seal. Moreover, Ino's sealing technique is only half-baked, not enough to subdue Liu Yun. What should we do now? Shoji asked anxiously. When faced with this kind of monster, even Guy who opened the death gate was unable to do anything. How should they deal with him? Everyone turned their eyes to Shikamaru's face, waiting for his decision. Chapter 344 Andy Lau Shikamaru looked at the red figure of Guy in the distance, gritted his teeth, and made a decision that went against his ancestors. Let's go. While Senior Guy is holding that monster back, let's escape. Xiao Li clenched his fists. Are you going to give up, Teacher Guy? Shikamaru said, this is not giving up, but it is Guy Senpai's awareness. This is why he stood in front of us. Come on, stop talking. I'm the captain, you all have to listen to me. The few of them had no choice but to slip away while Liu Yun's army was watching the fun. Liu Yun snapped his fingers in the sky, and suddenly the skylight curtain lit up, and the live broadcast began. Guy's swan song battle is worth broadcasting, but at this late hour in the evening, only those who are interested can watch it. Onoki climbed out of bed, flew to a roof and looked at the scene in the distance. A man in red steam is confronting Liu Yun. Onoki shook his head. It's useless. That boy is a monster. Even if Senju Hashirama or Uchiha Madara were reincarnated, they wouldn't be his match. In the land of lightning, on a cliff, Obito occupied this place after killing the 4th Raikage, and controlled the Rinnegan alone to absorb the 8-tails Gyuki. The members of the evil team watched Obito's actions from the side. Suigetsu looked at the huge golem and said with relish, it's so huge. I wonder who can stop it when it goes berserk. Kisame interrupted. This golem was torn apart by Liu Yun before, and Obito had a hard time repairing it. After working hard, Obito stretched and said to the pitcher plant next to him, now we only need 4-tailed beasts, 1 tail, 3 tails, 4 tails, and 9 tails. White Zetsu nodded and added, 1 tail Shukaku went into the desert, 3 tails hid in the sea, 4 tails was captured by Liu Yun, and 9 tails Jinchuriki is nowhere to be seen. Obito, which one should we capture next? The only one we can be sure of is 4 tails. Obito was silent, considering it in his mind. Liu Yun's strength made him very hesitant, and now was not the best time to start a fight with him. Make every effort to find 1 tail, 3 tails, 9 tails Jinchuriki, and Liu Yun, and then clean up last. White Zetsu nodded. Got it, Obito thought of one more thing. Has that person been found? White Zetsu's eyes sparkled. He's here, and he's full of sincerity. Obito was surprised. Oh. A strange ninja wearing a red windbreaker, a hood and a white snake hanging on his body appeared on the scene. Advertisement. The person who came to the rescue said, Yakushi Kabuto. No, I'm Kabuto Orochi now. Orochi Kabuto Jakioto. Obito didn't care about the other person's name, but asked, what can you bring? Kabuto Orochi replied, Impure World Reincarnation, the power of the Pure Land, even Uchiha Madara. Obito's pupils shrank slightly, and he felt a strong desire to kill this person in his heart, but he stopped the killing intent and smiled. Interesting. Orochi Kabuto also laughed evilly, his eyes always on Sasuke who was healing in the distance, his tongue stretched out, very greedy. At this moment, the sky's light curtain lit up and everyone's eyes looked upwards. Obito saw Guy and Liu Yun at a glance. Guy, he looks like this. With just one glance, Obito felt that Guy was not someone he could easily mess with. Even he could not handle that violent aura. Even though Liu Yun was resurrected from Shishong, Guy did not feel the slightest bit of fear. All he had in his heart now was the will to fight and the determination to strike out. Guy stepped on the ground and kicked out a hole several dozen meters long. Then he rushed into the sky like a cannonball and his figure moved. The cannon punch was thrown out, and waves of air cannons were like missiles washing the ground, tearing apart Liu Yun's physical clone. In the end, only Liu Yun's original body was left. Guy roared, broke through the air, and rushed over like a god or demon. Liu Yun took a deep breath, and the energy in his body boiled like magma. 8 inner gates, Jingmun, open. Liu Yun exuded a terrifying aura and greeted Guy's arrival with full fighting spirit. Bang! The two fists collided, creating a rumbling sound in the air, like thunder in the sky. After the exchange of fists, it was the fight of legs and feet. Guy kicked hard, and Liu Yun's iron elbow smashed down. Guy turned and fled like a nimble snake. Then he put his hands together and made a hand seal. Andy Lau. Using the death gate to attack the daytime tiger is even more powerful, and the white tiger turns red. Advertisement. Liu Yun roared, clenched his iron fist, and with his muscles and bones working together, he punched forward with a heavy punch. Jackie Chung. The air cannon formed by the heavy punch is an iron-eating beast. The beasts fight each other, causing chaos in the sky. The people watching the fight widened their eyes. This level of physical combat was a collision of the highest order. Both of them represent the pinnacle of physical skills, and every move they make reaches a level that is difficult for ordinary people to understand. Onoki's mouth was full of amazement. Konoha still has such a person, who can actually stop Liu Yun for so long. It is worthy of being the cradle of geniuses. What a shame. What a shame. That forbidden technique won't last long. With Onoki's vision, he naturally saw the disadvantages of 8 inner gates. This forbidden technique was too heaven-defying and no mortal body could withstand it. Konoha. It was late at night, but Tsunade had no intention of sleeping, and silently watched Guy's struggle. Seeing that Guy had opened the door to death, his decision was made and there was no turning back. Tsunade sighed and clenched her hands, praying that Guy could defeat Liu Yun. At Kakashi's house, Kakashi sat on the eaves, and all he could convey at this moment was prayer. Guy, come on. Mount Myoboku, Naruto, who was sitting on the high-rise plank, lost his concentration and fell off, but he shouted loudly, Uncle Guy, come on. Countless people watching the battle through the light curtain were praying for Guy. If they could turn into light, Guy would have turned into Tiga long ago. Obito sighed, I didn't expect Guy to have such a killer move. It turns out that we can't underestimate the last one. There was a greedy look in Orochi Kabuto's eyes, and he thought to himself, if he could possess Guy's body, wouldn't it be the infinite 8 gate? But he shook his head, and with his scientific eyes he could see it. Guy is burning his life, his flesh is charring. Once the fight is over it will turn into charcoal, not even a single cell will remain. What a pity. In the center of the battlefield, Andy Lau and Jackie Chung fought to a draw. Liu Yun and Guy landed, and the two fought violently among the high mountain peaks of Rock Shinobi. The pleasure of punching each other and hitting each other is what belongs in the battle between men. Chapter 345 Youth ends, because Liu Yun turns off Guy's speakers. Bite. Might Guy inflicted 1,000 critical hits on you. Bite. Might Guy inflicted 2,000 critical hits on you. Liu Yun laughed out loud, with a perverted look on his face. It's so enjoyable, I haven't had such a great time in a long time. Guy punched Liu Yun in the face, breaking his facial bones. But Liu Yun's face was still full of fanaticism and morbidity. He was arrogant and domineering. He laughed up to the sky, great. The powerful Otsutsuki Sage body was activated, instantly repairing the wounds on Liu Yun's body. Looking at Guy again, his clothes were torn, revealing his dry black skin. His whole body was burning and starting to char. Liu Yun said to Guy, Guy, you don't have much time left? Guy naturally knew it. He took a deep breath, stepped forward, put his hands on the ground, and posed the prelude of Night Guy. At this moment, Guy thought a lot, but what finally stayed on his mind was the moment when Might Dai fought against the 7 ninja swordsmen alone. Father, your youth blossomed at that moment, and now is the time to practice the way of ninja. A red dragon ignited on Guy's body, rising up violently, and rushing towards the flowing clouds with the momentum of turbulent mountains and rivers. Liu Yun took a deep breath, a strong aura burning on his body, and looked at Guy with fanaticism on his face. Come on, Guy. Among those who have fought me, your physical skills are the strongest. Liu Yun, am willing to call you the strongest. Guy came charging forward with a giant red dragon. At that moment, he seemed to have transformed into the setting sun, becoming the red light that illuminated the darkness. All the spectators clenched their fists, and this seemed to be a hope that could shake the heavens. Xiao Li gritted his teeth and said, Teacher Guy, come on. Guy-senpai, come on, come on. Everyone is blessing Guy and praying that he can kill God. Before dawn, this red light illuminates the world. Night Guy. Guy's kick came straight at him, with such a huge impact force that even the air collapsed. Liu Yun seemed to be trapped in a small space and couldn't perform any moves. Advertisement: this kick seemed to possess the power of hundreds of years. Liu Yun blocked it, and in an instant, Guy's night Guy kicked Liu Yun, breaking his hand bones, and then pierced through his whole body. Then he tore the flesh and blood like a blender and kicked Liu Yun into a ball of ash. Bite. Might Guy kicks you to death with Night Guy, experience points plus 1000. The sun's rays rose from above the earth, and the first rays of dawn shone on Guy's scorched red body. Guy knelt weakly on the ground, his heart beating slowly at this moment, getting longer and longer, as if it had reached the end. Father, I did it, Guy muttered. Everyone's eyes were frantically searching for Liu Yun's figure, but there was no place in the sky or on the ground where he could be found. Many people were excited that this demon, the source of chaos, had finally been eliminated. Moreover, a grave appeared at the original location, with Liu Yun's head hanging on the tombstone. Open black lens bracket Tsunade. Fortunately, this guy was finally eliminated. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Chirumi Mei. What a pity for this handsome boy. Close black lens bracket. Obito. It's all over now. That guy even has his tombstone erected. Open black lens bracket Tsunade. Wait, where is the grave? Close black lens bracket. Liu Yun crawled out from the grave, waved at the light curtain and smiled mischievously. Might Guy failed. The joy that had just risen in the crowd disappeared again, and they all sighed inwardly that this guy had a long life. Liu Yun turned off the light curtain and looked at the guy kneeling in front of him. The other's eyes dimmed and his body was still smoking. It had been completely charred. Guy didn't make a sound of disappointment, but instead praised with difficulty. You are so strong, but it's a pity. You can only fight once. Liu Yun placed one hand on Guy's head, and a steady stream of wood-style chakra flowed into the other's body. From now on, don't try so hard. Shikamaru and the others walked in the secret passage of Rock Shinobi with their heads down, and no one spoke. Everyone was silent in a sad atmosphere. Guy used his life to buy them time, and everyone felt bad. Woof. A dog barked, followed by dozens of dogs barking. Torches lit up out of nowhere, illuminating Shikamaru and others who were hiding in the darkness. Shikamaru thought to himself that something was wrong. Liu Yun would not let them leave so easily. Woof. Advertisement. Shikamaru looked ahead and saw Akamaru, a dog, standing in front, followed by dozens of dogs and a huge monster, which was 4 tails. Shikamaru was a little overwhelmed. Akamaru, what do you want to do? Akamaru. Woof, woof, woof. 4 tails helped translate. The boss wants to use your heads to pay for his crime. Sorry everyone. Ino cursed. Damn it, Akamaru, you actually betrayed us. Woof. Akamaru barked, allowing 4 tails to catch them. The huge monster 4 tails pounced forward and captured Shikamaru and others in an instant. There was reluctance in Akamaru's eyes, but when he looked down at his balls, a moment of determination rose in his heart. Sorry man, I can't lose my balls. Maybe it didn't realize its own character and became more dog-like than before. It seems that I have been staying with Liu Yun for too long. After being resurrected, Guy jumped around vigorously, unable to believe that he could be resurrected after opening the door of death, and that his body was free of any problems. He asked Liu Yun, Why did you resurrect me? Liu Yun leaned against a rock and said nonchalantly, because you made me feel very comfortable in fighting. You are a good opponent, and you can barely fight me after opening the death gate, so I will give you a life. Guy scratched his head. Oh, how can I repay you? He is also a thick-skinned person. Since the other party resurrected him and helped him, Guy should repay the other party. Liu Yun originally wanted Guy to join his forces, but then he thought that Guy's personality was not suitable for the Liu Yun Empire. Too honest, too serious. Forget it, go back to your village, I don't want your reward anymore. Guy shook his head. No, you helped me so much, I have to repay you. Liu Yun spread his hands. No, I don't need your reward. It still won't work. Dad said that we shouldn't eat other people's food for free. I must find a way to repay you. Then I want Kakashi's head, go get it for me. Guy was in a dilemma. This. Liu Yun waved his hand. Go home quickly, Guy said, will this? Liu Yun moved instantly and hit Guy's neck with a knife. Why are you talking so much? Come on pangolin, send him back to Konoha. A pangolin crawled out of the soil, nodded, accepted Liu Yun's task, and then grabbed Guy and ran towards Konoha. Liu Yun stood up, put his hands on his hips, looked at the red sun, and thought to himself that today would be a comfortable and nice day. Chapter 346. Men castrate themselves, women enter the palace. At dawn, the army of Liu Yun began to empty the entire rock shinobi and flowed towards the kingdom of Wind in a mighty force. This barren land was not as good as the black soil that fascinated Liu Yun. After destroying the nobles and daimyo system of the land of earth, Liu Yun left a few shadow clones as archons and went back. In the army's chariot camp, Shikamaru and the others were tied up tightly, with a dog biting each of their feet to prevent them from breaking free. Liu Yun leaned on the dragon throne, holding a fist-sized purple fruit in his hand. It was the chakra fruit, each worth 10,000 experience points. Liu Yun tasted the fruit gently. As his strength increased, most things in the system space became less and less useful to him. But chakra fruit is a good thing. The Otsutsuki clan has searched the universe for suitable planets to grow it, so they naturally know the effect of this magical thing. One puff can prolong your life and make you feel high. It is more addictive than betel nut and cigarettes. More importantly, Liu Yun can intuitively feel the increase in his strength. Akamaru squatted in front of Liu Yun properly, with his tongue stretched out, both greedily for the fruit in Liu Yun's mouth and wanting to flatter him. Liu Yun looked at Akamaru and smiled. You will be credited with the first merit for catching them. In this case, since your merits and demerits offset each other, I will leave you an egg. Woof. Akamaru was anxious. Liu Yun smiled and said, I was just kidding you. After he ate up all the flesh in one gulp, he threw the core of the chakra fruit to Akamaru. Reward you. Akamaru didn't despise it and took it in one gulp, greedily absorbing the remaining residue. The biological instinct made it feel that what Liu Yun gave it was a great treasure. As expected by the dog, Akamaru evolved at a speed visible to the naked eye. His body became bigger and bigger, his hair became thicker and thicker, and he looked vaguely like a tiger or wolf. Shikamaru and the others looked at it in disbelief. What kind of magic pill did he take? Akamaru has turned into a big tiger. After rewarding the heroes, Liu Yun began to deal with Shikamaru and others. Xiao Li suddenly yelled at Liu Yun. Why, teacher guy tried so hard, but you are not hurt at all. Xiao Li couldn't believe Liu Yun's condition, even if his clothes were torn and his face was dirty. As long as he suffers a little injury, Xiao Li can find some comfort, and that means Guy's desperate efforts are worth it. But no, Liu Yun didn't have a single scar on his body, and he was still as aloof as before. Advertisement in this way, Xiao Li felt that Guy's efforts were in vain and it was like a joke. Liu Yun shook his head. It seemed that the silly boy Xiao Li naively thought the guy was dead. After all, once the door of death is opened, youth is doubled, and after that, life is wasted. Liu Yun replied to Xiao Li calmly. This is the reality. You chase after it with all your might, but in the end it's all in vain. Mortals should just crawl on the ground and make way for the gods. Xiao Li was full of dissatisfaction. Teacher Guy's sacrifice was meaningful. He practiced his youth in his own ninja way. I also want to be like him and burn my afterglow. Xiao Li struggled violently and knocked away the two dogs that were biting his feet. Then he opened the door and rushed towards Liu Yun with burning green energy. Liu Yun rested his head on the armrest, as if he didn't care at all about Xiao Li's attack. Just as Xiao Li was about to hit Liu Yun's Tensagen emitted a bright light, and Xiao Li fell to the ground uncontrollably and fainted. Tianshan shouted anxiously. Xiao Li! Xiao Li! Xiao Li had already fainted and could not hear Tianshan's calls at all. Liu Yun smiled. His illusion technique had reached the point where whoever he glared at would get pregnant, so it was easy for him to make a girl with a watermelon-like head. Tianshan glared at Liu Yun. What did you do to Xiao Li? Liu Yun's gaze gradually turned to Tianshan. I fell in love with her at first sight. It's not that she is so beautiful every day. There are many beauties around Liu Yun. The strange thing is that every day gives me the feeling of flowing clouds. This girl with traditional Huxia style, wearing a white jacket and two buns, gave Liu Yun a sense of familiarity. Liu Yun's wolf-like gaze frightened Tianshan. She quickly lowered her head and suddenly thought of Liu Yun's title of devil. She couldn't help feeling sad for her future. Shikamaru looked at Liu Yun seriously and said word by word. Liu Yun, you left us here to kill but not to kill. What do you want to do? What? Liu Yun turned over and said lazily. The women are kept to enter the palace and the men are castrated. This is called perfect utilization. Liu Yun's humiliation was like a thorn in the chest of several people, making them angry. Ino yelled. Liu Yun, forget it. Liu Yun snorted. Humph. Liu Yun, have nothing to fear. Even the six paths would be afraid of me when I act like a beast. How can you be so petty like me? Advertisement Ino was full of determination. I would rather bite my tongue and kill myself than give in to you. Then bite it. Liu Yun blocked Ino's way with just one sentence. Ino looked at Liu Yun angrily and wanted to bite his tongue to commit suicide, but he didn't have the courage. Liu Yun smiled and said, You Konoha shinobi are soft-hearted and don't take hardship. Now I'm going to give you two girls, Ino and Tenten, a choice. First, follow me from now on and you will have the best food and the best drinks, and I will release your companions. You better follow me. I will take care of you from now on. As for your companions, you can go to the palace and become eunuchs. There is no conflict between Liu Yun's two choices. Both of them want to keep Ino and Tianshan. But the second one embarrassed Shikamaru and the others. Neji is a straight man who doesn't expect to leave his fate in the hands of others. He looked directly at Liu Yun with his white eyes. Liu Yun, stop making trouble. If you want my life, come and take it. Shoji followed closely. Yeah, Liu Yun, stop using Ino and Tianshan to threaten us. Shikamaru was about to say something. They expressed their wish that the chickens would survive as long as they were alive, and die if they were dead, but unexpectedly, Liu Yun knocked them all down with just one look. Liu Yun retracted his gaze and said disdainfully, "Why are you barking? Is there any place for you to talk?" After getting rid of a few mosquitoes, Liu Yun turned his ambiguous gaze to Ino and Tianshan. "Now, what's your answer?" Ino and Tianshan looked at each other, and they knew very well that Liu Yun had evil intentions, which was to use their companions to force them into submission. But do they have a choice? No. Under the influence of the will of fire since childhood, Ino and Tendon cherished the relationship between partners very much. Liu Yun grasped this point. Right now, the whole village is afraid of Liu Yun's power. The higher-ups even wanted to sell out the Hokage in exchange for peace, and would not send reinforcements to save them. In this case, the only one you can rely on is yourself. But this choice is too cruel for two young girls. This is a lifelong event and is not something to be joked about. Silence. A long silence. Chapter 347. Wilderness. Liu Yun smiled and waited for their decision. He was not in a hurry because the result would be the same anyway. He loved to see the expressions on weak women's faces the most. The Japanese like this tune the most, and the theme of their movies is always about weak women being bullied by strong men. As time went by, the two girls silently lowered their heads and looked at the floor, falling into an unspeakable situation. Liu Yun stood up, stretched, and walked out of the car with Akamaru. Shadow Clone only had a few dozen guards left, the rest had already dissipated. The horsepower in front of the vehicle is 4 tails, and that's all the value of this thing. Haitu is heating up the oil in a pan, preparing to cook. Haitu also understands that she is now a woman and needs to master basic skills such as cooking and washing clothes. But she has always been destined to be a young lady, and she is still a long way from achieving success overnight. Liu Yun stepped forward. Haitu smelled Liu Yun's breath. She turned around and saw Liu Yun. Her little nose turned up and she got angry. "What? Why are you looking for me instead of staying inside with your new love?" Although their acquaintance was brief, even a textbook pervert and fool like Liu Yun could guess his motives. Liu Yun smiled, shamelessly blocking out Haitu's ridicule, and noticed the dark food in Haitu's pot. "This is," Haitu put down the shovel and said nonchalantly, "feed the dog." Akamaru craned his head, looked at what was inside and shook his head. It's so true that even dogs would shake their heads when seeing this. Liu Yun is also a ruthless person. In order to make Haitu smile, he served a bowl of dark food. "Of course I have to taste my wife's cooking myself." Liu Yun took a light bite. "Bite. Black soil causes 300 damage to you." This was a critical hit that only a cage-level warrior could inflict on Liu Yun, but Haitu's poison did it with ease. From this, it can be seen that for a young lady to cook is simply preparing poison. Advertisement Cloud Shinobi ate all the discomfort in his chest. After eating, he praised Haitu and said, "Not bad, you have a talent for cooking." Liu Yun really did not choose the wrong person. Akamaru's eyes were full of confusion. Is it so delicious? The dog couldn't control its mouth, so it licked the bottom of Liu Yun's bowl. Woo! *I. In an instant, Akamaru stretched out his 4 legs, stretched his tongue out, and fell into coma. When Liu Yun and Haitu met, they stared at each other and the air was filled with thick awkwardness. Finally, Haitu broke the silence. "Do I really have no talent for cooking?" Liu Yun walked closer and took Haitu's hand. "Everyone has their own talents. You don't have to underestimate yourself. Your cooking skills will improve if you practice more." Haitu felt a little touched. The beast Liu Yun still has some good points. At least he can understand her and comfort her. Liu Yun glanced at Akamaru and said to Shadow Clone next to him, "Since this dog is no longer viable, let's eat dog meat for lunch." Shadow Clone stepped forward with a knife. "Okay." Akamaru vaguely heard dog meat and immediately jumped in fright, moving away from Shadow Clone. Liu Yun teased Akamaru for a while and then took Kuretsuchi for a walk. The land of Earth has a complex terrain with many hills and mountains and, strangely, a lack of green plants. After reading this, Liu Yun wanted to compose a poem, Song of the Army, from the frontier to express his lament for the bitter coldness of the land of the country. Haitu asked, "You said that everyone has their own unique talent, so what is your talent?" Liu Yun was shocked by the simple words, "handsome." After the two of them played around for a while, they found a rock to sit on. Liu Yun leaned on Haitu's thigh and quietly looked at the desolation of the land of Earth. Haitu rubbed Liu Yun's temple and looked at his man quietly. "What would my future man look like if I hadn't met you?" Liu Yun thought about it and realized that by the time of the Boruto story, the 12 young warriors all had cubs, but their predecessor was still single. Advertisement Kakashi, Guy, Shizune. The same goes for Haitu. These people have such good chemistry that they have all agreed to stay single. Liu Yun replied, "No matter how good looking you are, can you be as good as me?" Vincent. Haitu pinched the skin on Liu Yun's temple, then she looked at the desolate mountains and asked Liu Yun in a low voice, "How are you going to govern the kingdom of Earth?" Liu Yun turned his head and looked at the land and said, "Have you heard of wood style?" Wood style. Kuretsuchi was stunned for a moment, then he thought of Liu Yun's intelligence. The intelligence did mention that Liu Yun performed wood style in Sunagakure, proving that he possessed the wood style talent. Liu Yun waved his hand, and in an instant a forest appeared out of thin air. Surrounded by green forests and pleasant floral scents, the black soil feels like the smell of Konoha in the center of the continent. This, Haitu, was a little bit unbelievable. The legendary bloodline limit of wood style really appeared, and Liu Yun used it with ease, as if it was innate. Isn't it beautiful? Liu Yun smiled and scratched Haitu's little nose. Haitu stood up and slowly approached the forest created by Liu Yun. It's real. It's not an illusion. Liu Yun folded a flower and placed it on Haitu's ear, which immediately added a touch of fragrance to the delicate female ninja. I told you, even if you need the stars in the sky, I will find a way to pick them for you. It just so happened that Haitu was a person who did not play by the rules. She looked into Liu Yun's eyes and said, then pick it for me. Liu Yun paused for a moment, really stumped. He can even bring down the moon from the sky, but stars are not the size of marbles. They are stellar bodies light years away. Just getting there is a problem, let alone transporting them back. Haitu looked at Liu Yun's gaze and smiled. At that moment, she was as beautiful as the flower beside her ear. You big fool, you are my man, how could I let you leave the earth? Chapter 348. This Hokage is no longer. After Liu Yun placed the black soil in her room, he returned to his camp and smiled at the two girls who were still silent. I will be returning to my capital soon. Do you still need to wait? Ino and Tenten were silent, both waiting for Time's answer. But Liu Yun would not wait. He sent out several shadow clones and asked them to carry Shikamaru and others out and send them back to where they came from. I choose the second answer for you. From now on, you are my woman. Ino raised her head, looked at Liu Yun with her pale green eyes, and said sternly, why do you have to get both of us? Liu Yun wiped the corner of his mouth with his fingers and replied, because I'm a pervert. Of course, you still have a way to save yourself, and that is to disfigure yourself, so that I can lose my interest in you. Disfigured? Ino's heart trembled. She was a girl who loved beauty, but she didn't have that kind of courage. But Tianshan on the side didn't have so much to think about. She picked up a kunai and prepared to cut her face. Bang! With a snap, a hand grabbed Tianshan's arm. Liu Yun slowly took off the sharp weapon from Tianshan's hand and looked at her in confusion. Am I, Liu Yun, so unbearable? I want you to not want to follow me even if I am disfigured. Tianshan glared at Liu Yun. I will not submit to a tyrant like you. Liu Yun smiled and gently pinched Tianshan's face, which was soft and tender. Not giving in to me? That would make me even happier. Konoha. Shizune rushed into the Hokage's office in a hurry. Tsunade is worrying about the impact of Shikamaru and others' mission failure. Guy died in the battle, and the others are missing. Except for Xiao Li and Tianshan, everyone else is no small figure. The Ino-Shika-Cho clans and the Hyuga clan are involved. If the news of their death came, Tsunade's support rate in the village would drop to a low point. It is inevitable that someone will want to purge the Emperor's side and punish the evildoers. She had a headache because she had been working intensively during this period of time because Liu Yun put too much pressure on her. Shizune's impatience made Tsunade feel uneasy. Could something big be happening again? Shizune, what happened? Advertisement. Shizune hurriedly replied, Master Tsunade, something bad has happened. The fourth Raikage was attacked by the Akatsuki and has been killed. He has also been captured along with 8 Tails Jinchuriki. Many high-ranking Cloud Shinobi fighters have also died in the battle. Cloud Shinobi village was even breached by the Akatsuki, with only some remnants escaping. Tsunade was shocked. What? Within one day, the 2 major countries of Yuntu were destroyed, and only the Fire Kingdom and the Water Kingdom remained of the 5 major countries. Shizune explained, Obito has the Rinnegan, and Uchiha Sasuke has opened the Mangekyo Sharingan. The Cloud Shinobi can't resist it at all. This, Tsunade felt deeply uneasy. The destruction of 2 major countries would have an impact that was not just a small international incident. The ninja world is really going to change now. Shizune, go get the map. Good. After a while, Tsunade and Shizune carefully studied the distribution of forces in the ninja continent. The territory of Liu Yun stretches from the Kingdom of Rain to the Kingdom of Wind and covers the Kingdom of Earth. It has become the largest territory and has basically completed the semi-encirclement of the Kingdom of Fire. This is troublesome. Tsunade had a headache. Shizune also had a worried look on his face, and then he thought of something and reported, by the way, Master Tsunade, Anbu Suzuki Yugao and Anko are both missing in the village, and Anbu has been searching for them all morning but couldn't find them. This? Tsunade's head started to hurt again. She hurriedly analyzed. What is the connection between the disappearance of these 2 people? Shion, Anko. They were both favored by the tyrant. Was it him who had someone kidnap them? Shizune shook his head. I don't know. Tsunade pulled her hair. I'm going crazy. I don't want to be the Hokage anymore. Whoever wants to be the Hokage can be the Hokage? She said as she was about to take off her Hokage robe. Shizune, grab the money and let's run. Shizune said helplessly, Master Tsunade, please stop making trouble. Tsunade weakly sat back in her seat, looking up at the sky, speechless. What should we do now? The village is struggling to deal with Uchiha Obito, let alone that tyrant. Shizune didn't say anything. The situation in the ninja world has been changing recently, and Konoha is like a lone sail, changing under the raging waves of the sea. Crunch, there was a noise of floorboards creaking, and a brown pangolin, larger than a dog, emerged from under the planks of wood, holding a large green-skinned kappa in its mouth. It was Liu Yun's pangolin and Guy. Guy was woken up by the pain of his face rubbing against a rock. Advertisement Tsunade saw Guy and a look of joy appeared on her face. Guy, you're not dead. Guy scratched his head and said a little embarrassedly. I should have died, but I didn't expect Liu Yun to save me. Tsunade was confused. Is he so kind? Guy was grateful to Liu Yun and said a few good things about him. He is a good person. He didn't even kill the puppy of the Inuzuka family. Instead, he kept it and promoted it to an official. By the way, although the rock shinobi was destroyed, there were no casualties. Liu Yun even married the granddaughter of Tsuchikage and became in-laws. Tsunade was a little bit unbelievable, stunned and asked, did Liu Yun go to destroy the Land Kingdom because he coveted the beauty of Tsuchikage's granddaughter? Guy scratched his head. This, apart from youth and passion, all he has in his mind is baby, and he doesn't understand it deeply enough. At this time, the pangolin on the side said, yes, your majesty admires Miss Haidu's beauty. It is so romantic to destroy the country of Haidu just to get a girl. Princess Tsunade, I advise you not to rebel against our majesty, but to obey our king. Ha! A white and tender fist struck downward, instantly turning the pangolin into a ball of smoke. Tsunade clapped her hands, snorted, and said disdainfully, a mere beast dares to threaten me, he really doesn't know how to live or die. After driving away Liu Yun's information dealer, Tsunade looked at Guy. Guy, are you the only one back? Guy was stunned, and then thought of his disciples. Damn it, I'm going to go back and get them back. Guy ran out of the door without saying a word and ran towards the Kingdom of Wind in a hurry. Guy! Tsunade shouted from behind, but she couldn't even catch his back. This guy, does he want to die again? The village can't afford to lose him again. Shizune, go find Kakashi and ask him to get Guy back. Okay. Liu Yun Empire, Forbidden City. With the hard work of wood-style shadow clone, the former Kingdom of Wind quickly got rid of the bitter cold and desert. The forests rise up and the grasslands are endless. Haidu was shocked and looked at the beautiful green world with his black eyes full of amazement. The desert that once was has become like this. Liu Yun nodded confidently beside him. Of course, don't you see who your man is? Chapter 349. Broad forehead, I'm better than you after all. Haidu cursed, you're so conceited. Tianshan and Ino also ran out. Although they hated Liu Yun for robbing them, they were still curious about Liu Yun's base. Although this tyrant was extremely lustful and licentious, one had to admit his ability. As expected, they were immediately attracted by this country that looked like the Konoha forest. Tenten and Ino Chunin had come to the Kingdom of Wind when they were taking the exam. At that time, there was nothing here except sand. But now, with trees growing thickly and luxuriantly, they would not be surprised to hear that it was within the territory of the Land of Fire. Onoki flew in the sky in amazement and exclaimed in amazement. How bizarre! How bizarre! In just a few days, you have transformed the Kingdom of Wind into something so beautiful. Wood style is really a great thing. No, it should be said that wood style is like sage of six paths in the hands of someone like you. Onoki flew down and looked at Liu Yun seriously. Boy, the land of earth is now yours too. You have to find a way to transform the soil there. No one wants to live in a cold and desolate place, so naturally the richer the better. Liu Yun nodded. Let's go into the city. The towering city is like a monster on the green plain, swallowing and spitting out a large number of people. As the construction of the city was completed, Liu Yun moved all the sand shinobi people into it. The original village was converted into a public restroom, with statues of the 4Kage serving as a ticket office. The flow of people in the city is not just from Sunagakure, but merchants from all over the country also patronize this place. This place has replaced the capital of the Kingdom of Wind and become a trade center. Merchants are profit-seeking, and after briefly confirming that Liu Yun and his men were a bunch of dogs, they put aside their worries and started doing business. The people of Iwagakure looked like a bunch of bumpkins, shouting and yelling. The Kingdom of Wind used to be poorer than them, so they, the Kingdom of Earth, could only find confidence in these people. Now they have climbed ashore and live a better life than them. Advertisement Rock Shinobi was envious but also couldn't help but say with regret, if only Lord Liu Yun had chosen our village as the capital, we would all be citizens of the Imperial City now. Onoki's mouth twitched. These guys were indeed dogs. They forgot their own last names in just one day. A young man with dark red hair and carrying a large gourd on his back came towards them from a distance. It's Gaara. Liu Yun smiled and said, brother-in-law, come and arrange for the Rock Shinobi people to move in. Gaara's mouth twitched. Liu Yun directly called him brother-in-law, and of course he understood. His own sisters had settled down in Liu Yun's palace, and she lied to him that they were working there washing clothes. Gaara finally realized that his sister was in love with Liu Yun, and after several struggles he finally accepted it. After all, there is no man in this world better than Liu Yun. But, it's just too sentimental. Gaara glanced at the three girls next to Liu Yun, all of them were of excellent looks. He sighed in his heart, this brother-in-law is too addicted. Fifth Kage. Gaara, Onoki stepped forward and looked into Gaara's eyes. The two looked at each other quietly for 2 seconds, and their eyes seemed to convey a sense of understanding. Their situations were roughly the same. Their villages were taken away by Liu Yun, their relatives' souls were taken away by Liu Yun, and they had no choice but to stay and help him. Gaara then shook his head and answered Onoki. The Kage is a thing of the past. I am now the director of the Sand Control Bureau. The Kingdom of Wind lacks trees and is full of sand, so the Sand Control Bureau is extremely important. He volunteered to take this position and participate in the process of land reform in the country. After some small talk, Gaara began to deal with the villagers and ninja accommodations of Rock Shinobi. Oinoki had a lot to talk about, so he followed Gaara. Liu Yun brought Kuretsuchi, Ino and Tenten to his palace, and asked Shadow Clone to take Ino and Tenten to visit the sisters Hinata and Hanabi. Liu Yun took Haidu to a palace. Advertisement: the palace is yellow in color, with a flavor of the land of earth, which makes Haidu feel familiar. Haidu looked around with satisfaction for a while, and finally nodded. I'll give you the all clear. She tiptoed gently and gave Liu Yun a light kiss on the face. A reward for you. Liu Yun smiled and said, thank you, my dear wife, for the reward. Jinlan Palace. Hinata and Hanabi moved into the Forbidden City where they lived, with small bridges and flowing water. Ino and Tenten looked at Hinata, who was wearing a kimono and looked like a lady. She seemed more beautiful than before. Ino asked, Hinata, are you okay here? Hinata gently warmed a pot of tea, a look of quiet happiness on her face. It's pretty good here. Liu Yun is very good to me, he helps me get whatever I want. Ino lay on the straw mat helplessly and sighed, that rascal must be really sentimental. Ino suddenly smiled at Hinata and Tenten and said, did you notice something? Tianshan asked, what? Several people turned their attention to Ino, each wanting to hear what the other had discovered. Ino stood up, with a gleam in her eyes. That means the only one of the same generation that Liu Yun didn't want was little Sakura, and little Sakura was captured by Liu Yun at the time. Little Sakura is not bad looking either. According to this pervert's style, he will definitely eat little Sakura till there is nothing left. But no, Liu Yun put little Sakura back. What do you think this means? Hinata was confused. What does that mean? Ino laughed and said, of course the guy doesn't have any feminine charm. Liu Yun, the pervert, is not interested in her. Haha, broad forehead, I win. I am more feminine than you. Hanabi said disdainfully, this is such a childish competition. Chapter 350 Nobel Prize winners have to open their coffins to give us awards. Liu Yun was humming a little tune as he walked to the Jinlan Palace. In the distance, a girl in white brocade clothes and with golden hair was carefully planting flowers. It's Tamari. After getting rid of the burden, Tamari has more time to grow flowers. She has a strong personality, but she particularly likes the gentle flowers that grow in the greenhouse. Maybe she yearns for a gentler life. Liu Yun quietly approached Tamari from behind and hugged her tightly, which scared her. After realizing it was Liu Yun, Tamari finally breathed a sigh of relief. She stepped on Liu Yun and cursed, you rascal, you scared me. Liu Yun gently sniffed the fragrance of Tamari's flowers, like the fragrance of the morning, and a song sang in his heart. In the main hall, Liu Yun's backbone members reported their recent work progress one by one. Liu Yun was leaning on the dragon throne with the dragon and phoenix lying in his arms. He was eating the chakra fruit that he had exchanged from the system space. The two baby pandas' eyes almost popped out. They kept raising their paws and whimpering, wanting Liu Yun to give them a bite as well. Orochimaru, who was standing below, also had her eyes almost popped out. She had a good intuition and could directly sense the magic of the fruit next to Liu Yun's mouth. It was like a drug that exuded a huge temptation. Orochimaru couldn't help but want to grab it, but Liu Yun's fighting power made her feel troubled. I can only watch with envy, and really hope to get some cells for research. Advertisement: the nerd held up a palm-sized piece of technology and said to Liu Yun, Master, after several days of hard research and development, the first mobile phone in the ninja world is born. Liu Yun was stunned, and his hand holding the fruit stopped, giving Wolong the opportunity to bite him. Liu Yun quickly finished the chakra fruit in 2 bites, threw the core to Fengshu, and then walked quickly towards the top student. Holy sword. I have finally developed my holy sword. Liu Yun took the phone from the top student's hand and couldn't help shaking while holding it. How long has it been? The dog has licked all the noodles, the chicken has eaten all the rice, and the men's football team has even made it out of the line. As soon as the top student opened it, the video started playing with sound. Today we are going to tell a story for everyone, a crosstalk. Orochimaru had somehow come to the side of Fengshu and pretended to be amiable and said, Little bear, listen to your uncle's advice and give me the fruit core next to your mouth. Feng Shu looked up at the green-haired loli who was not much taller than him and shook his bare head. The creature's instinctive physical reaction made it particularly greedy for the fruit core that Liu Yun gave it. Orochimaru continued to induce, Little bear, uncle has a lot of green bamboos at home. Give me the core and uncle will chop them all for you when he gets home. Feng Shu still shook his head. If you want to trick it, it is now a bear that can write. Orochimaru wanted to continue lying, but Feng Shu opened his mouth wide and bit the fruit core directly. Advertisement: the iron-like steel teeth broke into pieces in just a few bites. Ouch! Orochimaru's eyes widened. She stretched out her tender hands and pulled Feng Shu's mouth, trying to get some of the remains. But Feng Shu just wouldn't open his mouth, so Orochimaru got nothing. Orochimaru was so angry that he almost opened his mouth and ate the phoenix chick. You old man, you really d me off. Orochimaru's eyes lit up as he spotted a bit of residue next to Wolong's mouth. She was overjoyed. As long as she had a few cells, she would be able to trace the origin of the fruit and even mass produce it. Orochimaru was about to collect them, but Wolong rolled his tongue and eliminated all the residue around his mouth. "Ah, you are also a sixth-rate man." Liu Yun was talking about the revolution in the information age and delivered the speech of the century. "This is a small step for us, but a giant step for the entire ninja world. 500 years from now, all people and dogs will remember our contributions. Because we have solved the problem of inconvenient information exchange in society, Nobel would open his coffin to give us the prize after hearing this. As for the next step, it is mass production, so that everyone in the ninja world can enter the information age. We will use cell phones to corrupt everyone in the ninja world. They will use their cell phones even when they go to the toilet and cannot leave their cell phones when they enter the coffin. Everyone will be under our control." Liu Yun's shadow clone proposed another improvement. "I think the net can also lead to the Pure Land, so that the dead can also be controlled by us." Liu Yun praised. "Good suggestion, whether living or dead, they will be influenced by us on a spiritual level." Chapter 351. Want to do dog things. After Liu Yun delivered the speech of the century, he glanced at his men. "Do you have anything else to add?" A shadow clone came to the audience and said, "Your Majesty, today the Empire is across the entire territory of the land of Earth. The border has doubled out of thin air, and the workload of sand control and afforestation has increased even more. I suggest that we dig the first generation and the second generation out of their graves, one to plant trees and the other to control floods." Liu Yun lowered his head in thought. Another shadow clone spoke out. "Your Majesty, making full use of dead resources is also part of the path to sustainable development. Most importantly, impure world reincarnation has little impact on the environment, and its energy is still endless. Digging mountains and filling the sea are extremely dangerous to the living. Therefore, I suggest that the dead be included in the National Development Plan. People can't rest in peace after death, and you have to drag them out to work endlessly. You are so evil." Liu Yun's conscience condemned this immoral suggestion. The shadow clone burst into tears and said, "Your Majesty, I am so ashamed that I never expected this to happen. I will bang my head against the pillar and die to apologize." The shadow clone hit the golden dragon pillar with its head, and with a loud bang, only wisps of white smoke were left. Liu Yun squeezed out 2 tears and said with regret, "Goodbye, my dear." Then Liu Yun changed the subject. "Although the dead are buried in peace, their spirits are still here. For the sake of the great progress of human society, we have no choice but to apologize to them." Liu Yun called out to Orochimaru. Orochimaru quickly gave up his desire for the chakra fruit cells and stood still properly. "Exist." Liu Yun said seriously. "This glorious mission is now handed over to you. Make full use of the resources of the undead so that they can continue to shine and make selfless contributions to human society even after death." Orochimaru understood immediately. "Isn't it just digging graves and killing zombies? I know this. I obey your orders." Orochimaru flicked out his snake tongue, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. After spending a few days in the imperial officialdom and feeling extremely bored, he finally found a suitable direction to demonstrate his expertise. Advertisement. Liu Yun nodded. "Well, let's set up a hall for the dead. Orochimaru, you will be the head of the hall, responsible for sending the dead away, and also for digging the dead out." Orochimaru performed a great salute. "I obey your order." "That's right." Liu Yun then reminded, "Remember to keep some beautiful dirty earth bodies, they can be poked, and the cool ones are also a different experience." Clear. For the first time, Orochimaru admitted in her heart that Ryun was more pervert than her. Liu Yun smiled with satisfaction. After solving the problem of sustainable development of energy, Liu Yun started the next topic. "If you have any other unscrupulous suggestions, please share them all." A shadow clone stood up and said, "Your Majesty, I think it's time for the Virgin Order." Boom. As soon as the Virgin Order was mentioned, thunder suddenly sounded outside the hall, and all the shadow clones in the hall were startled. This was unacceptable by heaven. The so-called Virgin Order is a decree of the Empire. The right to the first night of any virgin belongs to the Emperor. This move is intended to allow the royal spirit to flow into the people. There are even suggestions that dogs should be linked to taxes and death, becoming a part of human life. When mentioning the Virgin Order, Liu Yun's face became more solemn. This method is against the harmony of nature. Once it is implemented, the world will be in chaos. Shadow Clone advised, "Your Majesty, we are lustful, and everyone in the world knows it. And Your Majesty has already been a common practice of forcibly seizing women from the people. Why not go a step further and implement the virginity order to take all the beauties in the world into your pocket?" Although what Shadow Clone said is very true, Liu Yun has to have shame after all, and it is somewhat unreasonable to cheat on everyone in the world. He pointed out the consequences of this order. The empire has just been established, and it is the time to rebuild everything. Moreover, the pillars of the empire are adult men. If we isolate the people of the world, wouldn't that be ruining the country? Shadow Clone added, "What are you pretending to be? Your Majesty, all land under heaven belongs to the king. All the people in the world are the king's subjects. They will understand whatever Your Majesty wants to do. If you don't believe me, just ask." Liu Yun turned to look at Orochimaru. "Snake Lord, are you willing to give me your wife?" Advertisement. Orochimaru bowed his head modestly. "I am willing. It is my great fortune that my wife can be favored by Your Majesty." Orochimaru appears to be as humble as a dog, but in his heart he is like MMP. She is not interested in women, but that doesn't mean she will accept this kind of behavior. Liu Yun's worries were relieved by Orochimaru's answer. He smiled and said, "It seems that the people are very enthusiastic about the outflow of the royal blood. If so, I will not pretend anymore. Choose an auspicious day, implement the virgin order, and I will sow the seeds throughout the world. After a few years, everyone in the world will be my son, and everyone will be my relative. How wonderful, how wonderful." Orochimaru was the only normal person in the scene. Seeing Liu Yun's ridiculous behavior, he couldn't help but curse in his heart. This guy is truly the ultimate in human lust. If he were to take control of the ninja world, it would probably be a major setback for civilization. Everyone has his blood, so by then the principles of human ethics will be seen everywhere. Even though Orochimaru was speechless, he just thought about it and didn't consider it. It had nothing to do with her whether these people were dogs or not. She stayed here only to steal the power from Liu Yun. Lying dormant quietly, waiting for the day when the snake will turn into a dragon. At that time, Orochimaru will definitely transform Ryun into a female and make this guy suffer for the rest of his life. Liu Yun and the others went on to discuss some political affairs that would make even dogs shake their heads. Finally, a shadow clone mentioned something real. The Empire has now completed a semi-encirclement of the Fire Nation geographically. As long as we take down the Thunder Nation and block the Water Nation from the water, we can trap the Fire Nation. Your Majesty, should we send troops to the Land of Thunder now? Liu Yun thought about what he could get by conquering the Kingdom of Thunder. The mountains are high and the thunder is mighty. The most important thing is that Samui and Mabui are missing, and Liu Yun has no desire to conquer the Kingdom of Thunder. Suddenly, there was a sound of prying the floor, and then a brown pangolin crawled out from under the floor. It reported, "Your Majesty, we have found out the whereabouts of Samui and Mabui." Liu Yun was overjoyed. Tell me now. Chapter 352, Eastern Expedition, Targeting the Land of Thunder. Pangolin slowly said, the two of them did not follow the Raikage to fight the two-tailed Nekomata that day. Instead, they were performing logistics work in the village and escaped. After the Akatsuki broke through Cloud Shinobi, Mabui escaped with some of the remnants of Cloud Shinobi and is now communicating with Konoha to form an alliance to attack back Cloud Shinobi. Liu Yun carefully stroked the non-existent stubble on his chin and said, "Then we will march eastward to capture the Kingdom of Thunder and complete the siege of the Kingdom of Fire. By the way, I will marry 2 beautiful wives." As you wish. The strategy was immediately decided, and Liu Yun had something to do again. Let's talk about Guy. Ever since he knew that his disciples and team members were still with Liu Yun, he ran towards the land of Earth without stopping. Kakashi chased after Guy desperately from behind and finally caught up with him. Kakashi took 2 breaths and looked at Guy with a red face. "Guy, although I am glad that you are still alive, can you please not torture me like this?" Guy said anxiously. "Kakashi, I am the only one who has returned from our team. Xiao Li, Neji, and Tien are still missing. How can I not be anxious?" Kakashi advised, "I know you're determined to protect your friends, but don't worry. That guy doesn't have much killing intent. He didn't punish Naruto and I when we were captured, and he even saved your life. I think he will definitely let Shikamaru and the others go." The ninja dog Parker next to him also echoed, "Yeah, Guy, don't worry, the village will not give up any of our companions, everyone will find a way to rescue them." Guy was still impatient. "Then how long do we have to wait? We are unsure of Liu Yun's temper. We can't expect him to be kind. After all, he is the one who destroyed the Root organization." Kakashi was helpless, but thought so in his heart. Liu Yun is Konoha's enemy, and they cannot expect the other party to have a conscience. The most important thing is that the boy is extremely lustful, and the 2 girls, Ino and Tenten, are very much to his liking. So, Kakashi struggled for a while, but finally decided to practice the will of fire. "Guy, I'll go with you, let's rescue Shikamaru and the others together." Guy gave Kakashi a thumbs up. "That's it, Kakashi. Youth can only be brilliant like this. Let's get our friends back together." Kakashi sighed helplessly. Ever since Liu Yun came out of the mountain, all kinds of evil winds have been blowing towards Konoha, and an idle person like him can no longer sit idle. "Let's go, Guy. Okay, let's go. Let's see who can reach Iwagakure first." Advertisement, Rock Shinobi. Is that guy going to lead his army back? The Land of Thunder, Ye River. This place is located on a high ground with a complex climate and strange terrain, but it is also a place for military ambushes. In a cave, Ma Bui looked at the bumpy ceiling and felt worried. No one expected that a big ninja village would be so vulnerable? To be precise, Liu Yun's destruction of the Sand Shinobi in a short period of time did not make the people of the great ninja village lose their arrogance. Obito is like a god or demon with just 1 Rinnegan, and he easily took down the high-level combat power of Cloud Shinobi. The 4th Raikage, Darui and other high-ranking officials were killed in the battle, Killer Bee was captured, and then a strong wind and tsunami wiped out Cloud Shinobi. This great ninja village which had been established since the Sengoku era was destroyed and its people fled within 1 day, and it was officially removed from the 5 great ninja countries. If Ma Bui hadn't had a broad view of the situation and led a group of key members to escape through the tunnel at the first opportunity, Cloud Shinobi's remaining hope would have been extinguished. Thinking of the troubles in the Land of Thunder, Ma Bui couldn't help but sigh. Well, she was also in her prime, and it was really stressful for her to worry about such a big event as restoring the village. Da, light footsteps were heard from outside the cave. Ma Bui looked over. Samui, Omoi, and Karui formed a temporary team. They are considered to be the talents of the remaining Cloud Shinobi forces. Mabui was a little anxious when he saw them. How is it? What did the Hokage say? With just their small base and only 10 jonin, it would be a pipe dream for them to want to drive Obito away. Therefore, Mabui hopes to get the support of Konoha. Samui shook her head, her pale green eyes unable to hide her self-blame. The 5th Hokage is worried about Liu Yun's strategic encirclement. The southern border of the Fire Country is under great pressure. Many of Konoha's ninjas are on guard at the border and cannot spare any troops to support us. Mabui was a little disappointed, but it was also expected. Only 2 of the 5 major countries are left, and each country is struggling to protect itself. How can they spare the energy to support other countries? In the final analysis, these great powers should have formed a strategic alliance and established a ninja coalition on the day the Wind Kingdom was destroyed, otherwise they would not have been defeated one by the terrorist forces. But it was all too late. The arrogance of the great powers made them lose the best opportunity to form an alliance. Mabui fell silent. Driving the Akatsuki organization out of the Land of Lightning seems to be an extremely difficult goal. Advertisement Karui complained. The reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths and his brother are both troublesome guys. One is sharpening his sword in the south, and the other has occupied our Land of Thunder. I think they are not good people either. Amii advised in a talkative manner. Karui, you can't say that. They're highly respected immortals. You will be punished. Karui snorted, humph. So what, can they still crawl out of the ground and kill me? Amii deduced, don't disbelieve me. Immortals are very mysterious. If they really show up, we will be targeted by them. After being targeted, I would choke when eating and forget to bring toilet paper when going to the bathroom. Amii chattered on and on like an old lady doing square dance. Sam's voice became a little higher. You two stop arguing. It's already this time and you're still arguing like this? Karui and Omoi stopped bickering. Omoi glanced at Samui's big breasts and muttered softly, your tyrant is thinking about us, why don't we go and ask him for help? Samui had amazing hearing and immediately became furious. What did you say? Amii is an honest man who speaks the truth. He does not read other people's faces and speaks what he thinks immediately. Isn't the tyrant in the south attracted to you? Why don't you use the beauty trap to lure him over here? When the 2 tigers fight, we can just sit back and reap the benefits, and then we can drive away the Akatsuki organization, right? Samui kicked Omoi and said, idiot, is it as simple as you think? It is not as easy as Omoi thinks to drive away the Akatsuki organization. Why does Liu Yun come all the way to cause trouble for the Land of Lightning instead of dealing with the wealthy neighboring Konoha? Are you free? Just at this moment, the intelligence ninja outside the cave shouted. The South has declared war. Liu Yun has declared war. He is going to march east, and his target is Cloud Shinobi Village, the Land of Lightning. Samui was stunned. Did they really declare war? Omoi was also stunned, and murmured. I was right. The Akatsuki organization will be driven out of the Land of Lightning soon. After being surprised, Samui sneered, maybe Liu Yun will drive the Akatsuki organization out of the Land of Thunder, but he will not give the Land of Thunder to us. Samui had known for a long time that she was on Liu Yun's list of beautiful ladies, and she also understood that the Tensagen host was greedy for her body. But Samui just showed disdain, thinking that Liu Yun was just a clown who wouldn't be able to jump around for long. But that was just a one-sided understanding in the past. Ever since realizing the myth that Obito easily killed Cloud Shinobi, Samui has begun to face up to the power of Ryukumo, who is currently the only person in the ninja world who can fight against the Akatsuki organization. Samui naturally hopes to use the opponent's power to deal with Obito, but she thinks it is unlikely. Liu Yun's actions show that he is a greedy person. I'm afraid he will never be able to leave the Kingdom of Thunder. Chapter 353 Ding. Please sign for your delivery. Mabui quickly called the intelligence ninja in and asked, the news is true. Liu Yun is really going to march east? The intelligence ninja nodded. It is absolutely true. He has posted a letter of surrender on the screen. Mabui bit his finger and thought, what does this guy want to do? What's so good about the Land of Thunder country? Amii felt that he had seen through Liu Yun, so he said with certainty, that's absolutely right, that guy wants to come to the Land of Lightning to snatch you too. Samui snorted. That guy is the leader of a region after all, how can he be so idle? Omoi curled his lips and said, he only thinks with his lower body. You and Mabui are known as the 2 golden flowers of Cloud Shinobi. He will definitely be hungry and choose food. Mabui shook his head. Stop arguing. No matter what he is here for now, he is our reliance in driving the Akatsuki organization out of the Land of Lightning. So, we need to send someone to contact the other party. Samui and the other 2 looked at each other. They were the only 3 who were capable in the base. Samui and Karui exchanged glances for a moment, then both looked at Omoi. Amii was stunned. Are they planning to send him to his death? No, I won't go. That guy is moody and bloodthirsty. I hope I can never come back if I go. Samui said disdainfully. Coward, what are you afraid of? He is only interested in women. Amii still shook his head. It's still not right. Who knew he was only interested in women? Mabui shook his head. In that case, let me go. Liu Yun always has a better impression of her than Obito. After all, the other party is just simply lustful, while Obito wants to massacre the entire village. But the visual experience is not much better. Hearing that Mabui was about to walk into a trap, Samai and the other 2 hurried to stop him. No, you are now the only leader of Cloud Shinobi. If you leave, the only remaining flame of Cloud Shinobi will be extinguished. Karui stood up and said, in that case, let me go. I don't think that guy likes my type. Amii curled his lips and said, he doesn't like people like you, but we are here to ask for help. How can we help you if we don't attract their attention? Finally, Omoi and Karui both focused their attention on Samui. Samui has fair skin, beautiful looks, big breasts and long legs, and she is also the one that Liu Yun covets. Advertisement apart from Mabui, there was only her. Samui didn't dare to look Omoi and Karui in the eye. She was still a little afraid of falling into the tiger's mouth. After all, she is still a virgin and is naturally wary of X crazed devil like Liu Yun. Samui's silence made Mabui stand up. Stop talking. I'll go. Cloud Shinobi Village is the foundation laid by several generations of ancestors. We must not let the Akatsuki organization destroy it. Samui glanced at Mabui's white hair, which was a little messy. Mabui had been busy with chores all day and had forgotten to take care of her appearance. Samai felt a little distressed. The other party had shouldered so much, why did she want to escape? She stood up and straightened her head proudly. Since that guy is interested in me, let me go meet him. Mabui looked at the determination on Samai's face and said, you should think about it carefully, Liu Yun might threaten you. Samui raised his eyebrows and said, I will never let him succeed. If he lays his hands on me, I will commit suicide. Well, Mabui sighed, if the fourth Raikage and Killer Bee were still there, they wouldn't have to resort to such a desperate measure. Karui grabbed Omoi's ears and came forward. In that case, the two of us will follow you. This way you can have a companion. Amii was threatened and said something to comfort Samai. Don't worry, that guy might be merciful and help us. Samui didn't hesitate and turned to walk out of the cave. Let's go, it's getting dark, and we need to meet Liu Yun before dusk tomorrow. Hall of Supreme Harmony. Liu Yun was stroking Crouching Dragon and Phoenix and thinking about life, when suddenly Chiwon outside the palace barked as if there was something urgent. What are you barking at? Woof. As a dog, Liu Yun certainly understood what Akamaru said. There's something strange. Advertisement. Liu Yun became interested and patted Wolong's little butt. Take me out. Wolong gave Liu Yun a disdainful look, thinking that this hairless monkey was really lazy to the extreme. But as Liu Yun's mount, it had to think about its dinner, so its body grew bigger, and it climbed out of the hall carrying Liu Yun and his sister like a car. Dusk has arrived, and the setting sun is faint, casting a golden afterglow. There were few people around Liu Yun's palace because he was on the eastern expedition. After deciding to conquer the Kingdom of Thunder, Liu Yun formed an army of 200,000 people and marched eastward, while he himself stayed in the city. Four Tails' son Wukong was also guarding outside the palace gate, with Akamaru on one left and one on the right. Although Four Tails is a bit ugly, it is a suitable door god. It looks ferocious and can scare many people. When Liu Yun arrived outside the hall, he saw Chiwon approaching two boxes, which were beautifully packaged and very large, big enough to hold a person. Akamaru moved close to the dog's head and sniffed it carefully, then looked back at Liu Yun with a flattering dog face. Woof. Liu Yun understood the meaning of its words. You said there is someone inside? Woof. Liu Yun was puzzled, delivering a living person? He turned his head and glanced at Four Tails next to him, who immediately lowered his head. The tailed beasts have strong perception abilities, and Four Tails clearly sensed that Ryugumo was getting stronger and closer to 10 Tails. Maybe it was because Liu Yun ate 2 chakra fruits, which raised his life level again. Liu Yun asked Four Tails, did you see who sent it? Four Tails shook his head, sorry, I just took a nap and didn't notice. Forget it, let me see what good stuff is inside. Liu Yun did not blame Four Tails. Four Tails breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that. Although he didn't have to worry about being captured by the Akatsuki by staying with Liu Yun, he still had to be careful of this guy's mood swings. Maybe, on a whim, he made it into a monkey brain. Chapter 354. Why do people wear clothes? Liu Yun jumped off Wolong's back and carefully looked at the gift sent by the stranger. This wooden box is also very particular. It is made of the finest precious wood of the Fire Kingdom and is a luxury item for the nobility. Liu Yun found a small note next to the wooden box. He tore it off and opened it to take a look. Your Highness Liu Yun, I am the elder of Konoha, Shimura Danzo. Liu Yun didn't read the rest of the content. He pinched his palm and directly made a ball of fire from the paper, which turned into ashes and scattered with the wind. What the hell is this old dog doing? I destroyed his roots, and he still sends me things. Liu Yun was surprised, but didn't think much about it. He opened the box. What immediately came into view was a woman with light purple hair, fair skin and beautiful looks, wearing a ninja's unique fishnet outfit that perfectly outlined her plump curves. Most importantly, this woman has a wild beauty, like a beautiful yet poisonous beauty snake. Liu Yun was stunned. Anko had fainted at this moment, and Liu Yun did not wake her up. As soon as Liu Yun saw Anko, he immediately understood Danzo's tactics. Anko is the woman he likes, so isn't Danzo sending her here just to lick her hand? Liu Yun's eyes gradually became like those of a wild beast, like a hungry wolf seeing a little white rabbit. Snakes have a sense of danger, and Anko is no exception. Her body is frantically awakening her. Get up quickly, otherwise you will be eaten up. Anko opened his eyes slightly, rubbed his hazy eyes, and then said nervously, I'm so thirsty, do you have any water? Liu Yun produced a bottle of pulse in his hand, unscrewed the cap, and handed it to Anko. Here. Anko took it and drank it in big gulps. Advertisement. Liu Yun looked at Anko's throat rolling up and down, thinking slightly in his heart. After Anko finished drinking, he exclaimed, "Huh, it's so satisfying, the pulse is back." Liu Yun smiled. Anko's personality is exactly the same as Kushina's, both are generous. More? Anko wiped her lips and shook her head. No, thank you. Oh, by the way, what's your name? Thank you for saving me and Shi-Yan. Anko subconsciously has a good impression of Liu Yun, thinking that he is a good person who rescued her and Shi-Yan from the root. Liu Yun did not answer the other party's question. Shi-Yan? The other package is Mao Yu Shi-Yan? Liu Yun quickly opened another box, and suddenly a beautiful woman with purple hair came into view. If Anko gives people a wild beauty like a snake, then Shi-Yan gives people the softness of a beauty under the moon. Strong yet experienced, her tenderness carries a desire to be protected. But for Liu Yun, there was an urge to tear her ninja armor apart. Hey, I'm asking you a question, what's your name? Liu Yun gently pinched Shi-Yan's face, and then injected his flexible chakra into it. Hearing Anko's question, he answered without turning his head, Mu Liu Yun. Mu Liu Yun? Anko's brain finally started to work slowly, and she suddenly noticed the huge monster next to Liu Yun. See, 4 tails. Anko was startled and finally remembered that she and Shi-Yan were captured by Danzo and given to Mu Liu Yun. He immediately understood Liu Yun's true identity. You are Mu Liu Yun, the big pervert. Liu Yun touched his face and said, I, Mu Liu Yun, am at least a local overlord. Is your first impression of me just that I am lustful? Anko's eyes became sharp. Big gangster, watch out. Advertisement, Shadow Snake Hand. Anko immediately developed murderous intent, and the Lion Majesty in his sleeve rushed towards Liu Yun like lightning. Lion Majesty opened his snake mouth, his fangs were like needles, and the cold light was terrifying. Liu Yun did not dodge or evade, allowing Anko's Lion Majesty to bite him. To Anko's surprise, his snake couldn't bite through Liu Yun's skin at all. Liu Yun waved his hand, and Anko's Lion Majesty broke into pieces, breaking into 7 or 8 pieces and falling to Akamaru's mouth. Ah, Akamaru barked, opened his dog mouth, and gobbled the snake meat voraciously. After a brief moment of distraction, Anko attacked again. He quickly formed hand seals with his hands, with a tiger seal in the middle, which was a fire-style ninjutsu. In addition to the snake ninjutsu taught by Orochimaru, Anko is also very talented in fire-style. Fire-style. Gorgeous flame technique. Intense flames burst out from Anko's mouth, the temperature so high that it instantly singed Akamaru's white fur. The flowing clouds still did not dodge or evade. Anko looked at Liu Yun in the flames and smiled disdainfully. You can't even dodge my fire-style, you are nothing more than that. Indeed. A faint laugh came out. As the orange-yellow light of the flame passed, Liu Yun walked out naked. The skin is white and tender, without a single scar. Anko seemed frightened. You took my Haoyun head on and only one piece of clothing was burned. Liu Yun nodded. Anko's face turned into one of horror. The flames that could melt even steel could not cause any burns to Liu Yun. Chapter 355. Spreading positive energy. After a while, everyone was tired, so they hugged each other and looked quietly at the dragon head on the top of the temple. For a long time, Anko pinched Liu Yun's chin and looked at Liu Yun's appearance carefully. Well, you look pretty good. From today on, you are my man. I'm going to set some rules for you. First, from now on you can only love me and Shi-Yan, and get rid of all your other women. Second, you are not allowed to have any ideas about Konoha again. Third, you will do whatever I tell you to do from now on? Liu Yun sneered, except for the punctuation marks, I can agree to everything else. Anko was furious. Liu Yun pinched her cheek and smiled. I will also set some rules for you. Don't interfere in my affairs in the future. But from now on, you belong to me completely, and even a bacteria on your body is mine. Damn it. Anko punched Liu Yun's chest with her little pink fist. Liu Yun smiled, hugged Anko in his arms, kissed her forehead gently, and said softly. Don't worry, you will always have a place in my heart, I will never abandon you. Anko stopped messing around and hooked her hands around Liu Yun's neck. We agreed that you will never abandon me in this life. Must. Advertisement. Liu Yun smiled. Although this girl looks carefree, she is actually very weak inside. Perhaps it was because of the hurt that Orochimaru had inflicted on her when she was a child that Anko was so afraid of being abandoned. The silence lasted for a long time until Shi-Yan spoke. I knew this day would come from the moment I was caught by Danzo. Liu Yun propped up his head and looked straight into her eyes. So what do you think now? Shi-Yan's brown eyes looked into Liu Yun's eyes. Promise me, don't attack Konoha, okay? Liu Yun hesitated at this request. Okay, it's up to you. Liu Yun's pangolin is always in control of the Fire Country's political affairs. The pig-headed daimyo has hooked up with Danzo and is preparing to sell out Konoha in exchange for peace in the Fire Country. Especially after Liu Yun conquered the Kingdom of Earth, his desire became even stronger. I am discussing with Danzo how to get rid of Tsunade and how to sell out the country. This means that it is only a matter of time before Tsunade abdicates, and it all depends on the pressure from Liu Yun. Liu Yun guessed that if he conquered the Land of Lightning and completed the full encirclement of the Land of Fire, Tsunade would be packed up and sent here immediately. Xian and the other girl put on the clothes prepared by Liu Yun and followed Liu Yun's shadow clone to the harem to find a residence they liked. Liu Yun sat on the dragon chair and savored the memory. Yeah, Fengshu cried out and climbed into Liu Yun's arms. It looked at Liu Yun with its big panda eyes, wanting the chakra fruit. Liu Yun shook his head and rubbed its bare head. Advertisement. No more. Yeah, a eunuch appeared beside him. He was a canon and spoke in a sarcastic tone. Your Majesty, which nobleman's card should be turned over today? Liu Yun smiled and said, there are 2 golden flowers in Konoha waiting for me. I will go and visit them tonight. Da Pao flicked his whisk and said, so it's Noble Lady Jing and Noble Lady Tian. I'll go and ask them to wait for your Majesty's arrival. Liu Yun mentioned Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick and walked slowly towards the harem. Suddenly I felt like I was a big shot myself. How could a big shot take me away? He immediately threw Wolong down and gave it a look to let it savor the experience. Wolong. Backquote, meh. Liu Yun held Fengshu in his arms and rode on Wolong's back, slowly moving towards the harem. Canon followed beside him, hunched over. Liu Yun suddenly asked Da Pao, by the way, how is the progress of the task assigned to you? Da Pao smiled and said, we have found the venue and equipment, all we need is the leading actress in the plot. Liu Yun nodded. Are there any good plots? Da Pao said, Your Majesty, I am currently thinking about this series. Your Majesty, what do you think of this series? The heroine was frustrated at work, so she met the hero on the way home on the train. The two complained to each other about the indifference of society and the impetuousness of people, and finally ignored the eyes of the public. Liu Yun frowned and got straight to the point. What is the theme you want to promote? Chapter 356I, Mu Liu Yun, Never Judge People by Appearance. Liu Yun and Da Pao talked a lot along the way. Da Pao came up with many fascinating stories, which made Liu Yun very interested and he even wished he could be the leading actor. Suddenly Liu Yun realized something, looked at Da Pao and said, You are filming with my face against yours, will this affect my image? Da Pao was stunned and said bluntly, Your Majesty, do you still have the face? What? Ring and equal. No, I mean, Your Majesty's reputation is known to all the world, and everyone in the country fears you. Liu Yun felt something was wrong again. No, you should change your face, Use Jiraiya's, his face has potential in this area. The slave knows. Liu Yun nodded with satisfaction. Wolong, speed up. My concubines can't wait any longer. There is a palace not far from Hinata and Hanabi's bedrooms. It is full of trees and bamboos, creating a spring scene. In a hot spring, 2 girls were enjoying soaking in the water. Ino's cheeks were red and her light green pupils were a little dazed. I wonder what's going on at home right now. Will my parents be worried? And did Shikamaru and Shoji return home safely? Tenten saw Ino's absent-mindedness and asked, What are you thinking about? Ino sighed, Do you think that if we two enter this bedroom, we will never be able to leave? Tenten shook her head. I don't know. Hinata said that guy is easy to talk to. He can be released just by begging. Well, Ino sighed and suddenly said with some regret. It's all because I'm so beautiful that I caught his attention. It would be better if it was a little uglier, like little Sakura, so that the other party wouldn't target it. Tenten laughed at Ino a bit. Narcissism, didn't he say that? You can disfigure yourself, and then he won't be interested in you anymore. Ino shook her head vigorously. Disfigurement? Impossible, I don't have that much courage, just let him do what he wants. That guy is ridiculously strong. He will surely become a hero who unifies the continent. It won't be a loss for me to follow him. Unfortunately, the Prince Charming the first met had many princesses. Ino lamented her life as a married woman, while Tenten looked at her face reflected in the hot spring water. Destroying it will make that guy lose interest. Advertisement. Ino quickly swam over to stop her. No, silly girl, can't you take care of yourself? Tianshan smiled bitterly and said, But I don't like that guy, and I hate his philandering even more. Ino pinched Tenten's face, which was smooth and tender. Then your sacrifice is too great. Even if your face is disfigured, Master Tsunade may not be able to heal you. The most important thing is that you will make him angry. When the other party gets angry, your parents, Senior Guy, Xiao Li, and Neji will all be implicated. These things will be easy for him. Tenten was silent. She understood what Ino said. The two of them stayed with Liu Yun because of the deal, otherwise Shikamaru, Neji and the others wouldn't have left in one piece. Given how treacherous Liu Yun is, if you provoke him, and he wants to leave without leaving 2 eggs, you're wishful thinking. Ino comforted Tenten. Don't worry, just let it go. As a ninja, you have to endure what ordinary people can't endure. More importantly, Ino looked around and saw that there was no one around, so she leaned over to Tenten's ear and said, We can also become spies if we stay with him and gather information to help Konoha win the war. Tianshan nodded. Okay, Ino breathed a sigh of relief. She had finally persuaded the silly girl Tianshan. She was really afraid that Tianshan would become so upset that she would commit suicide. Then let's do this. Let's wash ourselves clean and wait for that guy to come and make him die of pleasure. Ino smiled as she played in the water with Tenten, and the 2 girls immediately laughed like silver bells. After playing around, Ino was a little tired and said to Tenten, You wash first, I'll go get the shampoo. Good. Ino left wrapped in a towel, leaving Tenten alone in the hot spring in silence. Just like before, she quietly looked at the rippling hot spring and her own curved face. Suddenly a cruel look appeared on his face. Liu Yun, I hate you. Chakra condenses on the fingers and can bring about cutting power like a knife blade. Ino walked in wrapped in a bath towel, pushed open the bamboo door, and suddenly saw a shocking scene. Day by day, in Tianshan's room, Liu Yun was filled with heartache. Silly girl, why are you so cruel to yourself? Advertisement. At this moment, Tianshan had a horrific scar on his face, which looked extremely scary. Ino sat beside Tenten's bed, her eyes red. Seeing Liu Yun, he was even more furious. It's all your fault. You be asterisk 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 d. If you hadn't forced Tianshan, would she have ruined her own appearance like this? Liu Yun was helpless. He still underestimated a person's spiritual power. Tenten is not a ninja like Ino who is keen on appearance. She meets the standards in all aspects, and her cruelty to herself is what makes her a standard ninja. Liu Yun patted his head and said, it's all my fault. If I had gotten on the bus earlier, you wouldn't have been so cruel. Liu Yun still wants to wait and see, hoping that she will be more proactive by then. Unexpectedly, Tianshan destroyed his own appearance in order to prevent himself from getting her. But don't panic. Liu Yun's medical skills are amazing. This scar can be easily removed. But when Liu Yun looked at the scar on Tianshan's face, he suddenly got an inspiration. He was possessed by a love saint, and suddenly he felt a deep affection. Liu Yun gently stroked the scars on Tianshan's face. Silly girl, I love your innocence and purity, and your straightforwardness and courage. As for your appearance, it is just a small bargaining chip for this love. Liu Yun was almost in tears when he heard what he said, and he didn't believe that Tianshan wouldn't be moved. Sure enough, Tianshan's face, which had been silent all the time, moved and his hands clenched quietly. Ino behind him looked at Liu Yun with surprise in his eyes. Are you serious? Liu Yun did not answer Ino, but looked at Tianshan affectionately. Tianshan wanted to see Liu Yun's true heart, so he opened his eyes and looked into his eyes. Many people say that I, Liu Yun, am lustful. Actually, I have a secret that I have not told you. I have been reincarnated for 800 lifetimes, and I have a wife whom I deeply love in each lifetime. Hinata is the first, Ino is the 49th, and you are the 100th. Liu Yun spoke with tears in his eyes, and the dragon and phoenix under his feet believed it and kept whimpering to cheer him on. Ino believed it a little. Really? What evidence do you have? Liu Yun's Tensagen glowed slightly red, and sent a memory to Ino. It was a small mountain village in ancient times. Liu Yun cultivated the land and Ino wove cloth. The two lived the life of the man farming and the woman weaving. The scene was so real that Ino actually believed it. I was really your wife in my previous life? Liu Yun sneered in his heart. That was just a memory tampered by the distinguished heavenly gods. They could edit it however they wanted. Chapter 357. Colorful butterflies representing sad love. Liu Yun touched the scar on Tianshan's face with heartache. Silly girl, how could you be so stupid as to hurt yourself? How can this short scar hinder the true love between you and me? Tianshan has gained some faith. The reason is that even though she is disfigured, Liu Yun still won't give up on her. How can this not be ultimate love? Tianshan was still a little uncertain, so he confirmed, do you have any evidence? Liu Yun said, wait for me to edit it, wait for me to think about it. Liu Yun closed his eyes and recalled for a while, then opened his eyes and said, at that time, my surname was Liang and your surname was Zhu. One summer, you disguised yourself as a man and sneaked into the private school. Your Zhu family is a big and powerful family. Your father wanted to marry you to Ma Neji, the son of the Ma family, in order to marry into the family of the prefect of Yan County. You hated this kind of arranged marriage and wanted to become a man of honor so that you could change your fate. You know, at that time girls were not allowed to attend private schools. In order to learn Confucian classics, you asked your parents to establish connections with the academy. We met in the academy and became good friends. I never knew you were a woman disguised as a man. You also treated me as a close friend and confided in me about your family troubles. Gradually, we lived together in the academy for 3 years, and finally your family came to urge you to marry the young master of the Ma family. I fell in love with you completely when I found out you were a girl, but you were already engaged. I became depressed and died soon after. On your wedding day, you didn't want to marry into the Ma family, so you ran towards my grave. The vicissitudes of life in the voice of flowing clouds tell a sad love story. Advertisement. At this touching moment, Tianshan even witnessed Liu Yun and Zhu Tianshan chasing each other and loving each other. In fact, this was also guided by Liu Yun using distinguished heavenly gods, which made Tianshan believe it to some extent. That's it. After I died, you didn't want to marry Ma Neji, so you jumped into my grave and we became a pair of butterflies. Fly, fly, face the sun and disappear in the gap between reality and dreams. Woo woo woo, this touching story directly broke the defense of a romantic girl like Tianshan, and she burst into tears. How pitiful, how pitiful. Tianshan was slowly calmed down, her excitement subsided, and she slowly leaned into Liu Yun's arms. Liu Yun, do you think I'm ugly? Liu Yun slowly traced Tianshan's scar, then said, don't be afraid, I will use my ninjutsu to help you remove this ugly scar. Tianshan looked up at Liu Yun and asked, what should I do? Liu Yun said, come, I will heal your scar. Liu Yun performed medical ninjutsu, and in the blink of an eye, the scar on Tianshan's face disappeared. The most amazing thing is that the skin on Tianshan's face seems to have undergone secondary development, becoming smooth, bright and tender. Advertisement. Tianshan slowly opened his eyes and what came into view was a mirror. His face in the mirror was already intact. It's incredible. How did you do it? Looking at myself in the mirror every day. The ugly self just now changed his face and seemed to become more beautiful than before. Liu Yun waved his hand. It's a piece of cake. Tianshan was happy. Thank you, Liu Yun. Liu Yun chuckled. You're welcome. At night, Liu Yun started to get up and get dressed. Tianshan was woken up and looked at Liu Yun with hazy eyes. Why are you going out in the middle of the night? Lie down and go to sleep. Liu Yun said righteously, this is the land of men and the grave of heroes. There are still so many documents waiting for me. I have to deal with them today. Tianshan was somewhat touched by Liu Yun's dedication. Go quickly and come back soon, and take care of yourself. Liu Yun nodded and walked into the darkness alone. Chapter 358 Family Gathering. Guy and Kakashi quickly shuttled through the mountains and forests of the Wind Country. They were anxious and hoped to find the captured Shikamaru team members as soon as possible. In the distance, a group of shadow clone of Liu Yun carried Shikamaru and others and walked towards Konoha, but they didn't know that they had been tracked by the ninjas. Finally, Guy and Kakashi found a shadow clone of Liu Yun deep in the forest. They trapped it and began to interrogate it. After a severe interrogation, Shadow Clone finally revealed the news that Liu Yun had returned to the village. Guy and Kakashi did not stay for long. They quickly left Iwagakure and headed towards Konoha. On the way out of Iwagakure, they unexpectedly met Shikamaru and his team who were being escorted. Guy and Kakashi immediately took action. They quickly eliminated Liu Yun's Shadow Clone and rescued Shikamaru and his team. Guy said happily, "Great, you are all okay." Xiao Li untied the rope, cheered up, and looked at Guy with joy. "Teacher Guy, you are fine too." Guy smiled and responded, "Yeah, everyone is okay, that's great." However, Kakashi looked at Shikamaru and the other team members, and a trace of worry appeared on his face. He realized that Shikamaru's team was incomplete, so he frowned and asked, "Yamanaka Ino, and Tenten? Where are they?" Shikamaru lowered his head, a look of helplessness and sadness on his face. After a moment's silence, he calmly replied, "Yamanaka Ino, and Tenten. They were not able to keep up with us and were captured by the enemy." Kakashi fell silent, his eyes revealing deep worry and sorrow. He knew how painful it was to lose a teammate, especially in such danger. He planted a deep resolve in his heart to punish the enemy who had captured them and avenge the lost members of Shikamaru's team. Guy noticed Kakashi's emotions, patted him on the shoulder and encouraged him, "We will find them. No matter how much it costs, we will not give up. Now, let's ensure your safety first and then take action." Shikamaru looked up gratefully, his eyes gleaming with determination. Although facing the harsh reality of losing Yamanaka Ino and Tenten, he vowed that they would not give up and would never stop. He knew that only with firm determination and hard work could they win hope for their lost teammates. Guy and Kakashi silently understood each other's intentions, knowing that this would be a cruel and difficult battle. They encouraged each other and were determined to face this harsh reality and fight for the unity and justice of the team. They promised to lead the Shikamaru team back together and make the enemies who captured them pay the price they deserved. As they continued to move towards Konoha, their hearts were filled with hope and determination. They knew that there would be countless challenges and difficulties waiting for them on this road, but they were determined to fight side by side for the integrity of the team and for the safety and justice of their partners. Guy couldn't help but recall the past with Shikamaru's team. In those days, they truly felt the trust and friendship between each other. They united like a family, supported each other, and faced various dangers and challenges together. They all experienced a lot of pain and hardship, but never felt like giving up, because they knew that only by unity can they overcome all difficulties. As his thoughts returned to reality, Guy turned to look at Shikamaru and the other team members. Their eyes were full of determination. Guy said encouragingly, "No matter what difficulties we face, we will move forward bravely and work hard to reunite our team. We will find Yamanaka Ino and Tenten, bring them back, and let them return to the team safely." Kakashi clenched his fists tightly, looked at Shikamaru with pity and then nodded to Guy. He knew that only by being firm and gathering together could they overcome the difficulties in front of them. Kakashi knew that Shikamaru's team was not only a comrade in arms, but also a family. Their unity and strength would be the key to overcome everything. So, they continued to move forward, with hope and determination, heading back to Konoha. Every step was full of responsibility and commitment. They were willing to do everything for the integrity of the team, for the lost teammates, for the safety and justice of their partners. They firmly believed that their determination and efforts would resolve the difficulties and usher in the dawn of victory. Although the future is full of uncertainty and hardship, they firmly believe that unity and firm will can overcome everything. With confidence in the future, they take every step forward and continue to move towards the goal of reunion, fighting for the glory of the team and the smiles of their partners. Chapter 359. Flowing Cloud Army. Guy was shocked. "Yeah. Where are the two of them? Killed?" Neji said bitterly, "Actually, we were let go by that guy, at the cost of Tenten and Ino staying with each other." Kakashi punched the tree next to him. "Damn it, I knew this guy was lustful." Shoji scratched his head. "What should I do now? Go back and save Ino and Tenten? They don't have the ability to do so. Going back to the village in disgrace is too embarrassing. Besides, Ino and Tenten are friends, how can we just watch them jump into the fire?" Guy suddenly looked full of youthful energy. "Ino and Tenten are our companions. Of course we can't abandon them, let's go and rescue them both. He took the lead and rushed into the forest like a swift beast. Shikamaru looked at Kakashi. Kakashi-senpai, we. Kakashi looked at Guy's back and shook his head helplessly, then said to Shikamaru. You guys go back, Guy, and I will bring Ino and Tenten back. As soon as he finished speaking, Kakashi and Parker turned into a shadow and followed Guy, leaving Shikamaru and the others staring at each other in amazement. Shoji looked at Shikamaru. What should we do? Shikamaru, should we go back to the village? Neji broke the tree next to him with a palm and said through gritted teeth. I will not go back. Ino and Tenten sacrificed themselves to save us. Hyuga pride will not allow this life to linger on. Neji leapt up and followed Kakashi. Xiao Li followed without saying a word. Shikamaru looked up at the sky. The sun was bright red in the morning. Shoji, there are some things you don't need to consider? Even though Shikamaru has an amazing IQ and knows from 1000 deductions that going back will be useless, he still turns around and follows Xiao Li without hesitation. The first generation planted a tree in Konoha, which produced the fruit of the will of fire. As Konoha's ninjas, they would never abandon their companions. After a while, the incomplete team was put together again. Kakashi was troubled again. Don't you guys obey orders? Shikamaru smiled and said, Kakashi-senpai, I guess you and Guy-senpai haven't received the mission to go to the Kingdom of Wind either. Kakashi didn't say anything, instead Guy answered, how did you know? Kakashi was speechless, looking at the endless desert ahead. He warned earnestly, don't pin your hopes on Liu Yun's mercy this time. Advertisement, we know. Well, let's go, we must get Ino and Tenten back. Suddenly, the sound of hooves of thousands of soldiers and horses resounded in the desert, and then tens of thousands of horses trampled on the dust, sweeping across the sky and earth like a sandstorm. Kakashi and the others were stunned on the spot, and then they saw the cavalry in front of them. Wearing heavy armor and holding swords and spears, there's an icy and cold atmosphere. Shikamaru guessed, is this a samurai army? No, what kind of army is this? Kakashi quickly shouted, hide, clear. Several people moved as fast as lightning and disappeared into the desert in an instant, revealing a pair of eyes looking at the cavalry in the sandstorm. Behind the mighty cavalry were various types of military forces. Hundreds of armored vehicles formed a long dragon, carrying countless modern armed infantry. Tanks, artillery, even armed helicopters, fighter jets, bombers. Then came countless skeleton troops. Led by a majestic giant bone dragon, on the head of the bone dragon was a young man dressed in black with silver-white hair. Behind the skeleton soldiers is the Paw Patrol, led by a white dog bigger than a cow, with 2 iron-eating beasts on its back. The people of Kakashi widened their eyes, staring at the flowing clouds above the bone dragon head. Parker read. Which country does this guy want to harm next? Shikamaru looked at the direction where Liu Yun was moving, and then he was shocked. That's the fire country. Shoji was getting anxious. He's going to attack Konoha. What should we do now? Naruto hasn't come back yet, and no one in the village can stand up to him. Kakashi warned, don't speak too loudly, calm down. That guy issued an announcement yesterday. He is going to deal with the Land of Lightning. Neji was puzzled. But why would his army be heading in the direction of the Fire Nation? Several people were confused, and finally Guy said uncertainly, could it be that he doesn't want to take a detour? Several people were shocked and immediately thought of the map of the mainland. The Fire Nation is sandwiched between the Wind Nation and the Lightning Nation. Liu Yun wanted to conquer the Kingdom of Thunder. One way was to take a detour and attack from the Kingdom of Earth. Another way was to take the water route through the Kingdom of Water and then attack the Kingdom of Thunder. There is also a most direct way, which is to cross the Fire Kingdom and go straight to the Thunder Kingdom. Advertisement. Shikamaru clenched his fists and said angrily, what does this old man think of the Fire Nation? He then turned to look at Kakashi. Kakashi-senpai, should we go back? Kakashi thought about it carefully, then shook his head. No, that guy said he would attack Konoha in 15 days. There are still 5 days left. I believe there will be no conflict with the Fire Nation. Neji frowned and said, you can't count on the other party's integrity in a matter like this where the survival of the country is at stake. Kakashi spread his hands. Then there is nothing we can do. Our biggest bet is Naruto. He wants to conquer the entire Fire Country and no one can stop him? Besides, we won't be able to do anything if we go back, so we might as well go deep into his lair and cause him more trouble. Shikamaru nodded. Kakashi-senpai is right, the most important thing we should do now is to sneak into his lair. Seeing that no one objected, Kakashi said, then let's go. Good. Several people crawled out of the sand and ran towards Liu Yun's nest. After they left, a baby pangolin emerged from the sand. Report to the director, the target is heading to the wolf's lair, please give instructions. Follow them. Clear. In the distance, Liu Yun half sat on the head of the bone dragon, looked back at the distant desert and laughed softly. Kakashi and his friends' actions were all under his control, so it was simply a pipe dream for the other party to steal his house. There was a sudden noise in front of the army formation, and Liu Yun looked from afar. It turned out that the horses that had been ridden all the time couldn't stand it anymore and went on strike, letting the cavalrymen on their backs act as horses and they acted as cavalrymen. The two sides were arguing constantly. The cavalrymen did not want to dismount and serve as horses, and the horses did not want to run so hard anymore. Armored vehicles and tanks also responded positively and all went on strike. Liu Yun shouted, What are you arguing about? Don't you want to do this anymore? Be careful or I'll assign all of you to the East Factory. Sure enough, Liu Yun roared and the mutiny in the army was immediately suppressed. To ensure a smooth march, Liu Yun added, after an hour, we will exchange identities and take turns back and forth. Only then did the shadow clones calm down. The army continued to march eastward. Liu Yun leaned lazily on the horn of the bone dragon, took out his mobile phone and started reading jokes. Chapter 360. Konoha, can you let me pass through? The mobile phone was just released yesterday. It was rapidly mass-produced with the help of Yongdun and covered the entire Liu Yun empire in a short period of time. Sure enough, the epic-making mobile phone captured everyone's hearts immediately, and its various functions came with built-in instructions, allowing them to quickly learn how to use the phone. At the beginning, I made phone calls, chatted on the phone for a long time, sent messages, took selfies, posted on social media. After a while, Yun Q sent a message. Liu Yun clicked on it and saw that it was from Hanabi. Open black lens bracket Hanabi. Brother-in-law, did you go out to fight? You didn't take me with you this time? Ring in equal close black lens bracket. Liu Yun smiled. Kaido. Liu Yun. Brother-in-law is wrong. Can I take you with me to fight Konoha next time? Open black lens bracket Hanabi. That's more like it. Close black lens bracket. By the way, this iron box is really fun. Look at this. Lower right quadrant circular arc. A photo immediately appeared. It was a selfie of Hanabi. She was smiling youthfully, and Liu Yun was filled with love. Liu Yun and Hanabi spent more than 10 minutes in the Cloud Queue, while the army had already crossed the river country and was approaching the border of the Fire Country. At this moment, Konoha was in a state of panic. The Hokage and all high-ranking officials rushed to the border, and all armed forces were transferred to the border of river country. All the upper-level politicians knew that Liu Yun was going to attack the Kingdom of Thunder, but they did not expect that he would go through the Kingdom of Fire. This put Tsunade in a difficult position. Should I borrow the road or not? The other party did not even send an envoy to negotiate, and was so rude in their approach, simply treating the largest country on the continent as a small country like the Kingdom of Rivers. The daimyo's messenger reminded Tsunade. Hokage, the daimyo said that we must not provoke him, so. Advertisement. Tsunade knew what the messenger meant, which was to make Dao surrender. Tsunade clenched her fists. If we keep retreating like this, sooner or later we will be devoured by him. The messenger shook his head. This is the daimyo's wish. I hope Lord Tsunade can carry it out. Tsunade frowned, and finally yelled at the messenger. The daimyo has no foresight. Can he see Liu Yun's ambition? Do you really think that the other party will be merciful and give Konoha a neutral place? The messenger's face turned cold. Hokage, please watch your words. Udatane Kaharu pulled Tsunade back and apologized to the messenger. I'm sorry, Messenger-sama. Tsunade has been a little tired these days. HMPH, the messenger snorted and said nothing more. Suddenly, there was a sound of a large army marching. Boom 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 boom, just like a mountain torrent sweeping across the earth and the sea raging with raging waves. In the distance, the sky that had just cleared was covered with dark clouds, and a black torrent like locusts seemed to crawl out of hell. The boundless army soon arrived at the border between the land of fire and the land of rivers. The messenger opened his eyes wide, looking at the endless torrent of steel. He was so frightened that he urinated and knelt down helplessly. Roar, a giant white bone dragon flew into the sky with its wings spread, as if covering the entire sky. Liu Yun was half sitting on top, supporting his head and looking at Tsunade below, with a serious expression and murderous intent in his eyes. Liu Yun smiled nonchalantly and said, Konoha, can you lend me a hand? Even though the savage aura of the bone dragon was terrifying, Tsunade was still as brave as a man. She strode forward, folded her hands and looked up at the flowing clouds. Liu Yun, what if the Fire Nation doesn't want to lend us the way? Advertisement. Liu Yun chuckled. Then the center of this continent will be my toilet. Tsunade glared at Liu Yun. Are you really so unscrupulous? Liu Yun nodded. That's right, I am arrogant and wild. Come and teach me a lesson if you have the guts. You, Tsunade pointed at Liu Yun, angry but not daring to say anything. Liu Yun stood up and asked again, Muya, can you lend it to me? Tsunade snorted, still folding her hands and staring coldly at Liu Yun, answering with silence. Tsunade's attitude was lukewarm, but Ryun could see that Konoha's defense was retreating, and this was the answer they gave. Liu Yun smiled and commanded the cavalry to easily break through the thin border line, rolling up dust and crisscrossing the plains of the Fire Country. Tsunade looked helplessly at Liu Yun's army marching eastward. It was not that she didn't want to stop Liu Yun, but she had no way to stop Liu Yun. Once the war starts, given the strength of both sides, Konoha has no chance of winning. All her bets now were on Naruto, hoping that he would be able to return after completing his studies and become the hope for defeating Liu Yun. Liu Yun leapt from the sky and landed on the high ground like a swimming fish. All the ninjas of Konoha were on alert and moved towards where Tsunade was. Liu Yun smiled and slowly walked towards Tsunade. All of Konoha's Anbu came out and surrounded Liu Yun. Liu Yun Tensagen lit up with a mysterious wave of light, and with a light glance, the Anbu fell down together. Everyone gasped. Those were Konoha's most elite Anbu ninjas, each one of them was at Jonin level. Liu Yun only took a glance and the Anbu people were unable to stop him. Liu Yun continued to move forward, getting closer and closer to Tsunade, and more Konoha shinobi attacked Liu Yun. But before they got close to Liu Yun, they fell down obediently. Chapter 361 Black Shadow Core, Ninjutsu, Budball. Swarms of terrifying insects swarmed towards the flowing clouds like a dark torrent. Liu Yun Tenseigen seemed not to see it and walked forward slowly. The flow of insects was like a swift flood, but what was surprising was that those insects seemed to regard Liu Yun as the king of the insect race and paved a path for Liu Yun to pass. The people of the Aburame clan were wrapped in their coats so tightly that even their own mothers could not recognize them, but their surprise could be clearly sensed. Aburame Shino gritted his teeth. "Father, I can't control my bugs." Aburame Jawei said calmly. "The insects are all afraid, or in awe of each other's power." Liu Yun was getting closer and closer to Tsunade, and when they were only about 20 meters away, Konoha's remaining high-level combat forces came out in full force. Ninjutsu. Shadow imitation technique. A hidden shadow emerged from the ground and entwined the shadow of the flowing clouds like a snake. Nara Shikaku calmly made hand seals, his eyes always following Liu Yun's expression. Mu Liu Yun. General. A huge shadow loomed over the sky above the clouds. It was the expansion jutsu of the Akamichi family, or it was Akamichi Choza, the head of the family. Human bomb tank. Ino Shikacho's deer and butterflies had already been dealt with, and the remaining pigs did not just stand there and watch. Heart turn technique. The trinity of spirit, shadow and strong attack. Even a veteran cage-level strongman will fail here. But what puzzled Nara Luju was, Liu Yun looked superior from beginning to end, as if all their struggles were like hitting a rock with an egg. The facts were just as he thought. Liu Yun looked down at the shadow under his feet. The Nara clan's Yin Dun could restrain the enemy's movements through the shadow. How sinister it is. Hidan, who was buried underground and chewing on mud, said this trick is extremely insidious. Liu Yun became interested. That's a good trick. I've learned it. The Tenseigen lit up, and instantly copied the operation of the shadow mimicry technique. Then decompose, deduce, and reconstruct. Bite. The Yin Tun Ninjutsu, Black Shadow Core has been successfully developed. Liu Yun closed his eyes for a moment, and when he opened them again, the human bomb chariot in the sky was only a millimeter away. At the moment of lightning-like collision, a faint murmur was uttered. Black Shadow Core, attack, advertisement, boom boom. Akamichi's human bomb chariot hit the earth like a meteorite, exploding with a thunderous sound and rumbling smoke and dust. Many Konoha shinobi looked happy, successful, but then a loud shout was heard. Look at those shadows. The ninjas of Konoha looked carefully and saw black shadows rising one after another from where the smoke dissipated. Those shadows slowly condensed into human shapes, wearing the iconic Night Ninja uniforms, with red eyes and green faces, looking extremely terrifying. The Black Shadow Corps, an organization in Jackie Chan's adventures, is a model of a toolman. Xiao Yu says it's good after using it. The Black Shadow Legion is hardworking and willing to work tirelessly, and are extremely qualified subordinates. There are 9 major corps, each with its own combat advantages. Among them, the ninja group appears the most. Although their strength is not the best, they are definitely the most comprehensive. The Shadow Army created by Liu Yun was actually a ninja army. A group of shadow soldiers lifted up Akamichi Choza and restrained his movements. Then a protective circle with Liu Yun as the center was formed, escorting Liu Yun slowly towards Tsunade. All of Konoha's ninjas stared in amazement, wondering what abilities these colleagues dressed in black were capable of. Nara Shikaku's brain was working frantically. These ninjas? Shadow ninjutsu? Could it be that he copied my shadow imitation technique and modified it, but this? Nara Shikaku couldn't believe that the ninjutsu that the Nara family was so proud of was ruined by Liu Yun. What made him even more uncomfortable was that the shadow ninjutsu developed by the other party was already as good as all the shadow ninjutsu of the Nara family. At the moment he lost consciousness, the flowing clouds approached him like a shadow. Want to learn? I'll teach you. Fear, a crazy warning from the flesh. Silly boy, run away. After just staying next to Liu Yun for a second, Nara Shikaku's smart brain told him one thing. Don't provoke him. Liu Yun smiled, ignored Nara Shikaku who was standing there stiffly, and continued walking towards Tsunade. Yamanaka Hayi lay on the ground, gasping for breath. He had just tried to control the use of Liu Yun's body, but unexpectedly, he was slammed away the moment his spirit touched Liu Yun's body. If Liu Yun hadn't been soft-hearted, Yamanaka Hayi would probably have been a vegetable now. Liu Yun walked up to Yamanaka Hayi and was about to mock him when he suddenly realized that this was his father-in-law. Liu Yun quickly put one hand on Yamanaka Hayi's shoulder and transferred chakra into the other's body. Yamanaka Hayi's breathing became smoother. He frowned and looked up at Liu Yun, asking, Liu Yun, is Ino with you? Liu Yun smiled shyly. Father-in-law, Ino and I love each other. Bah! Yamanaka Hayi said disdainfully. A-hole, I will never watch Ino fall into your hands. I'm giving you face. Advertisement. Liu Yun's face fell and a look knocked old Taishan down. Even the stubborn old man Onoki was completely subdued by him and married Kuretsuchi to him obediently. The small Yamanaka family still had face. After Liu Yun knocked down Lao Taishan, he suddenly thought of Lao Taishan's previous heart-turning technique. If it weren't for his strong soul, he would have been hit. However, this mind-turning technique is pretty good. A more advanced technique would be soul possession. Endless sparks of thought burst out from the flowing Tensagen, like Newton who was hit by an apple, or Einstein who was possessed by a god. The Big Bang, the evolution of life, time travel. Endless mysteries flowed in his eyes. At this moment, his eyes were full of wisdom. Bite. The body possession technique has been developed successfully. Liu Yun cleared his mind of distracting thoughts and slowly approached Tsunade. The ninjas of Konoha wanted to step forward to protect the Hokage, but were blocked by Ryun's shadow troop, and could only watch as Ryun put his evil hand on Tsunade. A short circuit of more than 10 seconds allowed Liu Yun to experience a hot summer. It was hard for him. Tsunade clenched his hands together, his eyes serious, ready to enter battle mode. Liu Yun smiled and pointed at the miserable Konoha around him and said, "Tsunade, is this what you rely on?" Tsunade looked at Liu Yun coldly. "Little thief, I have already lent you the road, what else do you want?" Liu Yun chuckled. "Your people. You be asterisk 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 d." Tsunade attacked in an instant, pouncing like a cheetah. Liu Yun's eyes were fixed on Tsunade's movement range, and the other party's hand, as white as ice jade, clenched into a fist and hit him. His fists were filled with tremendous force, and one punch could turn a person into a pulp. But Liu Yun is Liu Yun after all, and he easily blocked Tsunade's iron fist with one palm. How could it be? Tsunade's beautiful eyes were focused, and with her full strength, even Jiraiya would be beaten into scum. But when it came to Liu Yun, there was no sound at all. Tensagen's eyes glowed darkly as he gazed into Tsunade's brown eyes. "Tsunade, let me get inside you," turning the heart around, taking over the body. Liu Yun's spirit body instantly invaded Tsunade's spiritual space. The opponent's mental defense was like a small dam washed by the sea and was destroyed in the blink of an eye. Tsunade suddenly found that she was being sleep paralyzed. Although her consciousness was extremely clear, she could not control her body movements at all. With her Yang-dun power at its peak, she could also sense a spiritual force in her body that was like the sun. "Who?" Chapter 362. The three of us. A voice suddenly sounded in my mind. "Who are you?" "Ryun Kaido. Little Tsunade, have you forgotten your lover so quickly?" "Mu Liu Yun, you damn little thief, get out of here." Tsunade yelled in anger, but she was left with only impotent rage. "Ah, traitor. Lecher. B asterisk 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 D. Get out of here now." Tsunade was just about to throw the South Thief on Liu Yun as well. The stratagem came to his mind and he ignored Tsunade and returned to the real world. Ahem, Liu Yun coughed twice and gradually mastered Tsunade's voice. "What do you want to do? What do you want to do?" Tsunade was screaming madly in her mind, almost turning into an oil painting. Surrounded by many Konoha shinobi, the fifth Hokage who had just been violated seemed to have become a different person. He hooked his arm around the devil's neck and said, "I have something to announce. From now on, Mu Liu Yun is my man, and Konoha belongs to him." The scene was so realistic that many Konoha shinobi pinched the balls of the people next to them, and only realized it was not an illusion when they saw the pain. "Hokage, this old woman is going to sell out the village for a man." "A hole. A hole. A hole." Tsunade kept yelling hysterically, but none of the Konoha shinobi could hear her. Liu Yun teased Tsunade. "Tsunade, that's all for today. Your Yunlang is leaving first." "A hole. Get out of here. Oh, I brought something." "What do you want to take? You be asterisk 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 D." The flowing cloud left Tsunade's body like a gust of wind. After Tsunade took control of the body, she realized that her whole body became cold. She was naked. Just when Tsunade was about to send Liu Yun to death with one punch, Liu Yun's body suddenly turned into a ball of fire and disappeared without a trace. "Tsunade, I will come to propose marriage in a few days, so be ready to enter the bridal chamber with me." "You be asterisk 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 D." Tsunade shouted towards the sky, but the clouds had already disappeared, and the remaining black shadows turned into darkness and flowed into the ground. After Liu Yun's figure disappeared, many Konoha shinobi collapsed and sat up, breathing a sigh of relief, secretly sighing that they had escaped with their lives. Being with Liu Yun was too stressful. The shadow ninja alone was enough to overwhelm them, let alone Liu Yun who was giving his all. The daimyo envoy who had been frightened before regained his arrogance and went to find Tsunade with two Konoha advisors. "Hokage, is everything you just said true? You want to defect with Konoha?" Tsunade, the messenger of the Watcher, was in tears. Liu Yun was half sitting on the bone dragon's head, thinking quietly. "Mu Liu Yun, give me back my dog." A loud shout blocked the entire army formation. Liu Yun quickly hid the spoils in his pocket to prevent outsiders from seeing his pervert. He then looked off into the distance, wanting to see who was so bold as to block his way. Far away. Advertisement. A young man in gray clothes, with red paint on his face, looked unruly, like a lone wolf. This person was none other than Inuzuka Kiba, followed by two women from the Inuzuka family and several vicious dogs. Liu Yun saw one of the slim girls at a glance. Wearing white clothes and with the signature red paint on her face, this wild look gives people a sense of soft beauty. If Liu Yun remembered correctly, she was Inuzuka Kiba's sister, Inuzuka Hana, a veterinarian. I wonder if it is possible to cure this beast of lust? Liu Yun leapt and came to Inuzuka Hana in an instant, took her hand, and said very gracefully. "Beautiful lady, please allow me to introduce myself. So fast. Inuzuka Hana's spirits suddenly reached ultimate level, and Inuzuka Tsumugi beside her even took a fighting stance, like a vicious dog guarding its food. Liu Yun introduced himself. My name is Ayan, I often come here to play, they all call me Brother Yun, I live alone, my house is. Inuzuka Kiba's mother suddenly interrupted Liu Yun's chattering. She glared at Liu Yun and said, Mew Liu Yun, return Kiba's dog to you. Liu Yun looked at Inuzuka Sume and said, Mother-in-law, can't you speak a little more quietly to your son-in-law? Bah! Who is your mother-in-law? Inuzuka Tsumugi spat. Inuzuka Kiba jumped up and stared at Liu Yun with a fierce look. Mew Liu Yun, let my sister go, including my Akamaru. Liu Yun slowly loosened his grip on Inuzuka Hana's hand, and as soon as she was released, she immediately fled, hiding behind Inuzuka Kiba and Inuzuka Claw like a rabbit. Call out! Liu Yun blew a whistle, and a dog bigger than a bull came running towards them from a distance, followed by dozens of lackeys. The big dog got closer, and Inuzuka Kiba saw clearly and was a little bit incredulous. You're Akamaru? Although Akamaru's conscience was eaten away by Liu Yun, his original habits were still retained. He stuck out his tongue at Inuzuka Kiba and barked twice in response. How did you get so big? Inuzuka Kiba asked in confusion after confirming Akamaru's identity. Akamaru was of normal size a few days ago, but now his shoulders are taller than him. Even the rapid growth during puberty wouldn't have been this tall. Has he been given hormones? Woof. 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 Akamaru barked 3 times. Ryun, who was present, was a dog, and the people of the Inuzuka family were experts in raising dogs, so they naturally understood what Akamaru was barking. After understanding what he heard, Inuzuka Kiba fell silent, then pointed at Liu Yun and confirmed. Akamaru, can you really improve your strength quickly by staying with this guy? Akamaru nodded. Liu Yun smiled and said, Inuzuka Kiba, I didn't steal Akamaru from him. Deidara took him away. He is now my vanguard admiral and has even reached the peak of his life. As for you, ask it if it will still follow a down and out guy like you. Inuzuka Kiba clenched his fists and glanced at the giant dog next to him. People and dogs have a deep bond, especially the Inuzuka family who love dogs as their life. Inuzuka Kiba was a little afraid to ask Akamaru, as he could intuitively feel the huge changes in his friend, including his heart that was no longer pure. Inuzuka Claw had a fierce look on his face, but he didn't care about Liu Yun's expression. He jumped up and shouted, Akamaru, come here. Have you forgotten the time you spent with Kiba? Woof, woof, woof. The 3 Huamaru brothers also barked and scolded Akamaru for his ungratefulness. Akamaru's eyes suddenly became clear. How could he forget the innocence of his childhood? The love between the master and the pet was as deep as that between brothers. Liu Yun smiled, touched Akamaru's dog head, and whispered, just think about your life now. You have hundreds of dogs under your command. How powerful you are. All the dogs in the ninja world look up to you. You sing, the lone warrior, on the mountains, and the whole world is your audience. And 4 tails has to follow you obediently. What will you get when you go back? Advertisement. Akamaru then realized that a dog should live like a dog. It has been dyed gray by society, so does it know what to choose? Akamaru took a step back, away from Inuzuka Kiba, and lay obediently behind Liu Yun. This is the answer. Inuzuka Sume Dato, Akamaru. Liu Yun laughed loudly. Haha. My charm is not so great that I can't deal with a Shugo. Inuzuka Kiba looked straight into Akamaru's eyes, and then muttered in a somewhat dejected tone. Akamaru, you have become stronger, but also more unfamiliar. Akamaru squatted down with some guilt. It was not that he wanted to betray, but Liu Yun had given him too much. Inuzuka Tsumugi pointed at Akamaru and yelled, You B**************** D. You ungrateful B*********** D. Liu Yun quickly stopped Inuzuka Tail's greetings. Alright, stop cursing, I can return Akamaru to you. As soon as the words fell, all 3 of them were shocked. The dog was terrified and hurriedly bit Liu Yun's sleeve, telling Liu Yun not to do anything stupid. Inuzuka Kiba was overjoyed. Really? Liu Yun nodded. Of course, but the most feared thing in life is but, however, or even, I'm sorry. The 2 words, Liu Yun, made the 3 people from the Inuzuka family perk up. Liu Yun pointed at Inuzuka Hana and directly exposed his true nature. She wants to marry me, so that we can become a family, and I can also pass on my experience in raising dogs to you. Inuzuka's claws bared his fangs. You're dreaming. Inuzuka Hana took 2 steps back, frowned, and said to Liu Yun. Mew Liu Yun, I will never marry you. Inuzuka Kiba picked up a kunai and confronted Liu Yun, making his position clear. Akamaru secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Liu Yun would return it, and he would definitely be severely beaten by then. Liu Yun smiled and said, You 3 think I'm negotiating with you? I gave you a way out but you still won't give up. Come here, tie up both the man and the dog. Woof, woof, woof. The army surrounded the 3 people from the Inuzuka family with tens of thousands of soldiers and horses. Inuzuka Tail looked at the wolf-like and ferocious Liu Yun army, suddenly swallowed his saliva, and said with a cold sweat. I think the 3 of us were a bit reckless. Woof. Grey Pill barked in agreement. Not long after, the Inuzuka family came to the door and were tied up with both the people and the dogs. Especially Inuzuka Hana, just looking at the rope art, you can tell that she has been in the film industry for at least 10 years. Liu Yun pinched Inuzuka Hana's chin and exclaimed. What a beauty. She would be even more beautiful if she changed into a dog costume. Inuzuka Claw shouted anxiously. Mew Liu Yun, come to me if you have anything to say, don't touch my daughter. Liu Yun turned around and said speechlessly, Auntie, no matter how picky I am about food, I will never eat a woman who has given birth to 2 children, right? The shadow clone who was escorting Inuzuka Hana nearby muttered, Princess Tsunade is obviously bigger than Inuzuka Claw. Stop talking. Liu Yun got angry and slapped the talkative shadow clone, turning him into white smoke. Take them back to the palace and I will deal with them after I conquer the Thunder Country. Yes. After some twists and turns, the army was finally able to operate normally. Liu Yun grabbed Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick and held them in his arms, then he lay on the Bone Dragon's head and started to ride away. Chapter 363. The Iron Country's Reverend Sanchuan requests to see Brother Mew. Cloud Shinobi Village, the village that once towered into the clouds has become a mess. Obito found the highest mountain as his base and celled the few remaining members of Akatsuki. The ghetto statue sits in meditation with its hands clasped together in a square. Obito leaned against the side of the golem, one eye on the riding wheel and the other on the reincarnation wheel, quietly looking at the mountain fog between the cloud peaks. The Eagle team formed a small circle with Sasuke at the center. Kirin looked at Sasuke's beautiful face like a fangirl, as if she was about to get wet. Kisame was caressing Samahata as if he was touching his wife's skin. Shuei was so greedy that he wanted to take Kisami's wife for himself immediately. Kisame naturally sensed Suigetsu's covetous gaze and showed a cold-blooded smile. Mangetsu's brother, my Samahata is not something you can control. It can eat people. Kisame showed his scary teeth, like a monster. But Suigetsu was not frightened, instead he showed a determined smile. The beheading sword is mine, Samahata is no exception, and the other ninja swords are the same. Snort. Kisame snorted, not sure if it was because he disdained Suigetsu's arrogance or was uncomfortable with the young man's rebelliousness. Kisame sees the truth of the world, but this truth does not make him try to change it. The energetic Suigetsu made Kisame wonder, could the illusion woven by Obito be the answer to the tragedy? Sasuke suddenly murmured, his eyes fixed on a black crow in the distance. Kirin took the opportunity to strike up a conversation. Sasuke, what are you looking at? Kirin followed Sasuke's line of sight and saw an ordinary crow. She wondered why it caught Sasuke's attention. Sasuke shook his head. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Maybe it's a mutual attraction between blood relatives, or maybe it's a blunt angle. Sasuke instinctively felt a sense of familiarity coming from the crow, as if it was someone or something very important to him. Kirin smiled and moved closer to Sasuke, as if she wanted to merge her whole self into him. An unlucky black crow, nothing to see. You don't even look at such a beautiful woman like me right next to you, but you care about a crow. Uchiha really has no taste. Kirin complained wildly in her heart. Shigeo was distracted by their conversation and looked off into the distance. Advertisement, huh? Shigeo uttered a sound of surprise. What's wrong? Sasuke's suspicion. Jugo is a sage body and has the ability to communicate with nature. His eyes can discover things that ordinary people cannot, just like a dog. Jugo replied, that crow is so black, ha ha. Kirin laughed twice to respond to Shugo's cold joke. Shigeo continued, it has a very high level of humanity and seems to be observing us. Humanity? Sasuke turned his gaze away again. The strange behavior of several people also attracted Obito's attention, and his cold Rinnegan suddenly focused on Moya. The black crow turned into a shadow in the blink of an eye and slowly disappeared into the air. Obito gave a vague look, interesting, there's an Uchiha power. Who could it be? Uchiha Itachi's backup plan, Obito guessed. A black and white pitcher plant emerged from the ground, making a hoarse sound. Obito, Mew Liu Yun's army is close to entering the Iron Kingdom. Below Obito, Orochi was hiding under his hood, looking at Obito with his dark snake eyes, with a hint of greed. Obito, what should we do next? Should we give up this place? Snort. Obito snorted, leave? You're afraid before the battle, I'm not that weak. Black Zetsu narrowed his eyes, which were as big as soybeans. Obito, what do you want to do? Obito opened his god-like Rinnegan and said coldly, meet him. The territories of major powers are not close to each other, one reason is to provide a buffer, and the other is to form an obtuse angle. Advertisement. The Kingdom of Iron is a buffer state between the kingdoms of Fire and Thunder. This warrior nation always remains neutral and has always been an alliance zone of the 5 major nations. The endless stream of flowing clouds crisscrossed the plains of the Fire Kingdom, and trampled the ice fields of the Iron Kingdom at an unfailing pace. The warriors, who were famous for their martial spirit, did not even gather soldiers at the border, allowing Liu Yun's army to trample on the mountains and rivers of the Iron Kingdom. Admiral Mifune of the Iron Kingdom stood on a high mountain, followed by several fully armed new school warriors. Sanchuan's eyes were always following Liu Yun's cavalry. Ancient cavalry, a declining military force in ancient times. The general next to him responded, Lord Mifune knows? Mifune nodded. In ancient times, when ninjas had not yet become mainstream, samurai, equipped with war horses, were unstoppable and invincible on the battlefield. The general frowned as he looked at the iron-blooded army in the distance. Lord Mifune, has the world changed? Mifune's eyes were parallel to the general's, as if they were looking at the red curtain that opened the curtain of the era. It has changed. Sengoku has a Senju Hashirama, but he is just a buffer to this chaotic world. Liu Yun is different. He is the one who aims to unify the ninja world. And its fighting power is terrifying. It has already annexed the two major countries of Fudo and has begun to dominate the ninja world. The general was inevitably a little worried. Lord Mifune, what should our Iron Nation do? The Iron Country claims to be absolutely neutral, but where are the neutral countries in this world? Under the rolling carriage of history, any fence-sitter will be the first to be dealt with. The Iron Nation needs to choose a side. Should he choose the allied forces led by Liu Yun, or a group of puppet troops? Mifune fell silent. The three great ninja nations had all been destroyed. Everything was changing today and there was no way to avoid it. The admiral of the Iron Nation, who had never bowed his head, sighed and said, "Forget it. Let's go meet Liu Yun, the future lord of the earth." The marching army stopped and it was time to rotate the lineup. The cavalrymen dismounted and the horses became adults and exchanged with each other. Taking advantage of the rotation time, the troops began to prepare meals. A group of young chefs rolled up their sleeves as top chefs and started cooking. Mifune and the general came to pay their respects, and when they got closer, they realized that the iron-blooded display of this army just now was all a lie. Chapter 364 Little Marco dares to show off his skills. Several groups of patrol soldiers gathered together, holding their cell phones and sending messages non-stop. Defend the tower. Defend the tower. The general didn't know what the other party was doing, but he had important matters to attend to, so he didn't ask any more questions and politely interrupted. Admiral Sanfu of the Iron Country wishes to see His Excellency Liu Yun. The group of people on the opposite side did not react and were still immersed in the glory of the Cloud Master. How dare little Marco show off his skills in front of an expert? Control him. This Zhang Fei is so damn fat. Admiral Mifune of the Iron Country requests a meeting. A shadow clone directly said to Kaido impatiently. The door is open. Go in by yourself. Ah. How dare Xiao Lubin attack? The general and Mifune exchanged a speechless look, then shook their heads and walked through the military camp gate. The soldiers in the barracks either played games or played landlord, and they didn't care about anything related to human affairs. The general complained quietly, Lord Mifune, how did this army, with such poor discipline, destroy two great ninja nations? Mifune guessed, the soldiers are not brave but the generals are brave. They may have a commander who makes decisions thousands of miles away. Well, the group of people shouted loudly, from light to heavy, and immediately attracted the 3 boats and 2 people over. It is a large playground surrounded by hundreds of people. There was a fence made of barbed wire around it. The spectators lay on the wire and cheered excitedly for the fight inside. Bet. 1 million taels, I bet on Mr. Ma to win. I bet on the military advisor to win. I saw a man and an animal in the barbed wire. A man in his 60s, wearing a white jacket, frequently swung out the lightning 5 whips. A fat, black and white beast was holding a green bamboo in a naive manner, and its cute bare eyes looked at the martial artist opposite. Teacher Ma immediately shouted, watch out for the whip. The sound was like thunder, and the momentum was powerful, as if there were thousands of troops. I whip. Teacher Ma hit Wolong on the back with a lightning whip, but he didn't expect that the opponent had too much flesh and had turned into energy, and bounced Teacher Ma back in the blink of an eye. Teacher Ma stood up, thinking that he was careless, but he still smiled and said with undiminished vigor, wow, young man, you have practiced before. Yeah, Wolong continued to eat the green bamboo and didn't take Teacher Ma seriously at all. Mifune and the general were both martial artists, and they squeezed into the inner circle of the wire fence in an instant, watching the battle between the masters eagerly. Advertisement. A faint voice sounded. One is a master of Hunyuan Xingyi who has been immersed in martial arts for decades, and the other is the dragon warrior appointed by Master Wugui. Mr. Mifune, who do you think will win? Mifune turned away. A young man, about 20 years old, handsome with a signature silver hair. Your Excellency Liu Yun. Liu Yun smiled and continued to ask, why did Lord Mifune come to see me? The strongest person Mifune had ever seen was Hanzo of the Salamander. He lost to him at that time, and he could never forget the blow from the demigod. That strike was the ultimate in demigod Hanzo's martial arts, and Mifune still remembers it clearly. At the same time, he has a sense of masters that is like the light of a sword. No opponent in the past could hide from Hanzo's unthinkable sword, but now. Sanchuan looked at the flowing clouds as if he was looking at the ocean, vast and boundless. The subtleties of martial arts and even the secrets of ninjutsu are all included in it. He is a mountain that is so high that you cannot see the top, and he is also a sword that can cut through the sun and the moon. Mishwan quickly let go of his perception and clenched his mind, fearing that he would be obsessed with the other party's realm and unable to extricate himself if he was distracted. Mifune had an answer to the situation in the Iron Kingdom in his mind, but he still couldn't help asking, how do you rule the country? Liu Yun considers himself a poet, so it is inevitable that he will show off a bit. He considered Du Fu's attitude of worrying about the country, and imitated Wang Yangming's wise heart. Establish a mind for heaven and earth, establish a destiny for the people, inherit the lost knowledge of the past sages, and create peace for all generations. As soon as these words were spoken, Sanchuan's heart was in turmoil, and the water of the East River was surging endlessly. He carries the wishes of heaven, earth and the people on his back. What kind of ambition and determination is this? Without saying a word, Mifune half knelt down, like a samurai swearing allegiance to his lord. I, Kurosawa Mifune, am willing to serve you and lead the Iron Nation to follow you. I am willing to fight for you all my life. Adult Mifune, the general next to him, became anxious. It's foolish to join before the salary is even negotiated, or you will be eaten up without leaving anything behind. Liu Yun helped Sanchuan up as if he were the Emperor Liu. Brother Chuan, you don't have to do this. I am just a countryman in troubled times. Why are you doing this to me? Mifune's eyes sparkled, and he said in a trembling voice, Your Majesty, you have established a destiny for the world. This is a great aspiration that has not been seen for 3,000 years. I am just a warrior, and I hope to see Your Majesty bring peace and prosperity to the world in this lifetime. Advertisement. Liu Yun's face was full of appreciation for his confidant. I am fortunate to have a new confidant today. Send the order down, set up camp here, and have plenty of wine and meat. Let's drink to our heart's content tonight. Only a few shadow clones cheered. It seemed that the delicious food could no longer tempt them. Liu Yun added, The Ninja Glory League will be held tonight, and the winner will be honored as the king. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole room cheered. Long live Suoga. This title of king should be given to the strongest Liu Ban in our country. I don't accept it. How dare little Marco be so arrogant? Charge him. After resolving the unpleasant atmosphere, Liu Yun began to control Sanchuan again. Sanchuan's eyes were full of respect for Liu Yun, and there was also a hidden sense of righteousness in serving his lord. It seems that I have been fooled by Liu Yun. There are some problems with the warrior profession. Without a master to serve, they feel quite miserable and frustrated as their talents are not appreciated. In addition, Liu Yun's words just now were the words of a sage copied from history books, which directly frightened Sanfan, who was loyal and righteous in his heart. Liu Yun planned to hold a military exercise to welcome Sanchuan, and Sanchuan was naturally very grateful. Thank you for your hospitality, Your Majesty. Mifune is grateful. Liu Yun smiled and then asked, Do you have any good-looking female disciples? In the Boruto legend, there is a female disciple of Mifune, a very cute loli. Mifune was a little confused. Your Majesty, this is. Liu Yun stopped talking immediately. He also had to maintain the character of his new henchman and not let his lustful nature be exposed. Liu Yun laughed twice and patted Sanchuan on the shoulder twice. I just want to care about the young talents in the genin world. After all, the Empire will need their talents in the future. Oh, Mifune really believed Liu Yun and expressed his understanding. Let's watch the match. This Master Ma is worthy of being the #1 master of the Southern martial arts world. He couldn't even move from the sleeping dragon position after fighting for a long time. Wolong thought Teacher Ma was too noisy, so he slapped him and sent him flying. He rolled on the ground in a cloud of smoke, leaving behind only an unwilling cry. Young man, you have no martial ethics. Black and white whirlwind, General Crouching Dragon wins. Yeah, Wolong snorted and thought it was child's play. Several Jinyue dressed in Feiyu uniforms came over with a big dog on a leash. The big dog was Akamaru. It covered its face with its paws, feeling ashamed to face people. Chapter 365. Wing Chun dogfighting. Liu Yun was puzzled. What's wrong? The Jinyue replied, Your Majesty, this beast wanted to let the 3 Inuzuka family go. Fortunately, we discovered it, otherwise it would have caused a disaster. Liu Yun was furious, grabbing Chiwan's ears and yelling, Okay, I provide you with good food and drink, how dare you treat me like this? No more words to say. We have to have a dog meat hotpot tonight. Someone, send General Loyal Dog into the pot. Woof, woof, woof. Akamaru shouted anxiously, tears almost coming out. A shadow clone who loves dogs threatened to die. Your Majesty, no, General Jongu has made great achievements in the war. It will be disheartening to his brothers if he is sentenced to death so hastily. The Paw Patrol under Akamaru's command were barking outside the crowd, begging Liu Yun Pod to spare their lives. Liu Yun had the intention of a sage king, so he softened his heart. Forget it, come in, I will teach you how to be a minister. Soon, Liu Yun, wearing a white coat and looking like Huang Feihong, walked into the barbed wire. Akamaru also walked in wearing a pair of boxing gloves. The referee talked about the rules. You are all dogs, you should understand what I mean. You are not allowed to show magic in front of muggles. Liu Yun nodded and saluted to Akamaru. Wing Chun Yi Liu Yun, please teach me. Woof. Akamaru also stamped his feet and squinted his eyes to observe Liu Yun's rack. The battle between masters involves a battle of aura. The dog can lose, but the momentum must never be lost. Master Yi, come on, Master Dog, come on. The surroundings were noisy, and the general took advantage of the noise to whisper in Mifune's ear. Lord Mifune, isn't it too hasty to tie the Iron Country to Liu Yun's chariot? Mifune shook his head. Anyone who can say that must be a hero who has unified the chaos of 1,000 years. Don't forget the original intention of his warriors hiding in the snowfield. My lord, I will never forget. The general lowered his head. The 5 major countries had been at war for years, making life difficult for the people, and the common people suffered greatly. The ancestors of the samurai could not stand such absurdity, so they retreated to the snowfields and remained permanently neutral, hoping for a hero who could solve the chaos. In fact, it is just that ninjas don't play with samurai. They have no place to use their skills, so they can only live in peace in one place and lie dormant in silence. Mifune did not make a rash decision, nor was he completely influenced by Liu Yun's lies. He still had some judgment. Now is a time of great turmoil, and it is time for the warriors to choose their own heroes. More importantly, Liu Yun Tianxia has already obtained 2, and obviously has a greater chance of winning. Why doesn't he hurry up and take advantage of the opportunity? Are he foolishly waiting for others to come and raid his property? However, Sanchuan was a little confused by the atmosphere of Liu Yun's new dynasty. It seemed as if these people had nothing to do with anyone else. Advertisement: the master even fought with the dog in the ring. Master dog, cut him off from the bottom lane, cut him off from the bottom lane. Woof. Akamaru's fangs were exposed, and he bit forward with great ferocity. This move was destined to cut off his offspring. Liu Yun dodged and immediately used the Wing Chun dog beating fist. Force Bu Zheng to block the long attack. Liu Yun moved forward step by step, fighting left and right, not giving Akamaru a chance to react. You must defend the center while attacking and defending. Akamaru seized the opportunity and attacked Liu Yun's center. Liu Yun blocked every move with his crane hand, and Akamaru's moves were as fast as lightning, but they were all blocked by Liu Yun one by one. Liu Yun reminded him, traditional kung fu is about transforming strength. I can easily knock you over with just a little effort. As soon as he finished speaking, Akamaru, whose huge body weighed over 500 pounds, was knocked to the ground by Liu Yun. The second round begins. Liu Yun no longer took a defensive stance, but instead stepped forward with a phantom step to attack the dog as if in god-tier form. This is Kaiyang's horse waiting to steal peaches. Liu Yun jumped and flicked his finger on Akamaru's balls. Akamaru let out a cry. This fatal move almost killed him. This is a way of avoiding the real and attacking the fake. Liu Yun suddenly sat on Chiwan's body, grabbed its tail and held it directly. Are you convinced? Will you dare to betray me again in the future? Wong Wong Wong. I. Akamaru had tears in his eyes and repeatedly said he would never dare to do it again. Sanchuan and the general looked on in shock. Liu Yun had too many shady and harmful moves, and he used a long hook to hit her. This made the admiral of the Iron Country regret boarding the Liu Yun ship. After Liu Yun dealt with Akamaru, he left the field and the next group of contestants returned. One is Black Tiger Ah Fu. The other one, wearing black armor and with a stern face, was the ever-victorious general, Xing Derong. Ah Fu asked the other person where he came from. Who are you? Xing Derong stood on his horse, looking down at Ah Fu and laughing. I'll tell you my name to make you laugh. I'm Lingling General Xing Derong. You have taken away my reputation, why don't you kneel down and surrender quickly? Advertisement. Ah Fu sneered. The crow that can stop me can get on a plane first. The final battle began, with 2 martial arts masters from different eras colliding fiercely, which made the audience feel very passionate. Mifune said to Liu Yun, Your Majesty, since we are now yours, I will go and arrange the relevant merger matters of the Iron Kingdom. Liu Yun nodded. Go. Good. After Sanchuan and the general left, Liu Yun found a place to sit down, stroked Crouching Dragon and Phoenix, and watched the world's #1 martial arts competition. The martial arts competition was a chaos of demons, with all kinds of gods appearing on the stage. The evil Krypton Gold Penguin from the far north, while fighting, calls on people to recharge Q coins. Deadpool from Marvel fights and dances at the same time, so cool that makes people jealous. A coon from Idol Producer will launch a mental attack when he is hit. What are you doing? The sun gradually set after a day and night of dimensional chaos. At night, the lights were bright and the 10-mile military camp was filled with cheers. This Li Yuanfeng is good, Zhang Fei controls him. Mifune led the high-level officials of the Iron Country into Liu Yun's camp. They were naturally attracted by this atmosphere and began to observe it carefully. Encirclement, ambush, alliance. My lord, this game includes all the offensive tactics of military strategists. A samurai from the Iron Kingdom whispered to Mifune. Mifune nodded. Even a small soldier can learn the art of war from this. In the long run, this unit will be an army that can fight 100 battles. The samurai nodded. As expected, they are the strong army that conquered the ninja world in such a short time. The details are so impressive that I am ashamed. A beautiful female warrior in white warrior uniform frowned and said softly, Aren't they just playing games? Mifune shook his head. Wisdom, that's not the case. Look carefully at these soldiers. Tense, focused, meticulous, serious, how can this be the attitude towards a game? Wisdom continued to observe, and just as Mifune said, these soldiers seemed to treat this game as their wife, and they were very excited and F********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Mifune thought about his first impression of Ryun and said slowly, he is ambitious, has aspirations for the world, and cares about people's livelihood. I believe the ninja world will be looking forward to seeing him as a benevolent leader. Wisdom was a little skeptical, but I heard from others that he is a womanizer, a hypocrite, and a complete hypocrite. Mifune denied. It must be a fool who slandered him, tell me. How can a person who can say that he establishes his mind for the world and his destiny for the people have such mean words in his mind? The other party can accommodate all rivers, so it is impossible for him to be such a vulgar person. Wisdom whispered. Establish a mind for heaven and earth, and establish a destiny for the people. She gently chewed on the lofty ambition contained in it. What kind of extraordinary man could have such ambition? Chapter 366. Female warrior wisdom Liu Yun was slumped in the camp, stroking crouching dragon and phoenix with one hand and watching the fight on his cell phone with the other. One side used guns and attacked like thunder, killing the enemy and forcing them to retreat step by step and beg for mercy again and again. The opponent was not a weak woman either, she used the popular mad dog style, biting, grabbing, or clamping. In short, all kinds of dirty tricks were used. Dapao bent over and saw the satisfaction on Liu Yun's face and smiled. Your Majesty, this is the flower of Kikyo City, which has a 10-mile charm, what do you think? Liu Yun nodded. It's a good shot. This style of play is a true inheritance from the Huxia people. Dapao said modestly, Your Majesty, thank you for the compliment. Liu Yun still gave some advice. But why do you have to do it in front of my face? If this gets out, won't my reputation be ruined? Dapao explained. This is also to make Your Majesty feel more involved, and this has been classified as a military secret and will not be disclosed. Liu Yun nodded. Very good, he thought of another bad idea. If anyone dares to mess with me in the future, I will just shoot a pornographic film with his face on it. The canon praised. Your Majesty, this method is very good. Liu Yun nodded and continued to observe the two martial artists' fighting styles. There was a sound outside the tent. Your Majesty is handling official business, please wait. Liu Yun quickly put away the tools he had used to commit the crime, sat down properly, and flipped through a copy of Spring and Autumn Annals on the desk. Mifune led a group of high-ranking officials from the Iron Country into the tent, and what they saw was Liu Yun seriously handling official business. Mifune complimented him, Your Majesty works day and night, which is a great blessing for the people. Liu Yun smiled, stood up and prepared to greet the visitor. Advertisement, but she quickly retreated because her waist was full and it damaged her appearance. My dear ministers, please take your seats, come, bring us some good wine and good food, and find 2 girls. Liu Yun suddenly noticed a female warrior next to Mifune. He has a handsome face, fair skin, soft hair, and wears an off-white top and a red apron. She also has a samurai sword on her waist, giving her a feminine temperament that is no less heroic than that of men. Even his appearance gives Liu Yun a sense of familiarity, and he is somewhat similar to the cute samurai Tetsuki from the Boruto legend. He should be the other's relative or elder. Dapao whispered to Liu Yun, Your Majesty, wipe your saliva. Oh. Liu Yun wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and restored his appearance as a beast in human clothing. The wine and meat were served on the table, and the guests sat on either side, drinking and chatting happily. Liu Yun took a sip of Laobaigan and shifted his gaze to the female warrior on the left. Liu Yun thought for a while and began to ask the other party about his background. He smiled and said to Mifune, I didn't expect that Brother Mifune had such a heroic female hero. She must be very skilled in martial arts. Mifune smiled proudly. Joui's swordsmanship has inherited all my teachings. I believe that in another 10 years, she will be the best swordsman in the world. Oh. Liu Yun knew the other person's name. I didn't expect Miss Wisdom to be so talented. I really underestimated her potential. Your Majesty, thank you for the award, Kaido, the wise one. Then she took a sip of the wine. This extremely pure wine did not make her drowsy, but instead opened up her taste buds. Your Majesty's wine has a pure taste, I'm afraid it can't be bought with 1,000 gold coins. The warriors nodded. Advertisement: the warriors who live in the snowy mountains and practice swords here are all wine lovers, so they can naturally taste the high quality of Liu Yun wine. Liu Yun smiled and said, Of course, this is a fine wine made using my Tai ninjutsu after all. Ninjutsu. Wisdom became interested. As a new style samurai, how could she not know ninjutsu? Even the samurai of the Iron Kingdom can use chakra to assist swordsmanship. However, pure ninjutsu and wisdom are rarely seen, so I especially want to see advanced ninjutsu. Liu Yun saw through Wisdom's little thoughts and chuckled, Miss Wisdom, do you want to see my ninjutsu? Wisdom nodded, yes. It is widely said in the ninja world that Your Majesty is comparable to the god of ninja. Wei really wants to see this power of moving mountains and seas. Liu Yun picked up the wine glass, took a sip and stood up. The fire is out, there is no need to hide anymore. This place is narrow, let's go outside to show it. Wisdom nodded. Okay. Mifune and a group of samurai were ready to stand up, wanting to witness Ryun's ninjutsu together. Liu Yun didn't want these light bulbs to follow him, so he bewitched them with a look and made them all indulge in the wine. I walked out of the tent alone, holding Joui's little hand. Men and women should not touch each other, and Joui felt a little shy when a boy suddenly held her hand and tried to break free. But Liu Yun was so shameless that he refused to let go. The night was chilly and snow was falling heavily, just as the saying goes, snow is falling thousands of miles away. Liu Yun walked out of the military camp with Wisdom, passing the drunken shadow clone. Far away, 3 slightly raised snow mounds moved, and they were actually Samui, Karui, and Omoi. This Cloud Shinobi team finally encountered Liu Yun's army and is now investigating the situation of Liu Yun's army. Chapter 367. Please look at me carefully. Omoi took a big bite of snow and complained, this guy could have invaded the land of thunder very quickly, but he chose to stay here and set up camp for a banquet. He is such a bad commander. Samui tapped Omoi's head and said, stop grumbling. Let's go and meet him. Karui suddenly said, wait, someone came out. It's the target, and he's holding a girl in his hand. Samui and Omoi quickly lowered their heads, concealing their breath and observing the figure in the distance. Liu Yun inquired about Joey's background along the way. This little girl Joey is still a little white rabbit, and all her ancestors have been discovered by Liu Yun. She was a young lady from a noble family in the Iron Country. She had loved martial arts since she was a child, so she became a disciple of Mifune and learned all his skills. This is very rare in the Iron Country where masculinity prevails, and many people even call wisdom the flower of Tiling. Liu Yun exclaimed. A beauty is better than a man, beautiful outside and intelligent inside. Wisdom looked at Liu Yun with a strange look in his eyes. Your Majesty, can you write poetry? Liu Yun chuckled. It has some literary talent, but it's just a small taste. Wisdom looked at the heavy snow in the sky and whispered, Your Majesty, can you write a poem about snow? The stage wisdom has been used to help Liu Yun, so when should he pretend? Wait a minute, I'll think about where to copy. Liu Yun quickly came back to say. Where should we start? The wise black pupils looked at Liu Yun, sparkling, and were particularly looking forward to Liu Yun's performance. She felt as if she was discovering a treasure. The more she dug, the more surprises she found, and the more attractive the flowing clouds seemed to her. Liu Yun thought of it and immediately copied and pasted. Snow weighs down the winter clouds, white flakes fly, and all the flowers wither at once. The sky is filled with cold currents, and the earth is filled with warm air. The sound was ups and downs and done in one breath. Your Majesty is amazing. You can actually compose a poem in 7 steps. You are truly talented. Liu Yun felt the warmth of the girl's palm and laughed in his heart. This guy can also write poetry. Liu Yun's performance really surprised Omoi. He thought he was just a simple pervert, but he didn't expect he could show off his literary talent. Samui looked at Liu Yun's appearance quietly. It was dark at night, but the ninja's eyes were as sharp as a cat's. He has a handsome appearance, an aura that makes him look like a tiger that can swallow the world, and he can also write poetry and is full of romanticism. Samui suddenly felt that Liu Yun was somewhat pleasing to the eye, and it would be worthwhile to follow him. After showing off his literary talent, Liu Yun began to show off his second ninjutsu. Wisdom is a martial person and must be more interested in strength. If Liu Yun performs well, he can immediately win the heart of this little girl. Advertisement. Wisdom, watch out, my ninjutsu can change the celestial phenomena. Good. Wisdom watched expectantly. Liu Yun spread out his right hand, and a spark condensed on it, emitting warm temperature like the sun in winter. As the flowing cloud continued to inject chakra, the Mars became larger and larger, and slowly took on new shapes. Chicken head, swallow chin, snake neck, turtle back. A fiery red little phoenix quietly floated in Liu Yun's hand, as beautiful as a fire elf. Wisdom couldn't take his eyes off the fire elf and wanted to reach out and touch the beautiful fire elf. Liu Yun released the fire phoenix in his hand into the night sky. Suddenly, the little phoenix grew larger and became as huge as the big coon. Tisk. The phoenix sings in the sky, the sun shines brightly, and its elegant posture seems to be composing a poem, which makes people yearn for it. What is amazing is that the heavy snow at night was melted by the flames of the phoenix. The phoenix left and the snow stopped. Cloud Shinobi Group, the 3 of us, stared blankly at the flames dissipating in the sky. Immersed in the beautiful scenery, I was also shocked by the power of the flowing clouds. Ami looked away and said with some lingering feeling, Is this the power of Mu Liu Yun? It can easily drive away the heavy snow. Samai looked straight at Liu Yun's face from afar, feeling a little envious of the girl he was holding. I guess every woman hopes to be protected in the arms of such a strong man. Wisdom is somewhat regretful. The beautiful scenery is before us, but it is only a fleeting glimpse. Liu Yun thought. The scenery of the world remains unchanged for thousands of years, but the existence of human beings is like white dew and bubbles, empty and meaningless. Joey nodded and suddenly looked at Liu Yun with admiration. Your Majesty, you are truly amazing. Liu Yun smiled and said, I have something even better. The lovely and charming female warrior smiled and said immediately, Your Majesty, I will also perform a sword dance for you. Liu Yun nodded. Come on, let me see your dance. Okay. Wisdom nodded slightly. This young lady from an aristocratic family was not solely devoted to martial arts, but also mastered some various skills in her spare time. Advertisement. Joey let go of Liu Yun's hand and pushed away the samurai sword at his waist. The sword was as white as silver, reflecting the cold light of the cold moon. Just from the blade light, Liu Yun could tell that Joey's martial arts skills were not bad, even comparable to Jonin. The wise black eyes looked at Liu Yun and said softly, Your Majesty, please look at me carefully. Wisdom is like an elf in a snowy night, stomping its feet and dancing on the snowflakes. Her movements are extremely agile, gorgeous and graceful. Sometimes she is like a peacock spreading its tail, and sometimes she is like a swan stretching its neck. It is so beautiful. Liu Yun looked at it with admiration. After the song, the beautiful woman's ethereal figure echoed in the snow. Liu Yun stepped forward and picked up Wisdom. Wisdom, you are truly a great treasure. Wisdom hooked Liu Yun's neck, and her pupils were full of Liu Yun's figure. Your Majesty, too. Don't call me Your Majesty, call me Liu Yun or Yunlang. Wisdom whispered. Yun. Yunlang. Liu Yun smiled and said, This is a beautiful place with endless scenery. Would you like to accompany me to enjoy it? Wisdom nodded slightly. Romantic, so romantic. Karui, who was watching, was so excited that he didn't know where the excitement came from, which made Omoi roll his eyes at him. Why are you so anxious? You are not the heroine. Karui knocked on Omoi's head and scolded him, you are such a blockhead. You don't understand the romance in it. The snowy night, the phoenix-like fireworks, the charming sword dance, what a love poem this is. I'm almost falling in love with this man, but it's a pity that he doesn't like my type. Samui, Samui. Karui suddenly discovered that Samui was still immersed in the kiss between the man and the woman. There was light in the other person's eyes, as if he also longed for such a romantic moment. Samui, are you envious? Samui said nothing and shook her head. Now is not the time to talk about children's private affairs. Amii suddenly shouted, hey, the person is gone. Karui and Samui went to look again, and sure enough, there was no one there. Where did you go? Guest, now that you are here, why are you hiding? A strange voice sounded, which immediately made Samui and the other two very alert. Chapter 368 Midnight Snack. A group of shadow clones wearing flying fish uniforms surrounded Samui and the other two, with the leader having a kind look on his face. It's freezing outside, please come inside and sit down. As the leader, Samai was secretly sad. The other party is Liu Yun, who possesses Tensagen. How could he be spied on so easily by them? Ami asked anxiously. What should we do? Samui waved her hand. No hurry, we are here to find him, let's follow them in. All right. The three were immediately tied up by the Jinyue and taken into the military camp. They split up halfway, with Karui and Omoi being kept in a simple tent, while Samui was in a high-rise living tent. After imparting rich knowledge to wisdom, Liu Yun pinched her little face. After unifying the 5 great nations, I will propose marriage to your family. Wisdom's face was full of love. You are so nice. Liu Yun smiled and said, I still have a batch of documents to deal with. I'll be back after I finish them. Okay. Jui gently kissed Liu Yun's face, and then watched him leave reluctantly. Liu Yun walked out of the tent, savoring the fragrance of wisdom, and then shook his head. Advertisement. Liu Yun hurried towards Samui's tent. The distance was not far and Liu Yun arrived soon. Dawn. Samui held a kunai across Liu Yun's neck, but the cold iron did not scare Liu Yun. Liu Yun tilted his head and looked at Samui, who looked indifferent. Why, you want to go back on your word? Don't you expect me to drive the Akatsuki out of the land of lightning? Samui then put down the kunai, turned his head away, and left a question. After we drive away the Akatsuki organization, will the land of lightning be returned to us? Liu Yun smiled faintly. What do you think? Samui sighed. She knew it was like this. The land of lightning was a piece of fat meat on the slate. The Akatsuki organization might leave, but new jackals would also target them. Liu Yun gently held Samui in his arms and said lovingly, don't worry, I won't treat you unfairly. After the Akatsuki organization is driven away, I will hand over the relevant affairs of the land of lightning to you. Really? Samui asked with some surprise. Of course, but there is no need to rebuild the Cloud Shinobi village. The era of the Shinobi village has passed. The world is unified. I don't want to see the unification of Shinobi. Samui fell silent. She and Mabui stayed because they firmly believed in rebuilding Cloud Shinobi village. Liu Yun gently kissed Samai's forehead. Don't worry about it anymore. The affairs of the world are decided by men. Just give me a baby in the future. The army marched eastward, with a large dragon-shaped cloud-shaped flag fluttering in the wind, trampling the snow with great momentum, crossing the border of the land of lightning and heading straight for Cloud Shinobi village. Advertisement. In the snowy mountains behind, there is a young woman waving her hand and bidding farewell to her lover. On the bone dragon, Samui glanced at Liu Yun viciously and cursed. Such a pure and innocent girl treats you so sincerely, and you still lied to her. You are such a heartless man. Liu Yun was picking lice off Fengshu, and he immediately became unhappy when he heard Samai's words. How could I be unfaithful? Even if it was the moon in the sky, I would find a way to get it down. Samui sneered. Then you should bring the moon down to me now. Liu Yun was a man of his word, so he immediately stood up and prepared to fly to the moon. Seeing that Liu Yun didn't seem to be faking it, Samui immediately stopped him and said, Don't, there is no place to put the moon in the ninja world. Liu Yun stopped running towards the moon, patted his chest proudly and said, Everyone knows that I, Liu Yun, have a pure heart and treat others sincerely. Samui is not as easily deceived as wisdom. She completely sees through Liu Yun's character. No matter how hard the other party tries, she won't believe it. She looked at the blue sky and glanced at the man who squeezed in beside her. Liu Yun smiled eagerly and said, Well, can you introduce Mabui to me? Samai didn't know what to feel. She knew Liu Yun was such a shameless person, but she didn't expect that this guy was too lazy to even cover it up. Hey, why don't you speak? Go to hell. Sam rushed forward with his teeth bared. Chapter 369. Born with you, Liu Yun, is ridiculous. Konoha. The intelligence ninja came back with news that Liu Yun's troops had left the Iron Kingdom and entered the land of the Lightning Kingdom. The Konoha high-ranking officials who had been worried all night finally breathed a sigh of relief. Tsunade relaxed her tense pride and breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Liu Yun's army stays in the north, Konoha will never have peace. Nara Shikaku revealed another intriguing piece of information. The leader of the Iron Country, Mifune, is very close to Liu Yun. and he led a group of his men to spend the night in his military camp last night. Mitokado Homura snorted, "Humph, these self-righteous samurai can no longer control themselves and start to wade into this muddy water." Udatane Kaharu expressed his worries. Even the permanently neutral Iron Country has sided with Liu Yun. This makes the situation in Konoha even more critical. Tsunade rubbed his chin gently and suddenly thought of Liu Yun's damn face. Especially when the other party kissed her forcefully, she felt a familiar feeling coming from her soul, as if it had happened in countless dreams. Tsunade shook her head, thinking that she was already a grown-up woman and shouldn't be acting like a young girl with lustful thoughts. She looked at the Konoha officials calmly and asked, "Have you contacted the water country?" Once Liu Yun takes over the northeast, Konoha will only have one escape route on the sea. It just so happened that among the 5 great countries, the water country remained which had not been attacked by Ryun and Akatsuki. Tsunade hoped to unite with the water country and find a way out. Nara Shikaku shook his head. Terumi Mei is a very courageous woman. She directly joined forces with the daimyo of the Land of Water to seal off the country. We know nothing about that place now. Tsunade snorted, "Ignorance, can closing the country dispel Liu Yun and the Akatsuki organization's covetousness for that piece of land?" Tsunade then asked, "What about other small countries?" Nara Shikaku shook his head. "They are all secluded to protect themselves, or they are trying to get beautiful women. I heard that the king of the snow country is ready to sacrifice himself in exchange for the safety of the country." Tsunade was a little surprised. The king of the snow country? It's that famous actress, Fuka Koyuki. Advertisement. Nara Shikaku nodded. Indeed, their national strength is not enough to stop Liu Yun's cavalry, and Fenghua Xiaoshui is the one that Liu Yun is targeting. Even if Fenghua Xiaoshui doesn't make a decision, those ministers will force her to do it. Tsunade suddenly felt that the other party was somewhat pathetic. As the king of a country, he eventually became a plaything of power and war. Then Tsunade thought of herself again. Her status is very similar to Fenghua Xiaoshui's. Both are concubines appointed by Liu Yun, and both care about the people they protect. If the daimyo or the people cannot bear the pressure from Liu Yun, will her fate be the same as Fenghua Xiaoshui? Tsunade thought about it. I feel that there is still someone who wants me at this age, and he is a young and handsome guy. She is the cheap one. But Tsunade couldn't tolerate such betrayal. All previous Hokage died in battle, and there was no such thing as sacrificing one's body to save the villagers. Tsunade slumped in the chair somewhat helplessly, spreading her hands. So what should we do now? Everyone looked at each other, and no one could come to a decision. Nara Shikaku folded his hands and spoke, "Hokage-sama, don't forget that we are not the only ones who are at odds with Liu Yun. In the east, that guy must have already started a fight with the Akatsuki organization." Tsunade became interested. "Keep talking." Nara Shikaku continued, "One of the two families is bound to win. No matter which one they are, we will not deal with them. We only need to help the weaker one. So that the other party doesn't have to be eliminated too quickly, so that they can have enough time to accumulate strength to deal with foreign enemies." Tsunade nodded. "Yeah, that's all we can do for now." "Where's Jiraiya? His confinement is over, why isn't he there?" The secretary next to him, Shizune, was a little speechless. "Master Tsunade, Master Jiraiya is still staying in the tavern." Advertisement. Tsunade frowned and said, "This damn toad is still drinking at this hour. Hurry up and call him to carry out the mission." Okay. Liu Yun got the location of Mabui from Samai, and the army was marching towards there. Samui was extremely confused and pointed in the opposite direction. "Hey, Cloud Shinobi is over there, you're going the wrong way." Liu Yun put his hands on the back of his head and said nonchalantly, "Akatsuki is just a group of mountain bandits. I can destroy them at any time if I want." Samui continued to ask, "What are you going to do now?" Liu Yun turned his head and looked at her, giving her a thoughtful smile. "Guess." Samui took into consideration Liu Yun's hunger and immediately said viciously, "You are going to rob Mabui." Liu Yun laughed loudly. "That's right, I came here just to get you too. Now I have you, and now the only thing missing is Mabui." Sam, who understood the truth, was speechless. How could someone lead an army of thousands of miles to rob a woman? She really couldn't find any words to describe Liu Yun, so she could only helplessly say, "You are really a person of temperament." Liu Yun smiled nonchalantly. "When you go to the opera, you should order the most famous actress. When you walk your bird, you should buy the most expensive thrush. This is life." Samai touched her forehead. She really couldn't imagine the mentality of an idle person like Liu Yun. "You, Liu Yun, are extremely unreasonable. You be **************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Report, King. Enemy spotted. Liu Yun let go of Samui's hand and looked into the distance. At the end of the road was a giant brown statue of a demon. Liu Yun whispered. Ghetto statue. In front of the golem, Obito stood alone, followed by a pale young man wearing a hood, Yakushi Kabuto. Chapter 370. For King Frieza, Ulla. Obito said to Liu Yun. Liu Yun, do you want the land under my feet? Liu Yun responded with a smile. So what? Obito crossed his arms and said nonchalantly, I don't care about the ownership of this land, but I can't give it to you so easily. Come on. The battle between the Rinnegan and the Tenseigan, this must be a 1,000-year destiny. Liu Yun suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Obito was puzzled. What was he laughing at? Did he look humorous? In the forest not far away, Suigetsu complained, that guy's smile is exactly like Sasuke's. Kirin looked at it carefully and said, it really is. Sasuke, it can't be your brother. HMPH. Sasuke snorted, ignoring his friend's teasing. Instead, he turned on his Sharingan and carefully observed Liu Yun's posture. He was shocked at just one glance. This kind of chakra. Kirin noticed it as well and said with a trembling body, his chakra is like an ocean. Jugo's sage body was very sensitive to chakra, and the flowing clouds he saw seemed to be natural. Samahata moved on Kisami's back, as if he was eager to join Liu Yun. Kisame gave a shark smile. It's unbelievable, how can a mortal possess such a huge amount of chakra? After Liu Yun laughed, he immediately said seriously, Obito, can you fight me with just your Rinnegan? Obito frowned. What do you want to say? Liu Yun's cards are 4 twos with 2 kings. If he loses such a good hand, it would not be an exaggeration to shampoo his head upside down 10,000 times. Liu Yun slowly revealed his trump card. Obito, I have more than just Tenseigan. As soon as he finished speaking, a 6 Magatama purple Rinnegan appeared on his face. Cold, just like the heaven that is high above. Everyone's eyes widened and they couldn't help but make a sound. Rinnegan. Obito was a little stunned. This eye? How can you have the Rinnegan? Haha. Not only the Rinnegan, but also the Byakugan, Mangekyo, Yin-Yang eyes, and the eye of the Emperor. Liu Yun's eyes kept changing, sometimes rolling his eyes, sometimes Mangekyo Sharingan. Orochi Kabuto was also confused. How can a human body contain such a strong bloodline limit? Advertisement. By using the double demon attack, Kabuto Orochi can obtain the special powers of the Otogakure 5, and even the abilities of Dead Bone Pulse and Kirin can be transplanted. But he did not transplant Wood Style and Sharingan. Because these two bloodlines are too powerful, there is a strong rejection reaction when they are combined together. In a nutshell, Orochi can't control it, he couldn't hold the bag, but Yunzi did. Duzi felt deeply confused but also fell in love. This is a love for science, a love for the great human body. Before, Orochi Kabuto loved Sasuke's body, but now he has shifted his target and is extremely eager to get Ryun's body. After Liu Yun finished showing off, he felt refreshed from the inside out. Throughout the ages, whether in novels or on television, people have always liked to see stories of pretending to be cool but then getting slapped in the face. First, it feels good, and second, it still feels good. Obito really began to doubt Liu Yun's origins. Who are you? You can't be a nobody before this. Liu Yun folded his hands and smiled, then half sat down. In that case, I will tell you the truth of this universe, the past and origin of ninjas. Dr. Snake, live broadcast worldwide, I'm about to start pretending. Okay. The curtain of the sky opened, and the light curtain reflected the images of flowing clouds to every location in the ninja world. Liu Yun said calmly. The Uchiha family has a stone tablet that records an ancient chapter. The ninja world originated from a sacred tree. A goddess descended from the sky, ate the forbidden fruit, and became a dictatorial monarch. The goddess gave birth to 2 children. One is the Sage of 6 Paths, and the other is the younger brother of the Sage of 6 Paths, Otsutsuki Hagoromo. One of them inherited the Rinnegan, and the other inherited the Tenseigan. This is the beginning of the ninja clan, the beginning of the ninja. Obito frowned. Madara had never told him about the origin of ninja, and he didn't know much about it. He didn't expect Liu Yun to know so much. Black Zetsu, who had been in the faceless state next to him, panicked. Oh no, it's barbecue. Liu Yun continued. The goddess and the twins turned against each other, and a devastating war broke out. That war indirectly caused the land of the 4 major countries in the ninja world to become barren. At the end of the war, the goddess was sealed on the moon. One of the twins guarded the ninja world, and the other guarded the seal. Obito seemed to have grasped something, and then he asked Liu Yun loudly. The goddess was sealed on the moon, and infinite Tsukuyomi. Ryun replied, Infinite Tsukuyomi is the injunction that removes the seal of the goddess. Obito and Uchiha Madara lied to you, and even he himself was deceived. Advertisement, and the real culprit is the black Zetsu next to you. Obito turned his head and saw that only the white face was left of the yin-yang face, and the black face had already escaped. 1,000-year-old B************ D like Black Zetsu ran away the moment Liu Yun mentioned that Princess Kaguya was sealed on the moon. Running away meant naked evidence, and Obito was really shocked. It turns out that the clown is actually me. He fell silent, finding it difficult to accept this stark fact. If everything is fake, then what is the point of him coming all this way? Minato and Kushina were killed, and entire families were broken up. He seemed like a joke. It hurts so much. Obito hid the pain in his heart and asked Liu Yun hoarsely. You haven't told me your origins yet, what does all this have to do with you? Liu Yun nodded. Since you want to know so much, then I will make my origins public. The sacred tree came from outer space, and so did I came to this land from the distant universe. Liu Yun changed his equipment without realizing it. A black and white space combat suit, with a combat detector on the left eye and a tail on the waist. I am a Saiyan, a fighting race in the universe. I specialize in cleaning the termites on the planet for King Frieza, and then sell them to space merchants at a high price. Obito was a little confused. Not only was he confused, but everyone watching was confused. Fighting nation? Saiyans? Why don't you say you are God? Liu Yun continued to make up stories. Every Saiyan is a genius in battle. They are sent to a low-level planet when they are babies, and they will occupy that planet when they grow up. This planet is where I was born. I was moved by your kindness and decided to join you. Oh, and I also changed my Zen name to Sun Wukong. How about it? It sounds good, right? Soon a group of evil Saiyans will descend on Earth, and we must find 7 Dragon Balls. Obito became angry when he saw Liu Yun's ridiculous face. He was worried that he had no way to vent the pain in his heart, so he directly used Liu Yun as a punching bag. I don't believe your lies. Go to hell. The ghetto statue stood up. Its gigantic figure was as terrifying as a demon. It roared and the mountains shook. Liu Yun's shadow clone army just found something to do. A leader held a command flag and shouted, "Brothers, push the tower." Ula. A large group of shadow clone Ulala rushed forward, some firing guns and some firing cannons, while also greeting Obito's entire family without delay. Chapter 371 Kamehameha. Roar. The ghetto statue is like a world-destroying demon god. It roars to the sky, shaking the mountains and creating a fierce shockwave. It clears out the shadow clone soldiers in the blink of an eye like a broom. Liu Yun smiled proudly in the sky. Don't be so arrogant, you evil beast. Wait for me to take your head. Liu Yun leapt up and in the blink of an eye he jumped onto the head of the ghetto statue. Ghetto statue noticed the tiny guy and slapped him. Bang! Liu Yun was busy posing in a very handsome way, but he was careless and was slapped and flew away. Flying upside down in the air, Liu Yun felt a little embarrassed. The Hokage world is his own, and the 6 paths offer him cigarettes whenever they see him. Ghetto statue is so disrespectful, it really doesn't understand the rules of society. Liu Yun climbed up from the ruins and looked up at the giant that was coming like a tidal wave. Obito suddenly flew over the golem's head, and the Rinnegan remained as indifferent. Even if Infinite Tsukuyomi is a hoax, even if the ninja world is destroyed, I will create a world with Rin. Obito is now completely possessed and doesn't care whether Infinite Tsukuyomi is a conspiracy or not. Liu Yun wiped the traces of bloodline from the corners of his lips and condensed a white light ball from the palm of his hand. Saiyans have a special characteristic. When the moon is full, they transform into gorillas and gain 10 times the strength. Although there is no full moon today, as a member of the Saiyan royal family, I have mastered the technique to create a full moon. The family members in the live broadcast room discovered something. Hanabi. Brother-in-law, didn't you say that only low-level warriors would be sent here? Are you making up a lie to us? Liu Yun immediately explained. As a royal family, it is not difficult to understand that they go to the countryside to accumulate experience. Open black lens bracket Hanabi. Brother-in-law, you are a liar. You can't believe even a single punctuation mark in your words. Close black lens bracket. It is well known that the sister-in-law is half of her brother-in-law's butt. Even Hanabi began to resist Liu Yun's sweet words, which shows that Liu Yun is unpopular. Liu Yun wants to restore Hanabi's heroic image. Obito would not just sit there and watch the clouds grinding for a long time, so he controlled the ghetto statue and stepped on it. The huge impact force was like a meteorite hitting the earth, or like Mount Tai falling down on top of your head. The ghetto statue kicked up a cloud of dust. Samui, who was sitting on the bone dragon, was a little worried. Liu Yun is too wasteful in combat. He shows off in all kinds of fancy ways, but he doesn't have any basic attacks and can only use his ultimate skills. Roar, it was like the roar of a giant ape coming from under the earth. The sound was like thunder, shaking the sky. Advertisement below the ghetto statue, a brown giant ape as big as a mountain lifted the ghetto statue hundreds of meters away. Then he beat his chest with both hands, his eyes turned red, and he looked like a violent giant ape. The giant ape pointed at the muscles on his arm and posed. See, this is the power of the Saiyans. Open black lens bracket Hanabi. Brother-in-law, you become a monkey, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket 4 tails. Alas, from now on I will call you boss, close black lens bracket. Liu Yun showed off his chest muscles. Look at these muscles, look at these powerful lines, this is not a monkey, but the god of destruction. Mortals, worship. Obito stood up while controlling the ghetto statue, frowned at Liu Yun and said, you have so much strength that you can even overturn the ghetto statue. But what about this guy's form? Is he really a spaceman as he said? Obito began to believe Ryun's lies, because the common sense of the ninja world could not be applied to the other party at all. Who has both Tensegan and Rinnegan? Even the king of hell can't take him. Obito snorted, HMPH, don't treat me like Nagato. Because of his quadriplegia, Nagato created Pain's 6 paths to form combat power. The strongest point of Rinnegan is its combination of 6 elements in one, making it hard to defend against. His purple eyes lit up with ripples, and the ghetto statue began to roar violently. Roar, roar, roar. Its expression was as if someone had not given it food, and it kept roaring towards the sky. When Liu Yun saw the other party roaring, he roared too. After all, Saiyans rely on their roar to output power. Whoever roars the louder will be the first to become a glutinous rice cake Saiyan. The roaring sound waves from the 2 huge monsters formed strips, radiating in all directions. Liu Yun's shadow clones were the first to lose patience and covered their ears, yelling at their master to stop chanting. After the roar, the next step is output. The ghetto statue opens its mouth wide, and black energy condenses inside. It is similar to the principle of tailed beast bomb, except that the energy quality of ghetto statue is higher. Liu Yun's two huge ape arms were coiled together to form a flower jaw shape. Kami. That's right, this is the starting move of the Kamehameha wave. Chi belongs to energy, which is the same as chakra. Liu Yun simply copied and used it. When the ghetto statue finished charging, a black beam of destruction suddenly shot out from its mouth, with a strong energy reaction and a sizzling sound. Liu Yun also gathered his strength. Himiha. A blue energy bomb appeared in his hand and he pushed it forward violently. The Qigong wave collided with ghetto statue's mouth cannon like a missile. In two waves of confrontation, military strategists say that the left side loses. Advertisement. Liu Yun looked at the approximate direction and the light curtain reflected that he was on the right, which was a very bad sign. To solve the problem, one must use some crooked ideas. Doctor, help me flip the mirror image of the live broadcast room. Underscore. Hurry up. Okay. Open black lens bracket. Hanabi. Hey, brother-in-law, why are your positions reversed? Close black lens bracket. After the mirror image was flipped, Liu Yun was able to get rid of the dangerous situation. It turned out that what the military book said was true. The ghetto statue was pushed back step by Liu Yun's Kamehameha wave, and the energy it released became weaker and weaker. It only has 5-tailed beasts, and its incomplete body cannot compare to Ryun's chakra. In the blink of an eye, the light bullet of the Qigong wave hit the ghetto statue, and the powerful impact force was tearing its flesh. Obito was a little worried that the ghetto statue would be destroyed by the flowing cloud for the second time, so he opened the Kamui space and placed the ghetto statue inside. After losing its target, the Kamehameha wave swept towards the sky like a meteor, leaving a long tail flame. After a successful attack, Liu Yun jumped up towards the sky monkey and pounded his chest hard to show his strength. Woohoo! 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 Obito frowned and looked at Liu Yun. Even the ghetto statue that gathered 5-tailed beasts was defeated. This guy was really ridiculously strong. Take my mouth cannon. Liu Yun opened his mouth wide and a red energy bullet condensed in his mouth. In the blink of an eye, the mouth cannon was fired, and the mouth cannon bigger than a human appeared in an instant. Obito smiled contemptuously, the Magatama in the Sharingan rotated, and the hollow was successful, easily avoiding Liu Yun's mouth cannon. Liu Yun saw this and thought to himself that there was some trouble. Hollow's Obito body enters Kamui space, and the real world is just a projection. Liu Yun now has two options. One is to learn from Konan and attack Obito non-stop for 5 minutes. After all, Kamui has a time limit, and even if Obito has a lot of blue, he can't use Kamui indefinitely. The second is to kill him instantly the moment Obito encounters his physical form. After being hollowed out, Obito slowly floated towards Liu Yun like a ghost and sneered, Liu Yun, you are out of options, right? Liu Yun chuckled, Obito, although your body has entered the Kamui space, your soul and your spirit are still in the outside world. Obito frowned. What do you want to say? Liu Yun said in a clear and righteous voice. Liu Yun, am going to launch a large-scale mental attack on you. Obito scoffed, a mental attack, is that a type of genjutsu? He pointed at his Rinnegan and said, the Rinnegan has a high level of illusion resistance, and I am a member of the Uchiha clan. Chapter 372. Be more cool. The Uchiha clan is a clan of illusionists, and the only clan that can be compared to them is the Kurama clan. Not only that, the Uchiha that awakens Mangekyo is different from ordinary Uchiha. What's the difference? It's even more bizarre than having lines across the sky. Liu Yun shook his head. Tuzi, it seems that you have not experienced the beings of society. Watch out, there will be a dimensionality reduction attack from the gods. Liu Yun leaned forward with one finger pointed forward, as if he was about to activate the 6 Meridian's divine sword. The audience all perked up. Each of Liu Yun's ninjutsu is above S level, with the destructive power of a map cannon. Obito said that he was a little punk and needed a background to get into trouble, but in fact his body was already hidden in the Kamui space. He was also extremely alert, ready to escape into the Kamui space as soon as possible. Liu Yun shouted, retreat, retreat, retreat. Hanabi. Circle.operator Omega Circle.operator, brother-in-law, is this your dimensionality reduction attack? It really is a large-scale mental shock. Onoki. This kid escaped from a mental hospital. Kuretsuchi, don't follow him. Obito's face darkened and he glared at Liu Yun. Liu Yun, how proud are you to be so careless? Liu Yun scratched his head. Sorry, my medicine is still in my pocket, let me take it and then we can fight. A-hole, do you think I'm still the last one in class when I was a kid? Obito was furious and attacked Liu Yun, waving the chain. Liu Yun became serious. Just now it was just an impromptu performance, now, heart turns and takes over the body. Not good. Obito's heart skipped a beat, just hearing that his heart had turned around gave him a bad feeling. The mind can use the mind to temporarily control other people's bodies. Obito actually doesn't take this Yamanaka family ninjutsu seriously. Although he posed some threat to him, the supporters in the Yamanaka family were simply unable to do anything to him. But Liu Yun is different. As long as Obito can be controlled even a little bit, he will be dead. Because when masters fight, every move is fatal and a gap of 0.1 seconds can lead to a turning point in the battle. It happened in the blink of an eye. Obito quickly eliminated the projection and severed his connection with the material world. Advertisement. But a soul as big as the sun seemed to ignore the barrier of space, and squeezed into Kamui space and occupied Obito's body. Obito's soul is very powerful. Even after his death, he can still send equipment to Kakashi. But mortals are mortals after all. Liu Yun, as a great cultivator who had reached the state of out-of-body experience, easily suppressed Obito's soul backlash. Obito cursed hysterically. Damn it, how did you get on me? Liu Yun laughed and a dagger appeared out of thin air in his hand. The blade was as white as silver and shone as cold as snow. He slashed down with the dagger in his hand. Obito, become good sisters with Lin. Don't, brother, I was wrong, brother. Liu Yun stopped the butcher knife and chuckled. Obito, are you convinced now? Obito has already accepted Liu Yun as the sixth brother. Brother, what do you want to do? Liu Yun thought about it and felt that he and Obito had some friendship, so it would be hard for him to kill him. Liu Yun controlled Obito to sit down and look at the golem sitting cross-legged on the ground. Obito, what do you want to do after this? Seeing that Liu Yun was not going to bully him, Obito felt relieved. When asked this by Liu Yun, Obito was suddenly stunned. What to do next? Obito was confused. Black Zetsu's escape had proved that Infinite Tsukuyomi was a scam. All he pursued was to create a world with Lin, and such a world would be as beautiful as a dream. But a dream is like a small boat, and the slightest wind and waves can cause it to fall into the abyss. Liu Yun was like a master who had seen through the mundane world and whispered softly, Obito, dreams will end, and after waking up, people should learn to grow up. Obito remained silent. Liu Yun continued, Infinite Tsukuyomi is a scam. You should understand your heart. Do you need Lin or paradise? Which one is more important? Obito fell into deep thought. He actually wanted both. Obito did not answer Liu Yun, but instead said to himself, I am a small scoundrel from Uchiha, with no background and no backing. I used to hope that becoming the Hokage of Konoha would change everyone's opinion of me. Only after I entered the battlefield did I realize how naive I was. The endless killing in the ninja world is like a bottomless Uzumaki. No matter what you do, you can't get rid of it. Liu Yunpeng asked, so you want everyone in the ninja world to live in a dream world? Obito shook his head. This is Madara's will. He told me the truth of the world. It was not until today that I realized that dreams are just dreams after all. Advertisement, perhaps Madara is still being kept in the dark. He is a genius of his generation, but he is still being fooled by that evil creature. Liu Yun continued, Obito, what do you want to do next? Continue with Project Tasuki no Mi? Obito was silent. A determination to die suddenly sprouted in his heart. What is there to hope for in a world where we are not even allowed to have a sweet dream? It would be better to go to that pure land with Lin and dream of eternal life. Liu Yun noticed Obito's determination to die, and quickly advised him, Obito, you have to cheer up. Liu Yun's encouragement directly became a catalyst, making Obito's death intention more obvious, and he even urged Liu Yun. Kill me. If you kill me, no one can stop you from unifying the ninja world. Obito wants to die, but Liu Yun doesn't want to kill him. The two of them were caught in such a strange situation. The current Obito has undoubtedly escaped from the beautiful dream woven by Madara. When he looks back at his past, he realizes how ridiculous it was. Konoha's terrifying beast attack, Minato incident. Each and every incident is in stark contrast to the peace-loving Uchiha who treated others as himself. Obito couldn't even look at himself now. What kind of monster was he? Liu Yun quickly gave him some chicken soup. You have a lot of things that you were worried about, so you should be more carefree. Liu Yun's chicken soup had some effect, and Obito's soul showed a slight fluctuation. Then, do I still have a chance to atone for my sins? Liu Yun persuaded Obito like a pyramid scheme leader. You have been stuck in the strange phenomenon of peace in the ninja world. This is a bottomless pit that you can't grasp. Take my advice and let it go, Obito, you don't have the talent for this. As Liu Yun spoke, he cast illusions to enhance his persuasiveness, and Obito was almost fooled. He doubted himself and asked, should I really change my career? Obito asked himself, if not carrying out terrorist attacks, what should he do? Do you sell sesame cakes? Liu Yun continued, isn't it your talent to do good deeds? Why don't you set up a good people club and go wherever there is danger? Good people and good deeds? Obito muttered, then his eyes lit up. He used to be a young man who loved to do good deeds and even helped old ladies. Doing good deeds is also a return to our old roots. Advertisement Chapter 373 I go back to my Gao Laojuang, and you go back to your Lucia River. Liu Yun continued to fan the flames. Akatsuki has committed many evil things. As the current leader, you should put an end to this chaos. Reform the organizational culture and establish a positive and thriving neighborhood office. Yes. Obito nodded in agreement, adding, the Akatsuki organization is now linked to terrorism. It used to be an organization that pursued justice. It's all my fault. I fooled Nagato. Liu Yun Kaido. It doesn't matter, I will convince you to come back now. Obito made a vow. I cannot die yet. I want to atone for my sins. I want to lead the Akatsuki organization to atone for their sins. Liu Yun was relieved to see Obito being so sensible. He then asked Obito, do you need me to help you revive Yuan Yelin? Lin. Obito can no longer be so carefree when it comes to Rin. He still loved that pure girl, loved her smile, loved her attentiveness, and loved her innocence even more. But, am I worthy of being loved by someone like this? How could Lin, who was pure in heart, look down upon such a body that looked like a maggot? Obito thought about it carefully and finally chose to refuse. If a sinner like me can be happy, it would be too unfair to the ninja world. Rin is dead, Obito is dead, and now this body is nothing more than an Uchiha carrying the name of atonement. Liu Yun quietly pondered over Obito's words. Obito must have grown up after all the ups and downs over the years. He is no longer the child who still fantasizes about a harmonious fairy tale. For him, everything that once existed can never be recovered. All he can do is atone for his sins, and once he has atonement for them, he will commit suicide. Liu Yun's eyes may not be able to see through fate, but they do have some farsightedness. It could also be the shyness of a little virgin. Obito knew Lin's feelings. She loved that guy named Sasaki, and he was just unrequited love for him. If Rin was resurrected, no one knows whether she would be moved by Obito's great sacrifice. But can a woman accept that her man is a regicide? Instead of doing this, it is better to keep this regret deep in your heart and wait to be buried together in the grave one day. Liu Yun saw through some of Obito's pretentiousness. Lin's resurrection would only be possible after Obito had truly gotten over his regrets. Advertisement. Liu Yun couldn't help but give encouragement to Obito for his decision. To love someone, you don't have to be with her forever. Outside world. The giant ape was meditating like a huge Buddha, with countless shadow clones standing guard around him. A black shadow flashed across the ground, and Black Zetsu looked at Liu Yun's real body gloomily. Damn it. Who is he? Why did he know my information? Damn it, he ruined my 1,000-year plan. Black Zetsu now hates Liu Yun so much that he wants to tear him into pieces. But he is just doing underground work. He can do something sneaky to people but not confront them head-on. Humph. Mortal, I have plenty of time. Even if I have to wait for 1,000 years, 10,000 years, I will unlock my mother's seal. Black Zetsu is Kagayaheim's aunt after all, and she has a strong psychological quality. After a brief moment of frustration, she dives underground and makes other plans. In the forest far away, the members of Akatsuki looked at each other, and no one knew what to do now. The one who was hit the hardest was undoubtedly Kisame. He was also one of the supporters of Project Tasuki no Mi, and now the truth tells him that it was just a scam. Kisame fell into deep self-doubt. As expected, everything is fake, perhaps even I am a fake existence. It could be a fantasy, or just a sketch of a cartoonist's idle imagination. Otherwise, everyone else is a human, and I am the only one who looks like a shark. Suigetsu looked at Kisame, then at Sasuke. The other party leaned against a tree with his hands folded, not caring that the ultimate goal of Akatsuki was a scam. For Sasuke, all he could think about now was making Konoha miserable and miserable. The goals of Akatsuki meant nothing to him. What's more, he is born with a rebellious nature and has the potential to kill the king. Sooner or later, he will fall out with the Akatsuki organization. Shuei looked at the big snake in red clothes again. The other party was spitting out its snake tongue and looking at the huge giant ape in the distance, his eyes full of curiosity and greed. Advertisement, aliens, Saiyan giant apes, very good research material. Shuei complained. No way. Did you really believe that guy's nonsense and think he was an alien? Orochi Kabuto looked at Suigetsu with his snake-like eyes and responded with an ambiguous smile. Why not? That guy can't be judged by the common sense of the ninja world. If it is a creature from outside the world, then it makes sense. Tisk tisk. Aliens, this is even more perfect material than Sharingan. Dashedu then deduced Liu Yun's various behaviors. Well, he has an abnormal and crazy pursuit of women, but only beautiful women. Perhaps it is the alien's racial mission. He hopes to expand his race through reproduction. Perhaps in a few years, the alien race will spread across the entire planet, and all the people in the ninja world will become their captive reproductive bodies. Shuei said, FK, FK, FK. The ninja world is so dangerous now. Don't scare me. Orochi responded with an evil smile, which made Shuei feel uneasy. Shuei quickly laughed to ease the tense atmosphere. He immediately began to arrange the aftermath of the Akatsuki organization. I don't think Obito is his match. I'm afraid he will be in great danger. In this case, let's all go our separate ways. Go back to your own homes and find your own mothers. Suigetsu pointed at Kisame and said, Kisame, go back to your sea. You sharks should stay out of our human affairs. Haha. Kisame showed a fake smile. Pocket. Shuei wanted to play a joke on Orochi Kabuto, but unexpectedly the other party counterattacked her. Suei, I remember your original home was in a water jar? As Orochi spoke, he stuck out his tongue and stared at Shuei fiercely, almost scaring Shuei's aunt to death, making her never dare to joke in front of this dangerous man again. After Suigetsu became wilted like a hibernating snake, Orochi Kabuto gave a wicked laugh and then looked at Sasuke, who was next to Suigetsu. The aloof young man stared at the black crows in the forest without saying a word. Not even the wind of Barbados could blow away that cold expression. A feeling of greed spread wildly from the soles of his feet to his forehead, and Orochi shouted wildly in his heart. Uchiha Sasuke, I'm going to get you. He wanted to see this handsome boy trembling on his laboratory table. He wanted to tear off Sasuke's proud coat and crush his dignity under him. Now is the best time. With Obito gone and Uchiha Itachi dead again, Sasuke no longer has a guardian, so it's a perfect time for Orochi Kabuto to take action. As for Sasuke's struggle and resistance, it seemed like child's strength to Orochi Kabuto, who had mastered the Ryuchi Cave Sage technique. In addition, Orochi Kabuto has a group of life and death brothers, all waiting in the coffin to help him. Chapter 374. The Black Crow repels the big snake. Orochi Kabuto could no longer wait to get Sasuke's body, so he opened his bloody mouth and suddenly attacked with a giant snake thicker than the bottom of a tank. Sasuke, get out of the way. Kirin was the first to discover Orochi Kabuto's desire. Because his naked malice was so obvious, Kirin's Kagura mind eye discovered it immediately. Although Kirin shouted at the perfect time, Sasuke was busy posing and pretending to be deep. He was stunned for a second when Kirin reminded him. At this very second, Orochi's bloody mouth came closer, and Sasuke could even smell its breath clearly. No one on the field reacted in time. In an instant, everyone had a different expression. Kirin covered her mouth with her hands, extremely anxious, but she didn't have the strength to drive Orochi away. Jugo rushed over immediately, trying to stop Orochi Kabuto from attacking Sasuke. Kisame just watched indifferently, just like watching a sea snake ambush an osprey. He, the shark, was not interested. Suigetsu was completely confused and had no idea what was going on. Kabuto was going to attack Sasuke. Didn't you get along well before? At this critical moment, a ball of black flame appeared between Orochi Kabuto and Sasuke. Orochi's snake eyes frantically warned of the danger of the fire, and he immediately escaped from the black flames using his snake substitute from under his clothes. Sasuke took this opportunity to retreat backwards, escaping from Orochi Kabuto's attack range. When Orochi missed his attack, his face darkened. It was so painful that a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity was wasted. He looked at the black flames burning on the ground. Even the mud could be burned. This was undoubtedly the legendary Amaterasu flame. Just by looking at this black flame, the snake was able to analyze a lot in an instant, and his cold eyes quickly fixed on a black crow on the treetop. The Amaterasu flame has only one person besides Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Itachi, you are not dead, you are still alive. The crow said nothing, staring at Orochi Kabuto with his red eyes. That look was just like the way Uchiha Itachi looked at Orochimaru, the reflection of a little snake wanting to eat birds. Orochi Kabuto felt uncomfortable being stared at. Uchiha's eyes were so hateful. Even without saying a word, you can feel the infinite pride. Itachi. Sasuke did not jerk Orochi immediately, but stared at the crow blankly. Advertisement. No wonder this crow gave him such a familiar feeling. No wonder he had been following it around for the past few days. It turns out it is his brother, Uchiha Itachi. Everyone's eyes were focused not on Orochi's strange behavior but on Moya. Kisame stood up, giving Itachi the utmost respect. There are two people he can't understand the most in his life. One is Konoha's large green tight leather jacket. Kisame thinks he has seen through the false world, but he can't see what the other person is thinking. The other one is Itachi. He has been with Itachi for a long time and they're just about to debut as a group. But he didn't see clearly what Itachi wanted. In this world full of falsehood, these two people live exceptionally sincerely and simply. As if they were real, Kisami's eyes looked into the red eyes of the crow, Mr. Itachi. Itachi shifted his gaze, his red eyes looking at the giant shark stranded in the shallows, and spoke in human language. Kisame, are you confused? Kisame laughed at himself. Yeah, Mr. Itachi, Project Tsuki no Mi is just a joke, an unrealistic joke. Orochi Kabuto had no patience to listen to the heartfelt words of his former friend, and looked at Itachi gloomily. Itachi, you faked your death, didn't you? You just wanted to protect your brother in secret. Itachi shook his head and replied, I should have died, but Liu Yun saved my life. Mew Liu Yun. Snort. The great snake snorted coldly, turned into a white snake and disappeared underground. Itachi didn't stop him. If they really fought, no one here would be a match for Kabuto Orochi. After all, the natural energy in the other person's body is too rich. After Orochi left, Itachi turned his attention to Sasuke. Itachi has nothing but deep concern for this brother whom he is always worried about. Sasuke suppressed his inner excitement, clenched his fists and stared at Itachi. He had a lot to say, but in the end he didn't know what to say. Should I ask? Have you eaten? Therefore, he could only look at Itachi while hiding his excitement. The two brothers' eyes gathered together, and a song of "Deep Love in the Rain" seemed to be floating between them. Advertisement. Just as the two were about to express their brotherhood to each other, unusual movements occurred in the Liu Yun army in the distance. The Uzumaki in Kamui's space opened wide, and a red cloud windbreaker danced lightly. Itachi knew that Obito would be back soon, so he looked into Sasuke's eyes meaningfully, then randomly turned into a wisp of smoke and dissipated into the air. Sasuke held out his hand and shouted to keep her, Itachi. After Liu Yun's soul returned to his body, he lost his giant ape form and turned back into his original form. Obito followed beside him. The two of them were arm in arm. The only thing missing was they were wearing the same pair of pants. Obito clasped his hands together and said respectfully, Brother, this land of the Land of Lightning is now given to you. I hope you can manage this plateau well. Liu Yun patted Obito on the shoulder and said, Don't worry, my dear brother. I treat everyone in the world as my own sons. How can a father mistreat his own son? Obito took his hand back and said, In this case, I am relieved. This time, I will travel all over the world and bring peace to the world. Liu Yun's face was full of caution. My dear brother, take care. Take care, big brother. Obito took a horse that Shadow Clone led over, mounted it, and ran reluctantly to the end of the wilderness. Liu Yun's eyes were filled with reluctance, and he shouted, "My dear brother, let me sing a song to see you off." Musical note outside the long pavilion, beside the ancient road, the grass is green and endless. Musical note. The voice reveals a sense of desolation of the frontier, and also expresses the singer's farewell to his friend. The family members in the live broadcast room were crying their eyes out. Onoki. If I am not mistaken, the two of them have become accomplices. Tsunade. This? Onoki. Hokage. It's time for you to surrender. This place is actually quite good. Recently, a policy of elderly care was mentioned, which made me a little excited. Konoha. When the ministers looked at each other, they could see bitterness in each other's eyes. Well, I was originally thinking of letting Akatsuki to hold back Liu Yun, but now it's all right. The leader of the Akatsuki organization and Liu Yun are in cahoots with each other. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the Kingdom of Lightning belongs to Liu Yun. Now the pressure is back on Konoha. Tsunade frowned and felt extremely worried. Chapter 375 Danzo assists again. Why would two people who wanted to fight each other to death reconcile when they met? And they were so friendly as if they were brothers for several lifetimes. Nara Shikaku apologized. "I'm sorry, I didn't consider the possibility of them getting back together." Even though Nara Shikaku was known as the wise man of Konoha, he did not expect that the Akatsuki organization and Ryun would be so cowardly, and that the life and death conflict could be reconciled. This is like Danzo trying to do a good thing. It's so outrageous that he opens the door to outrageousness. It's so outrageous. Tsunade leaned on the table in distress and looked around. Finally, he focused his attention on Jiraiya and asked with a frown, "Jiraiya, how is Naruto's Sage Mode training going?" Jiraiya scratched his head and replied, "The sage of Mount Myoboku said that Naruto mastered it very quickly, but I don't know to what extent." He then continued, "Tsunade, I think we should not put all our hopes on Naruto." Tsunade said impatiently to Kaido, "Then tell me what should we do now?" Jiraiya stood up, "I'll go and persuade Liu Yun." Ikaharu narrowed his eyes and scolded Jiraiya. "Jiraiya, do you really think that you can convince the other side to withdraw with your face?" Mitokado Homura agreed, "Yeah, Jiraiya, stop causing trouble. The first thing we need to do is to make peace. We'll give that brat whatever he wants." Tsunade looked at the two old immortals of Konoha with sharp eyes. "Give him whatever he wants? He wants me, shouldn't I pack myself up and send myself to him obediently?" Ikaharu quickly shook her head. She really couldn't take advantage of her seniority to deal with such a serious Tsunade. She said with some consideration for the overall situation, "There are so many beauties in the Fire Nation, it shouldn't be a problem to select 3,000 of them. When the time comes, we will call ourselves a vassal state and only protect one place. I believe you won't go too far." Tsunade scolded, "Sending 3,000 beauties, what a good plan. Do you want to send your Lord Konoha's advisor along as well?" Ikaharu frowned and cursed at the top of his lungs. "Tsunade, what do you mean? Is this how you talk to your elders?" Tsunade didn't bow her head either. "That's what I said, what's wrong?" "Advertisement. You're selling out your country for the sake of your own survival. Is this still the fire leaf that Grandpa founded? I think you, an old woman, were really scared to death by that B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Aikaharu can't stand it. She immediately uses the lost spiritual culture of the aunts to fight with Tsunade. You are a jinx. Don't you see how venomous you are? Whoever follows you will have a good ending. Nawaki, do on. Also, why did you grow so big? Now you have attracted that damn perverted boy here. Tsunade couldn't stand Aikaharu's sarcasm either, so she put her hands on her hips and started to curse at her. Who are you talking about, B***ch? The Grand Konoha Council Hall was like a square where shrews were scolding each other. Jiraiya and Mitokado Homura hurriedly tried to persuade the two to stop. Tsunade and Aikaharu were pulled away and calmed down for a while. Tsunade took a breath and said, "This is the most critical moment for Konoha. We must not allow any mistakes to happen internally. We must not lose our composure before that guy attacks us." Jiraiya agreed, "Yes, we can't have internal strife, otherwise we will be defeated one by one. I will find a way." The two great sages of Mount Myoboku and the Wet Bone Force will not sit idly by and watch Konoha's destruction. We still have a chance. Nara Shikaku nodded. For now, we can only borrow the names of the two great immortals, but I think we should prepare for defeat as soon as possible. Konoha can lose, but we must not lose miserably. We have to consider rekindling the flame. The two advisors stopped saying discouraging words. After all, they also hoped that Konoha would become better and avoid danger. Tsunade smiled with relief, then thought of the old man in bandages, and read. Where's Danzo? As a high-ranking official in the village, he didn't come to the meeting. Does he have any regard for me as the Hokage? There was a hint of worry in Nara Shikaku's eyes. Who is the most restless person in the village? That must be the Lord Danzo, who is disguised as a militant. Even with the thinking of an elementary school student, one can know what the other party is doing now and how they are trying to fish in troubled waters. If the two advisors' treason was still in the theoretical stage, then this big shot must have already put it into practice. Advertisement, the capital of the Fire Nation. The pale-faced and somewhat weird daimyo was holding a fan and looking at the bandaged old man who was talking below. Master Daimyo, you have also seen the current situation. Tsunade did nothing during his tenure. He just sat back and watched the neighboring countries of the Fire Nation being swallowed up one by one. Even the lightning nation to the northeast became a turtle in Liu Yun's jar. Daimyo panicked. Then Elder Danzo, what should we do now? Danzo saw the panic on the daimyo's face and smiled. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Danzo said, the most urgent thing is to make peace with Liu Yun. Daimyo said, ask for peace? Danzo considered the overall situation and said, even if we seek peace, we can't beat him with all our people combined. What's ridiculous is that Tsunade and the others expect a doll to stop him. Daimyo nodded repeatedly in agreement. Please make peace. Please make peace. We will give that guy whatever he wants. Didn't I hear that he is addicted to S***X? Danzo was aloof by nature and didn't care about the result. Instead, he exaggerated and said, Daimyo, Liu Yun cares most about Tsunade. There are even rumors that his strategic intention is to force Tsunade to submit to him. The daimyo frowned. You said that guy's big plan to unify the ninja world is to get the 5th Hokage. How could Danzo know? He just made it up. His words were worthless anyway. In addition, the daimyo was a good-for-nothing, and he was too lazy to use distinguished heavenly gods to control her, so he nodded firmly and said, that's it, everything is Tsunade's fault. This woman is a disaster because of her beauty. Daimyo-sama, I don't think we can keep her. The daimyo's brain is really the size of a walnut. He believed it just because Danzo said so. He said, Tsunade's breasts are really big enough to attract butterflies. We can't keep this woman. I will issue an order to deprive her of her position as Hokage and send her to Liu Yun. 11 Ed Chapter 376 Obito wants to become a good person. Danzo smiled sinisterly when he heard this. The reason he talked so much today is because he wanted to drive Tsunade off the position of Hokage and take it himself. The daimyo is wise, but Tsunade is the leader of Konoha after all. Such humiliation will only provoke mutiny. It is better to change it to a marriage. The daimyo nodded repeatedly. Yes, 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 Elder Danzo is very thoughtful. The 5th Hokage happens to be unmarried, and the man happens to be a powerful lord. Plus, Tsunade's mother was once a member of the royal family, so she also has royal blood. If she marries under the name of a princess, won't everyone be a family? Daimyo thought happily that now that they were a family, Liu Yun would never do anything to them. Danzo didn't care how good the daimyo's idea was and began to lead the conversation to the one he was interested in. Master Daimyo, you see, Konoha cannot be without the Hokage after Tsunade leaves, and there is no young and vigorous person in the village to take the position, in my opinion. Danzo almost had, choose me, written on his face, but he was still a famous person after all, and reading people's expressions was not his skill. He put the fan to his lips and said softly, Elder Danzo is right. Konoha cannot be without the Hokage, young man. Look at Kakashi. His father is the famous White Fang, and his age is just right. Danzo's face darkened and he looked at the daimyo gloomily. The daimyo shuddered at being stared at, and said in fear, then according to Elder Danzo, who should be chosen as Hokage? Danzo said coldly, me? The daimyo was stared at by the other party's sharp eyes, as if he was about to be eaten, and quickly obeyed the other party's meaning. Elder Danzo is a veteran of Konoha's 3rd generation and has rich experience. I am also relieved that you will become Hokage. Danzo nodded in satisfaction. That's great, Daimyo-sama. When I become Hokage, I will teach you how to do things. The daimyo wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, thank you, Elder Danzo. The two people in the field didn't know who was the master and who was the servant for a moment. After a long and affectionate farewell, Samui came to the door, pointed at Liu Yun's nose and scolded. Why don't you kill him? He is the murderer of the 4th Raikage and Killer Bee. Liu Yun's face fell. Are you teaching me how to do things? Samui felt wronged when she saw the other person's cold face. You really don't recognize me when you were full. Liu Yun quickly comforted Samui. Don't be angry, this is just a temporary measure. Next time I will definitely carry Obito's dog head to the Raikage's grave. Samui wanted a promise, so she said, really? Swear? Liu Yun pointed at Huang Tian with 3 fingers. I, Liu Yun, swear in the name of my 18 generations of ancestors. Advertisement, boom. In an instant, thunder roared, as if to disregard Liu Yun's oath. After all, God doesn't want to take the blame. Liu Yun stood there in a daze. The rain poured down heavily, hitting his face in large drops. It was a painful slap from God. Liu Yun explained palely. I am destined to be alone, which is unforgivable. It is understandable that God does not believe me. Samai looked at Liu Yun's pale and weak explanation that God's proof was invalid. She found the other person's appearance somewhat funny. With a chuckle, Samui couldn't help laughing. Liu Yun was puzzled. What are you laughing at? Is my explanation embarrassing? Samui shook her head, and then looked at Liu Yun seriously in this rain-drenched world. I will be very happy if we can drive the Akatsuki organization out of the land of lightning. As for Obito's life, forget it. Everything is destined. Whether it's the powerful Raikage and Killer Bee, or you and I, we are all just a tiny ray of light in this vast world. When the rain falls, everyone gets wet. Liu Yun said with concern. Let's find a cave and warm ourselves by the fire. Samai was still planning a romance in the heavy rain, but was suddenly broken by Liu Yun's words. She called Liu Yun a hooligan and walked towards the even heavier rain. Liu Yun chased after him. What's so rude about that? What's so rude about using fire to dry clothes? It's obviously you, a female pervert, who got the wrong idea. Do you think I'm a pure little white rabbit? Samu said to Kaido. The rain was pouring down, and amid the sound of the rain the sounds of young boys and girls flirting and scolding each other could be faintly heard. Obito took his cadres on a spontaneous trip. Shuei looked at the bad weather and said, "This country of thunder is really something. It rains as soon as it says it will. It changes even faster than Karen's face." Shanlin immediately questioned Shuei angrily. "Hole, do I change my face so easily? It's you, a member of the Ghost Lantern clan, who hates rain. It should be delicate girls like me who hate rain." In an instant, Karen changed her expression and approached Sasuke like Lin Dayu, and said in a coquettish voice, "Sasuke, don't you think so?" Urtsutsu frowned and ignored Shanlin who was approaching him. He was still thinking about his reunion with Itachi, and he had many questions in his mind waiting for Itachi's answers. But the other party disappeared without saying a word. Obito was walking in the front in the rain, and Kisame who was following beside him was very puzzled by Obito's abnormality. Obito used to give him a mysterious and tragic feeling, but now he exudes an indescribable silliness. Advertisement. The most surprising thing was that his eyes became clear. He was no longer like before, always turning on his red eyes to intimidate others. Kisame asked softly, "Mr. Madara, where are we going now?" Obito turned his head and responded with a hearty smile. "Kisame, stop calling me Madara, call me Obito." Obito. Kisame was a little stunned by Obito's huge change. Not only Kisame, but all the members of Team Hawk also noticed the huge change in Obito. Just as the moon changes into the sun, the man changes into the woman. Obito smiled at everyone. Even though his face was ruined, his smile was unusually positive and sunny. "I'm sorry everyone, I didn't have a choice before, now I just want to be a good person." Good person. Suigetsu seemed to hear the same ridiculous joke as Sasuke being gay. Uchiha Obito wants to become a good man. There is so much information in this that Suigetsu is unable to cope with it for a while. He then confirmed, "Obito, you want to be a good person?" Obito nodded, "I've come to terms with it. Project Tasuki no Mi is a scam. Then there is no need for me to continue. I have sealed the Geto statue in Kamui space. That thing involves too many secrets, it's better to stay there forever." Team Hawk and Kisame were stunned on the spot. They never expected that Obito was really going to do it and really wanted to whitewash the Akatsuki organization and go public. They were silent for a while, and finally Shuei broke the silence, looking at Obito and said, "Obito, are you under Liu Yun's illusion? Everyone else thinks so. How could a gangster who once threatened to bring pain to the world change his ways so easily?" Obito shook his head. "No, I wasn't hit by his genjutsu. If you don't believe me, Sasuke can use the Sharingan to check my brain." Sasuke did as he was told, earning questioning looks from Suigetsu and the others. Sasuke shook his head, indicating that Obito was not under the genjutsu. Suigetsu looked at Obito's sunny eyes in disbelief. The rainy day brings a gray curtain to the world, but Obito's eyes are so bright. "I am now somewhat curious about Liu Yun's ability to talk. How can he convince someone like you?" Chapter 377 Mabui. Snort. Sasuke snorted coldly, and then he was about to leave. "Karen, Mizuki, let's go." Karen hurriedly followed, looked back at Obito, then looked at Sasuke who had a stern face, and asked, "Should we break up?" Sasuke nodded and said coldly, "I have no intention of being a good person. I want to destroy Konoha, and I want to find Itachi." Sasuke ji shiwei da shang lin yi shiwei da Obito. He simply shrugged off Obito's decision to turn to the light. "Now that you have fallen into darkness, you must persevere to the end and cut off all the people and things that are not to your liking." Suigetsu and Jugo followed. Suigetsu smiled apologetically at Obito and said, "See you again someday." Obito wasn't angry either. Team Hawk is a team centered around Sasuke, and if the opponent wants to leave, Obito can't keep them. Obito used to care about Sasuke's eternal Mangekyo, but after he came to his senses, he no longer wanted to use it. As a person who has fallen into darkness, Obito still put his hands on his hips and gave Sasuke a loud warning. "Sasuke, one day you will understand your own immaturity. The things you disdain are the shackles of your life." "Boring." Sasuke responded without even looking back, then slowly disappeared into the dense forest. After everyone left, only Obito and Kisame were left there. Kisame asked, "There aren't many people in the organization anymore. Is it really okay to let them go?" Obito looked at the dark clouds in the sky and sighed. "Those who have to leave will eventually leave. Sasuke is the kind of avenger with a strong desire for revenge. He is destined not to stay for long." After Obito sighed, he thanked Kisame sincerely. "Kisame, thank you for staying with me." Kisame was extremely interested in Obito's next goal, so he asked, "Obito, what should we do next?" Obito shook his head. "I don't have any general goals either. Just do more good deeds. It can be considered as atonement for my sins." A hoarse voice came from Kisame. "Atonement, interesting." Obito looked at Kisame sincerely, as if hoping that he would keep his lamp. "Kisame, will you atone for your sins with me?" Kisame said the most beautiful words in most girls' lives. "I do." "Yoshi, let's go." Advertisement in a dark forest. Orochi-ko was torturing the nearby mountain people gloomily, and when he heard their wailing, he showed a perverted smile, but he still couldn't hide the anger in his eyes. "Uchiha Itachi, are you the nemesis of snakes?" Orochi-ko roared in a low voice. He was so close to getting Sasuke, but Uchiha Itachi showed up, otherwise he would have whipped Sasuke right now. Suddenly, a hoarse voice sounded. Do you want power, Kabuto? Orochi Kotobuki instantly raised his vigilance to the highest point and suddenly noticed the strange black shadow in the shadow. Absolutely. Orochi Kabuto then laughed evilly. You are the mastermind behind Project Tsuki no Mi. You have as many secrets as Liu Yun. Come and get it if you have the guts. It was impossible to guess whether Black Zetsu was happy or angry from his voice, but he was actually already madly greeting Liu Yun's ancestors in his heart. He was hiding well, but Liu Yun tore off his disguise with one hand. Now everyone knows that he has a very bad conscience. But it doesn't matter, there will always be bad people in this world. The Lion Majesty in front of you is one of them. Even though Orochi Kabuto had mastered the senjutsu of the Ryuchi cave, he couldn't tell what was happening to Black Zetsu right now. It is neither a fairy technique nor a ninjutsu, but seems to be an energy mode that is more advanced than bloodline elimination. Orochi Kabuto would not attack unless he was absolutely sure. Instead, he was very concerned about Black Zetsu's intentions. What power can you give me? Black Zetsu narrowed his eyes. How about Madara's body? Orochi Kabuto's eyes widened. In a cave with a big bonfire. Ma Bui quietly looked at the secret letter sent by Amii. Intelligence said that they had boarded Liu Yun's ship and relied on the opponent's power to drive away the Akatsuki organization. Seeing this, Ma Bui smiled with relief. The high-pressure work these days almost broke her body down, and now she can finally breathe a sigh of relief. But can we really relax? Advertisement. Ma Bui sighed. Is Liu Yun the kind of good person who doesn't want anything? I wonder how many good girls from the Land of Thunder will fall into his clutches next. Ma Bui was extremely worried about Sumai's safety. She was staying next to a hungry wolf and there was a possibility that she would be eaten until not even a trace was left. An extremely heavy feeling of drowsiness came over her, but Ma Bui forced herself to stay awake. She couldn't sleep yet as she still had a lot of work to do. A strange voice sounded in the cave. Why do women have to be so hard on themselves? Ma Bui immediately became alert and asked, Who? Liu Yun's figure slowly emerged. After finding Samui, Liu Yun criticized him verbally and physically, and finally made him reveal Ma Bui's correct location. The impatient Liu Yun naturally came to the door. Silver white hair, blue like the stars, Tenseigen, both are handsome, elegant and mysterious. Ma Bui Guang determined Liu Yun's identity from his appearance, and his heart immediately sank to the bottom. Liu Yun. Liu Yunzhang blurted out. Actually, my name is Liu Feng. Liu Yun is my younger brother, and we have opposite personalities. He is arrogant and lustful, while I treat people with sincerity. Liu Feng. Ma Bui was puzzled, but as an intelligence analysis ninja she would not be a vase. You lied to me. Liu Yun has no brothers, and Tenseigen won't have a second pair. Liu Yun smiled and said, How do you know how many pairs Tenseigen has? Maybe a pair will appear on the moon soon. Ma Bui retorted. Stop lying, how can things like the Tenseigen and Rinnegan be mass-produced? Liu Yun smiled, and his azure eyes slowly transformed into Rinnegan with ripples. Look, isn't it mass-produced now? Ma Bui looked at Liu Yun's eyes in disbelief and covered her mouth with her hands. How is it possible? How can you still have the Rinnegan? No. This is an illusion. Universal pull. Liu Yun performed Rinnegan's signature ninjutsu, and a huge gravitational force emanated directly from the palm of his hand, instantly pulling Ma Bui over. This ninjutsu undoubtedly dispelled Ma Bui's speculation that she was under an illusion, but it also made Ma Bui more certain of Liu Yun's identity. Because at this moment she was struggling to escape from Liu Yun's arms. Damn it, you are definitely Liu Yun. Chapter 378 The Fall of Ma Bui. Liu Yun used this Japanese-style threat and Ma Bui indeed became a little more obedient. However, she said angrily, Liu Yun, you are unworthy of being a genius of your generation, but you actually bully a weak woman like me like this. Liu Yun bent down and looked into the other person's dark green eyes. Weak woman, as a ninja, I don't believe that you don't have dozens of lives on your hands. Besides, I led thousands of troops to besiege the Kingdom of Thunder just to get you and Samui. Samui. Ma Bui suddenly became angry and looked at Liu Yun seriously. Samui. What did you do to her? Liu Yun gently stroked Ma Bui's face. Nothing wrong? Bah. Ma Bui spat on Liu Yun's face and cursed, A-hole, I won't obey you. The sound of hurried footsteps came from outside the cave. Liu Yun looked up and saw a young woman with blonde hair and blue eyes walking into the cave with a murderous look on her face. It's Samui. She immediately saw Ma Bui sleeping on the desk, and then realized something. She opened her mouth to call Liu Yun a B********************. D. Liu Yun's figure flashed and appeared beside her in an instant, pulling her out of the hole. Outside the cave. The forest was filled with a fresh air after the rain. This was a cave on a high ground, and the camp was set up underneath. Ryugumo's Shadow Clone army is guarding here, and has surrounded the remaining ninjas of Cloud Shinobi. Advertisement. The two iron-eating beasts, Wolong and Fengchu, were guarding the entrance of the cave, lazily eating bamboo shoots. Liu Yun looked at them with a frustrated look, then used Wolong as a seat and sat on it while holding Samui. Samui was used to Liu Yun's fickleness and knew she couldn't persuade him, so she warned him, don't abandon me in the future, or I'll make you pay. Liu Yun became interested. How good looking will you make me? Samui turned up her nose and snorted, HMPH, you'll be in trouble then. Suddenly, a bell rang. Master, answer the phone. Master, answer the phone. Samui looked into Liu Yun's pocket. Liu Yun took out his cell phone and pressed it to answer the call. Who is it? Brother-in-law, it's me, Hanabi. Well, brother-in-law, hasn't Akatsuki been driven out of the Land of Lightning? Why haven't you come back yet? What are you doing in the Land of Lightning? Have you done anything bad there? Liu Yun smiled, Kaido. I am very happy that you can call me, but I don't like the tone of your voice just now. Brother-in-law, do you want to die? Come home quickly? Liu Yun immediately admitted defeat. Okay, I'll listen to Hanabi. HMPH, I'm glad to know. After hanging up the phone, Sam looked at the iron box in Liu Yun's hand with curiosity. Advertisement. Liu Yun handed it to her and said, here, this is a groundbreaking product. With it, you can announce the end of the ninja era. Samui took it and looked at it curiously. The screen was like a mirror. Why was it bright just now? Liu Yun teaches Samai how to use his cell phone. This thing is just like a computer, except you can use it with your hands. Samui suddenly realized. Electronic products, the country of thunder is best at electronics. There is a strange thing about the Hokage world, that is, computers do exist, and any decent laboratory will be equipped with them. But there is no holy sword. Perhaps the computer development stage in this world is still at the military stage, let alone civilian use. As a senior talent of Cloud Shinobi, Samui understood everything quickly and mastered the technology of mobile phones in the blink of an eye. She exclaimed. I didn't expect that your subordinates are not just idlers waiting to die, but also talented people. Liu Yun laughed and said, are all my subordinates useless? Samui pointed down and asked Liu Yun to look. Look for yourself. Liu Yun's shadow clones gathered together, forming a fighting arena, and began to fight with the Paw Patrol one by one. Wing Chun dogfighting is all small scenes, Tai Chi dogfighting, Baji dogfighting, and Meat Bun dogfighting are all available. Liu Yun was speechless. Are these people dogs? Do they have nothing to do all day? Sam looked at Liu Yun with disdain. Aren't you the same? Liu Yun shook his head. We are different. Everyone has different circumstances. I want to build a world where there is only happiness. Samui laughed and said, You only know how to say nice things, but you are actually a creature who can only think with your lower body. Chapter 379. Tsunade's Fury. After the Akatsuki organization left the Land of Lightning, the Liu Yun Empire officially annexed this eastern land. After gaining a firm foothold, Liu Yun appointed Mabui as governor and began to gradually reform the ninja system of the Land of Lightning. They also developed the marine, built warships, and blocked the sea routes between the Land of Fire and the Land of Water from the water. At the same time, Liu Yun built a large palace at the original site of Cloud Shinobi village, which could be considered a small harem. It just so happened that Samui and Mabui didn't want to go to the Kingdom of Wind, so Liu Yun created a small account here, since he knew Flying Thunder God anyway. Come whenever you want. On this day, Liu Yun was listening to the Marine's intelligence report. Your Majesty, the water country has closed all sea routes and cut off contact with the mainland. It seems that they do not want to get involved in the struggle for hegemony on the mainland. Liu Yun rubbed Wolong's body and said disdainfully after hearing Minister Marine's words. Want to hide? How can it hide? I have already conquered 1/3 of the world, and I have sealed the fatal point of the Fire Nation. It's just an island country. When I unify the mainland, I will lead the army in person and destroy all of them. After Liu Yun finished humming, he began to pay attention to Terumi Mei's information. Have you contacted Terumi Mei? Have you told him about my betrothal gift? Minister Marine replied, Your Majesty, the pangolin from the intelligence department told the Mizukage. Oh, what did Terumi Mei say? Liu Yun asked curiously. Liu Yun was already very generous with the betrothal gift of 10 miles of land and 10,000 taels of wealth. The Marine Minister replied, She just said get lost. Roll. Ha ha. Liu Yun laughed when he heard this. Interesting, what an interesting woman. All Marines go out to attack and surround the entire Water Kingdom. Tell their daimyo and countrymen that I only want Terumi Mei, otherwise the country will be destroyed and the people will die, and the ancestral graves will be dug up. Liu Yun's risky move scared Minister Marine, who nodded repeatedly and said he would do it. Liu Yun then asked a pangolin in charge of the Fire Nation. How is it? Any news from the Fire Nation? Pangolin said. My lord, as far as I know, the Lord of the Land of Fire is planning to let Tsunade marry you in the name of the princess. Marriage? Liu Yun was puzzled. Pangolin nodded. It is a marriage alliance, and the Fire Country daimyo also proposed to cede 3/3 of the territory and become a vassal state. Liu Yun gently pinched Wolong's little bare belly and said with a smile, Interesting, interesting. Cessing territory in exchange for peace and even seeking marriage, it's really interesting. Advertisement. Pangolin continued, Now it depends on Tsunade's attitude. Liu Yun smiled and said, Attitude? If Tsunade is the Hokage, she should be responsible for the Fire Nation. Even if she disagrees, the Fire Nation will force her to agree. Go contact the envoy of the Fire Nation and tell him that I agree to the marriage, and I don't need the land of the Fire Nation, I just want Tsunade. By the way, give me her apprentice Shizune as well as a buy one get one free deal. Okay. After the pangolin burrowed into the ground and left, Kanon asked in confusion, Your Majesty, are you really going to give up the fertile land in the center of the continent? Liu Yun shook his head. How could that be? I will break my promise once I marry Tsunade and Shizune. Oh. Depao understood it immediately. As expected of the real body, not even a single punctuation mark in his words could be believed. After Liu Yun's words were passed back to the land of fire, the daimyo nobles were ecstatic. They were finally able to preserve their wealth and glory, and the only price they paid was a woman. Danzo also felt confident of victory and brought the daimyo's envoy back to the village, ready to force Tsunade to surrender. Today's Konoha village seems particularly quiet, like the calm before the storm. Tsunade made a cup of tea in the Hokage's office and looked at the secret letter from the daimyo on the table with a casual expression. Although Tsunade appeared to be nonchalant, Shizune could detect the depression in her. The daimyo asked Tsunade to marry Ryun as the princess of the Fire Nation, so that the two families could become close friends. Ask. This is the official statement. After all, Tsunade is the head of the ninja village and is on the same level as the daimyo to some extent. It would be difficult for the daimyo to defend all the ninjas. But that's not what the secret letter said. The whole article is full of threats to Tsunade, and all the interests of family and country are thrown out, just to force her to accept the marriage. There was even an undercurrent in the village that agreed with the marriage, sacrificing a Hokage in exchange for peace in the land of fire. Hasn't Konoha always been like this? The calmer Tsunade becomes, the more uneasy Shizune becomes. Gradually, there were faint whispers coming in from outside the window. Support the marriage, so that we can have peace between the village and the country. Advertisement. No, Master Tsunade is our Hokage. We can never sacrifice our Hokage for peace. There are supporters and there are opponents. Tsunade is the granddaughter of the first Hokage after all, and she has a lot of supporters in the village. But the voices of opposition gradually became smaller, because the person opposite was Liu Yun. Destroy the two major ninja countries and defeat the tyrant of Akatsuki. Konoha had no chance of winning against him. As Liu Yun's army sealed off the Fire Nation, the entire country was gradually affected more and more. Supplies from other countries were blocked, and even the water trade routes were impassable. This is still the economic impact. In the politics of the great powers, the daimyo requested the Hokage to marry, and Liu Yun himself agreed to the marriage. The right time, right place and right people, all that's missing is Tsunade's consent. Support the marriage, please agree to it, 5th generation. Support the marriage, please agree to it, 5th generation. The sound became louder and gradually spread throughout the village. The indifference on Tsunade's face was gradually replaced by a gloomy look. She now finally understood what White Fang felt back then. The power of unanimity can give people a sense of blind obedience, making them think that it is right. Shizune was a little worried. Tsunade-sama. Tsunade waved her hands. Don't worry about me, Shizune. I don't hate them. I know someone is fanning the flames. I just. Tsunade stood up and cracked the desk with one hand. I don't accept it. I just don't accept it. I worked diligently to protect this village left by my grandfather, but is this how the daimyo and the villagers treat me? Tsunade felt chilled from the inside out. The people have sharp eyes, but they are also blindly obedient and short-sighted. Tsunade said loudly. Don't they know this is a lie? Do they think giving up on me will bring true peace? That guy has deployed thousands of miles of troops to surround the Fire Nation. How could he just let this land go? Tsunade is qualified as a politician and has seen through Liu Yun's ambitions from the beginning to the end. No one responded and Shizune was speechless. Tsunade was just hysterical. Chapter 380. Dragon Dongui See. The rude sound of the door being pushed open was heard, and Danzo walked in first, along with two fence-sitters, Utatane Kaharu and Mitokado Homura. Afterwards, the elders of the major ninja clans followed and they came together to force the palace. Tsunade put her hands on her hips and resumed her arrogant expression. What, breaking into the Hokage's office, are you planning a rebellion? Danzo pulled out a Hokage appointment letter and pointed to the clear handwriting on it. The Fire Country daimyo has now appointed me as Hokage, Tsunade. This place is now mine. You, Tsunade pointed at Danzo. With her intelligence, she knew that the strange phenomenon behind this was most likely caused by Danzo. But what's the point of saying this now? The daimyo's appointment could not have been forged. She has become a victim of politics. Danzo smiled and said, Princess Tsunade, please come in. The limousine is ready and the people from Liu Yun Empire are waiting. Tsunade finally couldn't help but burst out. You be ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Akikaharu stood up and said to Tsunade. Tsunade, don't say that. This is also for the village and the country. Besides, it would be a blessing for God to still have someone like you at your age. Tsunade was about to fight with Akikaharu. What did you say, old woman? Danzo quickly stopped him. Stop arguing, Tsunade. All the ninjas now agree with the daimyo's decision. Listen to the shouts outside, the villagers are waiting for your decision. Danzo said and turned to leave. Before leaving, he took one more look at the Hokage portrait hanging on the wall, and couldn't suppress the smug smile on his face. This place will soon belong to him. Danzo then thought of something else and turned to Tsunade and reminded her, by the way, the Ryukumo Empire also requires Jon and Shizune to follow along. Danzo said, ignoring Tsunade's murderous look, and left on his own. Akikaharu, Mitokado Homura and a group of ninja elders followed, and everyone left the Hokage's office one by one. Only Tsunade and Shizune were left in the office, and Tsunade was smashing various facilities in the office angrily. Damn it, this damn guy didn't even let Shizune go. I'll smash it, I'll smash it. After a while, there was nothing left to smash in the Hokage's office, and Tsunade sat dejectedly in a chair. Shizune came closer and gave Tsunade a massage. Tsunade said with some distress, Shizune, that guy didn't even want you, wouldn't you feel wronged? After all, Tsunade is no longer in her prime, but Shizune is, and she is now at the most brilliant time of her life as a woman. Shizune shook his head, no, as long as I can follow Tsunade-sama. Shizune had known for a long time that Liu Yun was lusting after her, so she was not surprised at Liu Yun's dowry request. Tsunade hugged Shizune and said, poor silly girl. Advertisement. Jiraiya leaned against the railing on the Hokage's balcony, drinking alone in depression. One of Abarame's clansmen approached with a bottle of wine. Master Jiraiya, does it hurt? Jiraiya smiled bitterly. It hurts, of course it hurts, but so what, I can't change anything, the daimyo, the shinobi, and the villagers down there. Everyone agrees to this marriage, what effect can my opinion have? Jiraiya likes Tsunade and has confessed his feelings to her several times, but Tsunade did not agree. The love of the other person has gone into the grave along with Kato Dan, and there will be no more love. The Aburame family laughed and said, Master Jiraiya, why don't you fight for it? This is your last chance. Jiraiya drunkenly waved his hands. No, I can't change the will of the daimyo, nor the voice of the villagers. I was supposed to be a yuzu, living a carefree club life. Jiraiya stood up drunkenly, leaning on the railing and looking at Tsunade's beautiful face through the window. Ha ha ha, this is not a blessing that I, Jiraiya, can enjoy. Go away, go away. Jiraiya held back her tears as she walked down the stairs and began to walk out of the village gate. He couldn't help but think in his heart, if only it had been earlier, if he had confessed to Tsunade earlier, she wouldn't have liked it so much. If he had seen through Orochimaru earlier, he would have been able to keep his friend. If he could get back to the village earlier, he would be able to save Minato and his wife. Earlier. I'm late again. Jiraiya looked back at Hokage Rock, gave a bitter smile and walked away from this place of trouble. The familiar Konoha is becoming more and more unfamiliar, and many things can't be found. Partner, first love, or even a women's bathhouse. Ha 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 ha. The wandering dragon returns to the sea, but the sea does not welcome me, Jiraiya. After the heroic laughter, the heroic figure was no longer there. The people of Abarame's family lay quietly on the railing, listening to the villagers below who loudly supported the marriage. He chuckled and said, what a great assist. A pink-haired girl appeared next to them. It was little Sakura. She said somewhat dejectedly, does everyone in the village want Master to make a sacrifice? Advertisement. Why is that? The Aburame family replied, because Tsunade is not their relative, they can talk loudly about whether Tsunade should go or stay, but if this is their relative, they will curse. Little Sakura understood the meaning of it, it was very insightful, and she felt a little strange. When did the people of the Aburame family become so talkative? A gust of wind blew away the man's hood, silver hair and blue eyes. Little Sakura opened her eyes wide and wanted to shout something but no sound came out. Liu Yun pinched her face and said, Green tea sister, don't reveal my whereabouts, or I will kill your whole family. Little Sakura nodded fearfully. Liu Yun chuckled, turned into a ball of fire and disappeared into the air. When getting married, one has to put on beautiful makeup. The Fire Nation is very considerate and is afraid that Tsunade and Shizune will dress up like ghosts. What if the emperor gets angry and the army approaches? The best makeup artist of the royal family came to Konoha to dress up Tsunade and Shizune. However, the Liu Yun Empire sent its own makeup artists halfway through, as they did not like the style of the Fire Nation. At the Senju house, 8 large sedan chairs were waiting outside the door, with red flowers and large horses. This prosperous style was very different from the tradition of the ninja world. Naturally, it attracted the villagers of Konoha. As expected of someone from a higher country, he is full of energy and spirit. Yes. I hope their emperor will keep his promise and not attack us after the marriage. I hope so. In Tsunade's boudoir, Ryun dressed up as a woman and put makeup on Tsunade and Shizune. Your woman should dress according to the style she likes. Liu Yun's concealment was very profound, and Tsunade never realized that the beautiful man who dressed her up was a man. Instead, she started a conversation with Liu Yun. I see you are also very beautiful, are you having an affair with your emperor? At times like this, Liu Yun would of course go crazy trying to flatter himself. His Majesty doesn't like me. He said that only a peerless beauty like Princess Tsunade is his type. Tsunade couldn't help but smile when she heard that. That B*************** D has good taste. That's it. Chapter 381 The truth the golden hair is neatly combed and pinned with an exquisite hairpin. Unlike the gorgeous Japanese style, it gives people a huxia gentleness. Tsunade looked at herself in the mirror and smiled with satisfaction. She praised Liu Yun next to her, not bad, your makeup skills are very professional. Shizune also put on beautiful makeup as a dowry. Although she was not as attractive as Tsunade, she was still stunningly beautiful. Liu Yun reminded. 2 beautiful brides, it's time to set off. As soon as Liu Yun mentioned the departure, the light in Tsunade and Shizune's eyes slowly dimmed. The beautiful scenery is but fleeting. Who would give themselves to a stranger if they could? But in a cold place like the Land of Fire in Konoha village, everyone is helpless. Everyone is a tool of the will of fire and obeys that passionate will. Tsunade shook her head. The melancholy was only temporary, life had to go on. Let's go, Shizune. Let's go see if that brat is worthy of being trusted? Yes, Master Tsunade. Tsunade and Shizune left in a hurry. All the villagers watched them leave the village, as if they hoped that they would bring peace to Konoha village. On top of the Hokage building, Danzo sat in the Hokage's position and couldn't wait to put on a hastily made Hokage robe, unable to suppress the pride on his face. Haha. How many years has it been? How many years? I finally became Hokage. The elders of the major ninja clans congratulated him. Congratulations. Congratulations. Now that Danzo, no, the 6th generation has taken the throne, everyone will work together to protect the peace of Konoha. Danzo smiled and shook his head, then glanced at the red-curtained sedan chair at the end of the road. Princess Tsunade, you are too young after all. Danzo only has one rival in his mind, and that is Sarutobi Hiruzen. The opponent has been suppressing him so much that it has almost become a mental problem. Monkey, I'm finally taking your place, but don't worry, I will lead Konoha to the point where it dominates the ninja world. Liu Yun is just a scoundrel, he won't be able to run rampant for long. I'll pretend to be his grandson for a few days and call him dad for a few days so that he can let down his guard. Tsunade opened the curtain of the carriage and looked back at the receding Konoha village. In the bright sunlight, it slowly turned into a painting of deep mountains, which was deeply imprinted in her memory. Konoha, I wonder when you'll be back? Advertisement? After sighing, Tsunade felt a sense of desolation. Jiraiya didn't know where he was hiding and didn't even come to see her off. And the ninjas in the village who supported her, would Danzo suppress them after she left? Thinking of Danzo, Tsunade couldn't help but clench his fists and said viciously, damn old thief, I actively organized my troops to fight, but I didn't expect that this villain would still take advantage of the opportunity to defeat me. I didn't expect the daimyo would listen to him so much. Humph. If I am still alive after this trip, I will come back and break his bones. A faint teasing sounded. Never to return? I'm not some man-eating devil. Who? Tsunade became alert. Next to her and Shizune, the makeup artist who had dressed them up before slowly took off her clothes, revealing a white dress with azure eyes. It was Liu Yun. Tsunade was shocked. It's you have been lurking around us. Liu Yun smiled, fanned himself with a fan, and looked like a dashing scholar. Tsunade, don't make me sound so vulgar, after all, I am still the king of the country. Tsunade said angrily, you little b*****************, d, you did all this just to get me, right? Liu Yun turned the fan over, revealing the words, beast in human clothing. He smiled and said, the entire ninja world is my plaything, including you, of course. I do things without any rules. I only have one goal, to have fun. Tsunade cursed. A hole, why do people like you appear in the ninja world? Liu Yun smiled and prepared to tell them the truth. Don't you feel familiar with me? Familiar. Tsunade clenched her fists. Liu Yun was right. She was indeed very familiar with this stranger. Even though they had never met each other, they seemed to be accustomed to each other's hooliganism. She asked what was on her mind. Tell me, why do you appear in my dreams so frequently? Liu Yun waved his fan and prepared to explain slowly. In fact, Liu Yun had discovered a strange phenomenon a long time ago. He was clearly a person from the past, but some people in this era were familiar with him and would appear in their dreams. In this regard, Liu Yun gave a conclusion similar to Hawking, who discovered the secret of the universe. The links between countless parallel time and space are all connected in the form of dreams. For example, one day you dream that you are extremely wealthy, but in reality you are completely poor. This is because there is another you in countless time and space, whose situation is different from yours, and who is a rich man. Tsunade and Shizune listened and seemed to grasp a little bit of the line. Tsunade is a smart man, and his intelligence is not all sacrificed on his chest. Advertisement. She looked directly into Liu Yun's eyes. You mean there are many parallel time and space in this world, and our dreams are the projection of another time and space? Yes, you are right. Liu Yun's research is not enough. He is an expert in female sociology, and when it comes to cosmology, he only knows how to shout, long live the Trisolarans. But this speculation still exists, otherwise people in the future timeline would not dream of flowing clouds for no reason. In an instant, the light in Tsunade's eyes was like a steel knife, slashing towards Liu Yun nakedly. You are not from this world, but from another source. Shizune also looked at Liu Yun with wide eyes at the first moment, and both women were looking forward to Liu Yun's reply. Liu Yun smiled but said nothing, and his behavior was an expression of agreement. After getting the answer, Tsunade continued to speculate. There are scenes of ninja wars in the dream, and it is the Third Ninja World War, which means you are from that era. Ryun did not suggest that Tsunade and Shizune know his background. He added to Tsunade, yes, I have changed the history of the ninja world during the Third War, and I also helped you become the Hokage. Tsunade and Shizune fell silent. Their understanding of people from past eras was still somewhat limited, and they were unable to accept it for a moment. Ryun smiled at the two of them. Tensagen glowed charmingly, and a picture of the past flowed through Tsunade and Shizune's minds. Dreams are just dreams after all. No matter how profound they are not as deep as experiencing them personally. In a trance moment, Tsunade and Shizune suddenly came to a strange place, or rather, a strange place, from a time more than 10 years ago. Tsunade was sitting at a drinking table, listening to the drinkers around him quarreling and swearing. When he looked up, he saw 3 Hokage rocks standing tall, like the 3 Hell Kings of Konoha. This is Konoha before the 4th generation. A ninja hawk swooped down from the window, bringing a secret letter. Tsunade picked up the letter, opened it and took a look. His thoughts gradually recalled this era. This was the era of the Third Shinobi World War. She was still very thin at that time, suffered from hemophobia, and had not yet gotten over the reality of the tragic deaths of Dan and Nawaki. He spent the whole day in the pub, drowning his sorrows and becoming decadent and negative. But this Tsunade is not that Tsunade. After a careful look, Tsunade discovered a variable. A descendant with Senju blood? 10,000 years at a glance, Tsunade and Shizune walked in the flowing cloud illusion for 3 months. The short 3 months may seem insignificant in the long life, but they made both of them experience great ups and downs. Tsunade and Liu Yun's battle for survival in the Sand Shinobi battlefield, the high-level calculations after returning to the village, especially the moment when Liu Yun closed his eyes, Tsunade's heart was almost broken. Chapter 382 Reconciliation. After Tsunade and Shizune opened their eyes, they were still a little dazed. The two experienced so many things in the illusion world, but only a few seconds passed in the real world. Liu Yun smiled and said, "How is it? Do you know my origins now?" What was shocking was that Tsunade hugged Liu Yun tightly, pressed tightly against his chest and sobbed, "Stinky brother, stinky brother." Liu Yun was a little dazed, staring at the tears in Tsunade's eyes. It seems that Tsunade really put herself into the scene, treating the illusion as reality, and truly recognized her little lover. There was no hostility in Shizune's eyes. They knew that Liu Yun was an important person in the past, and the emotions that had been extinguished by time and space were rekindled. After being heartbroken, Tsunade returned to her tigress nature. She grabbed Liu Yun's ear with her green fingers and scolded him. "You be asterisk 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 D. You treat your sister like this. Do you know how far you've pushed me?" Because of the pressure that Ryun put on the Fire Nation, Tsunade, as the Hokage, bears the brunt of it. The pressure is so great that even a cow can be turned into beef paste. It had been a long time since he was scolded by Tsunade, and Liu Yun felt happy again. "Don't I just want to have some fun?" Tsunade scolded. "Play. You be asterisk 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 D. You only use this much power for fun. All the fire you learned in ninja school was eaten by dogs." Liu Yun sneered. "The will of fire, Sister Tsunade, you were driven out by the will of fire." Tsunade fell silent immediately after hearing this, and even put down the hand that was grabbing Liu Yun's ear. A ninja can die on the battlefield, but he must never die from being stabbed by his compatriots. Although Tsunade understands the hypocrisy of politics, saying one thing and doing another. But she couldn't bear to be thrown away like garbage. Shizune pulled on Ryun's sleeve and said, "Ryun, don't make Master Tsunade angry." Okay, Liu Yun agreed, then rubbed Tsunade's shoulders and said softly, "Sister Tsunade, it is a happy thing for us to recognize each other as siblings. Don't be sad because of Konoha anymore. It's not worth it. In 2 days, I will bring people to kill it and chop off Danzo's head for you to kick around." Advertisement. When mentioning Danzo, Tsunade bared his teeth and made a ferocious expression. "I will never let that damn B asterisk 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 D off. Liu Yun, listen, I will turn him into a human pig and put him in the toilet until he dies." Okay. After Tsunade finished scolding, her anger subsided a little, but she immediately taught Liu Yun a lesson. "You be asterisk 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 D. We just signed a non-aggression treaty with the Fire Nation and you ate it up. You are such a dog." Liu Yun smiled and said, "Wouldn't this make Sister Tsunade happy?" HMPH. Tsunade snorted, and then asked Liu Yun, "What do you want to do next?" Liu Yun thought about it and said half of it. "Unify the continent and eliminate war." "Unify the continent?" Tsunade whispered. The last time the ninja continent was unified was during the Kagaya era, when Princess Otsutsuki Kagaya ruled dictatorially and suppressed the entire continent by herself. Tsunade was not familiar with that history, but she could understand the heaviness of this goal. After thousands of years of division, hostility and war, the peace that Jiraiya talked about was very simple in Liu Yun's eyes, which was great unification. While Tsunade was proud of Ryun's broad mind, he couldn't help but feel sorry for the village deep in Yamanaka. The Konoha founded by his grandfather could not last forever, but Tsunade had no need to keep it. She still had hatred towards Konoha, whether it was those ignorant villagers or the old men who only knew how to fight for power. Although she had given up on Konoha, Tsunade could not turn a blind eye to her loyal supporters, so she said to Liu Yun, "You be asterisk 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 D. You can fight Konoha if you want, but you have to show mercy to some people." Liu Yun patted his chest and said, "Of course, many of your subordinates are well fed and plump by me, so you don't have to worry about their safety." Speaking of Tsunade's subordinates, Tsunade became excited and looked at Liu Yun seriously. "Anbu's Yugao and Special John and Anko are both missing. Did you send someone to kidnap them?" Liu Yun shook his head. Liu Yun, I'm a man of integrity. How could I do such a mean thing?" "Then who captured them?" Tsunade continued to guess. Liu Yun told the truth. "I really didn't send anyone to kidnap them. They were all kidnapped by people from your village and given to me." Tsunade was furious. "What? Someone from Konoha? It must be that B asterisk 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 D Danzo." Advertisement. Liu Yun nodded, and Tsunade's anger, which had just subsided, suddenly rose up again. Great. This old guy is not a good guy. Liu Yun was anxious to help Tsunade vent her anger. Sister Tsunade, don't be angry. Don't be angry, it's not worth it for a dead person. Snort. Tsunade snorted coldly, and then focused her fire on Liu Yun. He is a bad bird. Are you a good bird? If you hadn't oppressed Konoha, how could this evil trend have appeared? Liu Yun slapped himself in the face. It's my brother's fault, my brother's fault. I will punish myself by eating one less chicken leg at noon. Smooth talk. Tsunade said helplessly to Kaido. Forget it, what happened to Anko and Shion? Liu Yun smiled and said, they are both lucky. Fortunately, I am kind and benevolent. Otherwise, if they fell into the hands of bad people, I don't know what would happen to them. Tsunade gazed into Ryun's eyes and said, that's good. The girl from the Yamanaka family, the two main heirs of the Hyuga family, and the female ninja from the ninja tool shop are all with you. Liu Yun nodded. I didn't kill them, but properly placed them in my place. The house is quite big, and everyone had a great time. Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief. I'm glad they're okay. I'll release them when I get back. No. Tsunade thought about the current Konoha, which was no longer the village she led, but a place where Danzo had the final say. Tianshin, Ino and the others would most likely be persecuted if they go back, so it would be better for them to stay here with Liu Yun, where she can take care of them. Tsunade then added, tell your people to pay more attention to Konoha's movements. I'm afraid Danzo will take some people down. You have to protect them. Liu Yun nodded, and then revealed his wolfish heart. Sister Tsunade, I'm telling you the truth, you should reward me with something. Tsunade looked at the restless Liu Yun and said, you look like a human, but you are actually a wolf in human skin. She turned her head to look at Shizune, whose ears were red, and occasionally glanced at Liu Yun, her eyes full of love that could not be concealed. Tsunade sighed, Shizune, you will marry Ryun today. Shizune was shocked and looked at Tsunade hurriedly. Master Tsunade, no need to say, you have liked Liu Yun since you were a child, and now you have grown up, and there is no marriage partner in the village. Liu Yun also loves you, so let's take advantage of this opportunity to be together. Chapter 383 Sage of Six Paths Mount Myoboku. The news of the great changes in Konoha did not reach here. Fukasaku Sage did not want the outside world to affect Naruto's practice, or the Great Toad Sage wanted Naruto to always focus on Ryun and not be disturbed by the outside world. But Gamaru shook his head when he saw Naruto, who hadn't even mastered Sage mode, let alone the Great Toad Sage who had everything under control. After many days of analysis and observation, Great Toad Sage finally got a glimpse of the origin of Liu Yun. On this day, an illusory spirit appeared next to the Great Toad Sage, wearing a white robe, holding a staff, and looking like an immortal. Toadpill, what do you want from me? Toadball, what an ancient name. People would never have thought that the life of the great immortal in the Holy Land would be so ordinary. They had guessed Toad Wachang, Toad Haunan, and even Toad Shanji, but they had never thought of Toad Wan. The Japanese-style Wan becomes ergo after being Huxia-styled, which expresses the mentality that the famous person is easy to feed. In short, the Great Toad Sage has not been called this for thousands of years, because many people who knew its name have died or become dried toads. This of course does not include the ancestor of the ninja, Otsutsuki Hagoromo. Also called Sage of Six Paths. Hagoromo. The prophecy has shifted in an unimaginable direction. Sage of Six Paths remained silent. He had seen the great changes in the ninja world and knew the source of these changes. It's that kid. He has the power of Hamura and even my power. Great Toad Sage nodded. I have figured out a little bit about his origins. Huh? Sage of Six Paths was curious and asked, where did he come from? The Great Toad Sage said slowly, he is not from this world. Huh? Sage of Six Paths asked in confusion. Great Toad Sage explained. That's right, he first appeared in the desert of the Wind Country, which was formerly Lulan. There was a huge chakra that could affect time and space. Sage of Six Paths responded. So you guessed that he was brought here from another time and space by Lulan's chakra. Advertisement. Great Toad Sage nodded. Yes, judging from the power he displayed, his time and space have a close relationship with the Otsutsuki clan. He may even be a member of the Otsutsuki clan. He unified the entire ninja continent in order to plant the sacred tree more easily. The words at the end are deliberately exaggerated by the Great Toad Sage. He simply wants the Sage of Six Paths to take action. As for why it didn't take action, have you ever seen a chess player enter the game himself? Would Cao Cao chase Ma Chao with his bare chest? Would Ying Zheng kill the enemy in Shaanxi dialect? As expected, the Sage of Six Paths frowned when he heard about the Otsutsuki family. He was already dead, but because of his advanced practice, his soul was able to remain in the world. Because I can never let go of some people and some things. Indra and Ashura's constant quarrel in reincarnation, the mother sealed on the moon, and the Otsutsuki force beyond the world. Sage of Six Paths looked at the rippled Rinnegan towards the Great Toad Sage. What do you want from me? With the realm of Sage of Six Paths, he naturally knew that the Great Toad Sage wanted to use him, but he didn't care. He no longer cared about face. The Great Toad Sage smiled. Normally it spoke slowly and was forgetting things, but today it didn't need to pretend to have these things under the noses of its old friends. Hagoromo, let Indra and Ashura be the force to defeat that guy. Indra, Ashura, the Sage of Six Paths whispered. Naruto and Sasuke. In fact, His two sons had died long ago, and only chakra remained. However, chakra is closely related to the soul, and Sage of Six Paths also paid great attention to these two people. The Great Toad Sage nodded. That's the two of them, Hagoromo. I believe in your abilities, and you will make Naruto and Sasuke grow up quickly. Great Toad Sage almost said, give all the valuables you have to these two. But as an expert, speaking too bluntly would affect the style. The Sage of Six Paths was silent for a moment, and finally responded, I want to observe the child. I need to get the answer myself. Sage of Six Paths is not someone who just rushes to do something because someone tells him to. He is a doer. Otherwise he would not have become a monk and measured the earth barefoot. As soon as he finished speaking, Sage of Six Paths disappeared like a puff of smoke. Only Yu who was left in the cave sighed. Yuya is not as easy to deceive as before. Advertisement, the big red sedan was soon carried to the Kingdom of Thunder. As for the reason for not returning to the Kingdom of Wind, it was because Liu Yun was afraid of trouble. After we go back, everyone will definitely quarrel over what a beast. What a heartless man. Above the clouds on the highest peak, the vastness of the universe and the insignificance of human power came to mind, and Tsunade couldn't help but sigh. Cloud Shinobi Village, one of the 5 great ninja villages, has been destroyed just like that. What a twist of fate. 2 slim figures were walking towards them from a distance. They were Mabui and Samai, and they were accompanied by some followers, including Amii and Karui. After submitting to Liu Yun, these people of Cloud Shinobi Village abandoned the glory of Cloud Shinobi and became Liu Yun's lackeys wholeheartedly. Liu Yun transformed Cloud Shinobi Village into a palace in the sky, and the people of Cloud Shinobi serve as its security. The relationship between women is very sensitive. Tsunade and Samui looked at each other. They are both blonde, big-breasted, sexy and beautiful, and they see a hint of hostility in each other's eyes. The harem is a huge vortex of intrigue. If you want to survive in it, you must at least read How the Steel Was Tempered dozens of times. Mabui was very polite and bowed to Tsunade. 5th Hokage, you must have traveled a long way. Tsunade folded her hands and snorted, I'm just a commoner now, not a Hokage. Mabui withdrew her courtesy somewhat awkwardly. Samai, who was standing by, felt unhappy thinking that this woman would compete with them for men in the future. In addition, Mabai's cold response made her even more unhappy, and she couldn't help but retort. Old woman, you are so cheap. There was no wind around, and an aura unique to a cage-level strongman echoed, like a sharp cold knife scraping on Samui's body. Tsunade uttered a few words coldly. What did you say? The people on Cloud Shinobi's side took a fighting stance, alert to Tsunade's every move. Anyone who could sit in the position of Hokage was not a good person. Born in the Thunder Mountain, Cloud Shinobi is proud and stubborn, and will never give in easily. Even though Tsunade is much stronger than Samui, Samui still wants to fight back. Humph. Why don't you stay in Konoha and come here to show off? Oh, I get it, you didn't come here on your own. It was the Fire Nation that abandoned you and made you a political victim. Chapter 384 Moon Viewing Furious, Enraged, Furious. Even though Tsunade knew that what Samui said was true, he still got angry for no apparent reason. Liu Yun saw the fire in the backyard and hurried down to put it out. Samui, you can't say that. Sister Tsunade and I are in love. We were husband and wife for 800 years in our previous life. It's just that I was reincarnated a little late in this life. Samui glared at Liu Yun and cursed, you be asterisk 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 D. You have no shame. Then tell me, who is the boss and who is the junior in the future? Liu Bei, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei all have their own ranks, and Langshan Heroes and King of Glory also have their own rankings, so the harem is naturally no exception. Who is big and who is small? This is a governance issue that must be clearly distinguished at present, otherwise it will leave behind troublesome consequences. Liu Yun decided to handle the situation calmly, and said in the middle, is it necessary? We are all good sisters, there is no need to distinguish between the elder and the younger. Tsunade slapped the flowing clouds away, walked forward and straightened his chest towards Samui, highlighting the heaviness. Cloud Shinobi's ninja, what other advantages do you have besides being a little younger than me? When it comes to age, I have a way of keeping my youth. Even at 100 years old, I will still look as young as a girl. Unlike you two, if you were old and ugly, the brat would definitely ignore you. Tsunade was right. Just by looking at Tsunade's young face, Sam felt a strong sense of envy in his heart. That woman doesn't like young and beautiful people. Tsunade's ninjutsu is an advanced transformation technique, which Samui cannot learn even if she envy her. First of all, you need a huge chakra to back you up, otherwise it will be a physical burden. Liu Yun rubbed his slightly red face, thinking that becoming familiar with Tsunade was a bad thing. If they were not familiar with each other, would she dare to hit him? Liu Yun simply ignored it and disappeared in an instant with Shizune. It was too hot in the palace, so Liu Yun carried Shizune to the rooftop, and the two of them quietly admired the moon. Shizune looked at Liu Yun's profile and felt a sense of illusion. She said softly, Liu Yun, do you think those experiences were real or an illusion? Liu Yun stroked Shizune's short hair and smiled, why, do you care? Shizune shook his head, the actual genjutsu was like a real experience, that's why he accepted the flowing cloud just like Tsunade did. Shizune asked the question that worried him, Liu Yun, you are from the past, will you abandon me and return to your own time and space? Advertisement Liu Yun answered this easy question without even thinking. What's going on? Liu Yun, am a passionate man, how could I possibly do such a scumbag thing? Shizune leaned gently into Liu Yun's arms, listening to his heartbeat. Liu Yun lived his life with integrity, his heartbeat was upright and honest, without a trace of panic. Shizune said softly, Liu Yun, I want to give you a child. Okay, I've already thought of a name for the child, let's call him Lu Ma. Go, who will give birth to cows and horses for you? A ghostly figure appeared in the darkness, it was the Sage of Six Paths who was spying in the dark. He looked at Liu Yun's appearance carefully, he had silver hair and blue eyes, and had a noble aura that was different from that of ordinary people. The Sage of Six Paths had no mistake, this was Otsutsuki's aura, similar to his mother's. It seems that what Gamamaru said was right, this guy is really one of Otsutsuki's men. Liu Yun hugged Shizune's waist and looked at the moon. Shizune saw that Liu Yun was fascinated by the moon and asked in confusion, what are you looking at? You are so engrossed. Liu Yun smiled and said, there is a fairy on the moon. Are our eyes connecting with each other? In Tensagen's world, the seal at the center of the moon was clearly seen by Liu Yun. He still remembered that his ultimate mission was to die in Otsutsuki Kaguya's belly. Shizune used the traditional woman's technique of twisting the soft flesh on Ryun's waist. Liu Yun pretended to beg for mercy, my dear wife, I won't dare to do it anymore, I won't watch it anymore. Shizune scolded, humph. You're only looking at the pot when you have the best. I'll have to keep an eye on you, Tsunade-sama, from now on. Liu Yun hastened to assure him, I won't dare to do that anymore, I won't dare to do that anymore. Even if the woman on the moon is beautiful, she is not even 1/10,000th as beautiful as my little Shizune. That's more like it. Shizune turned up her nose. As a new wife, Shizune found someone she could act coquettishly to, and her temperament became different from before when she was submissive. A shout came from a distance, old man, what are you peeking at? Advertisement Sage of Six Paths knew he had been discovered, and secretly thought that Liu Yun was quite capable, and quickly left. Shizune wondered, who is spying on us? Liu Yun said casually, he is just a weird old man who specializes in spying on loving young couples. We don't need to pay attention to him. Oh, come, the moonlight is just right, I will teach you the art of playing the Shaoqin. The Sage of Six Paths returned to Mount Myoboku with a sullen look on his face, and upon seeing the Great Toad Sage, he agreed to his previous proposal. That child does have a strong connection with Otsutsuki, his presence will be a huge hidden danger. The Great Toad Sage smiled, then Naruto and Sasuke will be in your hands. The Sage of Six Paths nodded, I will give them what's mine. Okay then. Great Toad Sage nodded, feeling somewhat curious about Liu Yun's character. What on earth had he done to make Yuya so uncomfortable? The Sage of Six Paths moved quickly, disappearing into thin air and swinging in the direction of where Naruto was training. On top of the pinnacle, Naruto was practicing Sage Mode shirtless. Although Sage Mode is powerful, recharging is another big problem. One way is to fuse with the Toad Sage in Mount Myoboku and let them help charge it. Another way is to absorb the natural energy of nature and complete Sage Mode. Absorbing natural energy requires great caution and must not be disturbed at all, otherwise the immortal energy in the body will overflow, and in serious cases, one will directly turn into a toad. Naruto is simply a piece of immortal material. He mastered the Sage Mode assisted by toad oil in a very short time. If Jiraiya saw this, he would feel that he had been living in Akamaru's body all these years. But time is a big problem, and talent that bursts out in a short period of time has a limit after all. Naruto was careless and was about to fall from a height of 100 meters, but Sage Fukasaku rolled his tongue and saved Naruto. It looked at Naruto who was laughing non-stop and said, little Naruto, you need to concentrate. Only in this way can you maintain your balance. Naruto smiled sheepishly, sorry, it's too high up here, if you're not careful you'll fall. Chapter 385 Naruto's Awareness Fukasaku Sage sighed, little Naruto, you have learned Sage Mode in just 7 or 8 days. You are indeed much better than little Jiraiya and little Minato, but time has been very unkind to you. Naruto scratched his head and smiled bitterly, Sage, I don't think I'd be a match for that guy even if I mastered Sage Mode. Fukasaku looked at Naruto in silence for a while, and finally nodded. You are right. Liu Yun's ninjutsu is unrivaled, and he even possesses the Rinnegan and Tensagen. You are only using a Sage Mode to fight him. To be honest, it's very risky. In my opinion, even if Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama joined forces, they would not be a match for him. Naruto fell silent. He now carries the hope of the entire village. It is not enough to master Sage Mode, he also needs a long-range Rasen Shuriken. Fukasaku looked at the 8-sign seal on Naruto's belly, unless you can master the power of 9 tails. 9 tails? Naruto looked at his belly button. It is not easy to master the power of 9 tails. First of all, you have to subdue 9 tails and make that stinky fox pay the rent obediently. Shenzo Shengren shook his head, and he also saw the difficulty of this method. 9 tails is the most evil person in the world, why would he share his power with a weak human? At this time, a faint voice came. Let me do it. A strange white old man with 2 horns was floating in the air, with a horizontal tin staff in front of him. 9 tails in the sealed space suddenly opened his eyes, and his red pupils shrank to ultimate, old man. There is no mistake, it still remembers the old man's smell very clearly, it is him. Fukasaku's eyes widened. He was extremely knowledgeable. Even though he had never seen the true appearance of the Sage of Six Paths, he guessed in an instant that this person was the Sage of Six Paths. Maybe it was the Rinnegan, or maybe it was the height and presence. The Sage of Six Paths nodded to Fukasaku Sage, then turned his attention to Naruto, sensing the strong chakra in his body. Ashura, you are indeed very in tune with the forces of nature. Naruto wondered where this strange old man came from. Grandpa, where are you from? And my name is Uzumaki Naruto, not Ashura. Sage of Six Paths smiled bitterly. As people get older, some of their memories begin to become blurred. This is just the reincarnation of Ashura Chakra, but the Sage of Six Paths still vaguely regards him as the successor of the ninja clan. Advertisement 9 Tails frantically called for help in the sewer space. Old man, come and save me. Sage of Six Paths laughed dumbly upon hearing 9 Tails' call for help, shook his head, and said, Ah Naruto, come with me. I will show you how to master Kurama's power. Naruto was a little confused, and in a trance he came to his own sealed space, which was a dark sewer. Naruto looked at the Sage of Six Paths who were following him strangely. Grandpa, how did we get here? The Sage of Six Paths said nothing, but instead turned his gaze towards the sealed door. In the darkness, a huge orange fox slowly approached the cage, its body filled with vicious intent, its eyes full of madness staring straight at Naruto. 9 Tails' eyes made Naruto's a-hole feel cold, and he took 2 or 3 steps back in fear. And when 9 Tails' gaze shifted, the murderous intent in the blink of an eye disappeared, and he acted like a kitten. Old man, you are not dead after all, let me out now. Sage of Six Paths smiled bitterly. Kurama, I was already dead, and what you see now is just my spirit body. 9 Tails didn't care about anything else. Old man, don't say anything else, just let me out, I will eat the kid next to you in one bite. The Sage of Six Paths shook his head. Kurama, no, the ninja world is in great trouble, and Naruto needs your strength. 9 Tails lowered his head and looked at Naruto with fierce eyes, and then burst into laughter. It's ridiculous that humans need my power. Isn't it because you want my power that you locked me up here? I'm telling you, only the things I give you as Kurama belong to you. You can't take what I don't give you. Sage of Six Paths was helpless, because 9 Tails was no longer the innocent little fox he had been in the past, and was now full of malice towards humans. But this is normal. Prisoners still have a chance to relax in prison. 9 Tails has been sealed and stayed in this boring space all day long. Even the most active fox will turn evil. Naruto gradually figured out the whole story from his previous confusion. First, the old guy next to him is the Sage of Six Paths. Even if Naruto's basic knowledge of ninja is a mess, he must know the legend of Sage of Six Paths, who is an awesome legendary figure. Second, the Sage of Six Paths wanted to help him master the power of the 9 Tails. Thirdly, 9 Tails' original name is Kurama, which is a really weird name. Seeing 9 Tails reject the Sage of Six Paths' proposal, Naruto decided to step forward. This was his own business and he couldn't let others worry about it. He took a step forward and said, Hey, your name is Kurama, right? Advertisement, snort. 9 Tails snorted. It is a proud fox, and its name is like the boudoir of a lady. It will no longer be pure if seen by strangers. 9 Tails didn't respond, so Naruto continued, Fox, you've been watching me grow up since I was a child. I've tried to get rid of your shadow countless times, but you've become a part of my life. Because of you, I became a fox imp, hated by the villagers, and because of you, I have the power to turn the tide. Naruto lowered his head and continued to reveal his true feelings. Whether you are good or bad, you have become a part of my life, so, Kurama, I want to be your friend. Friend? 9 Tails sneered, pointed at the cage that held him, and shouted, Who would lock their friends in a cage? You are after my strength. Naruto, give up. You are no match for that guy, and your life so far has been a failure. The villagers don't trust you, and even your brothers have stayed away from you. Naruto, you are the unlucky star. You will bring endless disaster to your village. Naruto lowered his head and clenched his fists, struggling fiercely in his heart. 9 Tails suddenly lowered his head and said seductively like a fox. You can if you want my power, as long as you break the seal. I will not only give you the power to defeat Liu Yun, but we can also be good friends. So, come on Naruto, open it up and let's be the best friends in the world. Naruto slowly approached, as if bewitched by 9 Tails. As he got closer, Naruto could even hear the behemoth's heartbeat, and he looked up, his bright azure eyes reflecting 9 Tails' body. Kurama, I'm not useless. Haruka-sensei, Sakura-chan, Kakashi-sensei. They all still believe in me. I will get the trust of the villagers, and I will get Sasuke back. 9 Tails snorted. Naruto was determined, and its little trick failed again. Just when 9 Tails was about to close his eyes and go to sleep in disappointment, Naruto's words perked him up again. Kurama, I will let you out. You are right. The prerequisite for becoming partners is that there can be no cage of friendship. 9 Tails looked at Naruto's eyes somewhat seriously. They still managed to glow in the dark underground waterway. It couldn't help but compare the other party with its predecessor, and finally concluded that this one is a bit stupid. Oh, by the way, Kurama, how do we remove the seal now? This is just plain stupid. 9 Tails thought silently in his heart. Chapter 386 Kakashi Squad. 9 Tails looked at the cage that sealed him. He could break the seal by tearing a talisman before. It's no longer possible now. Minato has hardened the seal, and a special technique is needed to break it. Nine Tails focused his attention on the Sage of Six Paths. Give me a hand, old man. I want to make new friends. The Sage of Six Paths noticed that Nine Tails' hostility had not diminished at all, and knew that this guy must be deceiving Naruto. But he didn't expose it. If he wanted to master the power of Nine Tails, this cage would definitely not work. The high-level seal of the ninja is a big trouble for ordinary people, but it is just a small lock for the Sage of Six Paths. He waved his staff, and a vortex appeared in Naruto's stomach in the cage at the same time, indicating that the seal had been opened. The vortex turned to the bottom, the iron door of the cage made a click sound, and Nine Tails slapped the sealed door open. Roar, after being sealed for more than 10 years, it finally sees the light of day again. At this moment, its excitement and murderous intent have reached their maximum. While being emotionally excited, he secretly swore in his heart that he would kill him completely when he got out, leaving no one alive. It stretched out its sharp claws and grabbed Naruto fiercely, saying proudly, "Naruto, this is a greeting between good friends." Naruto yelled, "Kurama, you cunning fox, how dare you play tricks on me?" Naruto still underestimated the cunning of foxes. In the distant past, Daji deceived King Joe and tricked him into changing his kingdom. Recently, Ye God played tricks on the traveler and made him lose his mind. Nine Tails laughed. "You are too naive, little brat. I am the tailed beast that represents malice." The ferocious giant claws were about to grab Naruto, but at this moment an extremely powerful chakra burst out from Naruto's body, and he stretched his arms upwards to block the fierce attack of Nine Tails. Nine Tails was a little surprised. How could a tiny human block his huge palm? You have to know that this claw of ITSS was the evil claw that pierced through the intestines of Minato and Kushina. Nine Tails looked down and saw toad-shaped eyeshadow around Naruto's eyes. The power of an immortal, little ghost, you have some skills. Nine Tails was well informed, so he naturally recognized what kind of cheat Naruto was using. Advertisement: The Sage of Six Paths reminded Naruto. "Naruto, what you have to do now is to defeat it. Only by defeating Kurama can you harness its power." Nine Tails was furious and showed a grudge to Sage of Six Paths. "Old man, not only did you not help me, you also teamed up with outsiders to deal with me. Humph. With this brat's half-baked magic skills, just wait and see, I will make your plans go wrong." Sage of Six Paths smiled and said, "Oh, really?" Nine Tails of Yang vs Sage Art Naruto. Sage of Six Paths is the referee, and a big battle is about to break out. Just at this moment, a chakra chain appeared out of nowhere and bound one of Nine Tails' claws. Nine Tails' eyes widened. This is Kingdom of Wind, Forbidden City. The Kakashi team officially sneaked into Liu Yun's base camp. At this moment, they are hiding in a hotel, observing the capital of the empire. Shoji looked at the dazzling street scenes, the various goods, and most importantly, the many delicious-looking foods. This place is so prosperous. The last time we came here it was just a barren desert. Shikamaru said nothing, just observing the people below. He spotted ninjas among the crowd, some from Sunagakure, some from Rock Shinobi, and even some from Rain Shinobi. They have different origins, but they are as ordinary as passersby, which shows that Liu Yun has truly conquered these people. Kakashi only showed a dead fish eye and exclaimed, "This guy's ability to govern the land is really rare. If he didn't meddle in the affairs of ninjas, he would definitely be a good daimyo." Neji pushed the door open with a heavy look on his face. Shikamaru felt a chill in his heart. Could it be that they had been discovered? Neji said in a calm voice, "I just got the news that the Fire Nation and the Rukumo Empire have entered into a marriage alliance, and the one to be married is the Hokage-sama. Advertisement, and the Hokage also compromised and obtained peace in Konoha through marriage." What? Everyone was shocked, and Kakashi's dead fish eyes were also shocked. While he was sighing that Liu Yun was not picky about food, he also felt a sense of sadness. Konoha is really finished. Now Tsunade is the backbone of Konoha Shinobi. Once she leaves, all the efforts will be in vain. Shikamaru tried to stay calm. "Neji, any more news?" Neji continued, "It is said that the reason why Hokage-sama left was due to pressure from many parties, including the daimyo, the elders, and even the villagers. She became a victim of politics. Both high and low officials hoped that this Hokage would be able to sacrifice herself for peace in Konoha like the previous Hokage did." Shikamaru couldn't help but curse. No matter how hard you try, you can't prevent a thief from your own home. The mastermind behind this must be Danzo, right? Neji nodded. Yes, after Tsunade left, the daimyo made Danzo the sixth Hokage. Damn it. Kakashi couldn't help but curse. With such a bad teammate becoming the boss, everyone has the idea of changing jobs, but the will of fire urges them to move forward. Guy stood up and first sang praises to Tsunade's selflessness. Hokage-sama is willing to sacrifice himself for the village. What a mourner and a happy person he is. A true warrior who dares to face the bleak life and the blood. We can't slack off because of the internal strife in the village. We must stand up and burn our youth in this desert. Everyone was speechless. Only Xiao Li looked excited. Teacher Guy is right, we must not give up. As the leader, Kakashi also knows that the team's morale is low and they urgently need a can of chicken soup to warm their cold hearts. Guy's youthful speech can only fool youngsters like Xiao Li. If you want to really brainwash someone, you have to rely on him. Kakashi said seriously. Guy is right. We came here to rescue our companions. We can't give up because of the turmoil in the rear. Neji said with some concern. We have already signed an alliance with the Liu Yun Empire. If we act on our own, will it break the contract? Kakashi was stunned. Neji was right. The daimyo and Hokage as lords had allied with Liu Yun. As Konoha shinobi, they did something that was detrimental to Liu Yun. Isn't this breaking the covenant? Chapter 387. Snake and Dogfight. Kakashi thought for a while, and finally said, let's stay hidden and try not to be discovered by anyone. Once we rescue Ino, Tenten and the others, we'll leave. Shikamaru nodded. Okay. Nightfall. The Kakashi team began to act, and a group of people entered the palace through the corner of the alley. The palace is quite large, and Kakashi and others don't have a map, so they can't just walk around blindly. Shikamaru suggests catching someone to ask for directions. After a while, Xiao Li caught a green-haired girl. She looked cute, but her golden pupils were like snakes. She didn't look like a simple child. This person is Orochimaru. She wandered around Liu Yun's palace just to find Liu Yun's genetic genes. After searching for a long time without finding a single hair, I was feeling disappointed when I suddenly saw the trace of a Konoha shinobi, and I became interested. Kakashi thought the girl Lee had captured was a little weird, but he didn't contact Orochimaru. The guy next to him smiled kindly and said, little sister, do you know the way around this big yard? Orochimaru pretended to be confused and shook his head, saying innocently, I don't know, I just came here to play. Guy was a little disappointed, but he still rubbed Orochimaru's head and said, forget it, uncles, find it yourself. Orochimaru was curious about the intentions of Kakashi and his group, so he asked, Uncle, what are you doing here? Outsiders are not allowed to come in here casually. Guy smiled and said, we are here to find our companions. They're being held captive by a very bad person. We have to find a way to rescue them. Oh, Orochimaru appears to be ignorant and naive on the surface, but he actually sneers in his heart. It is so naive of him to want to get back the woman that was robbed by Liu Yun. Shikamaru has been observing Orochimaru with a serious face. He always feels that there is something wrong with this green-haired loli, but he can't tell what it is. He and Kakashi looked at each other, both thinking exactly the same thing. Since no outsiders are allowed to enter the palace, where did this little girl with green hair come from? Advertisement. Even if you live in the palace, you will know the topography of this place. Kakashi gave Neji a wink. Neji understood immediately, and the veins on his forehead instantly exposed, white eyes, open. In the gray and white world, chakra is extremely obvious, especially Orochimaru's huge chakra. The chakra of all of them combined is not as much as that of the other. Neji made a quick judgment. Back off, she's not an ordinary kid. As soon as he finished speaking, the group quickly left Orochimaru. Kakashi's face darkened. He didn't expect to be exposed as soon as he came in. Xiao Li felt a little guilty. He had gotten himself into big trouble by just kidnapping someone. Shikamaru looked at the other person solemnly and asked Neji next to him, what's so strange about her? Neji replied, that little girl's chakra was so huge, and she looked very similar to someone I saw. Who? Neji couldn't answer. It was just a vague memory and he couldn't judge yet. Orochimaru chuckled, and his eyes focused on Neji's Byakugan like a lion majesty. Is it because of the inside of the Byakugan that you are alert? What a pity. Orochimaru then thought of his boss's Tensagen, and immediately looked into Neji's eyes greedily, but was poured cold water when he thought of the other's caged bird. Only those from the main family have the Byakugan worth studying. If Orochimaru wants to study it, he can only start with Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Hanabi. But he still has some self-awareness. Some small actions are okay, but involving Liu Yun's woman could be fatal. Kakashi asked solemnly, you are definitely not an unknown person, who are you? Orochimaru laughed and swallowed his tongue lightly. Now, who do you think I am? Cold-blooded, merciless, and with the iconic snake tongue. Kakashi answered almost immediately, Orochimaru. Advertisement, hee. Orochimaru laughed evilly, yes, I am Orochimaru. Shoji was a little incredulous. How is that possible? Weren't you killed by Sasuke? Orochimaru snorted, how could that damn brat possibly kill me? Kakashi took a fighting stance. Orochimaru, have you defected to Liu Yun? And you transformed yourself into this androgynous appearance? Orochimaru said indifferently. What a boring gender gap. What's wrong with being a woman? Orochimaru suddenly got a bad taste in his mouth. It is because of this beauty that I was able to survive Liu Yun's hands. What do you think? Do you want me to turn you all into girls? That way, Liu Yun, the pervert, won't bother you anymore. Pa. Shoji spat and cursed, damn stinky snake, you sold it yourself to survive, don't try to persuade us to learn from you. Orochimaru's eyes turned cold. Little fatty, you said I sold it? Isn't it? Shoji nodded. Orochimaru formed seals with his hands and shouted viciously, I will catch you all and kill you all. Summoning. As soon as he finished speaking, 4 coffins protruded from the marble slab out of thin air. Kakashi warned, be careful, this is impure world reincarnation. There are 4 ancient Huxia characters on the wooden coffin, Yi, San and Si. Orochimaru said with evil intent, guess which 4 cages these are. Kakashi knew the situation was critical, so he said to Guy, I'll hold him back, you go save Tenten and the others. Guy wanted to refuse. Kakashi interrupted him and said, go ahead, I know you want to use 8 inner gates, but you've died once, and I don't want to see my partner risk his life a second time. Kakashi took off the forehead protector covering his eyes, revealing his blood-red eye. Guy also knew that the situation was very critical, so he said, "Okay, be careful." Chapter 388 The advantages in me. Guy took Xiao Li and the others and turned and left. Orochimaru watched Guy and his companions pass him without any intention of stopping them. The two faced off. Kakashi's face was heavy while Orochimaru looked relaxed. He said, "Kakashi, meet the 4K's cage." As soon as he finished speaking, 4 coffin lids fell to the ground with a loud bang. 4 men dressed in Fungian costumes came into view. Their eyes were dark, like evil spirits from hell. Kakashi glanced at him and laughed. "Orochimaru, there are still many people from Susanoo-clad in this city. Do you think they would agree to disturb the peace of their ancestors like this?" Orochimaru laughed evilly. "I, Orochimaru, have never been inferior to anyone in my life. Why should I report to others when I do something?" Ryun asked Orochimaru to steal corpses, and his first target was the 4K's cage of the Sand Shinobi. 3rd K's cage and 4th K's cage already existed, but the 1st and 2nd generation were just dug up yesterday. This kind of act of digging up other people's ancestral graves will be punished by God, and the people there are from your own camp. Orochimaru also knew that this matter could not be made public, so he could only use it secretly to avoid being discovered by the Sand Shinobi people. Kakashi sneered, "Orochimaru, since you didn't get Sasuke, you turned your attention to Liu Yun. Be careful not to play with fire." Orochimaru sneered, not wanting to be outdone. "Do you really think you guys have great lurking skills?" Kakashi was confused. "What did you say?" Orochimaru continued. "In fact, the Empire's intelligence system has noticed you since the moment you entered the Kingdom of Wind. As for not arresting you, it's because they don't take you seriously." Kakashi was a little stunned. "This," Orochimaru continued. "Everything you do in the city is visible under the sky system. Kakashi, listen." Roar. The roar of an ancient beast echoed throughout the entire Imperial City, and the voice was filled with an extremely bloodthirsty murderous intent. "What is this?" Kakashi wondered. Orochimaru sneered. "It seems that your companions accidentally offended 4 Tails." 4 Tails? Kakashi's heart sank. Their whereabouts were exposed from the very beginning, so there was no way out at all. Advertisement. Orochimaru controlled the 4K's cage to attack fiercely. "Kakashi, hand over your Sharingan and sacrifice yourself for science." Cloud Shinobi Village. Liu Yun is practicing ninjutsu. As for why he practiced ninjutsu, first, he couldn't find any girls to pick up, and second, he had nothing to do. Liu Yun's ninjutsu level has reached a pinnacle, and he can create new ninjutsu at will with ease. At this moment he is practicing fire style. Liu Yun has always been good at fire style against enemies, but with a significant increase in strength, he can only use big moves in battle and can no longer use basic attacks. He now has to pick up these basics. After all, although he considers himself the best in the ninja world, the universe is so vast, and there is the mysterious Otsutsuki clan, so Liu Yun cannot slack off. Liu Yun's fire style has reached its peak. If you want to work on it, you have to do something different. Elementalization. That's right, it's physical elementalization. For example, the Pirate's King Devil Fruit can avoid most physical attacks by elementalization. Liu Yun does what he says. He doesn't make any preparations when developing ninjutsu, he just acts recklessly. If you want to transform your body into elements, you must first bear the consequences of the elements' rampage. The burning flames flow in your heart, burning through your intestines, evaporating your blood, and leaving you in excruciating pain. But Liu Yun had already perverted. This kind of pain was like a massage for him, making his whole body feel comfortable and his pores open, as if he was in a sauna. In the distance, Shizune was accompanying Tsunade, and the two of them moaned comfortably as they looked at Ryun, whose whole body was burning with fire. Shizune was a little worried. Will Liu Yun be okay? Tsunade shook her head. No, look, he even screamed. This kid has an amazing physique. Every time he is tortured, his strength will be greatly improved. This must be his secret. Oh, something strange in the distance suddenly attracted the two of them, and they took a closer look. The flowing clouds at the original place have disappeared, only a ball of red flame as bright as the sun is suspended in the air, so dazzling that it makes people want to fly into the flame. The ball of flame laughed wildly out of nowhere. Ha 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 ha. After going through hardships, I finally learned the supreme fire method. From now on, I am the fire cloud evil god. Advertisement. Tsunade stared at the cloud that had turned into a ball of fire in a daze. She murmured, the cloud is on fire. The flame element can dodge any physical attack, but it is only physically immune and still has weaknesses. Water attack and earth attack will consume the fire element in Liu Yun. After successfully practicing, Liu Yun returned to his original form. As the flames invaded his body drastically, even his appearance was affected, and his hair turned fiery red. Liu Yun looked at himself in the mirror and nodded. He looked a bit like Master Lu. With an idea in his mind, he pulled out a big knife from behind. The majestic chakra hovered above, slowly turning red, as bright as a cloud. Liu Yun suddenly waved his hand towards the sky. Flame. Burn it all. The huge fire phoenix was waved out by the flowing clouds, singing a high tune. With a wingspan of 1 kilometer, it was a true giant fire beast. The firebird seemed to burn the sky, driving away the clouds, making the sky blue. Liu Yun smiled with satisfaction. Take off, my family. Tsunade came over with Shizune. Tsunade pinched Shizune's skin and took a closer look. You're peeling again. What a weird body structure. I really should let Orochimaru study it carefully. Liu Yun smiled and said, Orochimaru, he's probably guarding the door for me now. Although they were thousands of miles apart, the information fed back by Shadow Clone was still received by Liu Yun. Tsunade said in surprise, Orochimaru was subdued by you. Liu Yun nodded. Look at him, he is a talented person, so I saved his life. However, considering his life-saving methods, I just did something unnecessary. I just restricted him to prevent him from doing anything weird. Tsunade warned. You must be careful with that stinky snake, he is not an easy one to tame. Liu Yun smiled and said, Orochimaru is just a little snake in front of me. I can easily control him, don't worry. That's good. Sister Tsunade, I need to continue my training, please help me prepare food. Tsunade arched her eyebrows. Okay, up to this point, she has not helped Liu Yun in any way, and she really hopes to be able to help Liu Yun. After Tsunade and Shizune left, Liu Yun calmed down and began to sit cross-legged on the ground in Hades' meditation. His premonition was very clear and he smelled the scent of a decisive battle. It seems that a big hand behind the scenes is stirring up the entire ninja world, and the target is Liu Yun. But don't be afraid, 800,000 versus 600,000, the advantage is on my SID chapter 389 Otsutsuki Toneri. After Orochi Kabuto and Black Zetsu worked together, they started to take action. Black Zetsu was responsible for providing corpses, and Orochi Kabuto was responsible for refining corpses and creating zombie troops. The two worked together perfectly, and Black Zetsu's superior stealth skills allow him to go anywhere in the ninja world, proving that he can dig all the graves. Third Raikage, Fourth Raikage, Killer B, Orochi Kabuto couldn't help but laugh as he looked at his pawns. He narrowed his eyes at Black Zetsu hiding in the shadows. You're amazing. You actually left behind the body tissues of the Fourth Raikage and Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Black Zetsu said in a low voice. This is just in case. After all, I have lived for thousands of years, and I have considered any situation. But I am puzzled that Liu Yun was able to discover my existence. I've never met him, how could he know my whereabouts? Orochi Kabuto chuckled, who knows, it's possible that he is an older being than you, and he started to act before Princess Kaguya. Black Zetsu thought about it and felt that what Orochi Kabuto said made sense. The ninja world does not belong exclusively to Otsutsuki Kaguya and her family, there are still many mysterious power systems. The three holy places, the Miko clan, the Onmyoji. I wonder what secrets are hidden in it. Orochi Kabuto lowered his head and said, we now have Madara and masters from all the major ninja villages. I believe this force can cause chaos in any era, but I think it is not enough. Liu Yun possesses both the Tensagen and the Rinnegan. Black Zetsu nodded in agreement, that's right, these alone are not enough. I have already controlled White Zetsu's true form, and there are still 20,000 White Zetsu clones left. It's still not enough, so we can only think of taking down the tailed beasts. Kabuto Orochi laughed and said, the Geto statue was hidden by Obito. Do you know where it is? Black Zetsu replied, it's his Sharingan space. You can't enter it without that eye controlling it. I'll find a way to deal with the tailed beasts. Black Zetsu has an extremely strong ability to possess people. Once he possesses someone, even a 6 paths level warrior will find it difficult to escape. Orochi nodded, it would be great if we could get 4 Hokage. Their combined power is no less than that of the Geto statue. Black Zetsu shook his head. No, the souls of the 4 Hokage have been swallowed by the Shinigami, and they cannot be transformed into the impure world. Orochi Kabuto. That's true, what a pity. Let's do it, I'll go find Obito, and you make more impure world forms. Good. I wonder what kind of waves Operation Black Snake will bring to the ninja world. Advertisement Mount Myoboku, in Naruto's spiritual dimension. The reunion of Naruto and Kushina lasted for 2 episodes, which made the viewers cry and the listeners feel sad. It was just like this when Shenxiang split the mountain to save his mother. Unfortunately, Nine Tails is a fox without martial ethics. He cannot stand the ugly hypocrisy between humans and wants to escape from prison violently. After a fierce battle, Nine Tails was defeated. Just as Kushina was about to seal Nine Tails with the Myojinman, the Sage of 6 Paths suddenly stopped. He walked up to Nine Tails and said to him, looking at him, who was still unconvinced, Kurama, are you still not convinced? Nine Tails said angrily, I have been hungry for decades, so of course I will be at a disadvantage if I fight him. Let me out and give me a big meal. We can fight again when I am full and have more strength. The Sage of 6 Paths smiled and said, Kurama, don't be stubborn. There is no such thing as a hungry-tailed beast. You just lost. You lost to a weak human being. You lost to a human being who could be killed with just one claw of yours. Nine Tails was hit on the sore spot, and lowered his head unwillingly, but still insisted, I didn't lose. If it weren't for Kushina, Naruto would have been destroyed by me long ago. And old man, you're taking sides. Are you secretly helping Naruto? Sage of 6 Paths shook his head. I didn't, it was all because of your carelessness that you lost to Naruto. You also saw that in the battle, Naruto broke through his limits again and has mastered the perfect sage mode. At this time, Naruto, who had just said goodbye to his mother, came forward and said with a smile, you're not going to cheat, are you, Stinky Fox? Nine Tails snorted, I'm just being patient. What can you do to me? I can see that you are biased, old man. You just want to take advantage of my power. Sage of Six Paths was speechless. Nine Tails was right, he wanted to use the power of Nine Tails to help Naruto. The Sage of Six Paths lowered his head and did something that surprised Nine Tails. He bowed and apologized. Master, what are you doing? Nine Tails said in surprise. Sage of Six Paths said ashamedly, I'm sorry, Nine Tails. I've seen your plight all along, but I stood aside because I was afraid that I would change the course of history. Old man, Nine Tails' eyes sparkled. The Sage of Six Paths said again, Nine Tails, can you help me one last time? Fight with Naruto? Naruto also stood up. Kurama, I will regard you as my closest comrade. Advertisement, Kurama, please. Heavy voice, Nine Tails snorted and pouted his face to the other side, looking away from the Sage of Six Paths and Naruto. Just when both of them thought their request had failed, Nine Tails snorted, don't seal me again. Naruto jumped for joy, it worked. Sage of Six Paths also smiled. Kurama, you are really a fox with a cold face but a warm heart. Snort. In the cave of Mount Myoboku, the great toad sage looked at the scene in the crystal ball and thought to himself that Naruto was halfway successful and it was time for other pieces to move on. It counts the cards it still has. Sasuke, the 4 Hokage, and Himura's descendant, Toneri. Go Toneri first. Help him awaken the Tensagen. Just let me see what kind of changes my eye roll will bring. The great toad sage controlled the image in the crystal ball and explored in the direction of the moon. Moon. There was no warmth in the cold palace. Otsutsuki sat alone in front of the palace gate, looking at the rivers below. Those are all illusions. In fact, this is just a barren wasteland. Otsutsuki Toneri has been living alone in the palace since he was a child. A blind man living on the moon has to endure great loneliness. Fortunately, there are some intelligent puppets in the palace to keep him company, otherwise he would really suffocate. Sharon has been observing the situation on Earth. There is endless fighting and killing, and even the ancestor Tensagen appears. This greatly annoyed Toneri, as he was the true descendant of Otsutsuki Hamura and the host of Tensagen. Unexpectedly, the eyes of the ancestors did not awaken in him, but were born in the body of an Earth native. Toneri had no choice but to be angry, as he now needed the pure Byakugan to awaken Tensagen. But the two people with the purest Byakugan in the ninja world were both in Liu Yun's hands, and one of them even married him. The anger in Sharon's heart was like a fire in winter, burning the entire desert. Hinata was his designated partner, but he didn't expect someone else to get there first. This was too much. If Sharon hadn't held back, he would have controlled the moon to crash into the earth and let everyone feel his pain. Chapter 390. Scolding dozens of times and driving to another courtyard. Sharon has no strength, he can only wait, waiting for his puppet to bring a pair of pure white eyes. It doesn't matter if it's impure, he urgently needs a pair of Byakugan to complete the awakening of Tensagen, eliminate the evil on Earth, and fulfill the will of the branch house. Here it comes. Sharon felt the arrival of the puppets and was looking forward to their results. The puppets approached Sharon. They had only a little bit of intelligence, could not speak, and could only carry out their tasks rigidly. A puppet handed a salt water bottle to Toneri, inside of which was a pair of white eyes covered in salt water, which were the eyes of the Hyuga family. Wrapping it in salt water is to prevent rotting and bacterial contamination. Sharon took the bottle of saline handed to him by the puppets, feeling the cold stares from them. He did not ask the puppets about the details of the mission. Even if you ask them, they won't answer. The puppets will faithfully carry out their mission until the moment they all lose the ability to move. In fact, what Toneri didn't know was that once the puppets arrived in the ninja world, they didn't go to the Hyuga family at all. They encountered a toad with white eyes on its back. He was whipped dozens of times, driven to another courtyard, and then whipped dozens more times for rolling his eyes. The toad's eyes were filled with tears, and he angrily cursed the puppet, who then turned into smoke and dispersed. Sharon's perception is very strong and he can clearly sense the purity of the white eyes in the salt water bottle. Such a high degree of purity is really rare. I didn't expect that Hyuga on Earth have such pure blood. Toneri smiled happily, that's good. With it I can awaken Tensagen and fulfill my ancestor's wish. After talking to himself, Sharon instructed the puppet, get ready, start the ceremony to make the moon crash into the earth. Toneri walked towards the room with the bottle of saline. He was going to start the awakening ceremony of Tensagen. Forbidden City. The army surrounded them, but Guy and his companions were ultimately outnumbered and were captured one by one. Advertisement Guy is ready to open the 8 inner gates in a desperate attempt. Unexpectedly, a shadow clone in the distance put the Desert Eagle against Xiao Li's head and threatened, Might Guy, stop struggling. You've already lost. If you fight again, this Kappa's life will be in danger. Guy attached great importance to the safety of his companions, especially his apprentice and illegitimate son, so he gave up resistance and surrendered himself. A shadow clone patted Guy's face and said, Might Guy, be more careful. The boss let you go but you came up again without knowing whether to live or die. Do you think we should kill you this time? Gaara looked stern as Shikamaru and Neji were tied up, and said to Shikamaru, you shouldn't have come. Besides, we have already signed an alliance with the Fire Nation, and you are trying to break the alliance. Onogi put his hands on his hips and exhaled twice. Young people are really capable. It took us a lot of effort to catch you. Onoki walked up to Choji and kicked him twice. Fatty, your Hokage has become that old B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Change jobs. I see that you look like my son, I'll take you in as my grandson. Shoji retorted unconvincedly. Who is the fat guy? And I don't want to be your grandson. Short fat boy, don't you know how fat you are? Look, the fat from your body is enough to feed a whole family for half a year. Don't call me fat. After a while, Orochimaru asked the fourth Kage to carry the ignorant Kakashi to the palace gate. Gaara's eyes narrowed, and he could no longer suppress his murderous intent. Orochimaru, how dare you defile my father's bones? Orochimaru was shocked, he didn't expect Gaara to appear here. Trouble. This kind of shady thing shouldn't be done so openly. Orochimaru steadied his hand and said, isn't this in line with the policy? The higher-ups want to make full use of the resources of the Pure Land. As a high-ranking official of the Empire, you should be the first to respond. Also, you can ask your father, he should thank me for being able to return to the world of the living now. Gaara was so angry that his teeth were itching. Kankuro controlled the puppet without saying a word and attacked Orochimaru. Rasa still had consciousness, and seeing Gaara and Kankuro brought back his memories. Gaara, Kankuro, you've all grown up. Kankuro stopped the puppet from attacking and said with some fear, Father, father. Although Luosha is Kankuro's father, Kankuro only has fear of him and no family affection at all. Advertisement. The same goes for Temari. In their memories, Rosa was remembered as cold-blooded and ruthless, and they had never seen him show kindness. Gaara even hated Rosa, but no matter how much he hated him, Rosa was still his father. Orochimaru disturbed his peace, which was unforgivable. Gaara stood up and looked at his father with a ruthless expression. Father, Sand Shinobi is a thing of the past. Luo Sha was a little surprised when he heard this, and looked carefully at the surrounding arrangements and the people around Gaara, including many ninjas from other villages. What a shame, can you tell me exactly what happened? Orochimaru laughed at the side and said, you should be thankful that person doesn't have a strong desire to kill, otherwise it would be more difficult to simply remove the Sand Shinobi from the list. Rasa turned to look at Orochimaru. Who is it? Orochimaru shook his head. I'm not in the mood to explain it to you in detail. Go to the grave. I, Orochimaru, have satisfied your first 7 days, and I won't be kind anymore. Orochimaru performed a seal and a coffin appeared behind Rasa, and Rasa slowly moved into the coffin. Although Luo Sha felt regretful for not getting more details, he also understood that he was already dead and should not be curious about worldly affairs. He took a last look at Gaara's appearance. Before he died, he thought a lot and finally found that the person he couldn't let go of the most was Gaara. He is the person who is most similar to Luo Sha, but he is also the person he treats the most wrongly. Gaara, please accept my apology. When he closed his eyes, Luosha threw out all the gold dust on his body and transferred it to Gaara. After one glance, we are strangers in the ninja world. Orochimaru added, this is the last time. I will not bother you again about the heroes of Sand Shinobi. After all, Orochimaru worked for Liu Yun, and if he was too presumptuous, people might die, so he gave in. Gaara looked at the golden sand lingering around him, and his hatred for Luosha slowly faded away. The person is dead, there is no point in hating him. But those who disturb the peace of their loved ones will not be forgiven. Gaara's eyes narrowed and he stared at Orochimaru closely. Chapter 391. You were punished to clean the toilet. Orochimaru naturally saw the hostility in Gaara's eyes. To be honest, he had a deep hatred for the old Sand Shinobi. Whether it was when he tricked Rasa into joining the Konoha collapse plan, or when he killed Rasa and severely damaged the Sand Shinobi. Now that he is taking advantage of the fourth Kage, whose body has long since died, it is not logical for Gaara to let Orochimaru go. Orochimaru's eyes turned cold. Humph. I gave you a way out but you still refused to do so. If you refuse to accept my favor, don't blame me. Everyone made room for the two and watched their fight. Gaara raised his hand, the wind and sand began to rise, and a huge wave of brown gold sand surged towards Orochimaru. The sand mixed with gold sand was more lethal than before, and the speed became faster. Orochimaru formed seals with both hands, wind-style gray breakthrough. A hurricane of wind blew out of her mouth, blocking Gaara's sand and even blowing the hard sand everywhere. After Orochimaru was reborn, he found that his soul was highly compatible with the body given by Liu Yun. Not only did it repair the hidden dangers in his soul, but it also allowed her to improve her ninjutsu foundation to a higher level. Any C-level ninjutsu could now exert the power of an S-level ninjutsu. Gaara continued his attack. Sandfall burial. The yellow sand rushed towards Orochimaru like a waterfall, and as it rushed forward, it looked like a whale swallowing up the world. Orochimaru sneered, bit his finger, and made a seal with blood. Summoning. Instantly, a coffin appeared out of nowhere and Orochimaru released him, and suddenly the iron sand in the sky formed a huge wall, blocking Gaara's sea of sand. After the violent turmoil, the old Sand Shinobi looked at Orochimaru gloomily, because the one standing in front of Orochimaru was Sanagakure, who was once known as the strongest third Kage. Gaara whispered darkly, Orochimaru. Orochimaru chuckled and said a little embarrassedly, sorry, I, Orochimaru, don't know anything else, but I'm pretty good at impure world reincarnation. Don't force me, after all, you can't guarantee that I still have the first Kage and the second Kage, or even Manzaemon, Chio, and Yekura. Orochimaru reported the fallen heroes of Sand Shinobi one by one, as if telling Gaara not to touch him, or he would turn all the former heroes of Sand Shinobi into his tools. Gaara's face darkened, and he decided to use his trump card, Shukaku. As soon as he finished speaking, a giant beast emerged from under the ground, like a wind demon. Its huge body brought a full sense of oppression, making everyone who saw it feel weak in the knees. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed. Shukaku? I didn't expect this escape-tailed beast to come back to you. Gaara snorted and said nothing. He was also surprised that Shukaku came to him. Advertisement. According to the other party's explanation, he wanted to avoid Obito's pursuit, and the only one who could protect him was Liu Yun. After a while, he came here to join Gaara. Even though Gaara has the tailed beast, Orochimaru is still not afraid. Who is he? Orochimaru, one of the Sannin, is a genius scientist who is dedicated to mastering all truth. Gaara, don't blame me. You'll never know how many sand shinobi graves I dug. At the critical moment, a ball of fire appeared out of nowhere above Shukaku's head, carrying with it an extremely powerful aura, which instantly subdued the unruly Shukaku, who prostrated himself on the ground obediently, not daring to say a word. Slowly, the ball of fire condensed into a human shape. With fiery red hair like the sun, he looked extremely passionate and cheerful, just like a dancing flame. Although he dyed his hair red, his aura still made many people feel familiar. It was Liu Yun. As soon as Liu Yun appeared, Orochimaru, who had a gloomy attitude, immediately changed her face and pretended to be a green-haired loli as before, with a little crying voice. Your Majesty. Your Majesty, the old subordinates of Sand Shinobi are bullying me too much. So many of them are ready to attack me. Your Majesty, please make a decision for me. Tamari rushed out of the harem and glared at Orochimaru. You dead snake, you dug up the dead heroes of Sand Shinobi and made them into tools, disturbing their peace. You still have the nerve to complain first, Liu Yun has always been very fond of his woman, so he naturally stood on Temari's side and lectured Orochimaru. Orochimaru, you've gone too far. Orochimaru explained feebly, Your Majesty, didn't you ask me to vigorously develop the dead resources? Liu Yun's voice became louder. You mean to say that I asked you to dig up Sand Shinobi's grave? Orochimaru quickly waved his hands. That's not the case, Your Majesty, this is all my fault. Orochimaru also knew that Liu Yun was extremely partial to women, and secretly hated himself for not being able to influence Liu Yun. He made up his mind that he must place his own people in Liu Yun's harem. Liu Yun was about to judge Orochimaru. After thinking for a while, he said, Since you have done a great job in blocking the enemy and doing it for the good of the empire, how about this? You will clean the toilets in the palace for 3 days. What? Orochimaru was horrified. This punishment was even more cruel than giving birth to a child for Liu Yun. Who doesn't know that Orochimaru lived a proud life with a strong character? Clean the toilet. How insulting. Liu Yun saw Orochimaru's reaction and thought to himself that this was just a slight punishment, so Orochimaru couldn't accept it? So his face turned cold. Orochimaru, in addition to cleaning the toilet, you have to work as a bath scrubber in the bathhouse for 3 days, and it's a men's bath. Advertisement, Your Majesty, I accept the punishment. Orochimaru knew that his attitude annoyed Liu Yun, so he quickly agreed. After judging Orochimaru, Liu Yun jumped down and took Temari's hand, saying lovingly, Are you satisfied now? Tamari snorted. Even if you want to protect Orochimaru, he has committed enough crimes that the Sand Shinobi should kill him 10,000 times. Liu Yun smiled and said, Orochimaru is a talented person and cannot be killed. Don't worry. I will supervise him and make him put the bodies of those heroes of your Sand Shinobi back. That's more like it. Shikamaru, who was far away, breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Tamari was safe and sound. Although the intimacy between her and Liu Yun broke something in him, he still wished Tamari happiness. Maybe this is love. Hinata appeared in the square with Hanabi, and her eyes immediately turned red when she saw Neji being held by Shadow Clone. He ran up like a little tiger, drove away Liu Yun's Shadow Clone, and then helped up the weak Neji. Neji, are you okay? Neji opened his eyes with difficulty, looked at Hanabi who was as cute as a porcelain doll and smiled. Hanabi, I'm glad you and your sister are okay. Hanabi looked at Neji who was beaten so badly and got angry. He glared and immediately called Liu Yun over. Brother-in-law, come here quickly. Liu Yun quickly let go of Temari's hand and rushed to Hanabi's side to listen to the holy will. Hanabi pouted and said to Liu Yun in dissatisfaction, Brother-in-law, look at what you did to Neji brother. Liu Yun quickly removed himself and said, Brother-in-law just arrived, how could he attack his family? It must have been someone else who did it. Let me think, Orochimaru, it must be Orochimaru. He is cruel and ruthless, it must be him who did it. Orochimaru in the distance was thinking in his heart, FK it, she took care of Kakashi, it wasn't her who did it to my guy. But Orochimaru didn't dare to say it and could only bear the blame with great pain. Hanabi, can you calm down and let your brother-in-law ask Orochimaru to clean the toilet for 2 more days? Humph, only 2 days. No, it will take at least a week. Okay, add 1 more week. No, 1 month. Let him clean the toilet for 1 month. Orochimaru. *I. Chapter 392. Konoha Reunion. Liu Yun released wood-style chakra to help Neji recover quickly. In the blink of an eye, all the injuries Neji had suffered before were healed by Liu Yun. After Neji recovered, he was not cold to Liu Yun, the person who helped him recover, but asked rudely, Liu Yun, where are Ino and Tianshin? Did you bully them? Liu Yun can be humble to Hanabi, but not to others. He sneered, they're dead. What? Want revenge? Do you have the ability to do so? You have no power, no background, what can you do to me? You little jerk. Liu Yun, Neji was furious and was about to jump up and fight with Liu Yun. Fortunately, Hanabi and Hinata quickly grabbed him, and Hinata advised, Neji brother, Liu Yun lied to you, Ino and Tenten are fine, they're fine. Neji breathed a sigh of relief, at least everything was alright. He then turned his gaze to Liu Yun. Liu Yun, we are defeated. You can kill us or chop us up as you wish. Liu Yun lowered his head and glanced at Shikamaru, Xiao Li, and Guy. In that case, come here. Give them a death sentence. You dare. At this time, a shout came from outside the palace gate. A woman wearing a green top with the word, Gamble, on the back walked in. It was Tsunade. Tsunade was followed by Shizune, and behind her were two cute ferrets. They were impressed by Tsunade's haki and joined Tsunade's mafia, and from then on they enjoyed the best of everything. Liu Yun was puzzled. Sister Tsunade, why are you here? Tsunade glared. What, if I didn't come, you would have killed all my people. Liu Yun waved his hands. Sister Tsunade, you are joking. I am just trying to scare them, not really going to kill them. Advertisement, snort. The people around were somewhat puzzled by Liu Yun's attitude towards Tsunade. To say the least, he was servile, but he was totally dominated by Tsunade. Tsunade approached the injured guys and prepared to use medical ninjutsu to heal them. Guy was a little dazed after being beaten, and when he saw Tsunade, he hurriedly shouted, Master Tsunade, run. Tsunade smiled bitterly, the cool chakra starting to ease Guy's spirits. Guy, thank you for your hard work. Your mission is over. Everyone in Konoha here is fine. You can rest assured. The weak Kakashi next to him looked at Tsunade and asked in confusion. Hokage-sama, what's going on? We got the information that you were forced into marriage. Tsunade nodded. Your information is correct, I did marry the brat. But you don't have to worry, the brat has been subdued by me. He dare not go west when I tell him to go east. Really? Little devil. Tsunade looked at Liu Yun with murderous eyes, and if Liu Yun said no, his head would fall off immediately. Liu Yun had no choice but to nod. Guy and Kakashi looked at Tsunade in disbelief, thinking that the Hokage was so charming that he could captivate Liu Yun in such a short time. After a while, after Tsunade cured Guy and the others, all the ninjas of Konoha gathered around Tsunade. Tsunade, as the backbone of the Konoha shinobi, took the lead and said, I'm sorry everyone, I'm no longer the Hokage, but you are still the Konoha shinobi. I told the brat that he will never stop any of you from returning to Konoha. Anko said cheerfully, I'm not going back. What's so good about that damn place? Now that old dog Danzo is the Hokage again, I think he'll end up in jail if he goes back. Ino nodded, since Tsunade-sama is staying here, we won't leave either. The girls all responded, most of them choosing to leave Konoha. Liu Yun's beauties were well fed by Liu Yun, what if they were not happy to leave? But Kakashi and Guy are different. Advertisement they didn't want to change their gender and become like Tsunade and the others, but they also didn't want to stay here and be bullied by Liu Yun. I was in a dilemma for a while. Liu Yun was in a corner, holding Crouching Dragon and Phoenix, rubbing the fur of two iron-eating beasts, and looking up at the sky from time to time. It seemed as if a force from outside the world was brewing, like a vicious tiger about to wake up from a nap. Hanabi came over, sat with Liu Yun and snatched a panda from Liu Yun's arms. She rubbed Wolong's fur and looked at Liu Yun and said, Brother-in-law, please leave Neji here. When he returns, he will definitely be treated as a slave by the people of the Zong family. Please save him. Liu Yun rubbed Hanabi's little head and said with a smile, You are such a good child. Ouch, there is something wrong with my brother-in-law's shoulder. Come and give him a massage. Okay. Hanabi ran behind Liu Yun and rubbed his back vigorously. She also said in surprise, Brother-in-law, you are getting more irritable. Your hair is so red. Liu Yun replied, My brother-in-law dyed his hair midway, doesn't it look good? Hanabi commented, Red is a bit too bright, it would be better to change it to green, which is both environmentally friendly and beautiful. Liu Yun smiled bitterly and said, Hanabi, you can't dye it green. Why? Liu Yun didn't answer, but directed Hanabi to pinch here and tap there. Hanabi looked at the old members of Konoha who had gathered together and said, Brother-in-law, aren't you afraid that the Hokage will take all your concubines away? Liu Yun tapped Hanabi on the head and said, Why do you care about these things, kid? Come here, I'll give you something good. Hanabi was a little curious about what Liu Yun had in his hand, and ran over with great interest. There was a word, Jia, written in chakra on Liu Yun's palm. Liu Yun handed the seal on his hand to Hanabi. Put it on your brother Neji's head. This is the caged bird curse removing seal. It can remove the curse mark, caged bird. Hanabi looked at the seal on her palm curiously. How magical, can it really unlock caged bird? Of course, this is a reward for you. Chapter 393, Destroy the Moon. Little Hanabi hurriedly grabbed the seal given by Liu Yun and ran towards Neji. Neji, lower your head now, I'm going to give you something good. Neji was confused by Hanabi's actions, but kept his head down. Everyone was genuinely surprised by Hanabi's behavior, and they watched quietly as Hanabi placed his little hand on Neji's head. Neji, this is the seal that can remove the caged bird. Look, is the caged bird on your head gone? Neji was a little confused and took off the forehead protector he was wearing on his forehead. Suddenly, everyone in Konoha was amazed. Xiao Li told Neji. Neji, you can no longer see curse mark. Caged bird above your head. Neji touched his forehead with his hand, and he could also feel that a blind spot of the Byakugan disappeared. In other words, the caged bird that had bound him for more than 10 years was finally released. Neji was still a little confused at the moment. His brain seemed to have frozen in the excitement, and he just said to Hana dryly. Hanabi, who gave this to you? Hanabi smiled and took all the credit for herself. Of course it's mine. How about it? Do you know what I'm capable of? Everyone was speechless, as they didn't know what Hanabi was capable of. They turned around and saw Liu Yun picking lice from Wolong and Fengshu, completely removing himself from the center of attention. Neji clenched his fists. He didn't know how to repay Liu Yun's kindness, but he knew that if he was unhappy with Liu Yun again, he would be really ungrateful. Kakashi looked at Neji and said, Neji, you've removed the caged bird from your body. You definitely can't go back now, so just stay here. Neji was somewhat reluctant, but he had no choice but to follow Kakashi's arrangements. Caged bird is the tool for the continuation of the Zong family. Once he returns, he will be severely punished by the Zong family. Kakashi looked at Xiao Li and Guy again. Guy, Xiao Li, there must have been a large-scale purge in the village. You two are not smart enough to go back. Kakashi. Guy seemed to be hesitant to speak, as Kakashi's words were quite blunt, leaving Guy speechless. Kakashi looked at Choji again. Choji, you two, stay here. Tsunade-sama will protect you. Advertisement Shikamaru came over and said, let's go back to the village, just the two of us. I'm worried about my dad and mom. After confirming the safety of his companions, Shikamaru is now most worried about his family at home. There is no guarantee that Danzo will raise his butcher knife against them. After all, the Ino Shikacho clans have always been supporters of the Sarutobi family. Ino walked over and said, Shikamaru, the village is too dangerous right now, why don't we let Liu Yun rescue all the relatives? Tsunade stood up and said, don't worry, I have considered all these situations. I have asked Liu Yun to send people to keep an eye on them. If there is a crisis, they will be rescued immediately. Liu Yun. Liu Yun. Tsunade was about to call Liu Yun. But I found that he was looking at the moon in the sky with great interest. Interesting. Really interesting. Tsunade was curious and followed the clouds to look up at the sky. There was nothing strange about it except that it was a full moon. Etc. Today is not a full moon, and the moon is bigger than before. Suddenly, a rainbow appeared in the sky, and a fiery red meteor came rapidly towards the earth. Meteorite. Everyone who saw it shouted in unison, feeling extremely anxious. Because one of the meteorites is coming here, and just one of them can reduce the entire city to ashes. The Ryuyan Tenseigan glowed with golden light, with a huge amount of chakra compressed inside it. Golden Wheel reincarnation explodes. Liu Yun's eyes released a golden ray, like a long sword of the earth, reaching the sky in an instant, and then cutting the meteorites falling from the sky. Liu Yun then swept again, destroying all the meteorites heading in other directions. Meteorites come quickly and go quickly. After the people on Earth experienced a roller coaster ride of shock, all that was left was their worship of Liu Yun, and they wished they could join Liu Yun's empire and work for him like slaves. Tsunade walked closer to Liu Yun and asked, what was that just now? Liu Yun replied, fragments from the moon. Advertisement. Tsunade was puzzled. Fragments of the moon. Weird, isn't there gravity? How can fragments of the moon fall to the earth? Kakashi came over and said, look, the moon has become bigger. What does this mean? The smart man Shikamaru immediately answered, it means the moon is approaching the earth. Tsunade was a little surprised. Then the moon will collide with the earth, and there will be a mass extinction of human civilization. Orochimaru emerged from the darkness and said with interest, the distance between the earth and the moon is regular. This regularity must have been destroyed by someone. Who is it? Liu Yun smiled and said, after the Sage of Six Paths and his brother sealed Otsutsuki Kagaya, they each took on their own responsibilities. The Sage of Six Paths guarded the ninja world and established the ninja sect. And Otsutsuki Hamura settled on the moon to guard the seal of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Orochimaru frowned and responded, you mean the moon is inhabited by humans, and they are descendants of Otsutsuki Hamura? Liu Yun nodded and said, yes, the descendants of Otsutsuki Hamura were divided into two factions over a long period of time. One faction is the moderate main family that advocates non-interference in the lives of the ninja world. The other faction is the militant branch house. They believe that the world created by Sage of Six Paths is wrong. They want to achieve mass extinction of the human race by causing the moon to collide with the earth, and then give birth to a new civilization. Tsunade was a little confused. How can human power control a behemoth like the moon? Liu Yun smiled and said, how is that impossible? After all, even the moon is a man-made object. Everyone fell silent. For such a major event concerning the fate of mankind, the previous disputes were just like the vegetable sellers, back off, back off, back off. Kakashi turned his gaze to Liu Yun and asked, you must have a way, right? Liu Yun nodded and expressed his thoughts. I have sent my men to build a huge escape ark. Before the earth is destroyed, I will take my wives and flee the earth on the boat. Liu Yun glanced at Kakashi and said, you are not my wife, so you don't have the escape ticket for the end of the world. Kakashi was full of black lines. Tsunade slapped Liu Yun on the head and scolded, stop messing around and think of a solution. Liu Yun scratched his head and said, "It's very simple, just destroy the moon." Destroy the moon? Orochimaru was about to laugh at the silliness of this method when he suddenly realized the power of the flowing clouds. No one has ever seen how much power he can unleash when he is at full power. Moreover, the Golden Wheel reincarnation explosion just now had such a huge range that it could even cut through the entire moon. If it is flowing clouds, then it is worth considering. Chapter 394. Clouds flying to the moon. Orochimaru said jokingly, "Without the moon, there will be no moon anymore, and even the river tides will not have tides anymore." Liu Yun shook his head. "No problem, in ancient times, there was no moon above the earth." Orochimaru asked with interest, "Are there any enemies on the moon that you are worried about?" Orochimaru had already figured out Liu Yun's personality. Besides being lustful, this guy liked to seek death. The more dangerous the place, the more anxious he was to jump in. Seeing that he is so interested, I believe there must be dangers on the moon that interest him. Liu Yun nodded. "Yes, there is a pair of awakening Tenseigan on the moon." "What?" Orochimaru was shocked, his golden eyes staring straight at the moon. Advanced bloodline limits such as Tenseigan and Rinnegan popped out one after another like cabbages. Orochimaru couldn't help but curse the unfairness of God. Why didn't he wholesale one to her? Tsunade asked, "Will those two Tenseigan cause any harm to you?" Liu Yun shook his head. "I don't know, maybe he can make me enjoy the fight." Tsunade asked curiously, "How can you get to the moon?" Liu Yun stretched his waist and answered Tsunade, "The Otsutsuki clan on the moon left a teleportation barrier on Earth, from which you can teleport to the moon. However, I don't need that barrier. I plan to imitate the ancients and fly to the moon." Orochimaru beside him was full of interest, so he said, "Your Majesty, the journey is tiring. You are in need of a boy to accompany you, why not let me follow you?" Hanabi also came up with interest. Brother-in-law, you promised me that you would take me out to play, you can't leave me this time." Hinata came up, took Hanabi's hand and lectured him. "Hanabi, no, Liu Yun is going on a very dangerous mission, you can't disturb him." Liu Yun looked at Hanabi's pleading eyes. This kid had always wanted to follow Liu Yun out to play, and now that he had caught such an opportunity, he naturally would not let it go. Liu Yun smiled and comforted Hinata. "Don't worry, I can easily deal with the enemies on the moon. This time I will take Hanabi on an interstellar voyage." Hanabi jumped for joy. "Great!" Liu Yun snapped his right fingers, and a huge ship appeared next to him. Advertisement, friends, the Moon Chase project has officially been implemented. What kind of adventure is waiting for us? After a while, the spaceship took off under the astonished gaze of everyone. According to historians, the first emperor had the stars and the sea in his heart, and he carried his dream poems to explore the boundless universe. This was the first step for mankind to challenge outer space. Inside the spacecraft, Liu Yun and his group put on spacesuits and lay by the glass window of the rocket, looking at the night view below. The team consists of one person, two lawless and two bears. Crouching Dragon and Phoenix were called by Hanabi. She was afraid of loneliness, so she called two iron-eating beasts to relieve her boredom. Orochimaru looked here and there in the space capsule. Although she specialized in biochemistry, there were many connections between various industries. Orochimaru was also very interested in this machine that could fly to the moon. She exclaimed. If Scorpion were here, he would be so excited that he couldn't sleep. Hanabi asked Liu Yun curiously, "Brother-in-law, what are our clothes for? They're so bulky." The dragon and the chick next to her were also wearing spacesuits, wrapped up like a ball, and rolling around in the space capsule. Liu Yun replied to Hanabi, "This is a spacesuit, it can perfectly adapt to life in space." Oh, Hanabi nodded, and then kept asking Liu Yun as if she had seen 100,000 whys. Brother-in-law, I feel so light." "That's because you're out of the Earth's gravity." Brother-in-law, the Earth is like an egg. The Earth is elliptical and looks like an egg when viewed from above. Brother-in-law, why did you bring this bad guy Orochimaru up here? This is to avoid running out of food during the journey. Snake meat is very nutritious. Orochimaru. Upper right quadrant circular arc Do, Mount Myoboku, the falling meteorite caused the Sage of Six Paths to think, and looking at Naruto who was controlling the power of Nine Tails, he left halfway and quietly entered the cave of the Great Toad Sage. As soon as Sage of Six Paths came in, he saw the Great Toad Sage observing the scene in the crystal ball. It was a vast space with a flying vehicle the size of a small white dot in it. Advertisement, Gamamaru. The moon is getting closer to the Earth. Do you know why? The Great Toad Sage smiled and said, "Perhaps this is the work of Himura's descendants." Descendants of Hamura? The Great Toad Sage nodded and said, "Now there is only the last descendant of Hamura on the moon. That child is awakening the Tenseigan. Haha, that child doesn't think highly of the ninja clan you founded." Sage of Six Paths suddenly realized, he wants to use the moon to get rid of all humans. The Great Toad Sage nodded, "That's right." Sage of Six Paths worriedly said, "Now is not the time for Karakura, have Naruto go and stop him." Great Toad Sage shook his head. Liu Yun, the evil of this world, is gone. Perhaps he can't tolerate a second pair of Tenseigan. Let's just watch them both lose. Sage of Six Paths looked at the calm face of Great Toad Sage and felt a little suspicious. Was this another plan of the old toad? After many twists and turns, Chang'e 1 finally landed on the moon. The two iron-eating beasts wanted to jump out of the space capsule to get some fresh air, but unexpectedly Liu Yun hugged them both with one hand and stepped on the land of the moon. That's one small step for a man, one giant leap for mankind, Armstrong Liu Yun. Yeah, Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick jumped out of Liu Yun's pocket, gasping for breath. Hanabi followed behind and asked curiously, "Brother-in-law, didn't you say that there is no oxygen in outer space and it is unbreathable? Why can I breathe here?" Liu Yun was speechless. How did he know this? Naruto and Toneri fought for more than 10 minutes. It was impossible that they were holding their breath, right? Liu Yun said nonsense. Maybe the laws of physics here are under the control of Newton's younger brother Niobe. Oh. Hanabi responded with a somewhat distrustful expression, and even began to doubt the knowledge that Liu Yun had previously popularized, thinking that Liu Yun was just deceiving him. Orochimaru grabbed a handful of lunar soil. As an excellent scientist and human trafficker, Orochimaru was curious about all the materials on the moon. Liu Yun stepped on the soil of the moon. It was soft and loose, just like the beach. He sensed Toneri's chakra. The other party's huge chakra was located inside the moon and became larger and larger. It seemed that Tenseigan was about to awaken successfully. Chapter 395. Meeting of the two reincarnated Hanabi ran over and said to Liu Yun, brother-in-law, where's the big bad guy?" Liu Yun pointed to the ground. Hanabi wondered, is he afraid of us and hiding underground? Liu Yun nodded. It's possible. Then brother-in-law, quickly destroy him. Otherwise the earth will be destroyed, Hanabi said anxiously. Liu Yun sat down and said calmly, Hanabi, when doing things, you should be steady. Don't panic. Let him awaken Tenseigan first. I will meet him after his power reaches its peak. Hanabi was a little speechless and said, brother-in-law, you are more like a child than I am. The earth is about to be destroyed and you are not in a hurry. Are you not from Earth? Liu Yun did not answer Hanabi that he was a Kryptonian, but looked at Orochimaru who was taking out equipment in the distance and began to study the geology of the moon. He had a serious look on his face, as if he wanted to make flowers out of the mud. Liu Yun shouted from a distance, Orochimaru, Hanabi and I are hungry, hurry up and prepare some snake meat for the pot. Orochimaru's sad face. In his heart, he was frantically greeting Liu Yun's relatives, mentioning at least 5 mothers in one sentence. But Orochimaru still didn't dare to talk back to Liu Yun, so he could only put down his research equipment and serve his 2 ancestors. In the palace inside the moon, Sharon's eyes were wrapped with a piece of white cloth, and an unimaginable transcendental power was brewing within him. He was not wrong, that was the destructive power belonging to Otsutsuki Hamura, a concentration of the giant Tenseigan. At the same time, Sharon felt a resonance from Tenseigan, as if a pair of eyes like its own were calling it. Toneri knew in his heart that it must be the Tenseigan host from Earth. The two are not brothers, but rather natural enemies who must fight to the death when they meet. As for who is the king, who is the enemy, it all depends on who is more ruthless. Advertisement. He sensed again that Liu Yun had stopped moving, as if he didn't want to attack before his Tenseigan had successfully awakened. Sharon was not grateful to Liu Yun for this, but instead felt insulted. HMPH. A mere mixed blood queen of Otsutsuki, I will let you know how stupid you are. Toneri believed that Ryun was from the Hyuga clan, and he believed that the Hyuga clan was just a branch of Otsutsuki and an insignificant existence. Orochimaru doesn't like to eat snakes because he is a snake that brings disaster to the human race with hidden fangs. Liu Yun forced him to make a snake soup as if he was making human barbecued pork buns. Orochimaru felt very uncomfortable, but he had to make dinner. In a short while, a delicious snake meat meal was ready. Hanabi looked at it with some surprise. It's delicious, stinky snake. I didn't expect you to have such a skill. Orochimaru suppressed his nausea and smiled. He was a very picky person and was very particular about what he did. Even if he couldn't do it, he would still do it perfectly. Liu Yun picked up a piece of snake meat with chopsticks, put it in his mouth and chewed it. It was chewy and the delicate texture of the snake meat was excellent. Yes, Orochimaru, when it comes to making snake meat, I, Liu Yun, would like to call you the longest. Orochimaru smiled awkwardly. Yeah, the 2 foodies, Wolong and Fengshu, also joined in the fight for food. There were 2 more foodies at once, and the delicious food made by Orochimaru was quickly consumed. The 2 bear babies, Wolong and Fengshu, had not yet finished their meal and began to fight for the food in Liu Yun's bowl. Go away. This is mine. You 2 idiots have gained dozens of pounds, you can't eat anymore. Yeah, at this moment, a huge amount of chakra surged up from the ground. Advertisement. Liu Yun and the others looked into the distance and saw a blue-green light rushing up from the pit and then suspended in the sky, like a god overlooking Liu Yun who was competing with Wolong and Fengshu for food. The huge amount of chakra made Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick shrink their heads in fear. Liu Yun took this opportunity to snatch the food from their mouths and chewed it with relish. He also politely said to the sky's Sharon, you haven't had dinner yet, why don't you come and join us? Sharon didn't know what to say. He indeed hadn't had dinner, and there was no meat on the moon. He felt a little greedy after hearing what Liu Yun said. Sharon shook his head quickly. He hadn't spoken to any strangers in more than 10 years since his father passed away. When he met 3 grown men, he felt a little confused. Toneri quickly resumed his noble appearance and looked down upon Liu Yun. You are the Hyuga who possesses the Tenseigan. Liu Yun waved his hand. I do have the Tenseigan, but I am not a Hyuga. Toneri frowned. You're not from Hyuga. Then how did you awaken the Tensagen? Although Sharon said, low blood, but in fact, Tensagen's awakening was an unconventional one, and he believed that Liu Yun's awakening was predestined and a choice of fate. Liu Yun smiled and said, perhaps I am the reincarnation of Otsutsuki Hamura, my good boy, come and call me ancestor. Snort. Sharon snorted. Endless murderous intent appeared in his eyes. No matter who you are, there are no two pairs of Tensagen in this world, so please die. A green ball of light appeared out of thin air in Sharon's hand. The ball seemed to carry endless power and attacked Liu Yun like a flash of light. Liu Yun waved his hand, absolute defense Susanoo. A fiery red giant rose from the ground, enveloping Ryugumo, Orochimaru, Hanabi, and the two bears. Toneri's energy ball hit Susanoo's chest, causing a powerful explosion. Hanabi covered her ears in fear. After the aftermath of the explosion, Susanoo lost a corner, but it was repaired in a short time. Orochimaru looked on in amazement and murmured, Susanoo, this kid really surprises me time and time again. Chapter 396 Something unavoidable. Flowing clouds flew out from the crystal above Susanoo's head. In high-level combat, Susanoo's absolute defense is not worth mentioning and is only suitable for protecting Hanabi, Fengchu and others. Sharon and Liu Yun confronted each other in the sky. Liu Yun clenched his fist and a layer of blue-green chakra covered his body. 9 truth-seeking balls appeared around Liu Yun, with a layer of green halo. The whole person had lost the characteristics of flesh and became a creature composed of chakra. This is Tensagen chakra mode. In the anime, Toneri is in a green glowing form. In this state, he can use the power of Tensagen at its maximum efficiency. Sharon didn't say much. The green truth-seeking balls surrounding him rushed towards Liu Yun one after another, carrying a huge pressure. Each one was an energy body that could shatter a mountain. The truth-seeking ball came like a stream of light, and Liu Yun looked at it with sharp eyes. He swung his hands out and caught them one by one, and at the same time used the chakra in his hands to disrupt the chakra flow in the truth-seeking ball, just like diffusing a bomb. Each one was intact and had its leads removed, becoming nothing more than a ball of air. Toneri watched with a frown on his face. He had just mastered the Tensagen, he couldn't use it as fast as Ryun, and his Tensagen chakra mode was not as proficient as Ryun's. I am the last descendant of Otsutsuki Hamura, Sharon roared, then clapped his hands on the ground of the moon, summoning. Just by looking at Toneri's hand gestures, Liu Yun knew that he was going to use the summoning technique. There was no summoning beast on the moon, only a stone statue that looked like Otsutsuki Hamura. Sure enough, a huge white smoke appeared, and a giant blue-brown stone statue appeared before his eyes, carrying great power and ancient aura. This seems to be a stone statue made by the Otsutsuki clan of the moon in memory of Otsutsuki Hamura. It may be a replica of the Gedo statue in order to protect the seal of Otsutsuki Kagaya-hime. The Hamura stone statue has a special feature, that is, as long as the caster does not stop casting the spell, it will not die or stop moving. Roar. The stone statue of Hamura roared, and then rushed towards Liu Yun like a demon. Liu Yun waved his hand, and Susanoo, who was acting as a spectator in the back, joined the battlefield and entangled with the stone statue of Hamura. Liu Yun smiled at Hanabi in the Susanoo crystal and said, Hanabi, the right to use Susanoo is given to you. You come and try to defeat this stone lump. Good. Hanabi became interested and felt her nerves connecting with Susanoo. She began to try to control Susanoo. She punched, Susanoo punched back, she jumped, Susanoo jumped too. Fun. Fun. Advertisement. Orochimaru quickly warned, stop playing around, little ancestor, the stone is coming. Hanabi quickly stopped playing around and seriously controlled Susanoo to fight against the Hamura statue. Snort. Seeing Liu Yun so careless, Sharon couldn't help but snort. Is this guy so confident in his power that he sent a little girl from the Hyuga family to fight against a stone statue made by Otsutsuki? Don't be so arrogant, Sharon roared, and his body turned into a stream of light, pouncing towards Liu Yun like a swift wild wolf. He prepared for physical combat. Liu Yun became interested as soon as he saw it. Hand-to-hand combat is great. I never use a body double. A hidden village in the land of thunder. Obito sat on the roof and looked at the chaos and movements in the sky. Without the help of high technology, it was impossible to tell what was happening on the moon. But Obito has Rinnegan and Sharingan, and his good eyesight is like an astronomical telescope, allowing him to clearly see the turmoil happening on the moon. Kisame next to him stared with shark eyes, and even if his eyes were dry, he couldn't tell what was happening there. He said helplessly, my eyes are still not good enough. Obito smiled and said, there's nothing worth seeing. Although Liu Yun's opponent has great power, he has only just mastered it. He is still a little too young to deal with Liu Yun. At this time, the children in the village were playing hide and seek here. One of the little girls with brown hair greeted Obito and Kisame. Uncle Obito, Uncle Kisame, what are you doing? Are you going on a date under the moon? Obito and Kisame were speechless. They didn't expect the little girl to be able to associate something with such a strange place. Kisame smiled wryly and responded to the little girl. Xiaoling, we're just admiring the moon. It's not as weird as you think. Xiaoling, this is a girl who looks and has a name very similar to the young Nohara Lin. Otherwise, Obito would not have been attracted to this ordinary little village. A few days ago, Obito and Kisame were doing good deeds along the way and arrived at this small village. A child thief appeared in the village. His nickname was Gazi. Obito and Kisame fought him off and saved a little girl. Advertisement: she looks a lot like Rin and has a very similar personality, so much so that Obito almost thought that Rin was the reincarnation of Nohara Rin. For unknown reasons, the two men settled in this village and helped many villagers. In the eyes of the villagers, although these two people are ugly, they are very kind-hearted. Xiaolin climbed up the stairs to the roof, hid behind Obito, and whispered to Obito, "Uncle, let me hide behind you, you help me deal with Axon." "Okay." Obito nodded and couldn't help but ruffle Xiaolin's hair. "So similar, you really look like her." Xiaolin was puzzled. "Uncle, who do I look like?" Obito shook his head. "She's just a nice, kind-hearted older sister, nothing special." Xiaoling glanced at the sky and said in surprise, "The moon is so big tonight." Obito smiled and said, "Yes, but it can't get any bigger. If it gets any bigger, it will crash through the earth." "Why?" "Because the moon is moving closer to the land, it will crush everyone to death." "Oh, then can you wait until I win this game of hide and seek first?" Obito looked helplessly at Xiaolin, who looked indifferent. "A crisis is approaching for all mankind, and you are still thinking about playing hide and seek with such an important matter. I have to say that you are really careless." A loud voice came from the distance. "Big ugly brother, second ugly brother, have you seen Xiaolin?" The most ugly and the second ugliest ones refer to Kisame and Obito. To say that their faces are ugly is a compliment. If you don't pay attention, you can scare people to death if you see them late at night. After the children in the village became familiar with Obito and Kisame, they naturally gave them this nickname. Kisame showed a terrifying smile and looked at Shuin. Shuin smiled awkwardly and said, "That's good that they're not here. That's good that they're not here. I'll go look for them somewhere else right now." Obito complained, "Kisame, your shark face almost made that kid cry." Kisame responded to Obito unhappily, "Your half-broken face isn't much better than mine?" Yes. We are both ugly." Xiaolin watched Shuin walk away and breathed a sigh of relief. "That was a close call, we were almost discovered." Obito smiled and said, "You can't hide for long, he will come back. There are some things and some people that you can't avoid." After Obito said this, he was suddenly stunned and stared at the moon, as if he saw Lin's smiling face in that huge jade plate. In a dark place, Black Zetsu muttered in a low voice, "Yes, Obito, there are some things you can't avoid." Chapter 397 Eagle Squad. There are many poisonous insects and snakes on the paths at night, which attack passers-by from time to time. Shuei's beheading sword was as swift as willow catkins blown by the wind, and with one blow, it cut off a python the size of a bowl. Blood splattered, and the bloody smell made him smile. Kirin looked at the perverted Suigetsu and said sarcastically, "Is it that serious? Killing a snake makes you happy for a long time." Suigetsu chuckled and said, "That snake is like Orochimaru. Cutting it off will be like chopping off Orochimaru's head." Shanlin laughed and said, "I didn't expect you to be so cowardly. The other party is dead and you still can't get out of his shadow." Sasuke suddenly said, "Orochimaru is not dead, what?" Suigetsu subconsciously took 2 steps back, then chased after Sasuke and asked, "You said Orochimaru is not dead, that's impossible. He failed to occupy your body, his soul was sealed, and then he was sealed by Uchiha Itachi using the Ten-Fist sword. How could he not be dead?" Sasuke subconsciously looked towards the moon. "Intuition, or the curse seal on my neck, I can always feel Orochimaru's presence. Look, there are people fighting on the moon." All members of Eagle Team looked towards the moon. As time went by, the moon got closer and closer to the earth, forming a huge white jade disk in the sky. People with good eyesight could vaguely see the turmoil on the moon. "Oh, it's true, it's just too blurry, like a tornado," Shuei said in surprise. He then asked, "Who is fighting whom on the moon?" Sasuke opened the Mangekyo Sharingan, carefully watched the battle on it, and finally uttered 3 words, "Would Liu Yun." Shuei was stunned. That guy, did he cause trouble on the moon? Really, the earth couldn't stand his torment, so he went to torture the moon? Who is the other one? The legendary moon goddess Kaguya-hime. Sasuke shook his head. "I don't know if it's the moon goddess, but he has the same power as Liu Yun. It's Tensagen's power." Kirin yelled, "Tensagen? There is another pair of Tensagen in the world?" Sasuke revealed another shocking piece of information. "Wait. That's Susanoo, and the one inside is Orochimaru." Shuei clenched her fists and cursed inwardly, "That damn pervert is not dead after all, and he may have joined Liu Yun's camp now." Advertisement. Sasuke shook his head. "Let him be, Orochimaru is no longer a threat to me." Kirin said with some worry, "Will Orochimaru encourage Liu Yun to deal with us? After all, I am a great beauty, and Liu Yun might come and snatch me away." As soon as Shanlin finished speaking, Suigetsu held her stomach and laughed, "Ha ha ha. You, with your appearance, would anyone come to rob you?" Kirin frowned tightly, then punched Shuei on the head, grabbed Shuei by the collar, leaned close to her face and threatened, "What did you say?" Suigetsu swallowed as he looked at the angry and twisted Kirin. The other party had turned into a JoJo and became even more terrifying than Orochimaru. Shuei smiled awkwardly. "I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything." HMPH. Shanlin snorted. Sasuke retracted his gaze and called Jugo to continue moving forward. Although the battle on the moon attracted Sasuke, he cared more about Konoha. It just so happens that Danzo inherits the Hokage, so this will settle all the new and old grudges together, and destroy the entire Konoha. Bang, bang, bang. The heavy punches created shockwaves like waves of the ocean, making the bikini beauties shake. Two blue-green streams of light fought fiercely on the moon, creating a basin-like pit below, which was bottomless. Sharon summoned a dozen truth-seeking balls and controlled them to smash into Liu Yun. Boom. It was like the explosion of a nuclear bomb, raising mud waves hundreds of meters high, as if the Madara inside the sun had exploded. Sharon took this opportunity to launch another fierce attack. He clenched his palms, and powerful chakra burst out from his palms, and a hurricane gathered in his hands. Silver Wheel Reincarnation explodes. Sharon didn't care about anything and just served the person in the center of the smoke. Advertisement Orochimaru's face was full of pervert as he looked at Susanoo's crystal. This is power, the power of God, the power of Otsutsuki. Hanabi yelled at the side, "Stinky snake, help quickly, this stone statue will be immune to death no matter how hard we hit it." Orochimaru secretly gave Hanabi an impatient look, thinking that if she had the power of those two people, how could this little girl dare to yell at her? It's like a snake in plain land being bullied by a dog. Orochimaru bit his finger until it bled, and summoned two giant snakes to wrap around the legs of the Hamura statue, subduing its mobility. But the Hamura statue is incredibly powerful, and two snakes alone are not enough. Hanabi then turns his attention to Crouching Dragon and Phoenix. "You two go down and hold it down, yeah." Wolong took a look at the huge size of the stone statue, then looked at his own round belly, and thought to himself that Hanabi was not a human. Seeing Crouching Dragon and Phoenix pretending not to understand what they were saying and looking confused, Hanabi bared his fangs and said, "Hurry up! Otherwise I'll make you two into bearskin coats." Crouching Dragon and Phoenix. The two bears were frightened and jumped off Susanoo's crystal with a whoosh. The ultimate evolution of the golden panda. The two bears' bodies grew bigger, like two golden mountains pressing down on the stone statue of Hamura, and finally they subdued the statue. Sharon used the prince's fighting method to treat Liu Yun, which consumed most of his chakra. Sharon took a deep breath, looked at the hole where the ash kept rising, and murmured, "You're going to die now." Wind-style great breakthrough. The violent storm blew away the smoke, revealing Liu Yun's intact body. At this time, Liu Yun was dressed in white, without a speck of dust on him, as if he was a banished immortal from the human world. Sharon frowned and said, "No injuries at all, that's impossible, how did you escape from such a fierce attack?" Liu Yun smiled and did not answer Sharon's question. With such a large-scale bombing and Liu Yun being right at the center of the explosion, even the thickest body would be beaten into a pulp. So Liu Yun simply gave up on defense, died dozens of times, and gained nearly 30,000 experience points. Advertisement Chapter 398. Sharon's chakra showed a downward trend, while Liu Yun was still at full health. For a moment, the balance of victory moved in Sharon's bad direction. But suddenly a huge amount of green chakra appeared from the ground, covering Toneri's body and directly restoring all of Toneri's chakra. Liu Yun's eyes penetrate the moon's soil and reach into the interior. There is a particularly large white eye that supports the operation of the entire moon. It is a giant Tensagen, the war machine of the Otsutsuki branch house, and once annihilated all the main family members in one blow on the battlefield. The right to use the giant Tensagen is in Toneri's possession, and the opponent can rely on that huge power as a backup. Noticing Liu Yun's gaze, Sharon said coldly, "That is the treasure of the branch house, and it is also the power that can bring cleansing to the filthy world." Liu Yun did not show the fear or discomfort that Sharon had imagined. Instead, he was as calm as a deep pool and had a deep-seated disdain for everything. Sharon raised his right hand, and a huge amount of chakra condensed in it, and his green chakra gradually turned into gold. "I wonder where you get the courage from, Earthling. But you have to understand one thing, the one you are fighting is the descendant of Otsutsuki Hamura." Golden Wheel Reincarnation explodes. A giant sword as bright as the sun was released from Sharon's hand, slashing towards Liu Yun's head with endless destructive power. In the face of such overwhelming power, all defenses are like paper armor. Liu Yun stretched out his hands, as if embracing the sky to welcome the arrival of the Golden Wheel Reincarnation explosion. He is a madman whose body has been separated from his soul. "Come on. Let me see how much pain the power that can cut off the moon can bring me." The golden giant sword encountered a nail in a world where everything was unobstructed, blocking its way. Liu Yun directly bore the blow that should have hit the moon. He felt like he was soaking in the center of magma. The intense temperature burned his torso and everything in his body. Bite. Otsutsuki Toneri killed you using ninjutsu, experience points plus 5000. At that moment, the whole world seemed to be bathed in golden light. All living beings on the earth were attracted over and fell into reverie as they looked at the golden light. Perhaps it was a greeting from the gods, or perhaps it was an explosion from the sun. Advertisement Everything is so dreamy, only those who are interested will stare hard at the dark shadows in the light. Some people hope he dies, some are indifferent, and some are eager to become the sacrifice in his place. Great Toad Sage looked carefully at the life in the crystal ball with his cloudy eyes, and murmured, "Ninjutsu of this power is too powerful for even the soul to withstand. The waves that boy has stirred up should come to an end." Sage of Six Paths also watched very seriously. He felt that Liu Yun would not die so easily. Brother-in-law. Hanabi let go of the Hamura statue and stared at Liu Yun, who was blocking the giant sword with wide eyes. Orochimaru also stared intently, muttering, "Can this kid withstand this ultimate power?" When the smoke cleared, Sharon was suspended in the sky, like a god judging sinners. Mortals who go against the heavens shall be killed. But a dazzling light suddenly shone out from the invisible, as if the second sun of the solar system was suspended in the universe, dazzling like a pearl of the universe. Sharon frowned tightly. He knew that all the changes came from Liu Yun. A golden energy body was suspended not far from Sharon. Compared with Tenseigen chakra mode, it is just a layer of golden skin, and if you look more carefully, there is a layer of red eye shadow, making you look like the son of the sun. Sharon uttered a few words abruptly. UB asterisk 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 D. Liu Yun clasps his hands in front of his chest like a god. In fact, his current form is a further evolution of Tenseigen chakra mode, a reward for Liu Yun's long-term adaptation to Tenseigen. There is great terror between life and death, which instantly breaks the biological limitations of Liu Yun's eyes. Liu Yun shouted loudly to the entire universe, "Now, I have become light." With a cold face, Sharon released a truth-seeking ball and attacked Liu Yun. Liu Yun felt that Sharon was only at this level, so he simply stopped playing. He stretched out one hand and directly grabbed Sharon's truth-seeking ball that was attacking him. Just like crushing an egg, he easily turned Sharon's truth-seeking ball, which could shatter rivers, into air. The great toad sage of Mount Myoboku sighed, "Is it still not working? The evils of this world are not so easy to deal with." Sage of Six Paths' eyes were fixed on the interior of the moon. Although it was blocked by the thick soil, he could see a little shadow inside. Advertisement. The battle waves of the two pairs of Tenseigen are disintegrating the seal of the mother. Great Toad Sage said nonchalantly, "Compared to that, the harm Kagaya-ji brings is nothing." This, Liu Yun grabbed Sharon's calf with one hand and swung him around like an onion. "Ha ha ha, young man, see, this is your grandfather's true strength. You are still too young. Listen to my advice and call me grandpa. I will spare your life." Sharon clenched his teeth tightly. The flowing clouds coated with a layer of gold were more courageous than before. Sharon even felt vaguely that the flowing clouds seemed to be playing with the world. Because his power can only bring this much. "Damn it, don't underestimate me," Sharon yelled. His blue Tenseigen burst into light, with an extremely powerful suction force, and the endless light energy in the universe gathered towards Toneri. The Tenseigen can absorb the energy of the sun, and now Toneri is the light. Liu Yun frowned and reminded, "Kid, such strong energy cannot be swallowed casually, you can't control it. Humans are very careful when absorbing energy from nature. Mix spiritual energy and physical energy in a 1-to-1 ratio to form a triangular balance." Even though Toneri possesses the Tenseigen, a neutralizer, and his physique is superior to that of ordinary people, it is still too difficult for him to absorb the energy of the sun. In the movie, Sharon failed at this point. Sharon ignored Liu Yun's reminder and only wanted to have enormous power to deal with Liu Yun. Faintly, he saw an old figure patting his shoulder. "Kid." Sharon was stunned. "Who are you?" He has 2 horns on his head, wears a jade feather robe, and has the blue eye of destiny in his eyes. I am your ancestor, Otsutsuki Hamura. Chapter 399 I will protect the earth. Ancestor. Toneri was shocked, and then responded loudly. "Ancestor, the world of Sage of Six Paths is wrong. We follow your will and destroy the ninja world." Otsutsuki Hamura shook his head. "Kid, you are wrong. Whether a world exists or not is not decided by you and me. You also misunderstood my meaning. I have never thought of cleansing the ninja world." "Ancestor." Sharon looked at the kind old man in disbelief. Otsutsuki Hamura smiled and said, "The reason you think so is that you have never seen the beauty of the earth. If you have time, go to the earth and take a look." Otsutsuki's voice became smaller and smaller, and finally his figure turned into a white light and dissipated into the invisible air. Liu Yun was surprised and said, "It turned out to be just a little bit of residual chakra. I was shocked." After all, Otsutsuki Hamura's skills were not as good as those of the Sage of Six Paths. He had long since turned to ashes, and only a little candle-like chakra remained on the moon. "Am I really wrong?" Toneri stopped Tenseigen's brutal demand for solar energy, lowered his head and muttered something. Otsutsuki Hamura is Toneri's belief and the most devout believer of this clan. It is not a pleasant feeling to be denied by Otsutsuki Hamura. Liu Yun responded, "Of course you are wrong. After you destroy the moon, there will be no Mid-Autumn Festival. People will no longer be able to eat mooncakes, and relatives will no longer be able to reunite on this day." Sharon looked up at Liu Yun. It seemed that the other party was shrouded in a layer of God's light, and everything he said was divine. Liu Yun felt that Sharon was not completely bad. The really bad ones were his branch house elders who instilled in him the idea of destroying humanity. Children who grow up in such an environment will of course be mentally unhealthy. In a word, he is still a child. You can't ruin his future. Seeing that Sharon had come to his senses, Liu Yun stopped pursuing his lack of respect and patted Sharon on the shoulder. "Kid, you are still too young. You haven't grasped the truth of the world yet. Let your uncle teach you in the future." Uncle. Sharon's psychological defenses were at their most broken at this moment. If he were a girl, Liu Yun would have succeeded. Liu Yun rubbed Sharon's hair fiercely and said, "Okay, nephew, I will teach you how to be a widower in the future." Liu Yun hadn't even taught Sharon how to behave like an adult before he started yelling like crazy. The blue eyes released rays around like a ferocious beast, and the endless power from the sun gathered towards Sharon's eyes. Liu Yun was puzzled. Why did Sharon, who was fine just now, look like his wife had been taken away now? Advertisement. Sharon responded to Liu Yun with the last bit of consciousness left. Uncle, I can't control my eyes. Liu Yun was very confused. How could it be? Your Tenseigen is out of your control. Sharon nodded with difficulty. It seems to be acting on its own as if it has consciousness. This? Liu Yun was stunned, thinking that there was a big hand behind Sharon's back. Who is it? It must be that toad. Liu Yun didn't care about anything and just blamed the Great Toad Sage for anything that was wrong. That's true. The Great Toad Sage gave Sharon the white eye, which naturally involved some trickery. It wants to use Tenseigen to blow Liu Yun and the moon into pieces, making the entire starry sky the grave of Liu Yun. Time was urgent. Liu Yun quickly moved to Toneri's side, and his own chakra invaded Toneri's body, trying to help him control Tenseigen. Unexpectedly, with the infusion of Ryugumo chakra, Toneri's Tenseigen became more violent, and the energy of the sun was absorbed in a geometric form. Those eyes are like a super bomb with a fuse. Once the absorption reaches its limit, it will explode with a bang, and the entire moon will explode. Damn it, it's too late. I can only deduct it for you. In a flash, Liu Yun dug out Sharon's too hot Tenseigen, and Sharon's pain ended, and he fell into a weak coma. The dug-out Tenseigen has lost its original features and is suspended in the sky like a small sun, growing bigger and bigger. At first it was just a ping-pong ball, then it grew as big as a building, and it continued to grow until it was about to explode. Liu Yun picked up Toneri and moved to Hanabi's side in an instant. She was accompanied by Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick, and both of them, the man and the two bears, were looking at the little sun in the sky with concern. The two iron-eating beasts smelled their master's scent and began to call out. Noticing Liu Yun's arrival, Hanabi asked in surprise, "Brother-in-law, are you okay?" Liu Yun rubbed Hanabi's little head and said lovingly, "We can't stay here anymore. We have to leave here quickly." Okay. Hanabi also realized that the little sun in the sky was not to be trifled with. Even the temperature around it was getting higher and higher, as if they had reached the surface of the sun. Advertisement. Liu Yun noticed that Orochimaru was not with Hanabi, so he asked, "Where is Orochimaru?" Hanabi replied, "He said he was off to deal with other enemies." Liu Yun frowned. The only other enemies here are Sharon's puppets, and this stinking snake has burrowed underground. Liu Yun suddenly realized that Orochimaru was not going to deal with the puppets, but to collect the spoils. The only trophy he was interested in was Toneri's giant Tenseigen. Let's go. This stinky snake is very good at saving her life. She can survive even if the solar system explodes. Okay. Hanabi nodded. Liu Yun was pulling people and bears with large and small bags and preparing to leave the moon. He pressed 2 fingers on his forehead and activated instant teleportation to leave the moon. In the blink of an eye, Liu Yun brought Hanabi, Toneri and others to the palace of the Kingdom of Wind. Tsunade and a group of people gathered around, chattering. How is it going? Is the crisis over? Who is this white-haired kid? His eyes have been dug out. What about Orochimaru? Was he killed in action? That would be great if he was. Liu Yun took a breath and said, "The moon is about to explode, you." Liu Yun suddenly realized something. The distance between the Earth and the moon has shortened by dozens of times, and a huge explosion on the moon will definitely affect the Earth's surface. Not to mention all of humanity, at least a few billion civilians would not be able to escape such a shockwave. Liu Yun quickly stood up, looked at the moon in the sky that was already close at hand and said, "Hide underground quickly, the shockwave from the moon's explosion is coming soon." What? Tsunade was puzzled. Liu Yun didn't have time to explain to her. He released all the chakra in his body and rushed into the sky like a high-speed fighter jet. The flowing clouds drew a long arc in the sky and rushed towards the moon that was like gunpowder without any hesitation. Later, the host of Empire Interview, a program dedicated to brainwashing the public, asked, "Your Majesty, why do you try so hard to protect us?" Liu Yun pondered for a moment, then brewed a sense of justice for the fate of mankind. It's not because I have so many wives hidden in the palace, nor because of brain cramps, but because of duty. Chapter 400 Protection, Duty. The host understood immediately and continued to sing. What a great emperor this is. He used his own life to weave a big net covering the sky, blocking the terrifying force from outer space. I believe that 10,000 years, or even 100 million years from now, our descendants will be singing the praises of Your Majesty's achievements. Your Majesty is the love of God to mankind, the greatest monarch and father in human history, and the most indispensable piece of epic mythology. It's the beginning of a letter, the content of a poem, and the ending of a fairy tale. What Liu Yun didn't expect was that the great Toad Sage would be so cruel that he would not hesitate to use all humans as bargaining chips to destroy Liu Yun. Liu Yun also underestimated the great Toad Sage's murderous intent towards him. Protecting the entire Earth is not just empty talk, it requires a stake of life. What Liu Yun lacks the least is life. 8 inner gates, all open. Liu Yun roared, and the energy in his body burned rapidly. Red chakra floated all over his body, giving him unimaginable power. But that's not enough. 9 Tails Chakra Mode. Tenseigen Chakra Mode. Rinnegan. All the flowing clouds in his body were opened up, and every cell in his body was squeezed to the ultimate, even his soul was involved in the explosion. Advertisement. The huge amount of energy broke through the sky, and in a blink of an eye it broke through the barrier of 10 Tails chakra, rushing towards an unimaginable direction. The flowing cloud transformed into a huge curtain of light, like a giant umbrella covering the earth. Boom! The moon exploded in the blink of an eye, like sunspot activity, and the whole world was plunged into huge light pollution. The human heart cannot be looked directly at, and even more so the sun's rays. No one dared to watch the sensation in the sky. The dazzling light would take away one's soul. Only a very few people dared to look directly at the sun's brilliance. The immortals from the 3 holy places, the ninjas hiding in the dark, or the people who care about Liu Yun. The giant umbrella formed by the flowing clouds blocked the huge shockwave of the lunar explosion, and then formed a big hand to push the remains of the moon out of the atmosphere. Naruto was practicing 9 Tails mode, and it was impossible for him to ignore this strange phenomenon in the sky. He looked at the figure of Liu Yun moving forward and asked 9 Tails with some confusion. "Kurama, is he a good person?" 9 Tails' fox eyes reflected a small figure, and gave a teaching. "Naruto, whether a person is good or bad is determined by himself. If he blocks your way, hurts your friends, and takes away your wealth, then he is a bad person. It also depends on the group. He may be a cold-blooded butcher, but he has made great contributions to the tribe and its continuation, so he is a good person." "Get it?" Naruto nodded and said, "Got it, Kurama. I won't give up challenging him, but I won't forget that he stood up for me either." In many places in the world, many ninjas fell into silence as they looked at Liu Yun's back. Advertisement. These people once had hatred, jealousy, and resentment, but now they have all turned into deep respect and gratitude. In a secret place in the land of water, the beautiful 5th Mizukage Terumi smiled and said, "My boy, if you can come back alive, I will be your concubine. It will be a reward for your protection of the earth. Drink." The flowing clouds worked hard to push the remains of the moon out of the atmosphere, and then let the huge rocks dissipate in the vacuum of the universe. "It's over." The flowing cloud left a murmur and then dissipated into the air. "It's over." This was also what Great Toad Sage thought. He originally wanted to rely on the explosion of the moon to destroy Liu Yun, but the opponent possessed space ninjutsu and could directly ignore the space in space to complete the transfer, making Great Toad Sage's plan completely fail. Great Toad Sage also secretly cursed Liu Yun dog. He could obviously go to the moon through space ninjutsu, but he chose to make an iron lump and fly there slowly, making Great Toad Sage think that the other party could only leave the moon by flying in a flying vehicle. In short, he died of exhaustion for inexplicable reasons. After eliminating this evildoer, the ninja world can operate normally in the future. Great Toad Sage took back the image in the crystal ball and then closed his eyes, as if putting an end to Liu Yun's life. Sage of 6 Paths looked at the Great Toad Sage's face, which was flickering with an uncertain light. He always felt that all the calculations were done by this old toad, but he had no evidence and could not slander the toad casually. Suddenly, Great Toad Sage opened his eyes abruptly. "Guapai, this guy is the immortal cockroach." The Great Toad Sage holds the threads of fate of all the Hokage worlds. After Ryun's death, all the threads should have returned to normal, but they didn't. At this moment, in the sky outside, there was a huge palm, forming a V-shape of yes, indicating that all dangers were lifted. Tsunade on the ground below smiled. "The brat may be lecherous, but he is very capable." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that this guy was truly trustworthy. Even Kakashi and his gang have changed their views on Liu Yun. After all, he is a hero who saved the world, so it is understandable that his personal morals have been damaged. Chapter 401. Otsutsuki Kagaya wakes up. Shuei gave a thumbs up to the sky, indicating that she recognized Liu Yun. Sasuke lowered his head and released the seals in his hands. The situation was critical and Sasuke was not one to sit and wait for death, so he wanted to use ninjutsu to lead Kirin and the others to summoning to Ryuchi Cave as soon as possible. Humph. This guy quite likes to be a hero, just like that idiot. Leaving a comment, Sasuke walked towards Konoha. Everyone has his own goals, and he is no exception. Finding Itachi or destroying Konoha is the current priority. After Ryun was resurrected, he sensed a faint chakra from outer space, which belonged to Orochimaru. He moved his body and came to the wreckage of the moon explosion, forming a protective shield to cover a huge black object. The black object is a giant Tenseigan covered in dust. The flowing clouds knocked, the dust on Tenseigan dissipated, and a golden light lingered in the universe. The giant Tenseigan is very dreamy, and when you look closely it looks like the beautiful eyes of God. Liu Yun shouted inside, "Orochimaru, is he dead? If not, I'm leaving." A shrunken little green snake emerged from the Tenseigan, and then turned into a naked green-haired loli. Orochimaru's condition was not good, his aura dropped by 7 or 8 points. Liu Yun snorted, seeing the reason for Orochimaru's weakness. "You tried to absorb the power of the Tenseigan with your weak body, humph. You deserve it." Orochimaru chuckled. As soon as she found Tenseigan, she was overjoyed and went in to absorb the power regardless of the danger. But it's not completely without gain. Orochimaru felt a surge of power in her body, which was some of the energy her body had gained. The Tenseigan was momentarily careless in defending itself from the blast, and Orochimaru took advantage of the opportunity to take a few vicious bites. Liu Yun knocked on the giant Tenseigan. "This thing is mine, you have no objection, right?" Orochimaru got the score for this life-threatening multiple-choice question without even having to think about it. No problem. No problem." Liu Yun chuckled. Actually, Liu Yun had no interest in the giant Tensagen, but he got furious when he thought about how he worked hard on the front line while Orochimaru was reaping the benefits. So he just snatched the Tensagen that Orochimaru found. Seeing that nothing was happening around, Liu Yun called Orochimaru and prepared to leave. Before leaving, Orochimaru glanced at the wreckage-filled universe and asked casually, "Did Otsutsuki Kagaya die along with the seal?" Liu Yun was suddenly stunned. The moon is a sphere that seals Otsutsuki Kagaya. Now that the moon is gone, Otsutsuki Kagaya is gone. No, Princess Kagaya will not die so easily. Her body is immortal and has not been worn out at all after being sealed for thousands of years. Liu Yun said, "Hurry up and find her, this little girl won't be able to escape from my grasp." Orochimaru looked at Liu Yun with a savage look on his face, and for a moment he actually hoped that Kagaya-ji could run as far away as possible and not be bullied by this guy. As if she had thought of something, Orochimaru quickly conjured up a snakeskin and covered herself with it, because she was afraid that Liu Yun would appear behind her. If we were to ask who was the most panicked when the moon was bombed, it would definitely be Black Zetsu. He didn't care about Obito at the moment, but just stared at the sky with lifeless eyes. No advertisement. No, the only thing Black Zetsu lacks is a song called Yijien Mei to keep him company. His mother is sealed on the moon. If even the moon explodes, will the people inside still have a chance to survive? Black Zetsu ultimately underestimated the originator of chakra. Black Zetsu could clearly feel a familiar chakra appearing in the ninja world. Although it was small, it had an ancient and primitive flavor. Black Zetsu was ecstatic. It can't be wrong, it's the mother, the Great Mother. Black Zetsu no longer paid attention to the tailed beast on Obito, but teleported madly in the direction where Kaguya's chakra appeared. The rustling wind blows through the green bamboo forest, and the mottled shadows of the stars are like elves in the forest night. There is no moon tonight, and the night seems particularly dark, but the goddess under the starlight is enough to be the sun in the darkness. Her skin was as white as jade, not something from this mortal world, and at first glance she looked like a ghost. Only if you look closely can you see how stunningly beautiful she is, with a pair of eyes as white as the moon, long white hair, and a long white silk dress. A black object suddenly appeared and slowly condensed into a human shape. Black Zetsu couldn't describe how excited he was at that moment. If he had tears, he would have burst into tears to relieve the depression that had lasted for thousands of years. His rescue of his mother was so inspiring that even Yang Jian and Shenxiang had to admit defeat. If this kind of story is broadcasted, it will cause a sensation in the entire ninja world. At the very least, it is certain that one of the top 10 figures in the entire ninja world will be moved. Black Zetsu calmed down his excitement and cried out, "Mother, mother." Kagaya-ji naturally noticed Black Zetsu's excitement at the moment, waved her sleeves, and said expressionlessly, "Thank you for your hard work. What's going on? I need to know what happened to my nursery." "Mother, it's like this." Black Zetsu told Kagaya everything in detail. Kagaya listened indifferently. No matter how passionate the story was, it would not attract her at all. Her feelings disappeared from the moment her husband betrayed her and her maid was killed. The little bit of emotion that was left was wiped out by the betrayal of his two sons. Even though Black Zetsu had worked hard for thousands of years, Kagaya-ji only gave him a verbal thank you. After hearing everything, Kagaya-ji realized that the plan had changed. When she was sealed, she made Project Tsuki no Mi to lift the seal. This plan requires the use of Rinnegan, but Black Zetsu does not know the characteristics of Rinnegan, so Project Tsuki no Mi comes from Kagaya-heim. Project Tsuki no Mi was originally meant to be a summoning, using the Rinnegan to summon Princess Kagaya from the moon, and then obtain the body of 10 Tails. Princess Kagaya is not immortal. 10 Tails is her physical body, and her soul has long been chakrized, so it is not affected by the erosion of time, and can even use other people's bodies to restore strength. This method of unlocking the seal was beyond Kaguya's expectations, and she was able to escape by breaking the entire moon. After sorting out her thoughts, Kagaya-ji began to try to regain her former strength. She asked, "Zetu, where is 10 Tails?" Black Zetsu said somewhat awkwardly, "Mother, due to some reasons, the 9-tailed beasts were not gathered." Princess Kagaya asked again, "How many tailed beasts have you got now?" Black Zetsu was now even more embarrassed, and he stammered, "Not even one." After Black Zetsu finished speaking, he looked at Kagaya-ji cautiously, as if he was afraid of her sudden outburst. Princess Kagaya still had no expression on her face, and it was hard to tell whether she was happy or angry. She felt her own chakra, which was so tiny that it was less than 1/10 of its peak value. Black Zetsu quickly made up for his incompetence. "Mother, I know the whereabouts of the tailed beasts, and the ghetto statue has sealed 5 tailed beasts." Advertisement, "Oh. Where are they? Take me to them." "Who?" Princess Kagaya suddenly looked at the tip of the bamboo with caution, and then slapped that place with an air palm. There was a crow's cawing sound, and suddenly a crow appeared, flapped its wings twice and flew away. Black Zetsu shrank his eyes as big as soybeans. "Crow? Uchiha Itachi. Damn, this haunted guy didn't go find his brother, but kept following me." Kagaya-ji asked, "Is there something wrong with that crow?" Black Zetsu nodded and said anxiously, "Mother, your information has been leaked. We must find Obito immediately." There were many reasons why Itachi didn't look for Sasuke, including letting Sasuke grow and letting him suffer a little. They are also responsible for tracking down Black Zetsu and Kabuto Orochi to prevent them from causing damage. I didn't expect that he would really catch a big fish through undercover work. Princess Kaguya actually escaped from the seal. No, I have to tell Obito immediately to protect the tailed beast in his hand in the Ryukumo, and tell him to be careful. Itachi thought so in his heart. Then it flew quickly towards Obito's direction. Black Zetsu and Kaguya quickly returned to where Obito was before, but the place was empty. Black Zetsu cursed darkly, "Damn Uchiha Itachi, even in death he still causes so much trouble to others." Kaguya looked at everything around her expressionlessly, without even a single bark of a dog. She looked at Black Zetsu's shadow and said, "Is there any way to find him?" Black Zetsu shook his head. "No, by the way, I have a Rinnegan here, mother, you can use it for now." Good. Princess Kaguya is still in her weakest period, and the 9 Magatama Rinnegan on her forehead cannot be activated, so she especially needs power from the outside world. After Kaguya-sama and Black Zetsu left, Obito hollowed out from the air and looked at Kaguya-sama's white back from afar. He asked a crow next to him, "Is that the ancestor of Chakra Otsutsuki Kaguya-hime?" Itachi nodded. Obito looked at Kaguya-ji's back and suggested, "This guy hasn't completed his 10 tails transformation yet and is at his weakest. How about?" Itachi shook his head. "No, Kaguya-hime cannot be underestimated even at her weakest. We have no idea what she is capable of, while our abilities in jutsu are clearly understood by Black Zetsu." "That's right," Obito nodded. Itachi was right. Ninja is a profession that places great emphasis on intelligence, and one cannot act rashly without knowing the opponent's cards. Otherwise you will capsize in the ditch, Obito continued, then we can't just watch them leave. Itachi said, "Black Zetsu has strong reconnaissance capabilities. You stay hidden and I will report to Ryun as soon as possible." Obito nodded. "Okay, be careful." Nu. The weasel flapped its wings and flew into the night sky. Chapter 402. Catch Great Toad Sage and make wine. Liu Yun and Orochimaru searched for Kaguya in outer space for a long time but couldn't find her. Finally, they impatiently dragged the giant Tensagen away. At Liu Yun's base camp, it was already late, and everything had been settled, so Tsunade asked everyone to go to bed. She healed the unconscious Toneri, and Hanabi, knowing the inside story, introduced him to Tsunade and the others. He is the big bad guy on the moon, and it was his idea to bring down the moon. Hinata looked at Toneri, whose eyes were empty, and listened to Hanabi talking about his somewhat pitiful experience. She comforted him, "Don't worry, Sharon. You will have many friends here in the future." Although Sharon could only see darkness, after he woke up, he was able to use his mind to perceive the hearts of people around him. He was touched by Hinata's burning kindness, but at the same time he knew that he was not worthy of her. Hanabi added, "But my brother-in-law beat him up and woke him up. This kid even recognized my brother-in-law as his uncle. From now on, he is my eldest nephew." The girls couldn't help laughing at the smart little Hanabi. 2 figures and a giant egg appeared out of nowhere, and the flowing cloud threw Orochimaru down. Orochimaru couldn't stand it anymore and vomited violently beside him. Liu Yun laughed and said, "I never thought that the famous Orochimaru would be so uncomfortable with space ninjutsu that he vomited." Orochimaru felt a little uncomfortable. He had never tried space ninjutsu before, and now he found that space travel would be so dizzying. No wonder he couldn't learn the Flying Thunder God technique despite his outstanding talent. Tsunade came over and asked, "How's it going? Is everything settled?" Liu Yun nodded. Sharon's heart's eye looked at Liu Yun's heart. It had greed, lust, rage. Basically all the qualities it should have, and even qualities it shouldn't have. What a complicated person, Sharon thought to himself. Advertisement, quack. A crow landed on the window outside, cackling at the flowing clouds. Liu Yun, half opening his eyes, cursed. Where did this bird come from to disturb my sweet dreams? Itachi saw the 5th Hokage and was so confused that he quickly dropped a note and flew away to avoid suspicion. Liu Yun sucked the note over and looked at it in a daze. Suddenly, he became energetic in an instant. He slapped his thigh and said, "Great, Kaguya-ji, that little B*ch, finally showed up." Tsunade, who was slightly disturbed, slapped Liu Yun on the head and cursed, "You B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** out without saying a word. Before daybreak, Liu Yun summoned all the ministers to discuss important matters. The two guardians, Wolong and Fengshu, were lying on the ground and snoring. Canon kicked them and whispered, "Two imperial masters, it's time to attend the morning court." Oh, Liu Yun said in high spirits on the dragon throne. "My dear ministers, do you understand our mission?" Cao said, "Your Majesty, the Central Plains is divided into 5 parts, and the countries have been at war for years, and the people are living in misery. We are the ones who will follow the will of heaven to unify the continent." Liu Yun shook his head. Canon bowed and replied, "Your Majesty, I died in the belly of Princess Otsutsuki Kagaya." Liu Yun nodded. "That's right, this is the final mission. Now Princess Kagaya has appeared, so use all your strength to capture her for me. Do you understand? Clear?" Advertisement. Liu Yun nodded and said, "Let's talk about the second thing. I don't want to play the continental hegemony game anymore. From now on, there can only be one country in heaven and on earth, and that is my empire. The common people can only have one monarch, and that is me. So, raise an army and sweep across the continent." The ministers shouted, "Your Majesty is wise and wise. You will sweep across the world and unify the country. And find out the location of Mount Myoboku. I want to catch the great toad sage and make some wine. Catch the great toad sage and make some wine. Catch the great toad sage and make some wine. As soon as the sun came out, the entire Forbidden City was in chaos, with troops and heavy weapons everywhere. In the sky and underground, an army like locusts set out from the Imperial Square, opening the curtain for the unification of the ninja world. Tsunade brought his men to the square, saw the clouds floating in the sky, closed his eyes, put his hands together, and in the blink of an eye, countless troops armed to the teeth appeared in the square, about 100,000 troops. After swearing an oath to Liu Yun, he set out towards the battlefield with iron blood. Then the next round begins, endless armies, endless heads. You can see all kinds of military services here. The 3 armed forces of the Navy, Army and Air Force, the Rocket Army, the 8 Banners Army, the Burning Legion, the Thousand Rock Army. Batch after batch of them rushed to the battlefield, endless and boundless. Liu Yun is tired of playing house games with them. After unifying the ninja world, he will set out for the Sea of Stars to find a way to travel through the world. Chapter 403 Sweeping the world. Unspeakable fear arose in everyone's heart. When Liu Yun showed his true face, what he received was not ridicule or admiration, but a deep-seated, eerie fear in broad daylight. Shoji even pinched himself, wanting to say it was a dream, but the naked facts told him that it was real, and those huge crowds of people were all shadow clone of Liu Yun. Even the person beside Liu Yun felt the bone-chilling coldness. When a person becomes extremely powerful, people should be afraid that his snoring will blow the world upside down. Orochimaru was holding a coordinate board and recording the number of shadow clone. Her cute face turned extremely pale, as if she had seen something horrifying. Tsunade took a deep breath and led everyone closer to Orochimaru. Tsunade looked at the dense Arabic numerals on Orochimaru's paper and asked, Orochimaru, have you counted how many there are? Orochimaru just murmured in disbelief. 5,100,000, 5,120,000, 5,130,000. Hearing this number, Tsunade gasped, and the people behind her also gasped. Kakashi widened his dead fish eyes, looked at Liu Yun and took a deep breath, saying, Oh my god, this boy is so scary. Tsunade was a little uncertain and asked, Orochimaru, will there be any problem with your record? Orochimaru wiped the sweat from his forehead, and then said to Tsunade confidently, Impossible, I have been here all the time. This square can accommodate 100,000 people at a time. I have counted them carefully every time. My data is absolutely correct. Oops, I missed a round, don't disturb my concentration. Tsunade looked at the flowing cloud that was still condensing shadow clone, and for the first time felt that he was so strange. With over millions of shadow clone, even if Liu Yun is 10 tails Jinchuriki, he can't do it. As Orochimaru counted, he made a surprised sound. This boy is not human, his chakra is truly infinite in the mathematical sense. Tsunade asked the experienced Orochimaru, if a shadow clone is based on the minimum amount of genin, how much chakra can Ryun have? Advertisement. Without even turning his head, Orochimaru did some mental calculations. 1 jonin is equal to 20 genin, and 1-tailed beast is equal to 100 jonin, so Ryun's chakra, at the lowest of the 1 tail, means he has nearly 2,501 tails chakra. Ryun's chakra is not just that. Each of his shadow clones' chakra is no less than Chunan's, and a portion of it is used to make weapons. This guy is definitely a god, the god of the universe, an invincible god. Compared to Liu Yun, Orochimaru was comparing Pearl to the bright moon, and her illusory pride was like a joke. Such a great person could look up to her and treat her as his younger brother. This was a blessing that she could not obtain even if she was imprisoned under Leifeng Pagoda for 1,000 years. I can even sacrifice my asterisk if necessary, Orochimaru said firmly in his heart. She has now become a loyal believer of Liu Yun, the kind that can even stick her butt up. Compared to Orochimaru's pious surrender, Kakashi and others seemed to have collapsed psychologically. They sat down helplessly, numbly watching the shadow clone appearing and disappearing in the square. They had been fighting against such enemies before, which was like an ant challenging the authority of an elephant, and the gap was even more terrifying than this. Even guys like Guy and Xiao Li, who are usually young and never give up, kept silent. The gap between them was like heaven and earth, which made every hard-working person dare not cross it. People should just lie down on the ground and look up to God's authority. After a while, Liu Yun became numb from killing and thought to himself that an army of 6 million was enough to sweep across the entire ninja world. So he stretched, rubbed his dry eyes and flew down. On the sidelines, Tsunade and his group looked at him as if he were an alien, and their eyes revealed the word, not human. Liu Yun thought to himself, have I gone too far? If a ninja saw him squandering his chakra so recklessly, he would be envied and curse him to death. The entire ninja world was caught in a storm of flowing clouds. In the kingdom of rivers, endless desert cavalry trampled the desert and flattened the lush forests. They appeared in the crowded cities in a mighty force, telling the people of the kingdom of rivers that from now on they would be loyal to the Liu Yun for generations. Advertisement Kawanokuni was the first person to respond to the call. Seeing that he was so sensible, the empire conferred a title of minor marquis on him. After raising the river country, Liu Yun tore up the non-aggression treaty that he had just signed with the fire country the day before, and launched Operation Barbarossa. 1 million mechanized troops broke into the plains of the fire country, pushed all the way to the daimyo's mansion, and directly chopped off the daimyo's head. Then a huge encirclement was formed, surrounding Konoha within 100 miles, and not even earthworm could get out of the ground. Then tens of thousands of warships sailed towards the Water Kingdom, surrounded the Water Kingdom and forced them to surrender. Some of the remaining 4 million troops swept through some small countries, some searched for Mount Myoboku to drop a nuclear bomb, and some formed tens of thousands of special teams to search the world for Kaguya Hime. Everyone in the ninja world knew that the wind brought by Liu Yun would be strong, but they didn't expect it to be so strong. No place could withstand his army, including the strongest Konoha. In just a few hours, the bird country was declared extinct, the grass country was declared extinct, the frost country, the field country. Konoha, the building is about to collapse. The villagers hid in their homes, trembling, and complained that the Hokage who had married them did not bring them peace. Danzo was screaming hysterically in the Hokage building, why doesn't he have any credibility? No one answered Danzo's question, including his previously cultivated confidants who all ran away, because the army surrounding Konoha said that Danzo was the main culprit and they needed to see his corpse being eaten by the entire village before they would not start a killing spree. Danzo could not understand why people were so shameless. The signed treaty was still on his table, but in the blink of an eye, the endless army surrounded his village. Danzo glanced at the Hokage rock outside the window. Construction of the 6th Hokage rock that belonged to him had already begun, and the general outline had been carved out. But, hand over Danzo and divide his flesh in exchange for the Empire's forgiveness. The loud shouting outside the door made Danzo panic all of a sudden. The villagers outside were coming to eat his flesh and drink his blood. He is a hero of his time, he cannot be eaten to death like this. Chapter 404. Inviting the 6th Hokage to die, boom boom boom. A shrill knock on the door echoed throughout the office. The sound was so heavy and deep that it ignored the owner of the room. This impolite knock on the door frightened Danzo at once. He was now like a frightened bird, not trusting anyone, and any slight movement would arouse his vigilance. Danzo, now is your time to sacrifice yourself. Danzo recognized the voice that spoke. It was the elder who supported Danzo the most in the Elder's Council. His once loyal words were now a joke. Danzo yelled at the people outside to stay out, you bastards, I'm still the 6th Hokage, get out of here. Haha. Danzo, the daimyo has lost his head, who would care about the fact that you are the Hokage? Come out. The fate of the entire village is now in your hands. You should act like a true Hokage and sacrifice yourself to save everyone. Danzo roared. Bullshit, you guys are all here to eat me, you are all here to eat me, don't come in, don't come in. Danzo, don't blame us for being merciless. The fragile door could not withstand the power of the ninja, and with a creak, the pine door was smashed. From Danzo's perspective, a group of gray-haired old men and women were like demons from hell, baring their fangs and staring at him greedily, their target being his flesh. Danzo yelled with fear on his face. Go away, everyone, go away. Udatane Kaharu and Mitokado Homura, two of the most respected people in the village, came out. Udatane Kaharu leaned on his cane and said coldly to Danzo. Danzo, you know all the demands made by Liu Yun's army, right? Danzo glared at the two fence-sitters. You too, don't forget that you played a part in driving Tsunade away. Don't expect Liu Yun to let you go. Udatane Kaharu didn't care about this matter, and still said coldly. The elders decided to sacrifice you in exchange for everyone's life. Danzo, are you willing? I don't want to. Danzo is now like a young wife being forced by a dozen big men. She refuses to do it no matter what you say. Mitokado Homura snorted. Danzo, this is not a question of whether you are willing or not. Every Hokage has sacrificed his life to protect the village. The first generations fight to the death with Uchiha Madara, Tobirama Sensei's solo retreat, Minato's determination to protect the village from the Nine Tails. Tsunade agreed to marry in exchange for peace, even though her sacrifice seemed useless. Advertisement, but as long as there is dedication, the Hokage are the first to step up. Danzo, didn't you say you were from the 6th generation? Now is the time for you to dedicate yourself. Mitokado Homura bowed and yelled, 6th Hokage, please die. Everyone behind him also requested, please let the 6th Hokage die. The voice reached outside the Hokage building, and suddenly Konoha was filled with only one voice, please let the 6th Hokage die. On top of Hokage Rock, Liu Yun accompanied Tsunade to watch the farce below. Seeing the excitement, Liu Yun laughed out loud. Haha. Look at these people, they speak so eloquently, is this the sound of a chorus of thousands of people? Although Tsunade felt relieved, she couldn't help but feel sad for Danzo. When disaster strikes, instead of everyone uniting to fight to the death, they let their Hokage sacrifice himself. This is very similar to when she was driven out of the village. The villagers were deeply grateful to her and gradually came to believe that sacrificing the Hokage was the right thing to do. The battle still happened. Danzo was no fool. The will of fire was something Sarutobi played with, and he didn't believe in it. Danzo now possesses the Sharingan, as well as impressive whim-style powers, and it can be said that there is no ninja in the entire village who can defeat him. However, the elders had already anticipated that Danzo would resist, so they ambushed at least 50 Jonin outside, and Danzo's confidant betrayed information about Danzo's abilities. Danzo died again and again, and despite his repeated struggles he could not escape the encirclement of the elders. Finally, Danzo only had one life left. Several Jonin surrounded the dying Danzo, cut off his hands to prevent him from committing suicide, and cut off his tongue to prevent him from spitting. Woo woo. Danzo's eyes were filled with despair as he looked helplessly at the cold-blooded butchers. Udatane Kaharu looked at Danzo, who looked like a nobody, with indifference, and said to a Jonin, leave him to the villagers. Okay. Tens of thousands of villagers gathered outside the Hokage building. They were so excited that they seemed to want to dethrone the emperor. Danzo's figure fell from the sky, and suddenly a cheer surged like a wave. Advertisement. Hundreds of hands easily tore Danzo's body apart. That scene. Tsunade turned her head away. She couldn't believe that the once simple villagers now had red eyes like wild beasts. Liu Yun put his arm around Tsunade's waist to comfort her. Are you relieved? Tsunade didn't say anything, and Liu Yun subconsciously thought that the other party was still not satisfied, so he let the farce continue. While in the crowd of villagers, the Eagle team quietly sat at the Ichiraku ramen place. Looking at the scene of Danzo being eaten, Xianglin was filled with fear. It's terrible, these people are terrible. Suigetsu glanced at Sasuke beside him. How is it? Are you still going to seek revenge? Sasuke said nothing, just stared coldly at Danzo being swallowed, and snorted. Boring village. A warhorse rumbled past. It was the messenger of the Liu Yun army. He walked up to the Hokage building, and the elders smiled along with him. Mitokado Homura asked, Sir, can you let us go now? The messenger said, Of course you can, but our Princess Tsunade is still angry. She said she wants to see you two suffer the same fate as Danzo. The messenger pointed at Udatane Kaharu and Mitokado Homura with an indifferent look on his face. The two of them felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured over them from the top of their heads to the soles of their feet. Fear made them kneel at the feet of the messenger and beg bitterly, Sir, it's not like this, sir, we. The messenger sneered and said, Even if you two were not the mastermind, you played a huge role in it. No, sir, my flesh is very old. No, I have syphilis, I have AIDS. The elders around glanced at each other, nodded in unison, and rushed forward to capture the two respected old men and women. Udatane Kaharu and Mitokado Homura cursed madly. You damn guys, we are the oldest elders in Konoha, you can't do this, you can't do this. Throw it down. An elder shouted coldly. The elders of Konoha are like butchers who slaughter pigs and then let buyers snatch them for free. The villagers' eyes were dyed red. Death and fear drove them to become beasts. They had already adapted to this strange phenomenon when they tasted the first bite of meat. There were too many people and too little meat. The people behind were curious about the taste of the elders, which led to a scramble for the meat. Chapter 405 Sasuke's Awakening. Liu Yun saw that Tsunade was feeling a little uncomfortable, so he took her away. Before leaving, he instructed, Those who have eaten human flesh will go to the mines to dig for the rest of their lives. You cannot look directly into human hearts. Once a person has eaten the flesh of his own kind, he will become addicted, and once addicted, he will become a non-human being. Killing them all would damage your reputation. It would be better for you to work in a mine and contribute your whole life to the country. Liu Yun did not leave any orders on how to deal with the elders. The messenger only wanted to kill all the elders, so he pointed his finger at the elders one after another. If there were any rebel envoys along the way, they would look up to them, but no, every elder had a mysterious confidence in his heart that he would be the last one left. Hence suspicion, alienation and betrayal. Even your best friend or brother can become a demon who throws you down in the next second. After killing them all, only one elder was left. The messenger pointed downwards and sneered, Go down. The elder seemed to be crazy. Ha 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 ha, you don't even want to let anyone go. The messenger smiled and said, So what? After the elder laughed crazily, the surrounding ninjas wanted to chase him away. Speaking of which, under the repeated instructions of the messenger, the ninjas trained by the elders have become the messenger's butcher knives. The elder waved his hand to refuse. He stood on the balcony and looked at the villagers with red eyes below. Some people looked at the elder with pale faces and greed. Some people were curious and kept pushing forward to get a piece of meat. Some people were afraid and stayed away, watching the farce cautiously. The elder laughed. Isn't this world a cannibalistic society? The lower class people curiously watch others eat meat, they eat the curiosity that they can't get. The middle class people eat meat, and a small portion of fresh meat is scrambled for by thousands of people. And the upper class, watching everyone's ugly behavior with interest, they feed on people's crazy drama and their struggle for survival. After saying that, the old man jumped down and was eaten up in the blink of an eye. Advertisement. Uncle Ichiraku was making ramen silently. Kirin looked at the ramen owner curiously. Compared to the madness of this world, Uncle Ichiraku seemed to be living in his own quiet world. Boss, how can you still have the time to open a shop and do business when it's so chaotic outside? Uncle Ichiraku scooped up a bowl of hot ramen and placed it on Xianglin's table. He smiled at her and said, I am a businessman. It is my duty to make a good bowl of noodles and treat every customer well. Uncle Ichiraku's open-mindedness made Kirin laugh. The depression brought by cannibalism was swept away, and she picked up her chopsticks with relish. From time to time, voices of surprise were heard. Delicious, this is the best ramen I have ever eaten. Shueyu quickly turned her eyes away, took a deep breath and ate the noodles obediently. Human nature is a difficult thing to understand, even more difficult to understand than Orochimaru's snake. Shigeo never even glanced at the crowd, but instead fed some rice grains to the birds. Sasuke sat in silence. Uncle Ichiraku served him a bowl of hot ramen. Here, Sasuke, this is your favorite ramen. Sasuke was stunned and raised his head to look at Uncle Ichiraku who was smiling. Uncle Ichiraku smiled and said, "You've been out here long enough, haven't you? Eat now, or it'll get cold." Sasuke picked up his chopsticks. Ramen was like Uncle Ichiraku's warm heart. He didn't care about the evil people didn't truly treated you as a guest. After eating a bowl of noodles, Sasuke's hatred for Konoha inexplicably disappeared. Maybe it was because of the elders who had harmed the Uchiha clan, or maybe it was because of Uncle Ichiraku's bowl of hot noodles, or maybe it was just a spur-of-the-moment decision. What Sasuke most appreciates is this bowl of noodles, because apart from hatred, this bowl of noodles taught him how to be grateful. Thinking about the blonde idiot, Sasuke asked Uncle Ichiraku, "Uncle Ichiraku, where's Naruto?" Uncle Ichiraku scratched his head and said, "Naruto, I haven't seen this guy come here to eat ramen for a long time. I feel a little uncomfortable if he doesn't come here for a day. Go ask little Sakura, maybe she knows the whereabouts of Naruto." "Thank you," Sasuke smiled. Advertisement. For a moment, the three teammates were stunned and stared at him blankly. Especially Kirin, who was staring at Sasuke as if she wanted to eat him. Sasuke swallowed and asked, "What's wrong?" Suigetsu hooked Sasuke's shoulders and said, "Good boy, this is the first time I see you smile so brightly." Kirin kicked Suigetsu away, and then looked at Sasuke greedily. "Sasuke, you look so beautiful when you smile, like a spring flower." Sasuke was speechless. When Sasuke finally accepted himself, a crow slowly flew down and spoke in human language. "Sasuke, you finally let it go. Elder brother. Soon, Ryu's army poured into Konoha and naturally took over this ninja village. The army moved together, uprooted the power of the elders, and then tied up the villagers who had eaten human flesh before and sent them to the mine to work for free. After being washed by the Dragon King's flood, Konoha is now much cleaner than before. Liu Yun followed Tsunade into the village. Tsunade smiled more after he stopped thinking about Danzo. Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Hayi, and Akamaiki Choza had just been released from prison. After learning the whole story, they brought a group of people to meet Tsunade. From a distance, I saw the tough Tsunade teaching Liu Yun a lesson as if he were teaching his son. Everyone couldn't help but say, "What the hell," in their minds. That was Liu Yun, a brave man who was not afraid of heaven or earth, and was about to become the sole ruler of this land. Now he is being held in Tsunade's hands like a little chicken and being taught a lesson. They secretly thought that the fifth Hokage was not strong enough, as he was able to conquer such a king by just relying on his pillow skills. This time, Konoha made huge profit. Chapter 406 This Naruto is really lame. Tsunade saw someone familiar from Konoha and quickly stopped persecuting Ryun. After all, Liu Yun will be the master of the world, so Tsunade has to give him some face. Tsunade walked over with Liu Yun. Seeing the embarrassed old ministers, she sighed, "You have suffered so much." Shikaku said, "Hokage-sama, we." Tsunade interrupted what Shikaku was about to say next. "Stop calling me Hokage." Fire. Adult Tsunade. Tsunade looked at the Hokage rock and said, "I am no longer the Hokage, and there will never be another Hokage from now on." Tsunade's words almost made it clear that Konoha was expelled. Some people showed sadness on their faces. The hometown they had been loyal to for most of their lives just became history. Liu Ju raised his hand and wanted to say something, but suddenly held it back. He wanted to say that Liu Yun was now obedient to Tsunade, and as long as Tsunade said a word, Konoha would not be destroyed. But Shikaku couldn't say it. Konoha felt guilty towards Tsunade. It was already great that Tsunade could protect them. If you force it any further, you will be courting death. A pink-haired girl suddenly ran up to Tsunade and buried herself in Tsunade's huge body. "Teacher. Woo-woo-woo." Tsunade patted little Sakura's back to relieve her depression of the past few days. "Don't be afraid, I'm back. I'm back." Liu Yun looked at little Sakura with disdain as she took up his seat, feeling very resentful. Little Sakura's skin had become much paler, which showed that she had not had a good time in the past few days. If she had come a little later, Danzo's Japanese friends would have done something very strange to her. Itachi looked at Sasuke, who had become mature, and smiled. "Now, your hatred has disappeared, right?" Sasuke shook his head. "Those guys aren't worth killing. I'm afraid it'll dirty my hands." Itachi smiled and said, "You're still as stubborn as you were when you were little." Nissan. Advertisement. Uncle Ichiraku noticed a new customer coming and judged from the conversation that it was someone he knew. "Itachi is here. You haven't come to my place to eat ramen in at least 15 years. Ayame, go to the store next door and buy some 3-colored balls. This is Itachi's favorite." "Got it, Dad." Itachi flapped his wings. "Boss Ichiraku, thank you for your help." Uncle Ichiraku smiled and said, "It's not a problem. Don't go out after you get home. Here, Sai, I don't know how Konoha will be dealt with." As a senior official of the Imperial Intelligence Department, Itachi naturally understood a little bit. He said in a dull tone, "In order to make Lady Tsunade happy, Liu Yun is going to turn this place into a public toilet." Uncle Ichiraku said miserably, "No way." A sound of beating and scolding came from outside the Ichiraku ramen shop. UB***************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Kamehameha into a toilet. Sister Tsunade, stop pinching me. I'm just trying to help you calm down. Snort. Tsunade pulled Ryun's face and hurried into Ichiraku ramen. Facing the somewhat stunned crowd, she said to Uncle Ichiraku. Don't worry, this place won't be converted into a toilet in the future. Uncle Ichiraku breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, my ramen shop still needs to continue. Tsunade pinched Liu Yun's face again and said, am I not the queen of the empire? From now on, this place will be my fiefdom. I will transform this place into Tsunade City. Liu Yun's face was pulled, and she spoke with a hint of wind. You are just changing the soup but not the medicine. When did you become the queen? I haven't even given you the title yet. Tsunade bared her terrifying fangs. What did you say? Liu Yun nodded quickly. Sister Tsunade, your words are the imperial decree. Tsunade said with satisfaction. That's more like it. After she let go of Liu Yun's face, she found a seat and sat down, asked Uncle Ichiraku for a bowl of ramen, and then loudly constructed the future Tsunade city. First of all, it has to be big. Secondly, a casino is indispensable. I want to make this the largest casino in the entire ninja world. That's even worse than a toilet, Shueyu complained in her heart. Liu Yun smiled, then looked at Team Eagle and said, would you like to work for me and eat for me in the future? Advertisement. Sasuke was about to refuse, but Itachi hurriedly grabbed his hand and agreed to Liu Yun's proposal on Sasuke's behalf. Your Majesty, my brothers all admire your Majesty very much and are looking forward to working for you. Liu Yun was very comfortable with the flattery of the Itachi, and couldn't help laughing. Great. I really admire you young talents, there will be a big reward. Liu Yun waved his hand, and the chakra all over his body scattered like spring dew and merged into the bodies of everyone present. Just like the spring breeze blowing across Lugu Lake and the autumn rain soaking Jusegao. Sasuke felt warm all over, the hidden injuries in his body were healed by a mysterious power, and his chakra was increased by nearly half. Even Uncle Ichiraku's wrinkles disappeared a lot after being soaked in Ryun's chakra, and he looked a lot younger. After this baptism, everyone seemed to be reborn. Tsunade said, this is the brat's rejuvenation technique. He uses his own chakra to help you clear the chakra meridians in your body, allowing the flow to flow smoothly. At the same time, it also heals your hidden injuries. Although I want to complain about Liu Yun's ability to name things, there will be no second time if I don't thank him for such a great favor. Thank you, Your Majesty. The members of the Eagle team, along with little Sakura, Uncle Ichiraku, and Ayame, expressed their sincere gratitude. Sasuke held it in for a long time, and could only utter a thank you with a blushing face. It was Itachi who helped to supplement and prevent Sasuke from being so embarrassed. After everyone received the favor, Sasuke focused his attention on Itachi, secretly thinking that his brother had become a veteran in the officialdom. Itachi responded by giving him a look. He was originally noble and proud, but Liu Yun had given him too much. A nice word can bring you an opportunity that others would wait for their entire lives, but Itachi was ultimately defeated by the intrigues of life. Boss, give me another bowl. Liu Yun ordered another bowl of ramen, which made Shueyu next to him want to complain. The father and daughter were so busy that their legs were about to break, but Liu Yun's belly still showed no sign of getting bigger. If this continued, they would be exhausted to death. Liu Yun waved his hand and invited the guests. Today, I, Mr. Mew, will pay for the meal. Everyone, help yourself to eat. Little Sakura looked at Sasuke lovingly, and had 1,000 words in her heart that she wanted to say to Sasuke. Kirin was as vigilant as a hen guarding her food to little Sakura, not giving her any chance. Liu Yun looked at it and shook his head, thinking that Naruto's skills in picking up girls were rubbish. Even with such good conditions created for him, he still couldn't get her. What a lame guy. Chapter 407 Orochimaru. I really raised a bunch of ancestors. After eating and drinking, Liu Yun is ready to get busy. However, Princess Kagaya's whereabouts remained unknown, which made Liu Yun feel a little regretful. He secretly thought that this divine flower required his personal efforts. Then Liu Yun thought of Naruto again. He wondered what kind of training that kid was receiving from the great Toad Sage. Was he aiming to defeat him? Liu Yun glanced at Sasuke and suddenly felt a sense of evil. Good friends are lifelong, just let them fight on their own. Liu Yun called out, Urzuzi. Sasuke looked around and saw that everyone was looking at him, so he asked, Nizuzi, are you talking about me? Liu Yun nodded and continued, I see that you have a miserable life and a miserable family. How about this? I will take you as my godson and make you the Uchiha general. Sasuke looked a little embarrassed, but luckily Tsunade rescued him. Tsunade slapped Liu Yun on the head and scolded, be serious. Liu Yun scratched his head and said, okay, Sister Tsunade, I am helping you to compensate the Uchiha clan. Konoha feels so guilty towards the Uchiha clan, and you don't give them any reward. They will be disheartened to work under me. I have a reason for taking them as my godsons. First, I can compensate them for you. Second, as the emperor's son, he is still a prince, right? Tsunade couldn't imagine that this D would rule the continent in the future, so she taught him a lesson, get lost. Itachi patted Sasuke's shoulder with his wing and whispered, Liu Yun is a little bit mentally ill and often behaves strangely. Don't worry, as long as you don't ask questions and don't reject him, everything will be fine. Liu Yun made some twisted arguments, and Tsunade beat him up before continuing the previous topic. I don't know what kind of sword manual Naruto is practicing. He will definitely kill me when he comes out. Sasuke, you will be responsible for dealing with him. To ensure that you don't lose too badly, train hard these few days. After Liu Yun finished speaking, he disappeared. Team Eagle was stunned for a long time before they realized that Liu Yun asked them to deal with Naruto. Sasuke raised a smile. That last place guy, huh? What kind of training do you need? Sasuke is now full of confidence because he has the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, so it won't be easy for him to deal with Naruto. Itachi warned, Sasuke, don't take it lightly. Naruto is currently training at Mount Myoboku. Who knows how strong he will become? Sasuke's eyes sparkled and he nodded. No one else could persuade him, but Itachi's words were still very effective. A cold voice sounded. Hee. Itachi is right, Sasuke, arrogance is your biggest enemy. Advertisement. Hearing this voice, everyone in the Eagle squad stood up. Orochimaru. A little green-haired girl walked in with a snake tongue sticking out and a smile on her face. My disciples and experimental subjects, long time no see. The tension in Team Hawk disappeared as soon as they saw Orochimaru's face. Suigetsu slapped his thigh and laughed. Orochimaru, how did you become like this? Orochimaru snorted, stop laughing or I'll transform you into my own image. As soon as the threat came out, Shueyu quickly shut her mouth. Sasuke frowned and looked at Orochimaru. Orochimaru, what are you doing here? Orochimaru looked at Sasuke and said, Naruto has most likely mastered the power of the Nine Tails. I am here to help you awaken the Rinnegan. Rinnegan. The light in Sasuke's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Suddenly, Xianglin yelled, oh no. Didn't the dog emperor pay for the meal? Tsunade, who was in the same boat with Liu Yun, disappeared in a flash. She had no money to pay such a huge amount. The Eagle team couldn't afford to pay for Liu Yun's meal, as he had eaten up a month's stock of Ichiraku ramen. The members of Team Hawk all turned their eyes to Orochimaru. Orochimaru felt a chill on his scalp, thinking to himself that he really had raised a bunch of ancestors. The Fire Kingdom has a suitable climate and beautiful scenery. Liu Yun demolished the original daimyo mansion and rebuilt it into a summer palace for the sole purpose of summer escape. Or maybe it's a beautiful woman hidden in a golden house. The summer palace is a Zhongnan scenic spot with small bridges, flowing water and pleasant scenery. Liu Yun sat cross-legged on a mat, wearing a Han suit. He had a special liking for big men. He was playing chess alone, while Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick were writing with a brush beside him. Liu Yun supervised their homework while playing chess. He taught earnestly, a huge empire for all mankind is about to be established. You two are the talents who will protect the country. What's your ability if you can only write 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Advertisement. Yeah, Liu Yun took a look at the chess pieces on the board. This was not an ordinary chess game, but the chess game of the whole world. Every time a country was conquered, Liu Yun would give up a white chess piece. There are not many white pieces left on the board now. Almost all the small countries were destroyed. Even the ghost country, which had always remained neutral, had to surrender and offer their lords to Liu Yun as tribute. Suddenly, a memory came. The water country is proposing terms of surrender. Liu Yun became interested and asked Wolong and Fengshu to write obediently. He wanted to see how Terumi Mei struggled. After Liu Yun left, Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick flicked their brushes and started to tear down the house. The land of water. When this island nation saw the ferocious situation on the mainland, it immediately closed itself off from the outside world and did not participate in the struggle for hegemony over the mainland. Unfortunately, the daimyo of water country did not see the crux of the problem. What Liu Yun wanted was not the land of water country, but Terumi Mei. The huge mothership is like a giant beast in the sea. Just by docking there, it can give people an endless sense of oppression. Terumi Mei's reddish-brown hair covers one of her eyes. She is extremely charming, with a seductive figure and a tall stature. She was accompanied by the standard group of Chojuro and Ao. They stood under the giant ship and looked at the weapons of war in the sea. Terumi Mei said, it is so majestic, it is said that even Jonin cannot withstand a single blow from this monster. Ching nodded. It's full of gunpowder, and its weakness compared to the ninja is obvious. The ninja's powerful mobility and stealth capabilities can easily destroy this giant ship. Chojuro seemed to be hesitant to speak, but Terumi Mei saw the expression on his face and said with a smile, don't worry about me. This is my own decision. No one forced me. Terumi Mei recalled the thrilling scene yesterday. Apart from anything else, he was a true hero. At that moment, I promised to marry that man. The captain shouted down below, Terumi Mei, His Majesty is here, come up to meet him. Chapter 408. The first year of the halberd. Terumi Mei boarded the Fujian ship gracefully and saw Liu Yun who was fishing at a glance. The other party took back the fishing rod, and Terumi Mei found that he had put out a straight fish hook. Terumi Mei slowly approached Liu Yun and asked in confusion, why do you fish with a straight hook? Liu Yun said without even turning his head, I want to fish for a mermaid. Of course, you can't use a curved hook on a beauty, because she will take the bait herself. Terumi Mei suddenly realized that the fish Liu Yun was talking about was herself. Wasn't she a mermaid willing to take the bait? Terumi Mei sat down naturally, next to Liu Yun. Liu Yun chuckled. The women I want can either be cheated or robbed, but you are the only one who came to me obediently. Terumi Mei asked back, You mean you're still unwilling? Liu Yun shook his head. I'm not unwilling, I just don't know why you want to do this. You girls are just as greedy as boys, and you can't accept the existence of a man with multiple women. Terumi Mei gently held Liu Yun's hand. Your Majesty, what you said makes sense. I really hate my man being unfaithful. Your Majesty, can you drive away your other women for me? Liu Yun looked into Terumi Mei's pale green eyes and said, you know this is impossible. I won't love only one person. Terumi Mei sneered. Men are really strange creatures. They want more women to love them, but they are selfish and let their women only love them. Liu Yun smiled and said, why would you like a man like this? Terumi Mei had a smile on her lips, and the exposed eye was like a fox's charming eye, alluring. Her every frown and smile made people want to hold her in the palm of their hands and play with her. Terumi Mei waved her hand beside Liu Yun's eyes and said mockingly, you are the first man who has been completely fascinated by me. Liu Yun said. That's because the men around you don't know what's good. Terumi Mei's mood became better, and then she gently leaned on Liu Yun's shoulder. What will your Majesty take as a betrothal gift? Liu Yun looked at the mountains and rivers of the water country and said with great pride, this water country can be your fiefdom. Advertisement. There was a hint of surprise in Terumi Mei's eyes, then she sat up straight and looked into Liu Yun's calm eyes. Your Majesty, are you serious? Liu Yun nodded. Once the water country falls, the ninja world will be united from now on. A mere water country can make a beautiful woman smile, it's worth it. Terumi Mei held Liu Yun's hand tightly. She smiled and said, your Majesty is so generous. You are willing to abandon the land of a country for a woman. Seagulls glide above the sea, preying on the fish swimming in the sea. From time to time, big fish leap up, splashing sea flowers. Liu Yun looked at the sea and told Terumi Mei a story. Once upon a time there was a wise king, a master of both civil and military strategies, but he could not overcome a fox, and that fox was extremely beautiful. Terumi Mei leaned in Liu Yun's arms and listened to Liu Yun telling stories, looking up at Liu Yun's profile from time to time. She thought that Liu Yun was also a beauty, and a young supreme, which was a bargain for her. The fire was burning, but the king was still obsessed with Daji's beauty. Even though his country was destroyed, he had no regrets. After listening to the story, Terumi Mei cast a coquettish glance at Liu Yun. Your Majesty, do I look like the vixen in the story that brought disaster to the country and the people? Liu Yun lifted Terumi Mei's chin. You are more attractive than her. Terumi Mei laughed out a bell-like laugh and pushed away Liu Yun's hand. Your Majesty, aren't you afraid that because of me, your kingdom will be like a candle in the wind? Liu Yun said nonchalantly. So what? I have been fighting all my life, can't I just enjoy myself? Terumi Mei couldn't help laughing again. Being with Liu Yun didn't feel as romantic as in poems, but instead it was interesting everywhere. You will find that the man next to you does not have the greatness of caring for the people, nor the ambition to change the world. Instead, he is a little pervert who wants to get you but is afraid of losing you. In the 68th year of Konoha, Liu Yun unified the ninja world, established the Eternal Night Dynasty, and called himself the Yellow Emperor. At the same time, because of the continuous wars over the years, the emperor named the reign title, Ji Ba, which means the end of the war. Advertisement. The dense primeval forest is like a cute little kitten. When you want to stroke its fur, it immediately turns into a big tiger and tortures you. Kagaya Haim was leaning against a tree, a rinnegan embedded in her forehead, looking a little tired at the moment. There were traces of fighting all around, with flames raging and broken trees everywhere. But the only thing you can't see is the dead body. Because the enemy is an endless group of shadow clone. Before she could rest for long, Princess Kagaya heard another loud shout coming from outside the forest. Kagaya-sama, surrender. As your Majesty's concubine, you will eat delicious food, drink spicy drinks, and enjoy a life of wealth and glory. Kagaya's eyes flashed with a hint of murderous intent. I was once the master of this land, but I didn't expect that little brat would treat me as a woman he could conquer at will. He really doesn't know how to live or die. Liu Yun's Gao Laozhuang team came quickly and left quickly. They were both Chunan's chakra average, and were able to overpower the Jonin with their weapon advantage, but they were still no match for Kagaya Haim. Another batch of Liu Yun's shadow clones was destroyed, and then the next batch of suicide squads came. Kagaya was annoyed. Clone, how many clones does this guy have? A black figure appeared beside Princess Kagaya, and Black Zetsu replied with some fear. Mother, Liu Yun has condensed about 6 million shadow clones. What? Kagaya was shocked and subconsciously thought she had heard it wrong. You said he had 6 million of these damn things. Black Zetsu nodded. Yes, mother, each one is a clone that possesses Chunan's chakra. In other words, his chakra is equivalent to the chakra of 3001 tails and over 110 tails. Using the chakra of 10 tails as the unit of calculation, we can see the vastness of the Liu Yun chakra. Chapter 409 Otsutsuki God. There were over 110 tails chakra aggregates, and Princess Kagaya was in deep shock. Only the big men in the family can have such power. Black Zetsu said fearfully. Mother, Liu Yun's limit is not just this. He is still alive and kicking after gathering so many clones. I guess his chakra will have to increase tenfold before it reaches the bottom. Hiss. This kid is so scary. Princess Kagaya was deeply shocked and murmured, how is it possible? How can a person contain so much chakra? Even the head of the family wouldn't be so exaggerated. Could it be that Kagaya-ji thought of the legend of the Otsutsuki clan. He is the god of Otsutsuki. Every Otsutsuki member is an excellent gardener, working hard to water the sacred tree, waiting for it to sprout and bear fruit, and finally handing it over to the family elders. Each of these masters is a monster that can eat no less than 100 fruits of the sacred tree, and the patriarch among them may eat thousands. The grandfathers eat the fruit of the sacred tree with only one goal, which is to complete the evolution of the god of Otsutsuki, that is a true god, an eternal god tier recognized by the will of the universe. Kagaya naturally associates Liu Yun, who possesses endless chakra, with that ancient legend. The goal that the Otsutsuki clan had been working so hard to achieve was actually in her nursery. Wait, whether the other party is the god of Otsutsuki remains to be seen. Kagaya calmed down and slowly analyzed Liu Yun's behavior. Black Zetsu said that the origin of the flowing clouds is mysterious, and even he can't find out where they came from. They seem to be from the planet Otsutsuki. In terms of appearance, it doesn't have the iconic horns, but it has Tensagen and Rinnegan, so it gets some points for that. Liu Yun is also very lustful and wishes to have all the women in the world under his control. Princess Kagaya shook her head. The Otsutsuki were an extremely proud race who took great care of their own blood and would not intermarry with other inferior civilizations. Just because she is an exception doesn't mean Liu Yun is also an exception. Points will be deducted for the argument on whether the other party is the god of Otsutsuki. Finally, it was said that the other party had some problems with his brain and did some weird things that made people confused. For example, forcing two pandas to write and performing stand-up comedy with his shadow clone. Advertisement. The god of Otsutsuki is a god of perfection. He does things with reason and logic, and would never do anything foolish. Points deducted. Points deducted. Finally, Princess Kagaya concluded that the possibility of Ryun being the god of Otsutsuki was very low, and the other party was most likely an indigenous god tier with particularly strong strength. Black Zetsu asked, Mother, even if you become 10 tails Jinchuriki you are no match for him. In my opinion, let's leave this world. Princess Kagaya shook her head. No. I ate the fruit of the sacred tree belonging to my family, and now I am being hunted. Using the exclusive channel of Otsutsuki will expose my whereabouts. It's better to stay here. That kid is quite capable. Even the big shots in our family are no match for him. We can hide on this planet for a while. Black Zetsu said worriedly, but mother, Liu Yun is chasing you all over the world. He is clearly after your beauty. If we stay here, he will catch us one day. Black Zetsu didn't know what to feel. He thought that Princess Kagaya would be able to bring about the effect of a king bomb in the ninja world, but he didn't expect her to be just a little punk. Princess Kagaya smiled. This kid is interesting, he is greedy for my beauty. In this case, I will submit to him. Mother. Seeing his mother about to enter the wolf den, Black Zetsu quickly stopped her. No, he will eat you up completely. Kagaya-ji smiled and said, it just so happens that I also want his power. Black Zetsu suddenly realized. Mother, you mean? Kagaya nodded. Otsutsuki has a special feature, which is that when he dies, he can copy himself into the device, like a database. Princess Kagaya, who ate the fruit of the sacred tree, evolved this ability. She wanted to use Liu Yun as a vessel, complete her reincarnation in his body, and inherit his power. Black Zetsu said with some concern. Mother, is this too dangerous? Princess Kagaya retorted. How can you produce without courage? Opportunities are sought in danger. I was able to eat the fruit of the sacred tree despite the pressure from my family. Now I will take away all the power of that brat. Liu Yun's Gao Laozhuang team rushed out of the woods again. This time, Kagaya-ji did not run away. Instead, she said to the leader Shadow Clone, I am convinced by you guys. Where is Liu Yun? Take me to see him. The leading Shadow Clone was a little surprised. Kagaya-ji, do you agree? Kagaya-ji nodded. Shadow Clone was overjoyed. Great. It would have been better if we had done this earlier. Our brothers have been killed one after another. Advertisement. Let's go. Kagaya-ji suddenly refused and said, wait a minute, I need to put on makeup. Shadow Clone took a look at Kagaya-ji, who was a little dusty. Gao Laozhuang's team was dying in batches, and Kagaya-ji was also affected a little by the frequent fighting. Okay. Dress up a little nicer. Seriously, Otsutsuki's outfit is too tacky. Princess Kagaya wanted to scold the native for being ignorant, but she swallowed it back in the blink of an eye. She had work to do. Shadow Clone walked away with the other team members, giving Kagaya some private space. Go get a bucket of water. I want to dress up nicely and charm that boy. Black Zetsu helplessly looked at Kagaya-hime who wanted to make a big move in one go. Since ancient times, gamblers have never had a good ending. Princess Kagaya wants to use her beauty to gamble on Liu Yun's power. If this risk fails, she will lose everything. After a while, Black Zetsu instructs Kagaya-hime to dress up. Mother, Otsutsuki clothing is not suitable for the ninja world, so we must adapt to local customs and adopt the aesthetic style of the ninja world. Okay, you tell me, I'll do it. Black Zetsu dressed Kagaya in Hinata's style, and soon Kagaya saw herself in the mirror. Her long hair was cut short, her rinnegan was hidden, her face was lightly powdered, the color of Otsutsuki faded, and she looked like a pure Hyuga. The costumes in the ninja world are really weird. Let's go, Zetsu. The shadow clones came out and looked at Kagaya amazingly after she changed her clothes. she is so beautiful, just like Hinata with white hair. Seeing the admiring looks of the shadow clones, Kagaya smiled inwardly, and decided to defeat that guy to death this time. After Liu Yun said goodbye to the little fox Terumi Mei, he went straight back to his yard, waiting for Princess Kagaya to arrive. The room was covered in ink, pitch black. Liu Yun looked at Wolong Fengshu, whose bodies were dyed like black bears by ink, and said angrily, "Damn it, I was gone for a while and you two made a mess here. Clean it up now, immediately." Yeah, Chapter 410 Kagaya G's Visit. After the two iron-eating beasts washed the stream water black, Liu Yun whipped them to clean the room. He pointed at the straw mat with a willow branch and said, "Take it out and wash it." Wolong rolled his eyes, trying to get away with it, but Liu Yun hit him on the butt with a willow branch. "Hurry up. Don't try to get away with it." Liu Yun then instructed Fengshu to mop the floor. "Boss, Kagaya Heim has been brought here." Shadow Clone walked in with Princess Kagaya and saw Liu Yun, who was wielding a willow whip and acting arrogantly. Kagaya was stunned, thinking that it was exactly as Black Zetsu said, this guy's brain was a little bit not working well. But it's easier to cheat this way. Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chu collapsed on the wooden board. Liu Yun and Kagaya sat on their knees, drinking tea. Neither of them spoke. Liu Yun was thinking about how to trick the other into bed, while Kagaya was also thinking about taking advantage of Liu Yun when he was most relaxed. In short, they are all thousand-year-old foxes, but they still have to pretend to be Xiaobai and play strange stories from a Huxia studio. Princess Kagaya spoke first. "Your Majesty is truly a genius, able to unify the entire ninja world." Liu Yun said modestly, "Thank you for the compliment. Thank you for the compliment. Madam is also a genius of her generation. It was Madam who managed this barren land before." Princess Kagaya shook her head. "I am just a little woman, and this world will eventually belong to you great heroes." After the two of them tested each other, Liu Yun discovered that Kagaya Ji had a pitifully low IQ and was a veritable silly girl. This is normal. The other party was easily deceived by an ancient village chief. This shows how stupid he is. Princess Kagaya also thought that Liu Yun was a fool for staring at her face, believing that he would sacrifice his brain in front of her beauty. Advertisement. The two began the second round of confrontation. Liu Yun knew that Kagaya Ji was hiding something and stopped performing strange stories from a Huxia studio with her. He suddenly grabbed Kagaya's wrist and his expression turned cold. "Tell me, Kagaya Ji, what do you want from me? Damn it, I knew my mother was walking into a trap." Black Zetsu hurriedly let Kagaya escape, but unexpectedly Liu Yun released a huge suction force from his palm, sucked Black Zetsu out, then rolled it into a ball and threw it to Wolong Fengshu to play with. Princess Kagaya's face turned pale. She didn't expect that such a perfect plan would be exposed before it was implemented. A rinnegan grew on her forehead, and she prepared to desperately escape from Liu Yun's courtyard. But Liu Yun slapped her on the back and used a sealing technique to seal all the chakra in her body in an instant. Liu Yun lifted the opponent's chin and said, "Ha! Even in your prime, you are no match for me. How can you fight me in your current state?" Kagaya Ji glared at Liu Yun. "Damn it, how did you find out?" Liu Yun patted her face and said, "Discovered. You are such a silly girl. What else do you need to discover? You came to my door and I knew you had bad intentions. But I don't know what you are after." Princess Kagaya, like the Trisolarans, is shocked by the sinister intentions of humans, and at the same time she has no ability to defend herself against language. "I just want to occupy your body and gain your powerful strength." Occupying his body, Liu Yun then thought of Uchiha Madara's fate and suddenly realized something. He pinched Kagaya's face and said, "This is really a vicious plan, but I, Liu Yun, am very perceptive and can see through your little tricks at a glance." Princess Kagaya was unconvinced and said, "You little b****************, I lose. You can kill me or chop me up as you please." Liu Yun smiled and said, "Why would I kill you? You are my ultimate goal, don't worry. If you want to kill me, I will do it. I will die on you at a certain time." Advertisement. What did you say? Kagaya Ji was puzzled. Liu Yun stood up and said, "Just stay here. You must not leave without my order." "What do you want to do to me?" Liu Yun smiled, picked up Crouching Dragon and Phoenix and left. After Liu Yun left, Princess Kagaya curled up on the wooden board like a weak woman. She wanted to escape, but her own chakra was sealed, and there were Liu Yun's men guarding outside. Fengshu was playing with the black ball in his hand, and Liu Yun snatched it away and shook it. "Little Blackie, you're still far from being able to play with your grandpa Liu." Black Zetsu pleaded, "Liu Yun, please don't bully my mother. I will do things for you. Whatever you want me to do is fine." Liu Yun was kind-hearted. "Well, I really pity you, a filial son. Don't worry, I, Liu Yun, have never treated my woman badly." Black Zetsu said again, "Let me out now, I want to be with my mother." Black Zetsu made Liu Yun feel embarrassed. He always felt like a villain who bullied orphans and widows. Okay, let you out." Liu Yun's chalk condensed on the black ball, and slowly the black ball turned into a little black cat in Liu Yun's hand. Black Zetsu looked at the sharp claws and said, Liu Yun, what have you turned me into?" Liu Yun smiled and said, "You were too ugly before. I even disliked you as my godson. I have sealed away your messy powers. From now on, you will become a house cat and guard your mother." After Liu Yun put the little black cat on the ground, he took Wolong and Fengshu away. Before leaving, he pointed at Black Zetsu and taught Crouching Dragon and Phoenix a lesson. See. This is what happens when you go against me. If you don't obey me in the future, I will turn you into turtles. Yeah. Chapter 411 Great Toad Sage does not believe in light. Mount Myoboku Ideographic Period. Endless dark power emanated from the cave entrance, turning the entire Mount Myoboku into a pitch-black quicksand hell. All the toads on Mount Myoboku crawled out from the top of the mountain or the entrance of the cave, looking at the horrifying scene in fear. Ninetales and Naruto stopped training, and the man and the fox looked at each other, and both saw the strangeness of it. Ninetales looked solemnly at the black energy lingering around Mount Myoboku. This level of negative energy is more terrifying than the evil will in me. Naruto said, I don't know what the Great Toad Sage and Sage of Six Paths are doing. Fukasaku and Shima were carried over by Gamabunta. Shenin Fukasaku frowned and said, what happened to the Great Master? Why would he allow such an evil force to wreak havoc on the world? Toadji wanted to rush into the cave to take a look. Shima Senin quickly stopped it. Don't go, this dark energy is like a toxin, you can't just go in. Toadji stopped immediately and retreated frantically. Master Shima threw a few bugs in, and those bugs, which were bigger than human heads, instantly shrank down as if their essence had been sucked out. Shima Senin pointed at their corpses and said, see. This is what happened. Quack. Toadji was so frightened that he stepped back again and again, not daring to take another step forward. Fukasaku Senin said anxiously, someone must go in and figure out the situation, otherwise if this continues, Mount Myoboku will be finished. Naruto volunteered. Fukasaku Senin, please let me in. Fukasaku looked at Naruto. You. Naruto nodded and instantly activated Ninetales mode, his golden chakra wearing him like a dog's fur coat. Ninetales chakra can protect me from that black mist. Ninetales climbed up to Naruto's shoulder like a little fox and said to the toads, don't worry. I, Ninetales, will protect him. Fukasaku Senin also knew that only Naruto had the strength to go in now, so he warned, be careful, and get out quickly if anything goes wrong. Okay. Advertisement. As soon as he finished speaking, Naruto rushed into the Great Toad Sage's cave with Ninetales. In the deepest part of the cave, the Sage of Six Paths looked in horror at the Great Toad Sage whose skin was peeling off and was shrouded in endless dark energy. He shouted anxiously, Toad Pill, what's wrong with you? Gamamaru responded to Sage of Six Paths with the remaining consciousness. Hagoromo. Sage of Six Paths pressed on, wake up, Toadmaru. The Great Toad Sage opened his eyes that were already shrouded in darkness, and said intermittently, it's useless. Yuya, I'm about to collapse. What's going on? Why have you become like this? Great Toad Sage said, because of the collapse of fate, the entire ninja world was supposed to run according to my script, but it deviated from the original timeline. The Sage of Six Paths was in shock. This, the fate of all of us is predetermined. Even the distant Otsutsuki clan is under your control. The Great Toad Sage nodded, now that things have come to this, I will not lie to you anymore. I am the overseer of the creation of the supreme power. Once the timeline deviates, I will find a way to correct it. When I feel that I don't have the power to correct it, I will activate the restart mechanism, delete the ninja world, and start over from the original timeline until everything runs correctly. Great Toad Sage looked into the distance, as if he could see through many barriers and see the countless armies of Liu Yun. Too many, there are just too many of his clones. I think he has lost control of the ninja world, so he has to restart. Sage of Six Paths responded, will all of us be wiped out before the reboot? Great Toad Sage nodded and said, yes, because you have deviated from the correct time. You are all failures. Sage of Six Paths wanted to get more information, but what power do you have to destroy the entire ninja world? The Great Toad Sage pointed at his belly and said, my belly is pure land. The souls that have been gathered for thousands of years plus the geniuses of every era, once they explode, even Liu Yun will not be able to defeat me. Yuya, accept the punishment of fate. As the Great Toad Sage finished speaking, its white eyes turned dark, and then it turned into a huge black egg, emitting unimaginable destructive energy. The energy is building up like a volcano, and once it erupts it will be enough to destroy the entire Mount Myoboku. Grandpa, old man, Naruto and Ninetales appeared in the cave. Advertisement. The Sage of Six Paths quickly said anxiously, Naruto, Kurama, you two should run away quickly, the Great Toad Sage is going to turn dark and destroy the whole world. Ninetales said with some disdain, just relying on that toad that's about to die. The black giant egg emitted a terrifying wave, and a burst of black energy swept up like a wave. This chakra carries a strong will of destruction, like extremely high concentration of sulfuric acid. Sage of Six Paths immediately formed a golden barrier to block the black tide. Surprisingly, his Six Paths power was like a fragile eggshell, being dissolved inch by inch. Ninetales' fox eyes widened. What is this? The power of the old man Yue alone has been corrupted. Sage of Six Paths looked at the barrier that was about to be dissolved and said, this is Ultimate's dark energy. It's bad. It can't be stopped. The Sage of Six Paths continues to add chakra to maintain the continuity of the barrier. But he is just a soul after all. How much chakra can he have if he is not at the peak? Naruto and Ninetales were about to release chakra to help, but the Sage of Six Paths shouted, Kurama, Naruto, it's useless. Our power is no match for his. Naruto asked anxiously, what should we do then? Sage of Six Paths said, go find Liu Yun. That guy is not controlled by Toad Pill. He is the only variable in this crisis. Liu Yun. The Sage of Six Paths held out his hand and 2 balls of golden energy flew into Naruto's body. Let me call you Ashura for now. Ashura, I will give you my Six Paths power. With it, you can activate the Six Paths mode. The other one is for Indra, which will allow him to gain the power of the Rinnegan. You two targeting each other is the result of my indifference. This can be considered as your final atonement as a father. Ninetales had a bad feeling. Old man, what are you going to do? Sage of Six Paths said, this dark chakra is radiating to the outside world. I will buy you some time. Evacuate all the toads from Mount Myoboku as soon as possible. Ninetales asked with some certainty, old man, are you prepared to sacrifice yourself? Sage of Six Paths smiled and said, this is a conversation I had with Toadmaru before. Sage of Six Paths and Ninetales bumped fists. Ninetales was shocked. It turned out that this was a world where the outcome had already been written. Until today, I realized that all my actions and even thoughts were controlled by the toad. This time, I will break free from its control. Ninetales looked at the Sage of Six Paths who sacrificed his life for justice and said, old man. Chapter 412 Sage of Six Paths becomes the light. Sage of Six Paths began to burst into brilliant golden light. At this moment, he became the light. Sage of Six Paths didn't hesitate at all, turned around and used all his strength to wrap around the giant egg that Great Toad Sage had transformed into. The dark energy was enveloped, and the sickening aura dissipated a lot. But what can be clearly seen is that the ball of golden light is breaking into pieces, as if the soul of Sage of Six Paths is being torn apart by darkness. Grandpa. Naruto wanted to go forward to save the Sage of Six Paths. Ninetales grabbed him and ran back. Naruto, this is the old man's awareness. He is using his life to buy us time. Don't waste his kindness. Naruto could only watch himself moving away from the golden light, feeling a deep sense of powerlessness in his heart. The Sage of Six Paths treated him like a father, even in death. But, the light formed by the Sage of Six Paths could never trap the darkness from hell. He gave all his power to Naruto and he didn't have much chakra left. The dark power instantly tore through the Sage of Six Paths' soul, causing him to dissipate into thin air like fragments. And in the black fog, it was as if a door to hell was opened, and the first person to step through the threshold was a man in red armor. I never thought that I, Uchiha Madara, would become a puppet one day and destroy all living things. Is there something wrong with the master behind this? In the daimyo's mansion in the land of fire. Princess Kagaya is petting a little black cat. Black Zetsu hummed comfortably, and at this moment he felt that he was the happiest person in the world. No, cat, because the Great Mother was caressing him. It was even a little grateful to Liu Yun. The other party was right. Its previous dark appearance was too ugly, which caused its mother to look at it with cold eyes. Black Zetsu glanced at his mother, whose frowning face almost showed a worried expression. Black Zetsu advised, Mother, don't worry, Liu Yun really likes you, I think he treats his woman very well, and he can protect you in the future. Kagaya snorted. I still can't figure out how he could see through my plan. So this is why he was worried. A black line appeared on Black Zetsu's face. Advertisement. Although it is a bit impolite, it still feels that Kagaya is like a primary school student, whose political scheming and IQ are still in the development stage. Kagaya suddenly felt like she had lost some flesh and blood. What's wrong, Mother? Black Zetsu asked. Kagaya closed her eyes tightly, then opened them again, and then said, it's Hagoromo's chakra. Black Zetsu immediately got angry. What does that damn unfilial son want to do? Seal Mother again. Kagaya shook her head. No, he came to apologize to me. Black Zetsu was stunned, not quite understanding what card Sage of Six Paths was going to play, the emotional card. Princess Kagaya looked out the window and seemed to see the appearance of Hagoromo and Hamura when they were children. Hagoromo is gone, and his soul has turned into air. Alas, I forgive him. Liu Yun was hiding in a corner watching a movie. He also asked Wolong and Fengshu to guard outside the door to be alert for anyone coming outside. Suddenly Liu Yun felt an uncomfortable breath from afar. The negative chakra spread out in all directions like a nuclear bomb explosion and began to devour all life and souls. Moreover, Liu Yun also felt the chakras of many powerful people. Uchiha Madara, the Senju brothers, the third Hokage, the fourth Hokage. There is also an endless supply of chakra from the dead, numbering in the hundreds of billions, which together are more than the number of living people in the entire ninja world. Liu Yun was stunned. What happened to Pure Land? Take everyone inside out for a holiday. Liu Yun immediately put the safety of the ninja world aside and focused on appreciating art. Yeah, Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick seemed to be blocking someone. Tsunade approached in a hurry, followed by a white snake with a pipe in its mouth and a blue and white Katsuyu. What are you doing, little brat? Come out now, something big has happened. Advertisement. When Liu Yun was enjoying the show, his brain automatically blocked out the surrounding noise. Seeing that Liu Yun didn't respond for a long time, Tsunade asked curiously, what is this guy doing? The White Snake Immortal had great power and could tell at a glance that Liu Yun was watching a movie in the room. He took a puff of his cigarette and said with a smile, "It's just like the rumors say, he's keen on reproducing." Tsunade wanted to force his way in, but Katsuyu wanted to save Liu Yun's face and said, "Tsunade-sama, Liu Yun-sama is doing something very important, let's wait for him." Tsunade snorted, "I've never seen this brat take things seriously when it comes to important matters. I want to see what he's busy with." Crouching Dragon and Phoenix tried frantically to stop Tsunade, but their strength was no match for Tsunade. Tsunade easily pushed the two baby pandas aside and then forced her way in. Liu Yun stared at Tsunade in astonishment. The White Snake Immortal looked at the expression on Liu Yun's face with interest. Katsuyu the Hermit turned his head away. "Damn brat." At that moment, Liu Yun turned into a exointainer and desperately drilled into the floor. Tsunade grabbed his tail with one hand and swung it back and forth vigorously. After a while, Tsunade finished his work and the room was full of Liu Yun's blood. Liu Yun breathed slowly, and his chest healed immediately. He looked at Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick with a complaining look, as if blaming them for not guarding the gate well enough. Wolong spread his hands, indicating that there was nothing he and his sister could do, and that it was also Liu Yun's fault for being too involved. Tsunade grabbed Liu Yun and shouted, "You little b*****************, the entire ninja world is in a great crisis now." "Oh." Tsunade slapped Liu Yun on the head. Oh what? At least give me a little more reaction." Liu Yun had no choice but to act along with Tsunade, with an anxious expression on his face. "What's wrong? What's wrong? Terumi May wants to break off the engagement, Kagayaji ran away, or is my little backup crooked?" Tsunade was so angry that she couldn't stand it anymore. She kept yelling and screaming, and started to turn into a fist. Chapter 413 White Snake Immortal. After Liu Yun and Tsunade talked nonsense for a while, the White Snake Sage finally couldn't help but interrupt them. "Stop arguing. If you two keep arguing like this, all humans will die." Liu Yun waved his hand. "Sister Tsunade, I won't say any more to you. Let's talk by candlelight tonight." HMPH. Tsunade snorted and gave Liu Yun a murderous look. Liu Yun began to look at the two great immortals brought by Tsunade, and after a careful examination, he said, "Brother, you look strange. Where are you from?" The White Snake Immortal wanted to kill Liu Yun with a puff of green smoke, but he still suppressed his impatience. It said, "The toad has turned evil, and he is going to release the souls of the entire Pure Land to wreak havoc on the ninja world." "Oh," Liu Yun responded. "No wonder the little girl from the Wetbone Forest wanted to strangle him to death, I also want to eat him." The White Snake Immortal thought to himself. Tsunade said to Liu Yun, "Now is a critical moment. Countless undead spirits have begun to attack the living world. The ninja world needs your strength." Liu Yun nodded. "Why didn't you say so earlier? It's not a big deal. Where is Mount Myoboku? I'll bring some people to break things up right away." The White Snake Immortal said helplessly, "Come with me." Mount Myoboku is located in a dense forest deep in the mountains of the far west. Liu Yun took a helicopter and observed the situation in the cabin with a telescope. The area within 100 miles was as dark as night, and the thick black fog was like mud, swallowing up the life of the earth everywhere. Liu Yun also saw some dead people in the center, wearing clothes corroded by mud, with gray faces and eyes full of red murderous intent. There is also a large army of ninjas gathering, led by the most famous ninjas from every era. Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, 2nd Tsuchikage Ideographic, 2nd Mizukage Ideographic, 3rd Hokage. Minato Ideographic, 4th Raikage Ideographic, Killer B. Anyway, all the dead ninjas were released from the Pure Land. Advertisement. Liu Yun jumped down from the sky and picked up a green old toad. "It's all you toads' fault. I'm going to soak you all in wine right now. Let go of Master Fukasaku." The toads of Mount Myoboku gathered around, ready to fight Liu Yun to the death. Naruto came out with 9 tails, who said to Liu Yun, "Boy, you are also responsible for this. If you hadn't changed the timeline, how could the old toad collapse?" Liu Yun looked at 9 tails coldly. "Do you believe that I can make you into a fox coat?" 9 tails turned away, not wanting to talk to the rogue. Liu Yun put Fukasaku Sennin down and took a look at Mount Myoboku, which looked like a 1,000-mile devil's cave. "In that case, let's go nuclear." What? Several large planes appeared from the sky. The owner of the leading one was Didera. Ever since Liu Yun told him the concept of the nuclear bomb, he has been working day and night to study this devastating weapon. Didara's extraordinary talent in bombs, coupled with the superb scientific research capabilities of Dr. Snake and the academic master, finally developed the atomic bomb in a very short period of time, and then further developed the hydrogen bomb through mutation. The flowing clouds kept the toads of Mount Myoboku away. 9 Tails wondered why Liu Yun wanted everyone to leave so far away. Liu Yun saw the confusion in 9 Tails' eyes and replied, "Because the next weapon will be very powerful. I developed it specifically for large fortresses like Mount Myoboku." Fukasaku Sennin was surprised. "You want to flatten the entire Mount Myoboku with just one weapon?" Liu Yun nodded, and Shenron looked as if he was surprised. "You can kill me in 1 second with just 17 cards." Fukasaku Sennin laughed and said, "Young man, you are boasting so much. Let me see what kind of weapon can flatten the entire Mount Myoboku." Liu Yun laughed. "Old toad, watch this." What a surprise. Deidara, drop the bomb. Deidara responded, copy that sir, ready to throw. Advertisement. Ready for success. Countdown 3, 2, 1. Throw. All everyone saw was a huge missile with a parachute falling from the sky, followed by a long day. The whole world was immersed in light, and then a huge mushroom cloud slowly rose into the sky. The souls killed in the hydrogen bomb explosion all became familiar faces, and they didn't say a word despite the high temperature of 6,000 degrees Celsius. After the explosion, all the toads around Liu Yun opened their mouths wide, enough to fit an apple. Fukasaku looked at the flattened mountaintop and was deeply shocked. What kind of bomb is this? Hydrogen bomb. Hiss. This bullet is so terrifying. Shima Senin looked at Liu Yun as if he was looking at a demon. Terrible human, you are actually going to use this kind of weapon against us. Liu Yun explained. In fact, this weapon is very humane. The pain lasts only a few tenths of a second, leaving no time to react. It is a humanitarian weapon. I don't believe you. Liu Yun continued to observe the nuclear-leveled Mount Myoboku with a telescope. The lingering black chakra was still there and had even become more intense. It seemed as if the flowing clouds had blown the gates of hell even wider. Countless undead rushed out from it, roaring and saying they would burn the entire world. The zombies that were previously turned into ashes by the hydrogen bomb have been resurrected again, and are even more powerful than before. Liu Yun frowned. It's troublesome, these things can only be sealed with sealing techniques. Ninetails shook his head and said, it's unrealistic. There are too many people. This is only a temporary solution, not a permanent one. Shenron Fukasaku said, the key to the problem is the master's body. As long as we can seal that thing, we can close the door to the Pure Land. Liu Yun nodded. That makes sense. I will gather the army and pave a path. You try to stay away from them. I see the undead inside are radiating outwards. Good. After finalizing the plan, everyone started to take action. Chapter 414. Grab your weapons and go to Mount Myoboku to kill people. Naruto found Sasuke and was ready to give Sasuke the power of the Sage of Six Paths. In Orochimaru's laboratory, Sasuke was being tortured to death. In order to awaken the Rinnegan, Sasuke needs to be injected with first-generation cells, and genetic experiments are like putting your head on a knife edge. Itachi looked at the dying Sasuke and became anxious. Orochimaru, is there any problem with your experiment? Orochimaru looked at Sasuke's condition carefully, and calculated that the success rate was over 80%. What went wrong? Orochimaru glanced at the participants next to her, and saw a group of people staring at her with murderous eyes. Itachi, Kirin, little Sakura, and the members of the Hawk Squad. Orochimaru suspected that if Sasuke died here, she, Orochimaru, might be buried with him. Ahem. Sasuke suddenly started coughing up blood and his life force dropped rapidly. Itachi had already opened the Mangekyo Sharingan, and was coldly threatening Orochimaru. Orochimaru checked Sasuke's physical condition with a tingling scalp, and finally he suddenly realized something. Oops. First-generation cells won't work, we need Naruto's. Itachi wondered, Naruto, why? Orochimaru explained. Because Sasuke and the first generation are not from the same era as Indra and Ashura, their chakras have a generation gap. Naruto is the reincarnation of Ashura, and his blood has a bond with Sasuke, so it is best to use him. Kirin screamed, hurry, stop talking, Sasuke is about to die. Kirin said as she offered her wrist to Sasuke, but the other party refused to bite. There's nothing I can do but bleed. Little Sakura also rushed forward to help, using her medical ninjutsu to keep Sasuke alive. Orochimaru rolled his eyes and started to walk out the door. You guys do this first, I'm going to use the bathroom. Shueyu cursed inwardly. This guy wants to run away. Shueyu looked at the dying Sasuke and began to kneel down and cry. Brother, you died so tragically, I told you not to take risks, but you just didn't listen, woohoo. Brother, rest in peace. At the critical moment, Orochimaru excitedly brought Naruto in. Sasuke is the ancestor that Orochimaru raised in this life. How could I watch him die? Come on, Naruto, let me borrow your blood. Naruto didn't understand why, but a ball of chakra flew out of his chest and slowly merged with Sasuke's. Little Sakura said in surprise, Sasuke's life force is returning. He's getting better. Advertisement. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Orochimaru took all the credit for granted. Luckily I found Naruto, otherwise everything would be bad. Itachi stared at Orochimaru with his cold Mangekyo, and released his move coldly, Amaterasu. Itachi, what are you doing? Orochimaru quickly dodged and turned into a green snake and fled outside. It's normal for accidents to happen during experiments. Didn't I make up for the mistake? Snort. Stop chasing me. It's burning my snake skin. Little Sakura walked up to Naruto and said, Naruto, you're back. Naruto nodded. Is Sasuke okay? Little Sakura shook her head. Thanks to your timely arrival. By the way, what was that thing you gave Sasuke? Naruto replied, Grandpa Sage of Six Paths asked me to give it to Sasuke. He said it was the power that would help Sasuke activate the Rinnegan. Sage of Six Paths. Everyone in the room was shocked. They didn't expect it to involve this legendary mythical figure. Suigetsu looked at Sasuke, whose breathing had evened out, and said with envy, this kid is so lucky. He always has someone to help him. Could he be the son of the Sage of Six Paths? Sasuke slowly opened his eyes, and a 6 Magatama Rinnegan was reflected in everyone's eyes. Liu Yun called on millions of his brothers to pick up their weapons and head towards Mount Myoboku, each with a saber in hand. The millions of brave soldiers were so heroic and high-spirited that they were made to look like the Axe Gang. Look at the knife. Liu Yun chopped down a soldier from the Sengoku era with a knife, then took out a piece of yellow paper and stuck it on his head. Maoshan version of the sealing technique, simple and practical. A dull sound rang out around Liu Yun. You are Liu Yun, the little devil we want to kill. Liu Yun looked up and saw the Uchiha Dance King standing on the head of Yin no Nine Tails, with a pair of cold and eternal Mangekyo looking down at Liu Yun. Uchiha Madara folded his hands and looked at Liu Yun's figure. You are not Uchiha, nor are you Senju. How can you make the Pure Land collapse? Golden Wheel Reincarnation explodes. A huge golden sword struck out like a spear, instantly shooting the talkative Uchiha Madara into a plug and dissipating into the air, and even the tailed beast under his feet was not spared. Liu Yun lit a cigarette, blew a puff of smoke and said disdainfully, where did this little jerk come from? Oh, young man, are you brave? A figure wearing red armor appeared in front of Liu Yun. It was Senju Hashirama. He defeated Madara in one stroke. This young man is extremely brave. Following Senju Hashirama was naturally Tobirama. Advertisement. I never thought that such a genius would appear in this era. Is he a ninja from Konoha? It was Sarutobi Hiruzen. Those eyes of his are no weaker than Madara's Rinnegan. It was Minato. A cloud of black smoke condensed Madara's body again. He snorted. I was careless. I will admit it next. A green truth-seeking ball suddenly appeared at Madara's chest, and blew him into a cloud of smoke again. It comes quickly and goes quickly. Liu Yun waved the green smoke in his hand, without taking away a trace of cloud. Hashirama laughed out loud. How funny. Madara is so lame. Tobirama reminded, brother, even you can't hide away. Hashirama shook his head and looked at Liu Yun. Young man, do you know what's going on? We are clearly in the Shinigami's belly, why are we in the world of the living? Let me tell you, a giant orange-yellow beast suddenly appeared, with 6 paths Naruto, who was completely golden, on its head, and Sasuke who had activated the Rinnegan. Nine Tails shouted to Liu Yun, you go deal with the Great Toad Sage, we'll hold them off. Okay. Liu Yun nodded. After a while, Nine Tails said angrily, hurry up. You haven't moved your feet for a long time. Liu Yun shook off the ashes, threw the cigarette butt on the ground, waved his hand and said, why are you panicking? I'm smoking, right? Nine Tails was about to be D off by Liu Yun, brother. The end of the world has come, everyone is fighting for their lives, why are you still smoking? Liu Yun walked slowly towards the gate of the Pure Land, and said to Nine Tails, warm me a cup of hot wine, I'll be back soon. Nine Tails stamped his feet in anger. Ah, how can there be such a person in the world? Sasuke whispered, Nine Tails, my brother said he's mentally ill, don't bother with him. Well, Senju Hashirama scratched his head. Well, can you tell us what happened now? Okay, fight while we talk. The closer you get to the center, the more you can feel the breath of death. Liu Yun turned on the Tensagen chakra mode and blasted all the way into the center. He saw a black hole that looked like a whirlpool in the sea. Next to the black hole was a completely black shadow, with no form or shape, as if it had merged with the entire darkness. Liu Yun asked from a distance, hey, Xiao Haitzi, are you the gatekeeper of the Pure Land? The black shadow has no shape or form, but it can speak human language. His voice is a compound sound, like 10,000 people talking at the same time. Heretic, erase, restart. Liu Yun frowned. It seemed that the other party had no wisdom and only knew how to retreat. Chapter 415. Liu Yun ascends to heaven. The black mist is the product of the collapse of the Great Toad Sage and is the greatest evil in the world. It is not clear how many flowing clouds there are, but what is known is that this thing is difficult to deal with. The things that Liu Yun had dealt with before could be described, but this black fog is really hard to describe. It invaded Liu Yun's body in just a blink of an eye. If it weren't for the system's soul protection, Liu Yun would probably have been swallowed up by the other party. Even so, Liu Yun's body was corroded into a pool of water. Liu Yun immediately revived and was wary of the black shadow. Little Blackie is a bit prickly. Liu Yun said, heretic, erase it. Xiao Haitzi attacked Liu Yun again. Liu Yun stepped back and blasted out a fire-style ninjutsu from his mouth, burning away. Xiao Haitzi was not afraid of the burning flames at all, and even easily swallowed up Liu Yun's flames. Liu Yun concluded, ninjutsu won't work, it will consume chakra. Taijutsu won't work, he will corrode my body once I get close to him, let's try genjutsu. Liu Yun's eyes released an illusion that was even more complicated than Tsukuyomi's, but Xiao Haitzi still attacked Liu Yun at the same speed. Liu Yun suddenly realized that this ghost thing had no intelligence, it was like a cold antivirus program, and mental illusions were useless against it. Then the only way to deal with it is sealing technique. Liu Yun's body shook, and he was wearing a Maoshan Kido warrior uniform. He said, little Blackie, look at my Maoshan exorcism skills. Where is the monster going? Liu Yun took out some yellow talismans and threw them out. They had his chakra on them, which could subdue even the strongest tailed beast, 10 tails. But the yellow talisman broke into pieces as soon as it touched the black piece. Liu Yun was surprised when he saw it. Little Haitzi is very brave. Even the sealing technique can't seal you. It seems that I can only use my ultimate move to beat back this little black guy like you. Xiao Haitzi transformed into a huge wolf in the air, showing his sharp fangs, ready to eat Liu Yun. Liu Yun stood there, as if God himself was present. Chicken, you are so beautiful. Chicken, you are so beautiful. Xiao Haitzi was stunned in the air for a moment. Even he, who had no intelligence at all, was shocked by Liu Yun's magic attack. Liu Yun smiled and said, Little Blackie, you have seen how powerful our Kunkan is. He can lay eggs, can you? Tell me, can you? After being stunned for a second, Xiao Haitzi attacked Liu Yun frantically again. Liu Yun quickly retreated, his whole body turned golden, and he transformed into Tensagen chakra mode and entangled with the opponent. At the same time, Liu Yun also discovered that Xiao Kuroko's power came from the earth. He is the supervisor of the earth. As long as the ninja world exists, Xiao Kuroko will not be destroyed. Liu Yun thought for a while and felt that the other party had a geographical advantage, and the advantage was not on him, so he decided to create one. The flowing cloud flew towards the sky, and Xiao Haitzi followed closely behind. It is impossible for Liu Yun to destroy the entire ninja world, so he can only lure Xiao Kuroko out of the earth and destroy him in outer space. The two quickly broke through the atmosphere and flew out of the earth's gravitational circle. In the space, the flowing cloud turned into a golden light and made a sudden counterattack, engaging in a fight with the enemy. Advertisement. Silver Wheel Reincarnation explodes. Golden Wheel Reincarnation explodes. King Bomb. Tornado destroys parking lot. Crows on a plane. All the moves that Liu Yun could think of were used on Xiao Haitzi. Slowly, Liu Yun discovered that the black chakra on Xiao Haitzi's body was becoming lighter. It seems that his guess was correct, and on Earth, the little black man has a local advantage. But in a flash, Liu Yun could no longer laugh. The earth suddenly shot out a black light. After Xiao Haitzi absorbed it, not only did his chakra recover, but he also completed an evolution. His chakra became more solid than before. Even his originally formless and invisible appearance was changing, and finally became the same as flowing clouds. Liu Yun cursed. Little Blackie, if you dare to imitate me, I will sue you for defamation. Crows on a plane. Xiao Haitzi attacked Liu Yun with all his might. He could not only imitate Liu Yun's appearance, but also his moves. Liu Yun wiped off his head with a knife, and after recovering, he sneered and held Xiao Haitzi. You need to rely on the earth to restore your chakra, but my chakra is infinite. I will be the one who wins in the end. In the universe, a golden light and a black shadow are fighting non-stop with the earth as the background, and from time to time one or two big fireworks explode in the universe. On Earth, more and more people gather at the border of Mount Myoboku to defend against the undead horde. Liu Yun's two summoning beasts turned into golden pandas, which were so powerful that they could easily destroy a large number of undead. The giant snakes of Raichi Cave also joined the war. This war was not only a matter for all mankind, but also for the summoning world. The white snake immortal stared at the sky, took a puff of his cigarette and said, they are competing to see whose chakra will be exhausted first. Tsunade put on a smile, comparing chakra amount with Liu Yun is not a good thing. The white snake immortal watched the black mist rising from the earth into the sky, and was replenishing Xiao Haitzi's chakra. He said, the toad is using the natural energy of the earth. The white snake immortal explained, the pure land is also part of the earth, so the flowing clouds are competing with the entire earth. Tsunade was suddenly stunned. Will the earth be drained of its life energy by the toad? The snake and the man suddenly looked at each other, and both felt that the vitality of the earth was being consumed. Liu Yun also noticed this scene when he was fighting Xiao Haitzi in the universe. Some green places on the earth were turning yellow. Green forests are becoming deserts, glaciers are falling, seas are raging, and human living space is being compressed step by step. Liu Yun taught Xiao Haitzi a lesson. Xiao Haitzi, you are consuming the life of Mother Earth. Stop now. The only words that came out of the little black boy's mouth were, the crows on a plane. Liu Yun had no choice but to retreat quickly, thinking of a way to deal with Xiao Haitzi. If he continues like this, even if he can consume the little black spot, the earth will also consume life and become a dead star. The golden light caught Liu Yun's attention, and he looked towards the largest star in the solar system. When Kavira invaded the earth, how majestic was their army. In the end, he still died in the ball of the sun. Liu Yun had an idea and decided to use the sun to eliminate the little black guy. Advertisement. Powerful chakra burst out from his body, and he turned into a golden light and ran towards the sun. Xiao Haitzi now only had Liu Yun in his eyes. He shouted that the mouse was stealing cheese and followed Liu Yun. The closer to the sun, the hotter it gets. Liu Yun cut off his pain nerves and chased the sun regardless of the burning sensation on his body. He and Xiao Haitzi were getting closer and closer to the sun. Endless flames and hot air burned Liu Yun's skin in the atmosphere, drying out all the moisture in his body. He suddenly made a sudden comeback, hugged Xiao Haitzi and ran together to a place where the sun was even hotter. A golden light and a black shadow were gradually swallowed up by the sun's brilliance. After Liu Yun was resurrected, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique and returned to Earth, where he sat on a large rock and took a breath. Damn it, it's finally over. What a troublesome little black guy. But Liu Yun was immediately surrounded by the whispers of a group of demons. Black Tiger digs out his heart. Mantis Fist. Lotus floating. Liu Yun looked up and couldn't help but wailed. Ah, Xiao Haitzi, are you still haunting me like this? The whole mountain was filled with black spots, just like in the second part of Kavira. The little black guys gradually surrounded Liu Yun. Liu Yun roared and prepared to have a good fight. In the end, Liu Yun felt like he was fighting with another self, and Xiao Haitzi had perfectly imitated all his moves. A person's biggest enemy is himself. If he wants to defeat himself, he needs to take some unorthodox ways. Liu Yun thought of his final mission. The system said that there would be good things if he completed the final mission. Liu Yun placed his bet on this. He created a half-chakra clone, letting the other party tangle with Kuroko, while he flashed to Kagaya Haim's room in an instant. Bite. Finally mission accomplished. Congratulations host for becoming the god of Otsutsuki. The Milky Way, the solar system, the Earth. This tiny planet is like the only pearl in the universe, and its blooming light spreads throughout the universe. As far as the end of the starry sky, Otsutsuki's home planet. The top leaders of Otsutsuki looked at the light from the universe in shock, and then they all knelt down and worshipped the light of the true god. Princess Kagaya knelt uncontrollably under Liu Yun. The suppression from her blood made it impossible for her to refute. God. The god of Otsutsuki is born. Liu Yun woke up from his sleep and felt like a fairy. His body is made of the light dust of the Milky Way, and every blood vessel flows with the stars in the sky. I've become a fairy. Liu Yun had a thought in his mind, and he saw the past and the future in his sight.